Chapter 1. Chapter 1. Just lie down and pick up combat power, new book for collection. Congratulations to the host, get combat power attribute plus 10. Congratulations to the host, get combat power attribute plus 10. Congratulations to the host, get combat power attribute plus 10. Yayu's mind kept ringing the mechanical system prompts. At this time, in the mechanized room in front of Yayu, a very fierce battle was being staged. Dozens of green vegetable people are taking turns to attack a human teenager. Although the human teenager was only 4 or 5 years old, his combat effectiveness was not weak. The dozens of vegetable people, whether they used a surprise attack or a joint attack, were all resolved by the human teenagers. You know, the vegetable man's combat effectiveness has reached 1200 points. If this combat power is placed on the earth, in addition to the Z fighters, I am afraid that even the gods can kill in seconds. As the fierce battle continued, on the ground of the mechanized room, combat power attributes continued to drop. The scene seemed like a truck dumping 1 yuan coins, which was very spectacular. After the human teenager killed all the dozens of vegetable people, the ground of the huge mechanized room was already covered with layers of combat power attributes. Of course, these combat power attributes are invisible to the vegetable man and the human juvenile, only Yayu can see. Not long after, those combat power attributes seemed to be like golden tadpole scriptures, lined up continuously and gathered into Yayu's body. This process lasted for several breaths. Yayu is not from this world, he has traveled through it. 24 years ago, the year Frisia destroyed the Vegeta star, Yayu traveled to the Dragon Ball world and became a newly born Scion baby. Read more at wuxiax.com. At first, Yayu didn't feel much happy when he learned that he was Scion. Because he knew that in the near future, Frisia would destroy planet Vegeta. But fortunately, Yayu was born with a combat power of only 5, and was sent to Red Mountain Star and Earth along with Kakarot, who had a combat power of only 2. It was exactly the same. Yayu escaped. Yayu, who was just born, is just a baby, but he has the memories and thoughts of his previous life. He did not uphold Scion's aggressive thoughts, but got along with the original inhabitants of Red Mountain Star. When he was 4 years old, his golden finger, which is the system, was activated. It is a system called attribute picking. As long as someone is fighting, they will drop the combat power attributes at the place of battle. After the system absorbs these combat power attributes, Yayu can increase the combat power. The drop value of the combat power attribute is related to the combat power of the combatant. The higher the combat power, the higher the drop value. The original inhabitants of Red Mountain Star generally have low combat effectiveness, and the highest combat effectiveness is only 1 or 200. Therefore, the combat power attributes they drop when they fight are only 0.1 or 0.2. However, although the combat power attribute value dropped each time is relatively low, there is better than nothing. At least Yayu can increase combat effectiveness without hard training. In addition, if the accumulation is small, the result is more, 10,000 0.1, he also has 1,000 not. Then, on the Red Mountain Star, whenever there is a fierce battle, Yayu will appear. Of course, he just came to pick up attributes. A few years later, Yayu relied on the attribute picking system to increase his combat power from dozens to more than 5,000. The combat power of more than 5,000, although compared with people like Frisia, is nothing. But it can be considered as having the ability to protect itself. At this time, Yayu looked up at the sky and set his goal on the vast universe. After all, the battle on Red Mountain Star can no longer satisfy Yayu, and it only drops 0.1 every time, which is too slow. Fighting at the level of Frisia, I am afraid that just a casual shot can increase Yayu's combat effectiveness by tens of thousands. Of course, Yayu wouldn't be so stupid that he appeared in front of Frisia with more than 5,000 combat power. After all, he knew that Frisia wanted to kill Scion all. If he appeared in front of Frisia, he would be pinched to death by Frisia immediately. After leaving the Red Mountain Star, Yayu collected combat power attributes all the way. After nearly 10 years of collecting combat power attributes, his combat power has soared from more than 5,000 to several million. After all, the fighting power of universe people can be tens of thousands. The attributes dropped in each battle are increased from 10 to dozens. This made Yayu excited. Later, in order to avoid running around looking for a place to fight, Yayu found a group of universe people, let them fight in front of him, and then he lay down to collect the combat power attributes. Just like the vegetable man and the human boy in the battle room in front of me, both are Yayu's people. Yayu made them fight. As for the effectiveness, it is very obvious. Yayu's combat effectiveness increased, it can be said to be calculated in seconds. Every second, his combat effectiveness is increasing. However, in a few years, his combat effectiveness has increased from a few million to more than 40 million. It stands to reason that Scion, who has more than 40 million combat power, is fully qualified to transform into Super Scion. But unfortunately, Yayu tried a lot of methods but couldn't successfully transform into Super Scion. Scion wants to change into Super Scion, he needs enough S cells plus emotions such as anger to stimulate the rapid increase of S cells. When there are enough S cells, he can transform successfully. Yayu guessed in his mind that it might be that there were not enough S cells in his body. But Yayu is not worried. He is going to wait until Son Goku and Vegeta and others become Super Saiyan, and then pick up their S cell attributes. After all the combat power attributes in the room entered Yayu's body, Yayu saw that his combat power Hao-Ran had increased from 41.33 million to 41.35 million. Is it just an increase of more than 20,000 combat power? Yayu squeezed a fist. After feeling that the strength in his body hardly increased, he also said something dissatisfied. If Piccolo heard Yayu's words at this time, he would vomit blood in anger. I have been cultivating for several years and only increased my combat effectiveness by more than 1,000. If you don't do anything, you just casually increase the combat effectiveness by more than 20,000. Why are you still unsatisfied? Host, you are really cunning, you use this method to increase your combat effectiveness. At this moment, the electronic sound of the system appeared in Yayu's mind. It seems that even the system can't get used to Yayu's cheating method to increase his combat effectiveness. After all, the original intention of this system is to let Yayu go to where others are fighting to collect combat power attributes. Now Yayu is done, he invites an actor to perform a battle in front of him, and then he lies down to collect his fighting power. Hehe, I just make full use of the advantages of the system. The new book sets sail. Don't get lost in the collection. If you like, vote for a flower monthly ticket or something to support it. Chapter 2. Chapter 2 Universe Emperor Frisia, Second More Seeking Collection. Chapter 2. Ms. Yayu. Just as Yayu had a conversation with the system in his mind, in the battle room, the human teenager who had just fought with the vegetable man walked out, stood in front of Yayu, and said respectfully. This human teenager is not a human being on Earth, nor is it Scion. By coincidence, after seeing Yayu's terrifying fighting power, the boy followed Yayu and wanted to vote in Yayu's door. Yayu certainly disagrees, I don't want to be the second Piccolo. How many times have I told you not to call me a teacher? Yayu stared at the little guy condescendingly, and said in a rather serious tone. Is teacher? Seeing that the little guy is reluctant and not forgiving, Yayu also has a headache. Hey, Toss, Master Yayu doesn't accept you as a disciple, you can worship me as a teacher. At this moment, the mechanical door of the room on the side opened automatically, and a sweaty man walked out of that room. I saw that the man was tall, and his whole body was full of knotted muscles, which was a match for Likum of the Kainyut team. The man's name is Rap, and he is a warrior recruited by Yayu from the universe, with a combat power of more than 12,000. There are many warriors like Rap in Yayu's universe ship. Their main duty is to fight each other and then provide Yayu with combat power attributes. Yayu's more than 40 million combat power was built by these people. Your combat effectiveness is too low, I won't worship you as a teacher. After listening to Rap's words, the young man named Tos said with a disdainful expression on his face. My combat effectiveness is too low? Hearing Tos' words, Rap's face suddenly turned pale. You little devil is too arrogant, right? My 12,000 combat power is too low? Of course, in Tos' eyes, 12,000 combat power is indeed low compared to Yayu. Master Yayu. Just when Rap wanted to give a lesson to this ignorant boy, a dog-headed universe hurried over. Master Yayu, I have found Frisia's universe ship, and they are moving towards Namek. After hearing the name Frisia from the Kodhu universe, both Yayu and Rap changed their expressions. There was a vague fear in Rap's eyes, read more at wuxiax.com. After all, in this seventh universe, no one who has heard of Frisia's name is not afraid of it. That is the existence known as the Emperor of the Universe. On the contrary, when Yayu heard the name Frisia, there was a touch of excitement in his eyes. Have you finally left? According to the memory in his mind, Yayu knew that Frisia went to Namek this time to capture Namek's Dragon Ball. In addition, Son Goku also transformed into Super Saiyan on Namek. This year, Yayu has been investigating Frisia's whereabouts in secret. The purpose is to follow Frisia to Namek, and then collect the combat power attributes dropped by Son Goku and Frisia when they fight. You should know that the combat power of Super Saiyan Son Goku and Frisia both exceeded 100 million. The combat power attributes dropped by these two men during the battle may reach a terrifying level. In addition, Yayu can also take the opportunity to collect the cell attributes of Son Goku Super Saiyans. In this way, Yayu can also transform into Super Saiyan. However, in addition to these two purposes, Yayu has a more important purpose. That's Gudu from the Kainuit team. Although this guy is not very good at fighting, he has an ability that Yayu cares about. Time is suspended. Time is suspended, this is a very terrifying ability. A master can decide life or death in 1 second. In the late Dragon Ball, Hit of the 6th universe easily defeated the Ultra Blue Vegeta with his flashing power that can pause time for 0.1 seconds. And Gudu's ability is even more exaggerated, he can pause time for a few seconds. Hit's 0.1 second flashing power is so powerful, if the time is suspended for a few seconds, what kind of effect will it achieve? Yayu thinks about it and feels extremely hot in his heart. Of course it does not mean that you can be invincible with the ability to time out. Nagudu had time to time out, but was killed by Vegeta. The reason is that Gudu is too weak. However, Yayu believes that as long as he possesses this ability, after his combat power reaches a certain level, and then cooperates with the ability to pause at this time, I am afraid that even gods of destruction Beerus will have the power to fight. Order to go down and go to Namek. As soon as Yayu said this, the expressions of Rap and the Kobold changed drastically. To Namek? Frisia is at Namek. We go to Namek at this time. What if we meet Frisia? In the eyes of Rap and Kobolds, Yayu-sama is very powerful. But that is definitely not Frisia's opponent. If you fight Frisia, you will definitely die. In fact, Rap and Kobold are right, Yayu is indeed not the opponent of full-power Frisia now. But this is only now. After Namek, it's hard to say who is strong and who is weak. Yayu didn't give them a chance to defend, and after greeted them, he left. In the end, only the Kobold and Rap stood in place with a dazed expression. Are you really going to Namek? The Kobold asked. Since it was Yayu's order, we can only execute it, but Yayu-sama must have his reason for doing this. Rap said with a wry smile. Is that Frisia really so scary? At this moment, Toss, who had been watching Rap and the Kobold expressions in his eyes, asked with a puzzled expression on his face. More than horror, it is quite horrible. Frisia is known as the Emperor of the Universe. No one has ever beaten him. Rap bent down and taught Toss in earnest. Hey? Is Mrs. Yayu Frisia's opponent? Toss asked. This one. Hearing Toss's words, Rap couldn't answer for a while. Although what he was thinking in his heart, it must be impossible to beat. However, he is now Yayu's subordinate, and a kid who admires Yayu asks that, he really doesn't know how to answer. Chapter 3. Chapter 3 arrived at Namek, 3 more for collecting flowers. Third chapter. A white light, like a comet dragging a long tail, flew rapidly in the dark and vast universe. Looking closer, I saw a huge universe spaceship in the white light group. The universe spacecraft is as huge as Frisia's spacecraft, but its shape is like a tank. And this universe spacecraft is owned by Yayu. In the past few years, Yayu has not only used the attribute picking system to continuously increase his combat effectiveness, but also secretly established his own power in the universe. The information department of this force is dedicated to investigating Frisia's movements. The combat department provides Yayu with combat power attributes through combat. Right now, Yayu's power is somewhat similar to Tull's in Dragon Ball Theatrical Edition. However, Tull's improved his strength by planting nerve fruit trees on other planets. But Yayu uses the attribute picking system to improve his strength. I narrowed my eyes to the inside of the universe spacecraft, a huge control room. At this time, Yayu sat on the throne. And around him, there were more than a dozen warriors of various shapes. These fighters, like Rap, are used to improve Yayu's combat effectiveness. And every breath is very powerful. If you observe with a detector, you will find that the combat effectiveness of these dozen or so fighters is more than 10,000. Master Yayu, we will arrive at Namek in 15 minutes. At this moment, the dog-head universe man walked over and said respectfully to Yayu, who was above the throne. While talking, the kobold's forehead was constantly sweating. Of course, he is not afraid of Yayu. He was afraid of Frisia. The closer you get to Frisia, the more nervous the kobold's heart becomes. But Yayu didn't dare to go against it. You don't need to be so scared. The universe spacecraft should just be parked near Namek, you don't need to go down with me in the information department. After hearing Yayu's words, the kobold was overjoyed. Just don't go down. What about us? At this time, Rap asked Yayu aloud. You only need one person to follow me down. When Yayu said this, his eyes glanced at the crowd, as if he was picking a suitable candidate. Everyone who was swept by Yayu's gaze, the soldiers were all in trepidation, for fear that they would be favored by Yayu. After all, they also know that this time is different from the past. This time Yayu is going to find Frisia. Who is Frisia? Universe Emperor. Super murderous, read more at wuxiax.com. They have more than 10,000 combat power, although they can dominate the lower level planets, but in front of Frisia, they are all persuaded. Lap is you. In the end, Yayu's eyes fell on Rap. Hey? Why? After hearing Yayu's words, Rap's heart suddenly became unhappy. As for the other fighters, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Lap, don't you always complain about not being able to perform tasks with Yayu-sama? We will give you this great opportunity. Hearing the ridicule of the soldiers falling to the ground, Rap's teeth tickled. Ms. Yayu, I'll go too. At this moment, little Toss walked over and asked Yayu. You cannot. Yayu immediately rejected Toss' request. This time I went to Frisia. It is very likely that there will be a battle with Frisia and his men. With Toss' combat power of more than 3,000 points. It is not enough to see. If you go down, not only will it not be able to help Yayu, but it will drag him down. Yayu doesn't want to bring such a drag oil bottle. Ms. Yayu, I will not drag you down. If I am killed, I can only blame my weak strength. Hearing Toss's words, Yayu's brows suddenly raised. And the other fighters also took this insignificant admiration. At a young age, he has a backbone. Yes, but I declare in advance that if you are in danger, I will not help you. In Yayu's opinion, Namek took the opportunity to get rid of this brown candy. Hearing Yayu's unfeeling words, Natos couldn't help showing no scared expression on his little face, but was overjoyed. Thank you, Yayu, for your fulfillment. At a young age, he speaks in sets. Yayu also waved his hand helplessly. As time goes by, it is getting closer and closer to Namek. Soon, in the field of vision of Yayu and others, a huge planet appeared. And this planet is Namek. Master Yayu, you have arrived at Namek. The kobold looked at the huge green planet ahead and said to Yayu. Hearing this, Yayu immediately stood up from the throne and greeted Lapu. Lapu will come with me. Others are here on standby. You are not allowed to leave without my order. This time I went to Namek, and it was not a victory with too many people. In Yayu's view, only one rap needs to help him fight, and then he can pick up the combat power attribute. Hearing Yayu's words, Rap immediately picked up the detector handed over by a soldier. Thanks. After Rap hurriedly put on the detector, he chased after Yayu with toss. Don't die. Looking at Rap's back, a soldier yelled. When the three figures of Yayu, Rap, and TOS completely disappeared from the end of the field of vision, the atmosphere in the control room suddenly fell into silence. After a long time, the doghead broke the silence. I don't know if Yayu-sama can come back alive this time. When the kobold said this, the other fighters also looked different. In their hearts, Yayu is strong though. But Frisia is more fierce. Yayu meets Frisia, I'm afraid it's too bad. After leaving the control room of the Universe spacecraft, Yayu and Rap arrived in the spacecraft warehouse. There are landing gears here. Master Yayu, let's just go straight on like this, don't make any preparations or something. After entering the landing gear, Rap asked Yayu. No need to. After Yayu answered, he was the first to enter the landing gear. Hearing Yayu's words, Lap looked dumbfounded. If the meeting goes on like this, Frisia and the others will find out, right? No, it must be discovered by Frisia. At this time, Rap's heart began to worry about his life and future. Is it really promising to follow such a boss? End of this chapter. The new book sets sail, please support from flowers. Chapter 4. Chapter 4 Kinu's Ambition, fourth more for collection and flowers. Chapter 4. Namek is not the same as the earth. There are 3 stars taking turns rising and falling above his sky, and this results in no night on Namek. He narrowed his eyes to a high mountain in Namek. This mountain is very peculiar, from a distance it looks like a Karan tower on the earth, towering and sharp. On the top of this mountain, there is a building. This building is where Elder Namek lives. Just when Yayu and his men came near Namek, the Great Elder with powerful key sensibility immediately discovered these powerful auras. Elder, what's the matter with you? At this time, under the huge Elder, a Namek who looked very like Piccolo immediately asked out loud after sensing the abnormal reaction of the Elder. This person is no one else, but the guardian of the Great Elder Niru. There are a lot of big breaths approaching Namek, and one of them is quite big. The Great Elder who closed his eyes made of vicissitudes of life. Quite huge. After Niru heard this adjective from the Great Elder, his heart suddenly sank. Under normal circumstances, the Great Elder would not use the term big to describe it. Not long ago, when the Great Elder discovered that the Kainui team and others were coming, the Great Elder only described it as large and evil. But right now, the Great Elder is using quite huge. According to Niryu's judgment, the person who is coming to Namek at the moment is probably better than the Kainui team. Elder, is the other party's anger exactly evil? After tangling for a moment, Nir raised his head and asked the Elder again. Prior to this, the Grand Elder asked him to go with Sun Gohan, Klin, and others to deal with the Kainui team. However, he is loyal to his duty, and his duty is to protect the Great Elder. In the end, he did not leave with Sun Gohan and others. Now there is another strong presence in Namek, and Neru's heart is shaken. It's both righteous and evil, said the Great Elder. After hearing the words of the Great Elder, Neru only breathed a sigh of relief. And I prayed in my heart, praying that these people will not take action against the Namek people. The huge chi discovered by the Great Elder was naturally Yayu. Read more at wuxiax.com. Right now Yayu will not converge freely and release the chi in his body like the Z-warrior. Therefore, the huge aura of his 43.15 million combat power is like a terrifying shadow, shrouded in the sky of Namek. It can be said that in the perception of the Great Elder, Yayu's aura at this time is much larger than that of Frisia. After all, Frisia hadn't transformed at this time, his combat power was only 530,000. Did it die? Not long after the Great Elder discovered Yayu's huge aura, he was playing with Jinyu, who was moving at high speed with 7 Dragon Balls, and his detector suddenly reacted. Have a high combat response. Kinho glanced at the detector, and then poked the detector with his finger. Diddy. After Jinyu adjusted the detector to the detection function, the data on the detector was climbing at an alarming rate. 10,000, 100,000, 180,000. When it jumped to 180,000, the latest detector owned by Kaini exceeded the load and exploded directly. At this moment, the fast-moving Jinny stopped instantly, and was suspended in the air. At this time, his heart felt like a stormy sea. 180,000, the combat power exceeded 180,000. No. It's impossible. In this world, besides Lord Frisia, how could anyone have more than 180,000 combat power? What a joke! Jinyu, who could not accept this fact for a while, even thought in his mind that his detector had a fault. But Kinho knew that there was nothing wrong with his detector. Because not long ago, he used this detector to find Vegeta, and then snatched 7 Dragon Balls from Vegeta's hands. Ha 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 ha! Kinu's mood suddenly changed greatly. From the shock at the beginning, he suddenly laughed wildly. If anyone was here at this time, he would definitely feel that Kainu had an attack of neurosis. The face was distorted in the first second, and then he laughed wildly in the second. Isn't this crazy? What is it? But Kinu was not crazy, he was excited. Jinyu possesses a very special ability, he can exchange body. At this time, what Kaini was thinking in his mind was that if he could exchange his body with this man with more than 180,000 combat power, then he would do more for Lord Frisia. Wait, your body will be mine soon. Kinu raised his head and pointed at the sky, and after a wild laugh, he flew forward quickly. Now that the detector is destroyed, his Kinho is not as perceivable as the Z-warrior. At the moment, he can only use the detection department in the Frisia universe ship to help him locate the location of this huge combat force. Just as Jinyu wanted to get Yayu's body, the landing gear of Yayu and Rap crashed onto the ground of Namek. Master Yayu, what do you do next? After Rap got out of the landing gear, he asked Yayu. Yayu didn't answer Rap's words immediately, but started to debug the detector. Soon, many high combat responses appeared on the Yayu detector's screen. Could the Kainya team have come to Namek? At first, Yayu wasn't sure if Kanud had arrived at Namek. After all, it was after Frisia and the others' detectors were destroyed by the Namek, Frisia contacted the headquarters to let the Kainuit team come. But right now, after several combat power responses of tens of thousands of combat power appeared on the detector, Yayu sensed that the Kainya team had come to Namek. At this moment, Yayu's heart tightened slightly. Then hurriedly began to identify the position of the Kainuite team. After all, Gudu was the first idiom to die among the Kainuite team. The main purpose of Yayu's arrival at Namek this time was to suspend Gudu's time. If Gudu had been killed by Vegeta in seconds, it would really be, beep the dog. Chapter 5. Chapter 5 Super Saiyan? One More Flowers. Chapter 05. Boom. Suddenly a huge explosion came from a hilly area in Namek. Following the sound, I saw thick smoke billowing and dust splashing on the land ahead. Looking closer, I saw a total of 7 figures on the sky and the ground. These 7 people are not others, they are the 4 members of the Kainui team, as well as Vegeta, Sun Gohan, and Klin. After Kainuyu snatched 7 Dragon Balls from Vegeta, the remaining 4 players of the Kainui team decided their opponents by guessing punches. In the end, Gudu, who was the weakest, won and chose Sun Gohan and Klin as opponents. The sound of the explosion just now was caused by Sun Gohan and Klin respectively using Magic Flash and Kameha Wave in order to deal with Gudu. I didn't expect that guy could run so far. Sun Gohan hovering in the sky, looking at Gudu at the end of the field of vision below, his small face was full of shock. That guy probably used the time-stilling skill, Vegeta said. After Klin, who was not far away, heard Sun Gohan's words, he also set his gaze on Gudu over there and said in a deep voice. Ding! Just as Sun Gohan and Klin had just exploded with a strong chi, and they were about to continue chasing Gudu, a powerful lightning flashed across their minds instantly. In fact, this is not lightning, but Sun Gohan and Klin used ki sense to sense something. At this moment, the air mass bursting out of Klin and Sun Gohan disappeared without a trace in an instant. The two of them looked forward to a certain place at the same time. Uncle Klin. Sun Gohan stiffened and spoke to Klin beside him in a trembling tone. Although Sun Gohan didn't say much, Klin knew it, and then said in a very horrified tone, "Ah, what a terrible anger. Moreover, it's even more terrifying than the one called Frisia." When speaking, Klin's back became cold, his limbs seemed to be grasped by the palm of a devil, and his breathing became difficult. When he first came to Namek, Klin was dumbfounded when he felt Frisia's huge breath. But right now, the breath he suddenly felt was even bigger than Frisia. And it's more than a little bit huge. If Frisia's breath is an endless ocean, the breath that Klin felt right now seemed to be like a vast universe. It's desperate, scary. Hey, you two! At this time, when Vegeta saw Klin and Sun Gohan suddenly levitating above the sky, his brows frowned, and he yelled. But his face changed drastically before he finished speaking. Vegeta didn't originally perceive Chi, but after World War I, it also has the ability to interact with Ki sense. Read more at wuxiax.com. At this moment, Vegeta also sensed that huge and astonishing breath. How is this possible? This breath is Saiyan. Vegeta looked in the direction that Sun Gohan and Klin were looking at. The expression on his face changed for a while, and a pair of dark pupils flickered. There was a huge wave in my heart. As the Prince of Saiyan, Vegeta, it was only at that moment that he judged that this incredibly amazing aura belonged to Saiyan. Masaka, is it Kakarot? This is impossible, Kakarot can't be so angry. But apart from Kakarot and me, there can be no other Saiyan in this world. But this breath? Could it be the legendary Super Saiyan? Vegeta clenched his fists, staring at the place where the huge energy was in front of him, with an unusually complicated expression on his face. There are shocks, fears, and unwillingness. Vegeta is Saiyan's prince. How could he be willing? There are other Saiyans who are stronger than him, and they are more than a bit stronger. Okay. At this time, Likum, Guys, and Bart above the sky over there were 3 members of the Kainya team. After seeing the abnormal reaction of the 3 of Vegeta, they looked confused and didn't know what happened. But in the next second, the detectors worn by Likum, Guys, and Bart all reacted. Did it die? Energetic reaction ahead. After a series of responses from the detector, Bart said casually. Let me see how much combat power is. While talking, Likum was the first to poke the detector. 10,000, 100,000, 180,000. Like Jinyu before, the detector worn by Likum instantly exceeded its load and exploded. Hey, what's the matter, Likum? How strong is the opponent's combat power? After discovering this anomaly, the eyes of Bart and Jis both fell on Likum. This is impossible. Likum, who had always had a confident smile on his face, said with a shocked look, "The combat power exceeds 180,000. Shock. Hearing Likum's words, Bart and Guys were startled at first, their bodies involuntarily stepped back towards the back, with a drop of cold sweat on their foreheads, and then they said, 180,000, how is this possible? This world? Except for King Frisia, how can someone have a combat power of 180,000? That's right, even Captain Kanu doesn't have 180,000. You must have an error with your detector. Let me try it." After Keith said something, he started to debug the detector. Boom! But the result was still the same. The detector exploded in a second. One time may be accidental. But twice. At this moment, Likum, Guys, and Bart seemed to be plunged into a quagmire. What is the concept of more than 180,000? In other words, even if the three of them join forces, they are not opponents. This matter must be told to Captain Kinu immediately. At this time, Vegeta not far away, after hearing the conversation between the three of Likum, if it were normal, he would have laughed. But right now, Vegeta couldn't laugh in front of this huge air. Looking for Ginny? It's no use looking for Frisia. This breath is obviously stronger than Frisia. At this time, Vegeta, Son Gohan and others discovered that this chi was even bigger than Frisia, and it was naturally Yayu. Indeed, Yayu's aura of 43.15 million combat power is indeed much stronger than Frisia in the first form. It's just that Vegeta doesn't know how strong Frisia, who has the ability to transform into 3 stages, is. Find Yukainua team. Just as Vegeta, Likum and others were thinking about how to deal with this powerful adversary, a demon wind blew, and in the next second, a figure stood in the eyes of everyone. This figure is not someone else, but Yayu himself. End of this chapter. The versions you see are different, and sometimes there are differences in name translations, such as Majin Bu, Ultimate Cyborg Cell, Zilu, etc. I try to use popular names. Support from flowers or something. Chapter 6. Chapter 6 I'm Scion 2 more flowers. Chapter 06. Although the place where Yayu is located, it is a bit far from the battlefield where Son Gohan and the others and the Kainui team are located. But Yayu, with 43.15 million combat power at full capacity, has reached a very terrifying speed. A light spot flickered in the distance, and Yayu's figure appeared in Son Gohan's field of vision in the next second. Because Yayu's flying speed was too fast, the moment his figure stopped, under the influence of inertia, a powerful wave of air suddenly spread forward from where Yayu was. Coming! Son Gohan, Klin, and others suspended in the sky, in this powerful air wave, seem to be like a retrograde ship in the sea, and they may be lifted off at any time. For a while, in order to resist the impact of this powerful air wave, Son Gohan, Klin, and others put their hands in front of them, trying to keep their bodies from being lifted by the air wave. This wave of anger comes fast and goes fast. After the air wave dissipated, Vegeta and others could clearly see Yayu standing in the sky above the sky. Not Kakarot. Vegeta stared at Yayu above the sky, his pupils suddenly condensed. Scion. At this time, Klin and Son Gohan looked at Yayu in front of them, and immediately recognized that Yayu was Scion. While talking, Klin and Son Gohan looked at Vegeta not far behind them. I saw Vegeta clenched his hands, gritted his teeth, with a look of envy and hatred. I found you, Team Kainyut. While Vegeta, Son Gohan and others were staring at Yayu with vigilance, Yayu, who was standing in the air, glanced at everyone. Seeing that Goku hadn't been killed by Vegeta yet, Yayu was also secretly relieved. At this moment, the atmosphere above the sky seemed unusually solemn. Under this depressing atmosphere, cold sweat broke out on everyone's foreheads, their hearts throbbed, and even breathing became difficult. No one knows the identity of Yayu and the purpose of coming here. But due to Yayu's terrifying aura, Sun Gohan, Vegeta, Klin and others just stared at Yayu stiffly. They didn't dare to make any movements. Because they knew that if the scion in front of them wanted to kill them, it was just a casual matter. "You, who are you?" At this time, Vegeta, who had been depressed for a long time, finally broke out, and saw his fists clenched and shouted bitterly at Yayu. "Hey, Vegeta!" Hearing Vegeta's words, Klin suddenly became anxious. What he thought was that if Vegeta angered this strong man, they would all die. Yayu above the sky did not immediately answer Vegeta's words, but instead set his gaze on Vegeta. Yayu has been in the Dragon Ball world for more than 20 years. This is the first time that he has really met Vegeta. Read more at wuxiax.com. After taking a close look at the Prince Scion, the corners of Yayu's mouth curled up, and then he said, "As you can see, I am Scion." Scion. As soon as Yayu said this, the 4 members of the Kainui team, Geth, Bart, Likum, and Gudu, were suddenly shocked. Scion is so strong? Could this be the legendary Super Scion? For the Super Scions, members of the Kainui team also heard Frieza mentioned. But Frieza said that it was something that didn't exist. Just when Vegeta wanted to say something more, 2 white rays of light flew over the sky. Finally, the light group disappeared, revealing 2 figures. These 2 people are not others but Rap and Toss, who came down with Yayu. As expected, "Yayu, the speed is really fast, I can't keep up at all." Rap stabilized his figure, first glanced at everyone present, and praised Yayu. "Yayu." Although Rap's voice was not very loud, it happened to reach the ears of everyone present. When Vegeta and others heard the name Yayu, their expressions moved slightly. After thinking about it for a while, he said that he didn't know him. Although Yayu's combat power is as high as 40 million, he is not as ostentatious as Frieza. Over the years, they have only developed their own forces in secret, and then recruited fighters with high combat effectiveness to provide him with combat attributes. It is not surprising that Vegeta and others have not heard of the name Yayu. Did it die? As the Vegeta, Son Gohan, Klin, and Kainui team stared at Yayu vigilantly, the detector worn by Rap suddenly jumped. Then on his detector, a lot of data appeared instantly. This is... After Rap saw that almost everyone on the scene had a higher fighting power than him, his old face was instantly drawn down. "Your combat power is too low." At this moment, Rap's mind immediately recalled Thotha's words. At the moment, his 12,000 combat effectiveness is indeed too low. "Master Yayu, do you want me to fight them?" Rap asked Yayu cautiously. Yayu glanced at Rap and said, "If you want to fight them, I won't stop you." "At this, I don't think so," Rap said embarrassingly. Then under the gaze of Vegeta, Son Gohan and others, Yayu's figure slowly fell to the ground, and finally sat down on a huge rock. Seeing this, Son Gohan, Kellen and others looked at each other, completely not understanding what Yayu wanted to do. "For what?" "I'm here to pick up attributes." "Don't worry, you continue your fight. When I don't exist anymore, I won't intervene in your fight." Yayu saw everyone's doubts and immediately reminded him. "There is one more thing Yayu didn't say, if you don't fight, how can I pick up attributes?" After hearing what Yayu said, everyone still didn't understand it, but Gudu over there was overjoyed. He didn't think so much. Right now he just wanted to kill the 2 guys Son Gohan and Klin. Since this powerful scion is not ready to intervene in the battle between them, this couldn't be better. Yo West. When Gudu saw that the eyes of Son Gohan and Klin were still on Yayu, Gudu's round face suddenly showed a cruel smile. Light eyes. In the next second, the eye above Gudu's forehead suddenly emitted a blue light, as if it were a laser, lasing directly at Son Gohan. Danger. After Klin felt the danger, his face changed drastically and immediately rushed to push Sun Gohan aside. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining combat power attribute plus 100. At the moment Goku launched his attack, a combat power attribute was dropped under Goku's feet. And Yayu also remembered the mechanical beep of the system in his mind. It's finally started, Goku, hurry up and use your time static ability. After hearing the system prompt in his mind, Yayu's gaze fell on Goku's body, and there was an eager look in his eyes. Chapter 7. Chapter 7 Obtain Time Pause Attribute 3 More Flowers Collection. Chapter 07. Host, Yayu. Combat Power, 43.15 million. Ability, Shock Wave, Energy Ball, Flying. At this moment, a virtual screen appeared in front of Yayu. And the content on this screen is exactly the system attribute of Yayu. In addition, this screen is only visible to Yayu. Yayu's attribute picking system can roughly pick up 2 attributes. One is the combat power attribute. After the system absorbs the combat power attributes dropped by others in battle, Yayu's combat power will increase intuitively. The other is the ability attribute. In other words, when combatants are fighting, in addition to their combat power attributes, they also drop abilities. Such capabilities include Kamehameha waves, time still, instant transmission, etc. So far, Yayu has picked up a lot of abilities through the system. Of course, many of the abilities and attributes that Yayu picked up have never been used once. Because it is not needed. For example, large destructive energy balls. This skill can easily destroy a planet like Namek. Yayu doesn't have Frisia's fondness for fireworks. Of course, it doesn't mean that Yayu can pick up what ability he wants to pick up. The combat power attribute is 100% drop. But the ability attribute drop is a probabilistic time, just like playing a game to kill monsters, dropping treasures randomly. According to the introduction of the system, the probability of dropping the ability attribute is 1/5. Just like that Goku used Light Eye just now, he didn't drop the Light Eye attribute. Although it is not a 100% drop, but the number of times is more, there is still a great expectation to obtain the desired ability attributes. For example, right now Yayu wants to obtain Goku's time static ability, although Goku may not be able to drop the time static attribute once he casts it. But if you cast it a few more times, there is still a very high possibility of obtaining the time standstill skill. Of course, there are also situations where luck is overwhelming. The skill attribute of time standstill was dropped once. But regarding this situation, Yayu didn't have any extravagant hopes. If it doesn't work, Yayu intends to personally take Goku away and let him perform the time static skill in front of him until the system drops the time static skill. Of course, this is only Yayu's last helpless move. If that time is really reached, I am afraid the system will complain again. Bah, shameless. Read more at wuxiax.com. Just when Yayu was expecting Goku to use the time standstill skill in Yayu's heart, Goose and Bart above the sky over there complained. Does Goku know the situation? It's this time and I am still in the mood to care about these people on Earth. Follow him, as long as this scion doesn't make a move, Goku can play whatever he wants. After Klin rescued Son Gohan heaved a sigh of relief. Save it. Gohan, let's go. Klin glanced at Yayu first, and after realizing that Yayu really didn't intend to make a move, he greeted Son Gohan on the side. Oh! In the next second, Son Gohan and Klin suddenly burst into a powerful gas, and the mass of gas was wrapped around their bodies, and then the two of them directly attacked Goku over there. Rushed over. So fast. At this moment, toss behind Yayu, after seeing the speed of Son Gohan and Klin, suddenly showed a touch of movement on his small face. That kid seems to be about your age, right? After seeing the change in the expression on Toss's face, Rap said in a teasing tone. Yes, Son Gohan is only about 5 years old at the moment, but his combat effectiveness is far higher than Toss. Toss was naturally upset when he saw that his peers were far better than himself. He clenched his fists, and then said, "His fighting power seems to be higher than you." Originally Rap just wanted to stun Toss, but now that Toss stunned him, the expression on Rap's face suddenly froze. Yayu didn't pay attention to the rivalry between Rap and Toss. His attention was completely focused on the battle between Gudu, Sun Gohan, and Klin. After the great elders developed their potential, the combat effectiveness of Sun Gohan and Klin has skyrocketed, and the speed has naturally increased considerably. So fast! After seeing Sun Goten and Klin flying over at an astonishing speed, Nagudu's face changed drastically. Time pause. While running, Gudu suddenly held his breath. With the activation of the time pause skill, Sun Gohan and Klin, who had rushed towards Gudu, instantly froze in place. The scene seemed to be like pressing the pause button while watching a movie. Okay. Is it so close? After the timeout, Gudu found out that Klin and Sun Gohan had approached him. Gudu was shocked. In the next second, Gudu subconsciously rushed out towards the distance, looking at his posture as if he wanted to keep away from Sun Gohan and Klin. But on the way to the run, Gudu remembered that time has been suspended and this is his home court. Why should I run? I don't have to run at all. Golden binding. After calming down, Gudu stopped running, but chose to fight back. Seeing his hands spread out, he immediately activated a skill. Immediately afterwards, he unlocked the skill of time pause. After the time pause was lifted, the world instantly resumed. Ding! Congratulations to the host, get the time pause attribute. At the moment when time was restored, Yayu's mind rang the mechanical beep of the system. After hearing this voice, Yayu looked dumbfounded. Surprised and happy. What? Does this get the time to suspend the skill? To his surprise, he obtained the time pause skill without knowing what was going on. Perhaps from the perspective of God, Gudu used the time pause skill, and then dropped the time pause attribute. Yayu was prompted by the system. All this is so smooth and natural. However, from Yayu's perspective, it is another matter. Because, when Gudu performed time standstill, Yayu's time was also stopped. He didn't even know whether Gudu activated time standstill. For example, like your train, you are going backwards through the surrounding scenery to determine that you are moving forward. The situation is the same right now. At the moment when time is still, Yayu can only judge that time is stopped by Gudu during this period of time by comparing the position before Gudu's time pause and the position after the pause. In addition, Yayu is naturally happy. The luck exploded, and he immediately gained the attribute of time standstill. Does the host charge, and the time suspension attribute? Receive. Yayu said directly without any hesitation. Chapter 8. Chapter 8 Sundara's Vegeta for More Flowers Collection. Chapter 08. Does the host charge the time suspension attribute? Receive. Yayu said directly to the system without any hesitation. As soon as Yayu's voice fell, the time pause attribute at Gudu's feet over there, together with the combat power attribute, converged directly toward Yayu, like a golden tadpole scripture. Finally submerged into Yayu's body. In the next second, on the column of virtual screen ability in front of Yayu, the words time pause appeared. At this moment, Yayu's heart was overjoyed. It feels quite refreshing to get the ability you want without knowing it. It's like buying a lottery ticket and discovering that you have won the jackpot. After acquiring the timeout skill, Yayu no longer cares about the battle between Sun Gohan, Klin, and Gudu over there. Even if Vegeta kills Gudu in seconds, he will not stop him. After all, the timeout attribute has already arrived. Without any hesitation, after Yayu acquired the timeout skill, he couldn't wait to try it out, just like buying a new mobile phone and wanting to try it. Time pause. Like Gudu's time pause ability, when Yayu grabbed his breath, the entire world seemed to be suspended. Is this the world after the time has been suspended? Yayu stood up and glanced around. I saw Sun Gohan freeze, and the magic flash from Sun Gohan's hands also freezes. Vegeta, Klin, and the 4 members of the Kinyut team, all froze. Not only creatures, water flow, air, everything in the space is frozen, only Yayu can move. After about a few seconds, Yayu's body began to show discomfort. This reaction made Yayu very uncomfortable, forcing him to unlock timeout. Call. After Yayu sat back to breathe, the time of the whole world instantly recovered. The air moved, the water moved, Sun Gohan moved, and the magic flash emitted by Sun Gohan moved. Since Yayu was sitting before time was still, he was also sitting after time was still. So no one noticed that the time was suspended by Yayu just now. Boom! After time returned to flow, Sun Gohan's magic flash directly bombarded the ground. Suddenly, a powerful wave of air mixed with the sound of explosion hit the audience. About 5 seconds. Yayu ignored Sun Gohan's magic flash explosion, and he muttered to himself in a voice that only he could hear. Just now Yayu was not just to experience the time pause skill, in addition, he also slightly calculated the duration of time pause. Read more at wuxiax.com. 5 seconds, although it seems very short. But this is enough for Yayu. After all, the masters make a move, 1 second decides life and death. Moreover, the time of 5 seconds is 50 times longer than Hit's 0.1 second. 0.1 second can play a huge role in Hit's hands. So there are too many things Yayu can do in 5 seconds. Of course, Yayu's time suspension skill is not fixed. Right now Yayu can support up to 5 seconds. He can also release the time pause in 4 seconds, or 3 seconds. Applying time pause to actual combat, and using it flexibly to maximize the ability, this requires Yayu to constantly explore. It's like Hit's flash time work. Hit hard at first glance. With my current combat power and time pause, I wonder if I can kill a full power Frieza. Yayu clenched his fists, his eyes shot out a strong confidence. Although Yayu's combat power is only 43.15 million. After Yayu casts time pause, it is equivalent to Frieza standing there and letting him fight. Of course, if Yayu used the strongest trick, he could not kill Frieza. Then he will die. While Yayu was thinking about Frieza-related matters, Goku over there used golden binding technique to bind Sun Gohan and Klin together. The body can't move. Klin and Sun Gohan, who were tied to the sky, seemed to be nailed to a wooden stake. No matter how hard they struggled, they couldn't move anymore. Hey, don't waste your effort. Seeing Sun Gohan and Klin as prey caught in a spider web, Goku's round face suddenly showed a touch of playfulness. In the next second, I saw a move in his palm. The surrounding trees rose from the ground in an instant, forming 4 sharp wooden stakes, as if they were spears. Ding! Congratulations to the host, get the superpower control attribute. At this moment, Yayu's mind once again sounded the mechanical beep of the system, and an attribute dropped under Goku's feet. Does the host pick up the superpower control attribute? To tell the truth, superpowers do not have much effect in combat. But better than nothing. Yayu finally said, pick it up. As soon as Yayu's voice fell, the super control object attribute at Goku's feet over there flew over and got into Yayu's body. While Yayu was talking to the system, Goku over there was already murderous. Go to hell. Just when Goku was about to manipulate the 4 sharp wooden stakes to give Sun Gohan and Klin a fatal blow, they suddenly shuttled past Goku with an astonishing force. In the next second, before Goku's 4 sharp wooden stakes were launched, Goku's round head flew directly from his neck to the sky, splashing red blood for a while. Then everyone saw that Vegeta's figure appeared behind Goku. Vegeta, you! After seeing Vegeta assault and kill Goku, the faces of Bart and Jis suddenly changed over there. Although the death of Goku, the two of Bart and Jis will not feel sad. This implies that Vegeta obviously broke the rules of the game. They had agreed before that, and Goodwill would deal with Son Gohan and Vegeta. Humph, I didn't say, I will abide by your rules of the game. After Vegeta landed, he coldly snorted. Vegeta-san, thank you. At this time, after Goodwill died, the bondage between Son Gohan and Klin was automatically lifted. Son Gohan saw that Vegeta had rescued him, and he said to Vegeta with gratitude on his face. Don't get me wrong, I am not trying to save you, I just want to weaken their combat effectiveness. Hearing Vegeta's arrogant words, Son Gohan and Klin smiled at each other. Yayu also raised his brow slightly. Chapter 9. Chapter 9 Universe First Speed? New Book for Flowers and Collection. Chapter 09. Damn Vegeta. After Vegeta killed Goodwill, the two of Gyus and Bart over there gritted their teeth. If it weren't for Yayu here, Goodwill would kill if he killed it, and it wouldn't have much effect. After all, in the eyes of Bart, Guys, and others, killing Vegeta, Son Gohan, and Klin was a matter of minutes. But because of Yayu's existence, everything is different. When the detectors were used to detect Yayu's combat effectiveness, the detectors of all three of them exploded due to overload. The only thing left is Goodwill's detector. Originally, they planned to ask Goodwill to contact Jinyu, and Jinyu would come and face Yayu together. But right now, Goodwill was killed by Vegeta, and the detector worn by Goodwill was also destroyed. A good plan was destroyed by Vegeta in this way. Guys and Bart were naturally very angry. What should we do now? Bart stared at Yayu on the huge rock over there, and asked with a nervous expression on his side. Now that the plan is destroyed by Vegeta, I can only think of another way. Bart, isn't your speed the best in the universe? Guys glanced at Bart, and then turned his gaze to Yayu over there. If it is in normal times, Bart must be very confident and determined to say, of course, my speed is the first in the universe. But not long ago, Bart also noticed the astonishing speed when Yayu flew over. This time, Bart didn't have much confidence. But for the sake of face, he still said, it's the number one, what's wrong? Very well, you rush out as fast as you can, and then tell Captain Kinu about the situation here, and let Captain Kinu deal with this guy. Gyus whispered in Bart's ear. Ms. Yayu, they want to relocate soldiers. Just as the two of Keith were talking, Toss, who was standing behind Yayu, moved his ear slightly, as if he had heard the conversation between the two of Keith, and he immediately reported the incident to Yayu. Hearing Toss's words, Yayu's brows suddenly raised. He didn't doubt Toss's words. Because Yayu knows that the structure of Toss ears is similar to that of Namek people, and they can hear very far away sounds. Just like Piccolo, you can hear the conversation between Trunks and Son Goku a kilometer away. Sure enough, shortly after Toss told Yayu about the incident, a powerful air mass burst out of Bart's body over there. In the next second, his figure drew a white line above the sky and flew directly towards the sky. Don't want to escape. Vegeta naturally could see that Bart wanted to move rescue soldiers. In Vegeta's view, if Bart finds Frieza or Kinho, then they will undoubtedly die. Read more at wuxiax.com. However, just as Vegeta was about to leave and chased after Bart, the pineapple-headed Lecom flashed and came to Vegeta in an instant, blocking Vegeta. Little Vegeta, your opponent is me. Lecom's huge body is like a wall, blocking Vegeta's road to death. Hateful. Seeing Bart leaving, Vegeta clenched his fists and looked unwilling. However, at this moment, Yayu, who was originally sitting on the rock, disappeared in place without knowing when. When Yayu appeared again, he was already 100 meters above the ground. Although Yayu was not afraid, Bart went to bring Frieza or Kinu over. However, Yayu could not tolerate that someone sneaked away in front of his eyes. Yayu didn't catch up with Bart right away. It seemed that Bart was specially asked to run 50 meters first. After a few breaths, Yayu suddenly exploded with a very violent breath. Call out! In the blink of an eye, Yayu's figure was like a light, and at an astonishing speed, he chased up in the direction where Bart was leaving. At the same time, a powerful wave of air broke out in the space below Yayu. That scene was like a rocket launching into the air. Soon, the air wave swept the audience, and the people below Vegeta, Sun Gohan, Likum and others were all affected by the air wave. Ahem, what's up? In the smoke and dust, Klin coughed a few times and said with a complaint on his face. Klinson, that Scion, seems to be chasing after the universe guy who just left. Sun Gohan on the side said aloud. Hey, I want to chase Bart. Bart's speed is the first in the universe. At this moment, Likum looked up at the sky, and after looking at Yayu who was leaving, his face suddenly showed a sneer. From Likum's point of view, although Yayu is strong in combat effectiveness, he definitely can't catch up with Bart. Master Yayu. Just as Likum thought this way, Rap's delighted voice came over there. Following the sound, I saw that Yayu was flying over here quickly, and he was holding a corpse in Yayu's hands. The owner of this corpse is no one else, but Bart, the universe first speed. What? At this moment, Likum saw this scene before him, as if he had been shocked, with a look of horror on his face. Universe's first speed, was overtaken so quickly and killed? This guy. Gaiatha's expression on the side was also very complicated, shocked and horrified. He was shocked that even Bart was caught up so quickly. To his horror, if this Scion wanted to kill them, they would not even have a chance to escape. Death is not terrible, waiting for death is terrible. This threat of unknown death makes people suffer mentally. This is the feeling in Gaia's mind right now. He doesn't know when Yayu will kill them. That's amazing, Scion. How could I catch up with that universe man so soon? Just as Gyus and Likum were frightened, Sun Gohan and Klin on the side also had eyes flashing and their faces changed. Bart's speed, they had seen it with their own eyes before. In order to prevent Frieza from getting 7 Dragon Balls, Vegeta then threw a Dragon Ball with all his strength in front of Kainu and the others. But before everyone could react, Bart flew out and picked up the Dragon Ball that Vegeta had thrown out. At that time, Bart's speed was beyond shock to Vegeta and others. But right now, this Scion caught Bart with such ease. End of this chapter. There are flowers every day. If you have flowers, you can vote for it. The support of the new book period is the motivation. Chapter 10. Chapter 10 Control Method of Combat Effectiveness 2 More Flowers. Chapter 10. As expected, Yayu, the speed is really fast. When Yayu stopped and stood in the air, Rap below said flatly. But Toss flashed his eyes and looked admiring. The reason why he has been following Yayu is that he admires Yayu's powerful strength. In his heart, he has already regarded Yayu as his goal. Yayu ignored Rap's praise, and after throwing Bart's body down, his figure slowly descended downward. Geth, Likum, and Vegeta all looked at Yayu, their eyes flickering. Gyus and Likum are horrified. But Vegeta is not reconciled. Is this the real power of that guy? Damn, I am Scion's prince, and I was left behind by an unknown Scion. Vegeta looked at Yayu's back, clenching her fists, her face full of unwillingness. Although he didn't see the battle between Yayu and Bart. But he knew that Bart's strength was not below his Vegeta, and Bart's speed far surpassed him. But right now, Yayu caught up with Bart who had fled in less than half a minute, and brought him back. What kind of strength is this? Vegeta is unimaginable. Damn, damn, damn. The unwilling Vegeta finally broke out. At this moment, a powerful air mass burst out from Vegeta's body, and a powerful wave of air suddenly swept out in all directions with Vegeta as the center. Vegeta. Both Klin and Sun Gohan, who were impacted by the air wave, stepped back half a step backwards involuntarily. The guy Vegeta has strengthened again. After Kling felt the amazing breath emanating from Vegeta's body, his heart became quite complicated. If you put it in front of you, in order to deal with the Kainuit team and the potential enemy Yayu, the stronger Vegeta's strength, the happier Klin felt. But in the long run, if Vegeta attacks the Earth again, then the Earth will be quite dangerous. How about, this is all my strength? Vegeta seems to be showing Yayu his powerful power, constantly releasing the chi in his body. Although Vegeta's aura is extremely powerful in the eyes of Klin, Son Gohan, and others. But in front of Yayu's 43.15 million combat power, it was nothing. Yayu didn't show any expression at first, but as Vegeta's anger continued to rise, his face finally showed a touch of movement. Read more at wuxiax.com. Of course Yayu is not shocking Vegeta's power. What moved him was that just when Vegeta was constantly improving his chi, he suddenly thought of the mechanical sound of the system in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host, get the control power attribute. Yayu was naturally overjoyed when he heard the system prompt. Although, control power does not improve combat effectiveness. But the flexible use of control power can sometimes have miraculous effects. One of the most important functions is to pretend to be forced. For example, Son Goku has a combat power of more than 100,000 and must be controlled at 5,000. Pretend to be weak first, let the opponent lose guard. Then he burst out his breath in one breath, shocking duo. Of course other than that, that is escape. For example, Kellen, Son Gohan, and others were unable to beat Vegeta. In order to avoid Vegeta's pursuit, they completely suppressed their chi. Does the host pick up the control power attribute? Hearing what the system said, Yayu immediately said, pick it up. As soon as Yayu's words fell, the control power attribute at Vegeta's feet turned into a golden tadpole, flew directly towards him, and finally submerged in his body. That is to say, at this moment, the ability of the system attribute bar has the attribute of control power. After Yayu acquired the attribute of controlling power, he immediately used this ability. Soon, the huge chi in Yayu's body was restrained. Did it die? At this moment, the detectors worn by Toss and Rap behind Yayu began to beat. In the end, both Toss and Rap saw that the data displayed on the detector was 12,000. Seeing this, Toss and Rap looked at each other, not knowing why. At the same time, Son Gohan and Klin over there also felt the abnormal changes in Yayu's body. A second ago, Yayu's body exuded a vast air like a universe. In the next second, the huge aura disappeared. Although Rap and Toss didn't know what happened to Yayu. But Son Gohan and Klin, who have the ability to control chi, didn't know how Yayu suppressed the chi at this time. Could it be? At this moment, Klin and Son Gohan looked at Yayu like a monster. Could it be that Sion, who just watched Vegeta release his chi, learned how to control chi? Klin sang, it seems like this. Learned after reading it again? This is completely beyond the scope of genius, this is considered an evildoer. You know, Klin had spent several years in order to learn how to control his chi. Even a genius like Vegeta learned how to control chi after fighting with Son Goku on Earth for a long time. However, Yayu learned it by just reading it once. Learn? I don't need to learn, I just pick up an attribute at hand. Of course, in addition to Yayu, in this universe, there really are such evildoers that you can learn once you read it. Majin Buu is an example. He just watched the wave of attacks by Vegeta once, and then turned it into his own use. He just watched Son Goku's Kamehameha wave once, and immediately used Kamehameha wave. Back then, like Majin Buu and Yayu, they all existed in the open. No, Yayu really opened up. Master Yayu, why did your combat effectiveness suddenly drop so much? Unknown Rap asked cautiously at Yayu. Want to know? I'll tell you when I go to fight that person. Yayu pointed to guys over there and said. What? Hearing Yayu's words, Rap's face was painful. You know, the combat power of guys in his detector is far above him. His 12,000 combat power used to fight Geth, isn't that looking for death? End of this chapter. I don't know how much Guy's combat power is, and I don't dare to give data randomly, just use one that is far above him. Chapter 11. Chapter 11 Fighting power continues to grow, 3 more for collection and flowers. Chapter 11. Perhaps because of Sion's blood, Yayu has been very eager to fight since he was a child. This desire is like a smoker who always wants to smoke. And Yayu was also when he saw the strong, Sion blood in his body, like a devil, constantly tempted him to fight. Of course, only when facing the strong. Right now, both Vegeta and Licum are not considered strong in Yayu's eyes. Unable to feel the excitement that the other party gave him, Yayu didn't have much desire to fight against Vegeta, Licum and others. He just thought, waiting for Vegeta and Licum to fight, and then he sat and picked up the combat power attribute and it was over. Both Vegeta and Licum are not weak in combat effectiveness. In this way, the combat power attribute value dropped should also be relatively large. What? While Yayu and Rap were talking, Vegeta over there was still roaring, constantly raising his breath. At this time, the ground under Vegeta's feet also seemed to be hit by a mysterious force, and one place burst open. The small gravel on the ground slowly rose to the sky. When Vegeta's chi had risen to its maximum, he stood up straight, clenched his fists, and looked at Licum who was in front of him with a confident expression. What? Vegeta didn't even say hello, moved his feet, his figure violently, and directly rushed towards Licum. First, it hit Licum's chin with a punch. When Licum's body flew upside down into the sky, Vegeta immediately chased him up and kept attacking Licum. The frequency of the attack seemed to be like a machine gun firing, and only after images could be seen. Ding! Congratulations to the host, get 350 combat power attributes. Ding! Congratulations to the host, get combat power attribute 370. Ding! Congratulations to the host, get combat power attribute 410. With Vegeta's continuous fierce attack, Yayu's mind is constantly ringing the system's mechanical notification sounds. Every time Vegeta attacks, a combat power attribute is dropped on the ground. Moreover, the attribute value of each combat power is above 300, and with the passage of time, it is still slowly increasing. Boom! After Vegeta attacked Licum and rose to a certain height, Vegeta leaped over Licum's head, folded his fists with both hands, and raised it suddenly. Then, as if he was using Licum as a volleyball, Vegeta slammed into the air. On Licum's body, read more at wuxiax.com. In the next second, Licum's body was like a meteorite, directly smashed down. All of a sudden, the ground shook and the mountains shook, and dust splashed all over. Ah! At this time, after seeing Vegeta's fierce attack, Son Gohan below was dumbfounded and speechless. On the side, Klin exclaimed, "That's amazing, Vegeta!" Just between the exclamation of Son Gohan and Klin, the system reminder sounded again in Yayu's mind. Does the host charge combat power attributes? Charge! As soon as Yayu's voice fell, on the battlefield where Vegeta and Licum were located, those combat power attributes instantly gathered in Yayu's body like a stream. After all those combat power attributes were gathered into Yayu's body, Yayu saw that the combat power on the virtual screen in front of him had risen from 43.15 million to 43.16 million. In other words, Vegeta's fierce battle just now increased Yayu's combat effectiveness by more than 10,000. Although it seems to be more than 10,000, it is not a lot. But you know, Vegeta just attacked Licum for less than 10 seconds. This rate of increase is already pretty good. Moreover, this is just the beginning. The battle between Vegeta and Licum did not end. Boom! Shortly after Vegeta bombarded Licum on the ground, a dazzling light burst out from where Licum fell to the ground. Remember, the rock that buried Licum's body was knocked into the air in an instant. Licum was once again exposed to everyone's vision. Only at this time Licum was covered with scars and his clothes were in tatters. Pooh! After Likum spit out the broken teeth and blood from his mouth, he said to Vegeta indifferently, "Vegeta, the few times you hit me, it was a little bit stronger. I have been a long time. It's not so cool anymore." As he spoke, Likum twisted his neck and pressed his legs. At this moment, the faces of Vegeta, Son Gohan, and Klin all changed drastically. Just kidding, this guy withstands so many attacks from Vegeta, it seems like a okay person. Klin knew that Likum was not talking big. Although Likum seemed to have wounds all over his body, these wounds were just skin wounds. For Likum, it didn't matter. "Damn it, monster!" After Vegeta broke a sentence unwillingly, an air mass burst out again on his body. In the next second, his figure fell from the sky and rushed directly towards Likum on the ground. Boom! Just when Vegeta was about to hit Likum, this time Likum did not choose to be beaten, but started to fight back. As soon as he raised his hand, he firmly remembered Vegeta's punch. Bang bang bang! Next, between Likum and Vegeta, a series of attacks started. Although in the eyes of Klin, Son Gohan, and others, Vegeta and Likum are evenly matched. But you could tell that Likum's strength was above Vegeta. But you doesn't care about these. What he cares about is how many combat power attributes the battle between Vegeta and Likum can bring him. Ding! Congratulations to the host, get combat power attribute 410. Ding! Congratulations to the host, get combat power attribute 520. Ding! Congratulations to the host, get 430 combat power attribute. With the constant battle between Likum and Vegeta, Yayu's mind once again sounded a steady stream of system prompts. Perhaps, the system prompt sounds a bit like noise. But Yayu didn't feel bored at all, but made him even more excited. Of course, what he is excited about is not the system prompt, what he is excited about is the constant drop of combat power attributes. Seeing that his combat effectiveness is constantly improving, Yayu naturally won't be bored anymore. Chapter 12. Chapter 12 Kinu strikes 4 more for collection and flowers. Chapter 12. Boom! After Likum and Vegeta fought each other for a while, Likum suddenly violent, and directly hit with a heavy punch, which hit Vegeta's stomach firmly. Wow! Vegeta, who was hit hard, suddenly squirted blood, and then he clutched his stomach tightly, his body arched, staggering backwards towards the back. Vegeta! After Son Gohan and Klin saw that Vegeta was hit hard, their faces changed drastically. At the same time, Likum slowly walked towards Vegeta, who was holding his stomach in pain. "Little Vegeta, it's pretty good. He can stand up even after taking a heavy punch from me." Likum rubbed his nose with his fingers, walked to Vegeta and stopped. "So, can you bear the next punch?" While speaking, Likum raised the big fist of the casserole, and just as he was about to give Vegeta a heavy blow, a disc-shaped air was already condensed on Klin's palm over there. "That is..." Yayu looked at the disc-shaped air above Klin's palm, and his expression moved slightly. "Destructo disc!" Klin snorted and directly threw the Destructo disc in his hand at Likum. At this moment, Yayu's mind sounded the mechanical beep of the system. "Ding! Congratulations to the host, get the Destructo disc attribute." While the system was talking, the Destructo disc thrown by Klin over there was attacking Likum directly with an astonishing force. However, just when Likum was about to be hit, he saw his body bend 270 degrees and directly avoided the Destructo disc. Unfortunately, seeing that Destructo disc didn't hit Likum, Klin screamed. But in the next second, the Destructo disc that flew out directly cut off a high mountain in the distance. The cut surface is as smooth as a mirror. After seeing that Destructo disc possesses such terrifying power, the two of Rap and TOS behind Yayu were shocked. And Yayu's eyes also flashed a light. "I don't know, what kind of power do you have in conjunction with Destructo disc at this time?" Destructo disc, with powerful power, can cut off objects. The disadvantage is that it can be easily avoided, Read more at wuxiax.com. But if you first use time pause to stop his time, and then use destructo disc, the enemy is like a fish on a chopping board, waiting to be cut. Of course, Yayu is not sure whether he can use chi after casting time pause. This will have to be known after Yayu's experiment. After all, Guda did not use Ki Blast to attack Sun Gohan and Klin after casting his time pause skill. Does the host charge destructo disc attributes? As Yayu was thinking, a system prompt sounded in his mind. Charge. While Yayu was collecting the destructo disc attributes, Vegeta, who was hit hard there, had been rescued by Klin. On the other hand, Sun Gohan uses small gas bombs, like machine guns, to constantly attack Likum on the ground. Boom boom boom. As Sun Gohan continued to attack, explosions sounded between heaven and earth. In Yayu's mind, there are constantly sounding reminders of gaining combat power attributes. Did it die? At this moment, there was a sudden reaction on TIS detector behind Yayu. After Toss was surprised, he poked the detector. In the next second, a very scary data appeared on his detector. The moment he saw the data, Toss's little face was full of solemn expressions, and then he didn't hesitate at all, and immediately told Yayu of his discovery. Ms. Yayu, with a high combat response, rush over here. Not waiting for Yayu to speak, Rap on the side said with a bit of joking, I'm so nervous, I really haven't seen the world. While talking, Rap has already started debugging his detector. When he saw the data displayed on the detector, the expression on his face was suddenly shocked. But when he saw that Toss was looking at him with contempt, he put away the surprised expression on his face, pretended not to be surprised at all, and said, it's only 120,000. It's not Yayu-sama's opponent at all. 120000. At the moment when Rap said this data, Yayu's face suddenly showed an arc of interest. He already knew who this man with a combat power of 120,000 was. At the same time that Yayu discovered the high combat response, Klin, who was fighting with Likum, quickly discovered a very powerful and evil spirit, which was quickly approaching here. Gohan. Klin greeted Sun Gohan. After Sun Gohan thought, he flew over and looked up at the end of his vision somewhere ahead. At this time, the faces of both Klin and Sun Gohan were quite ugly. It's the anger of the person before. When Sun Gohan spoke, 5 figures immediately appeared in his mind. These 5 people are exactly the 5 people of the Kainuite team. As for the previous person mentioned by Sun Gohan, Hao-Ran was referring to the captain of the Kainyut team, Kinney. At the same time, Vegeta, who was seriously injured over there, also felt this huge aura. Hateful. It turned out that Kainuyo came here. Although Sun Gohan and Klin didn't know the name of Kinu, Vegeta did. Okay. Likum and guys, who did not have key sense capabilities and no detectors, saw Vegeta and Yayu and others looking in the same direction, and they suddenly looked confused. But in the next second, when they saw a figure at the end of their field of vision, rushing over here quickly, the expressions on the faces of both Geth and Likum suddenly overjoyed. It's Captain Kinu. Yes, it was Kinu who came over here. He had discovered Yayu's super combat power before. Then when he returned to the Frisia universe ship with the 7 Dragon Ball, he used a new detector to detect the location of Yayu. Although the detector was overloaded and exploded, Jinnu had already remembered the direction Yayu was in. Then Kainyukanyu brought another detector and hurried over here. Chapter 13. Chapter 13 Battle against Kinu, one more for collection and flowers. Chapter 13. Call out. A powerful white air mass erupted from Jinnu's body, and his figure flew directly from the sky like a stream of light, and finally reached the sky above where Vegeta, Likum and others were and stopped. Looking at Jinyu, standing in the sky above the sky, Vegeta, Klin, and Sun Gohan are like enemies, and their faces are full of horror. And Likum and Guys, the 2 members of the Kainyut team, watched the arrival of Kainyut, and they were suddenly overjoyed. Captain Kinu, it's great that you are here. This guy killed Bart. Keith pointed to Yayu who was sitting over there, and said to Jinyu with a look of resentment. Jinyu didn't come here to support guys, but he used the detector to detect that the guy with more than 180,000 combat power was in this direction, so he rushed over. But after Yayu gained the control power attribute, he suppressed the powerful chi, so when Jinyu just rushed over, after detecting Yayu's combat power, only 12,000, he ignored Yayu. Right now, after Jinyu heard what Keith said, his gaze fell on Yayu again. Oh! Jinyu stared at Yayu in surprise. Can 12,000 combat power kill Bart? Obviously it is impossible. It's impossible for guys to lie, and Bart's body is there again. Then there is only one situation right now, and that is. This guy, like King Frisia, has the ability to transform and improve combat effectiveness. Jinyu stared at Yayu's mouth with a curve, thinking like this in his heart. Captain Kinu, be careful, this guy has more than 180,000 combat power. The moment he heard Guy's words, Kinho was startled first, then overjoyed. At this moment, Gyus and Likum looked at Jinyu who was uplifting and laughing wildly. The two of them looked at each other and then looked at each other. What happened? Is Captain Kinu crazy? The opponent's combat power exceeds 180,000, shouldn't it be nervous? Shouldn't you think about how to deal with this guy? Why are you still laughing wildly? Naturally, Gyus and Likum didn't know that Jinyu was here for Yayu. Originally, Kaini thought that he had lost the 180,000 combat power guy. Now when Guy said 180,000 combat power, Jinyu immediately confirmed that Yayu in front of him was the person he was looking for. Read more at wuxiax.com. When the person who was looking for was found, Jinyu was naturally quite happy. I want your body. But before that, I have to test if your combat effectiveness is real. Jinyu, who was laughing wildly to the sky, suddenly calmed down, his doubling eyes staring straight at Yayu. Nice look, I'm not nervous at all when I see my combat effectiveness. After Jinyu and Yayu looked at each other for a few breaths, Jinyu suddenly violent. After a powerful air mass burst out from his body, he waved his hand, a basketball-sized gas bomb, like the shells usually hit the Yayu 3 directly below. Danger! Seeing Kinu's sudden attack, Rap behind Yayu's face changed in vain. In the next second, Rap and Toss, one left and one right, burst out in two directions. But Yayu squatted on the ground motionless, and was directly hit by the gas bullet. Boom! After the gas bomb hit Yayu, it exploded instantly, as if it was a bomb exploding. The hemispherical sea of fire instantly swallowed the hill where Yayu was. At the same time, the powerful air wave, like a ripple, spread in all directions. The sand on the ground, under the impact of this air wave, flew out suddenly. Sun Gohan, Klin, and others, under the impact of this air wave, their clothes were hunting. Ms. Yayu. After the air wave dissipated, Toss, who was floating in the air, looked at the hemispherical fire below, his face changed, and his little face was full of worry. Don't worry, an attack of this level cannot harm Master Yayu at all. Rap flew next to Toss, looked at the sea of fire below, and said in a flat tone, as if he had often seen this situation before. After a few seconds, the aftermath of the explosion gradually disappeared. After the white smoke dissipated, Yayu's figure was once again exposed to everyone's vision. I saw that the hill where Yayu was originally located has been razed to the ground. Yayu himself was suspended 1 meter above the ground, unscathed. Look, I said it's okay. Seeing that Yayu was not injured, Rap had already known this expression on his face, and said to Toss with a smile on his face. But Toss breathed a sigh of relief first, and then his eyes were colorful, and he seemed to admire Yayu even more. At the same time, Vegeta, Sun Gohan, Kainu and others looked at everything that happened in front of them, and the expressions on their faces were also different. Vegeta looked unwilling. Sun Gohan looked surprised. And Jinnu looked happy. It deserves to be a guy with a combat power of 180,000, really amazing. The corner of Kinho's mouth evokes an arc to praise Yayu first, and then his eyes are full of greed, as if it is not a human being standing in front of him, but some priceless treasure. Hehe, do you want to exchange your body with me? Yayu wouldn't know what Kaini was thinking about. It stands to reason that Yayu can easily kill Kinu in seconds. In this way, it can be 100. Lest Kinu makes trouble again. However, the purpose of Yayu coming to Namek this time is to collect Goku's time pause attribute, and he has another purpose, which is to collect the S-Cell attribute after Son Goku turned into Super Saiyan. Overall, Kainu also played a role in Son Goku's transformation into Super Saiyan. So for the time being, Yayu didn't want to kill Jinnu just like that. Of course, it is not completely impossible to kill Jinnu. The big deal is that after he killed Kinu, he personally wounded Son Goku, and then asked Vegeta to take Son Goku for treatment. Calculating the time, Son Goku should be coming soon, so before Son Goku arrives, I will play with you. Yayu looked up at the sky and muttered to himself in a voice that only he could hear. In Dragon Ball, Son Goku rushed to the rescue in time when the three of Vegeta, Son Gohan, and Klin were beaten to death by Likum. However, due to the appearance of Yayu, the situation of Vegeta, Likum and others has undergone a slight change. However, this does not affect the time when Son Goku will land on Namek. According to Yayu's guess, Son Goku's universe ship has reached the vicinity of Namek and is almost landing. End of this chapter. Big guys have flowers to vote, at least 4 more every day. Chapter 14. Chapter 14 Exchange Body. Second more for collection and flowers. Chapter 14. Yayu, standing in the air with his hands on his chest, slowly rises. In the process of Yayu's ascent, the suppressed chi in his body was also released bit by bit. At this time, above Jinyu's detector, the data is also slowly climbing. 15,000. 20,000. 30,000. 60,000. Jinyu knew that Yayu could control the combat power, so when Yayu's combat power rose to 60,000, Jinyu took off the detector and dropped it casually. He knew that the detector had no practical effect on opponents like Yayu. At the same time, Yayu's figure slowly rose to the same level as Jinyu. Jinyu looked up and down at Yayu in front of him, then the corners of his mouth curled up, and he let out bursts of oozing laughter. Could it be that? Does Captain Kinu use that trick? At this moment, Lacombe and Geese on the ground below, after hearing the bursts of laughter from Kinho, their faces also showed a gloating expression. In the eyes of Geese and Lacombe, as long as Kinho performed that trick, then the farce is over. I want your body. Just as Geese and Lacombe were talking, Jinyu above the sky suddenly seemed to be mad, and after a grinning at Yayu, he opened his arms directly. Cross. Just when Jinyu's body exudes a strange light and wants to say the word exchange, before Jinyu's change is said, Yayu's figure directly turns into a black shadow and disappears. The ground, when it reappears in the next second, is already behind Kainu. Before Jinyu could react, Yayu hit Jinyu's body with a punch. Exchange. Loud Zo lets you exchange. Boom. Although Yayu's punch did not use his full strength, Yayu with 43.16 million combat strength, even if he did not use his full strength, this punch would definitely not be able to withstand the 120,000 combat strength of Jinyu. After a muffled sound, Kaini first let out a wow, and after a violent spout of blood, his figure resembled a cannonball, in an oblique straight line, and fell directly into a lake below. At this time, Lacombe and Jis below saw that Yayu directly interrupted Kainu's swap body skill, and the two of them immediately looked at each other. People like Vegeta and Son Gohan may not know what Kinho wants to do. But Lacombe and Guys knew it. As a member of the Kinya team, Likum and Guys seldom saw Kinnies exchanging bodies fail. Read more at wuxiax.com. But right now, it seems that Yayu has seen through. Yayu took the lead in launching the attack before Jinyu's swap body skill was activated. Guys and Likum naturally didn't know that it was not Yayu who had seen through Jinyu's skills. Rather, he had already guarded against the skill of Jinyu exchange body. It's amazing, even such a powerful guy can be knocked away with a single punch. At this moment, Klin below saw Yayu hit the strongest Kinu easily. His face was suddenly overjoyed. Whispering sound. Hearing Klin's happy praise, Vegeta let out a slightly dissatisfied voice. He Vegeta is Scion's prince. Right now, another Scion was doing the show in front of him, and he looked embarrassed. Naturally, he was very unwilling. Not long after Klin's voice fell, a ray of light suddenly lit up under the surface of the lake over there. Immediately afterwards, the water surface swelled up in an arc shape, and then Jinyu's figure broke through the water from the arc-shaped water wave, turning into a white light, and directly attacked Yayu. Bang bang bang! So fast, completely invisible. What an amazing speed! At this moment, Klin and Son Gohan below looked up at the fierce battle above the sky, and the two were shocked. Because Yayu and Jinyu are so fast, they can only hear the sound of fierce fighting, and the other pictures are completely invisible. Of course, it's not just Son Gohan and Klin, but also Rap and Toss over there. Even Vegeta can only slightly see the sky, and there are black shadows scurrying around the sky. Boom! Yayu and Jinyu were fighting at a super fast speed. Suddenly, Jinyu seemed to be hit hard, and his figure flew out again. This time, his luck was not as good as last time, and he fell directly to the ground below. Boom! The moment Jinyu landed on the ground, there was an earth-shattering explosion. A powerful wave of air swept the audience in an instant. Under the impact of this air wave, the bodies of Bart and Gudu on the ground over there were instantly lifted off. And the weakest Toss seemed to be unable to withstand the air wave, and his figure showed signs of flying backwards. Just as Toss retreated, Rap appeared behind Toss, spreading his palms and pressing them on his back, stopping him. What a terrible battle! If we continue to stay here, I am afraid we will also be affected. Klin put his hands in front of him, trying to balance his body. Gohan, let's withdraw. When the air wave dissipated, Klin flew up first and greeted Son Gohan. Afterwards, Klin and Son Gohan flew directly towards the place far away from the battlefield. Although Vegeta was a little unwilling, he knew in his heart that there was no room for him to intervene. Little Vegeta, want to run? We haven't finished the fight yet. The three of Vegeta and Son Gohan just walked away with their front foot, and Likum moved on the back foot and directly chased them. Call out! In just a blink of an eye, Likum's figure appeared in front of Son Gohan and Klin in an instant, blocking their way. Hateful! We can only fight. After Kling and Son Gohan drew a distance from Likum, they chose to fight Likum. Then Vegeta also joined the battlefield, and for a while, a 3-on-1 situation was formed. Here, after the smoke cleared, a huge pit appeared on the ground, as if it were a universe ship smashed from high above the sky. Captain Kinu! Keith yelled at Jinyu, who was in the pit with a worried look. Not long after Keith's voice fell, Keith rushed out of the pit. It's just that Jinyu at this time is no longer as prestigious as he came. On the contrary, he looked very embarrassed, with scars all over his body. Chapter 15. Chapter 15 Time suspended for actual combat, 3 more for collection and flowers. Chapter 15. Ding! Congratulations to the host, get 260 combat power attributes. Ding! Congratulations to the host, get combat power attribute 470. Ding! Congratulations to the host, get the combat power attribute 310. Just in the melee between Vegeta, Son Gohan, Klin, and Likum, Yayu's mind is constantly ringing the mechanical beeps of the system. On the battlefield where Vegeta and Son Gohan and others were located, the combat power attributes continued to drop. Although the rate of drop of that attribute was not as fast as that of toss against the vegetable man, the quality of the attribute value was far higher than that of the vegetable man. The attribute value of each combat power is above 250. After all, the combat effectiveness of vegetable man and toss is much lower than that of Vegeta, Licum and others. Although the system prompts sounded continuously in his mind, Yayu's own attention has always been on Kainu's body in front of him. After all, that combat power attribute value can be collected later. But if you don't pay attention to Jinyu's exchange body, then it's really not worth the gain. Jinyu, who flew out of the deep pit, stared at Yayu who stood in the sky above the sky, with blue veins on his forehead violent and his face unwilling. Jinyu knew he was not Yayu's opponent before he played against Yayu. After all, he has only 120,000 combat effectiveness, and Yayu's combat effectiveness exceeds 180,000. The reason why he dared to jump like this in front of Yayu is because of the skill of exchange body. What Jinyu originally thought was that after exchanging bodies with Yayu, he could also have 180,000 combat power. However, what Jinyu didn't expect was that Yayu would not give him time to display exchange body at all. Right now, I can't beat it. Exchanging the body has no effect. Kaini was naturally very unwilling in his heart. Okay. After Jinyu watched Yayu for a long time, he inadvertently glanced at the bodies of Toth and Rap who were floating in the sky over there. These two guys seem to be here together. Kinho glanced at Rap and Toss, and immediately recalled in his mind the scene where Rap and Toss were standing behind Yayu when they first came. At this moment, Kinho seemed to have something in his mind, and the corners of his mouth curled up. What? In the next second, when Kainu waved his big hand, a basketball-sized gas bomb was instantly launched at Yayu in the sky. It's useless. Yayu, standing in the air, watched the impact of Jinyu's gas bomb, unmoved. When the gas bomb really approached him, Yayu seemed to be driving a fly and waved like this. The gas bomb that attacked Yayu was directly bounced off by Yayu. It's now. As soon as Yayu knocked the gas bullet into the air, the corner of Kinho's mouth suddenly showed a smile of conspiracy. Read more at wuxiax.com. Without any hesitation, a powerful air mass burst out above his body, turning into a streamer, and flew directly towards Toss over there. Danger! Seeing Kinu rushing towards Topo, Rap reminded him anxiously. But the power gap between Jinyu and Toss was too big. Before Toss had time to react, the figure of Jinyu appeared behind Toss and grabbed him in his hands. Let me go! Toss, who was caught by Kinu, immediately struggled, but in front of Kinu's 120,000 fighting power, Toss 3,000 fighting power seemed to be a baby. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't get out of Kinu's hands. Master Yayu! At this moment, Rap on the side saw Toss being caught by Kinho. His face suddenly became anxious. Although he wanted to rush to save Toss, he was daunted by the terrifying power of Kinho. In desperation, Rap just cast a look for help at Yayu over there. Don't move, otherwise, I will pinch this kid to death immediately. Before Yayu could speak, Jinyu immediately grabbed Toss tightly and said to Yayu threateningly. Kinu, is this your last resort? Yayu was not intimidated by Jinyu's threat, but said something without wavering on his face. Yes, if you don't want this kid to die, just listen to me. As soon as Jinyu said this, Yayu's mouth turned into a playful arc. Do you think you can threaten me by catching a kid? While speaking, Yayu seemed to be provoking Jinyu, and his figure slowly flew towards Jinyu. Didn't you tell me not to move? I'll show it to you. I said not to come. Seeing that the threat was useless to Yayu, Jinyu's expression suddenly changed. However, at this moment, Toss, who was caught by Kinho, suddenly showed a dazzling light. This is... After seeing the light radiating from Toss, Yayu's Gujing Wuobo's face suddenly changed. Blue. Yes, Toss wanted to blow himself up. Ms. Yayu, I promised you that I will not drag you down. Tos said stubbornly, and then the light on his body instantly flourished. Master Yayu, hurry up and save Tos. That guy has always admired you and wants to worship you as a teacher. When Rap over there saw that Tos wanted to blow himself up, he immediately shouted at Yayu. This kid still has a bit of spine, so let me kill you myself. Seeing that Toss was determined and didn't want to drag Yayu, Kinho immediately slammed his heart and pierced Toss back with a hand knife. But just when Kinu's palm was about to penetrate his body, time seemed to be suspended at this moment. The light on Tos no longer flashed. The hand knife that Kinho stabbed out froze in place, motionless. The Vegeta and Likum who were fighting over there also stopped in the sky. Just when everyone's time was suspended, Yayu slowly fell in front of Jinyu. This kid would rather blow himself up than drag me down. Yayu looked at the stubborn Toss, and after sighing in his heart, he directly snatched Toss from the hands of Jinyu, whose time was suspended. After rescuing Toss from Kinu's hands, Yayu lifted the time out. At the moment when time pause was lifted, Jinyu's hand knife did not stop there, but directly stabbed. But in the next second, Kinho was shocked to find that Toss in his hand was gone. Thus, you don't need to blow yourself up. Yayu, who had Tosti in his hand, ignored the shocked Jinyu on the other side, but said something to Tos in his hand. After all, although Toss was rescued by him, his self-destruction was not relieved. After hearing Yayu's words, Toss realized that he was no longer in the hands of Kenu, but in the hands of Yayu. Hey! What on earth is it? At this moment, not only Kenu, Toss, Rap, but also Gyus over there, all of them looked dumbfounded. How could Tos, who was still in Jinyu's hands just now, reached Yayu's hands when he reacted? End of this chapter. For some flowers, please vote, thanks. Chapter 16. Chapter 16 Kill Kenu for more flowers for monthly pass. Chapter 16. Ms. Yayu, thank you for helping me. Although Toss didn't know what was going on, but seeing that Yayu was willing to save him, his heart was overjoyed. He immediately hovered in the sky, opened a distance from Yayu, and bent his body 90 degrees with a face. Said respectfully. You know, Yayu had always resisted him before. No matter how hard he tried, Yayu just refused to accept him as a disciple. And like today, willing to save him. In Toss' view, he has already taken the first step. Okay, step aside quickly. After hearing what Tos said, Yayu said coldly. Yes. After receiving Yayu's order, Toss immediately backed away towards Yayu. As for Rap over there, a smile appeared on his face as he watched the scene in front of him. Unexpectedly, Yayu-sama still cares more about Toss. Rap clearly remembered that before he came to Namek, Yayu said that if Tos was in danger, he would not rescue him. But right now, Yayu took the shot while Toss was alive and dead. During the conversation between Yayu and Toss, Jinyu over there suddenly thought of something. He suddenly raised his head and stared at Yayu, with a surprised look. Could this guy possess similar abilities to Gudu? Perhaps Jinyu didn't even think about how Yayu rescued Toss from him in an instant. But soon he thought of something. Perhaps when a person's speed reaches a level of horror, it is really possible to save Toss from the front of him when he doesn't react. But the key point is that Kinho is catching Toss tightly. This situation is like, you hold the phone tightly with both hands, but the thief steals the phone from your hand without you noticing it. Although it seems weird to think of it, Kinho knew that if it was Gudu's time out ability, he could rescue Toss without noticing it. What Jinyu didn't know was that Yayu's ability was not similar to Gudu, but Gudu's time pause ability. It's just a pity that all this is too late. Yayu has already planned to kill Jinyu directly. Kinho, originally I wanted to keep you alive, but since you are looking for death, then I will send you on the road. I don't like being threatened by someone. While speaking, Yayu no longer showed mercy anymore, and the strength of 43.16 million combat power was all revealed. Read more at wuxiax.com. With the release of Yayu's combat power, the ground shook for a while, and the rocks on the ground, as if being pulled by some invisible force, slowly flew up towards the sky. In addition, the water on the lake in the far distance also caused a huge wave several meters high. At this moment, Vegeta and Son Gohan and the others who were fighting over there felt the abnormal reaction on this side. They stopped their hands in unison, stood in the sky, and cast their gazes here. When Son Gohan and Klin felt the huge and terrifying breath emanating from Yayu's body, they were dumbfounded and speechless for a while. On the other hand, Vegeta clenched his fists and looked unwilling. Then, under everyone's gaze, Yayu suddenly opened his palm and pointed it at Jinnu in front of him. In the next second, the huge chi in Yayu's body instantly condensed on the palm of his hand along his arm, and then everyone saw a scalp-numbing ki blast from Yayu's palm. Launched out, directly facing Jinnu in front of him and swept past. Escape. After Jinnu felt the aura of destruction contained in Yayu's ki blast, Jinnu's face was terrified. Without any hesitation, after a powerful air mass burst out from his body, it turned into a stream of light and fled away. Out. But it didn't wait for Jinnu to escape. How far? The ki blast launched by Yayu directly hit Jinnu's body. Suddenly, Kinho's figure was annihilated by the ki blast. At this moment, the world fell into a dead silence. But everyone knows that behind this silence, what is greeted will be destruction. Boom! Sure enough, in less than a breath, the ki blast exploded. All of a sudden, the exploded place formed a huge hemispherical energy shock wave. Then, a loud noise that shook the sky, accompanied by a powerful wave of air, spread from the place of the explosion. Here, Son Gohan, Vegeta and others were all affected by the terrifying air wave. What a horrible ki blast! How strong is this scion? Son Gohan and Klin, who were in the air wave, said solemnly. After the chi wave dissipated, Son Gohan, Vegeta, and Klin immediately felt that Jinyu's breath had completely disappeared. That popularity is gone. Son Gohan stared at the explosion place and said with a dull look. That person is dead, Gohan. Great, I got killed. After realizing that Kinu had been killed, Son Gohan and Klin danced with joy. But at this moment, Vegeta scolded with a serious face, what are you happy about? Although Jinyu was killed, you can guarantee that Saiyan will use this trick to deal with us. Hearing Vegeta's words, Klin immediately restrained a bit, but instead of taking Vegeta's warning seriously, he replied, Vegeta, you are too cautious. Saiyan is on our side at first sight. Yes, yet, he helped us kill 2 enemies. Son Gohan also echoed. Whispering sound. Seeing that he couldn't convince Son Gohan and Klin, Vegeta let out a bit of resentment, and then said, it's up to you, anyway, if he deals with you for a while, I don't care about it. Don't worry, such a thing will never happen. Klin waved his hand and said with a pack of votes on his face. Yayu naturally didn't know the thought in Klin's mind. At this time, his gaze had been on Jinyu, who was bombarded and turned into scum. Originally, Yayu wanted to keep Kinu to train for Son Goku, and then when Son Goku played against Frieza, he could break through Super Saiyan smoothly. But in order to prevent Kinu from threatening him with toss or rap again, he had to kill Kinu. But then, the task of leveling Son Goku might fall on Yayu. In other words, Yayu needs to deal with Son Goku personally and then get Son Goku injured to improve Son Goku's combat effectiveness. After all, Saiyan has a talent that if he recovers after being injured, his combat effectiveness can be improved. And the heavier the injury, the greater the increase in combat effectiveness. Of course, Yayu can also use this method to quickly improve combat effectiveness. But according to Yayu's statement, I'm all on the hook, why do I have to hurt myself? Chapter 17 Chapter 17 Son Goku Debut One More Flowers for Collection. Chapter 17. Does the host pick up the combat power attribute? Just after Yayu blasted Jinyu to death, the system prompt sounded in his mind. Hearing the words of the system, Yayu immediately turned and looked at the battlefield between Vegeta and Likum behind him, and saw that a large number of combat power attributes had already been gathered on that battlefield. Those fighting powers seemed to be like golden coins, floating in the sky. These combat power attributes were naturally produced when Vegeta, Son Gohan, and Klin fought against Likum not long ago. Charge! As soon as Yayu's words fell, the combat power attributes under Vegeta, Likum and others, like golden tadpole scriptures, converge into a long river of scriptures, flowing continuously into Yayu's body, bring it together. Later, Yayu observed that on the virtual screen in front of him, his combat power changed almost every 3 seconds. You know, on the virtual screen, Yayu's combat power is in units of 10,000. In other words, every time the combat power on the screen jumps, Yayu's combat power increases by 10,000. 43.16 million. 43.17 million. 43.18 million. After the last combat power attribute was submerged in Yayu's body, the combat power on the screen also stopped. In the end, Yayu's combat effectiveness also became 43.26 million. In other words, through the fierce battle of Vegeta, Klin, Son Gohan, and Likum just now, Yayu's combat effectiveness has directly increased by more than 100,000. Perhaps from 43.16 million to 43.26 million, it seems that the increase is not very much. But if you look at it alone, 100,000 is a very scary figure. You know, Vegeta does not have a combat power of 100,000 until now. But Yayu simply picked up the combat power attributes dropped by Vegeta and Likum and others during the battle, and easily collected 100,000 combat power attributes. Of course, the process of Yayu's collection of combat power attributes is invisible to Vegeta and others. Vegeta and others just knew that Yayu's gaze was looking over here. Being stared at by a powerful person like Yayu, even if Yayu didn't plan to do anything, the expressions of Vegeta and Likum were extremely nervous. It felt like an elk was being watched by a tiger. Suddenly, the surrounding air gradually became hot because of the tense atmosphere. Hey? Hey? What's the matter? At this time, Klin's eyes on the side kept scanning Vegeta and Yayu back and forth. After feeling the depressed atmosphere in the air, he looked puzzled. Read more at wuxiax.com. After all, in Klin's view, Yayu is helping them deal with the Kainui team. Call out! Just as Vegeta was staring at Yayu as if he was facing an enemy, a white light group was rushing towards this side at an astonishing speed. After a few seconds, the light group had reached the battlefield here. At the moment when the light group stopped flying, under the impact of huge inertia, a powerful air wave, starting from the light group, suddenly swept forward. In that scene, it was as if Yayu had just descended on the battlefield. However, this air wave is much weaker than when Yayu came. But even so, the air wave lifted up a lot of sand and stones for a while, and the battle uniforms of Klin and Son Gohan were hunting under the bombardment of this air wave. Because the speed of this light group was so amazing. All the people present, except Yayu, hadn't reacted yet. When they reacted, they just saw a man in an orange battle suit appear in the sky. That is Kakarot. Father. Goku. The moment they saw the man in the orange battle suit, Son Gohan and Klin were overjoyed, but Vegeta was surprised. Yes, the man who suddenly appeared on the battlefield was no one else, but Son Goku. Is it finally here? Yayu turned his back to Son Goku behind him, glanced slightly behind him from the corner of his eyes, and then a curved corner of his mouth murmured in a voice that only he could hear. So fast. I didn't see it clearly. At the same time, Rap and Toss were also a little surprised after seeing the speed at which Son Goku had just flown over. Only Likum and Guys, the two remaining members of the Kainui team, looked at Son Goku with a dumbfounded look. "Yo, Vegeta, it turned out to be you." After Son Goku came out, he first glanced at everyone present, and then turned his gaze on Vegeta over there. "Damn, Kakarot's combat effectiveness has improved a lot." Vegeta didn't answer Son Goku's greetings, but clenched his fists, holding Son Goku and Yayu unwillingly. Although Son Goku's air pressure was restrained at this time, if it was detected with a detector, it would only have 5,000 combat power. But Vegeta can judge from Son Goku's flying speed just now that Son Goku's power at this time is much higher than when he fought him on Earth before. Who is his Vegeta? Saiyon's prince. Among the only remaining Saiyan, except for Son Gohan, his Vegeta is actually the bottom. In this regard, how can the proud King Vegeta be willing? "Dad, this person is..." Son Gohan just wanted to explain to Son Goku what happened here. However, before Son Gohan could speak, Son Goku interrupted Son Gohan and his eyes fell directly on Yayu. "Needless to say, I have heard about this from Lord Ji Wang." When Son Goku said the name King of the Realm, Yayu's mind suddenly moved, and a shadow immediately appeared in his mind. Although Yayu has never seen a Realm King since he traveled to the Dragon Ball world, he still knows the existence of a Realm King. The Realm King has a pair of antennas, which can be on the Realm King to investigate things on the universe. Presumably, the situation where Yayu fought Jinyu just now has been seen by the Realm King. So that's the case. Has the Realm King noticed my existence? Yayu turned around, staring at Son Goku condescendingly, thinking to himself. At this time, Yayu saw a strong fighting spirit in Son Goku's gaze. There is no doubt that Son Goku heard something about Yayu from the King of the World. Right now, Son Goku regards Yayu as the one he wants to fight against. Son Goku really is Son Goku, he wants to fight me even after knowing my strength. Yayu stared at Son Goku with an expression of interest on the corner of his mouth. End of this chapter. Daily Skin and Face Begging for Flowers. Chapter 18. Chapter 18 Induce Son Goku to use Kaioken 2 more flowers. Chapter 18. I am Goku, Son Goku, please advise. Son Goku's figure slowly rose above the sky, and finally stopped after standing on the same level as Yayu. Staring at Son Goku who was wary in front of him, Yayu didn't speak. He knew that Son Goku had undergone the practice of gravity on the Universe spacecraft during the time he came from Earth to Namek, and his combat effectiveness had also been greatly improved. If you count 2 times Kaioken, Son Goku's panel combat power is 180,000. But even so, Son Goku with 180,000 combat power stood in front of Frieza, which is not enough to see. At this time, let Son Goku deal with Frieza, not only could not complete the transformation of Super Saiyan, but also would be killed by Frieza in an instant. If Son Goku is killed, Yayu's plan to collect S-Cell attributes will be a waste. It seems that I will help Son Goku myself. After Yayu thought about it in his heart, he immediately responded indifferently to Son Goku, Yayu. Yayu. Hearing Yayu's answer, Son Goku said silently, and remembered the name in his heart. Then the corners of his mouth evoked a confident arc and said to Yayu, "Speaking of your strength is really super strong, the blood in my body is boiling now, I want to compete with you." Hearing Son Goku's words, Yayu didn't have much surprise. After all, Son Goku is also Saiyan. Saiyan was born warlike. When he saw Yayu, a super strong man, the Saiyan blood in Son Goku drove him to fight Yayu. Although Yayu was not surprised, Klin and Son Gohan were frightened when they heard Son Goku's words. "Challenge Yayu?" I said. "Goku, do you know the situation? This Saiyan, but even the terrifyingly powerful Kainu was easily destroyed. You fight with him, isn't that looking for death? Hey, Kakarot, don't overpower yourself, this guy is not something you can deal with. He may have become the legendary Super Saiyan." Before Klin could teach Son Goku, Vegeta over there looked at Yayu and said in a very unwilling tone. I still know this, but before dealing with that guy called Frieza, I want to test my abilities first. Son Goku said confidently with his fist in his hand. Hehe, do you use me as a tool to test combat effectiveness? As soon as Yayu said this, Son Goku hurriedly explained, no, although there is something in it, the main thing I do is. Before Son Goku finished speaking, Yayu interrupted Son Goku. Yes, I accept your challenge. Read more at wuxiax.com. Really? Great. After hearing Yayu's words, Son Goku was overjoyed. At the same time, the Realm King located on the Realm King star stomped his feet with anger. Goku, what do you want to do? I didn't warn you, don't try to challenge either Yayu or Frieza, you just have to get Gohan and Klin back to Earth as soon as possible. But for the warning from the King of the World, Son Goku is as unheard of, happily like a child in his 20s. Before fighting with you, I have one condition. While Son Goku was excited, Yayu suddenly said. Conditions? What conditions? Son Goku asked with a puzzled look. Use all your power to fight the two members of the Kainui team. As soon as Yayu said this, Son Goku, Son Gohan, Klin and others blinked their eyes and looked awkward. As for Likum and Guys, their hearts suddenly tightened. What kind of condition is this? Why do you want to fight with them? Son Goku glanced at the only remaining Likum and Jis, and asked in confusion. Yayu naturally would not tell Son Goku, I was to pick up the combat power attribute. I want to see how strong you are. Yayu said nonsense seriously. On the other hand, Son Goku was convinced, and said with a look of enthusiasm, then let you see, my true power. After Son Goku agreed, Yayu was overjoyed, with Son Goku's current combat power, if I fight Likum and Geese, my combat power can increase a lot. Also, if you can pick up the attribute of Son Goku Kaioken. Think about it, Yayu's heart is very hot. Kaioken can double the combat effectiveness. At this time, Yayu's combat power is 43.26 million. If you use 10 times, 20 times Kaioken, then I am afraid that even if you change your body to Super Saiyan, Frieza will not be able to treat him like Yayu. With Kaioken, Yayu is more confident, standing on the battlefield of Frieza and Son Goku, and honestly collects the combat power attributes dropped by Frieza and Son Goku when they fight. You too, if you can beat him, I will let you go. After getting the Son Goku side, Yayu spoke to Likum and Jis over there. Really? What do you say? Hearing Yayu's words, Likum and Jis were overjoyed. Although Likum and Jis had no confidence in defeating Yayu, Son Goku, in the eyes of both Likum and Jis, that was nothing. Do you think I can lie? Yayu stared condescendingly at Guys, and said in a rather serious tone. Yes, you will lie, you just lied with Son Goku. The voice of the system immediately rang in Yayu's mind. But it is a pity that Likum and Guys did not hear the system's voice. After Likum and Guys looked at each other, Likum flew down from the sky and finally landed beside Guys. And here, Son Goku also immediately fell on the ground. All of a sudden, Son Goku, Likum, and Guys all faced each other in a distance. What on earth is it? Why did the situation become like this? Klin above the sky, looking at Son Goku, Likum, and Yayu, he looked dazed. He has no idea why Yayu urged Son Goku to fight Likum. Although Klin, Son Gohan, and others don't know why Yayu did this, Tos and Rap, who are not far behind Yayu, have strange faces. By the way, Yayu-sama really likes watching others fight. Yes, when Yayu was on the universe ship, he often asked people to fight in front of him. What both Tos and Rap didn't know was that Yayu didn't like to watch others fight, he just liked to collect the combat power attributes that others dropped when they were fighting. End of this chapter. 4 Flowers. Chapter 19. Chapter 19 One Hit 1000 Combat Power Attributes 3 More Flowers. Chapter 19. Hey, Gaku, are you really going to fight these two guys? The guy with the pineapple head is super strong, and I, Vegeta and Gohan, are not his opponents. Although Yayu knows, Son Goku at this time has a powerful combat power that exceeds Jinyu. But people like Klin and Son Gohan didn't know. On Earth, after the battle between Son Goku and Vegeta ended, he has been treated in the hospital. So in Klin's view, Son Goku at this time may not even be able to beat Vegeta, let alone defeat Likum and guys, who even Vegeta can't beat. Klin, don't worry. These two people are not my opponents. Hearing Klin's advice, Son Goku didn't hesitate, clenched his fists, stared at Likum and guys, his mouth curled up, and said confidently. Hey, did you hear guys? He said we are not his opponents. Ah, let him know that we are great in a while. As soon as Son Goku's voice fell, Likum and guys over there laughed. Can't beat Yayu, can't beat you Son Goku? 5000 combat power. While Likum and guys were talking, Rap used the detector in his hand to detect the combat power of Son Goku. When he discovered that the data on the detector was only 5000, Lap looked weird. With 5000 combat power, I dared to tell Likum and guys, these two are not my opponents. This is too crazy, right? Lap, I should have told you many times that the detector data is inaccurate. Yayu seemed to see through Rap's thoughts, and then said to Rap in a reproachful tone. Hearing what Yayu said, Rap immediately said respectfully, sorry, I forgot it for a while. And Toss also silently remembered Yayu's words in his heart. Then, on this battlefield, it fell into silence. Except for the sound of the wind whizzing by, there was no sound. Son Goku, Likum, and Jis face each other in a distance, and the air is full of solemnity for a while. Kakarot, hurry up and let me see how far your combat effectiveness has improved. Vegeta is different from Kling. Perhaps Klin thinks that Son Goku's combat effectiveness has not grown much on Earth. But Vegeta always remembered clearly in his heart, the terrifying speed when Son Goku first came to the battlefield. Fighting power is directly proportional to speed, read more at wuxiax.com. The higher the combat effectiveness, the faster the speed. In Vegeta's view, if you want to display the terrifying speed before Son Goku, the combat power is at least 30,000 or more. This is only a conservative estimate. Just as Vegeta stared at Son Goku, thinking like this in his heart, Klin and Son Gohan both looked worried. After this strong atmosphere lasted for a while, Likum finally took the lead and broke the deadlock. Likum strikes. I saw Likum's feet move, his figure suddenly violent, and at an astonishing speed, he directly attacked Son Goku not far in front of him. So fast! After seeing Likum's high-speed movement, Klin's face suddenly changed. However, just when Klin was about to remind Son Goku's figure suddenly disappeared in place. When he appeared again in the next second, he was already under Likum's body, and only one elbow was seen. After attacking Likum's chest, Likum's action stopped abruptly. Then, under the shocked gazes of Vegeta, Son Gohan, Klin and others, Likum collapsed directly on the ground, motionless. Ding! Congratulations to the host, get 1000 combat power attributes. As soon as Likum fell to the ground, Yayu's mind sounded the mechanical beep of the system. Oh! Just one elbow blow has 1000 combat power attributes. Looking at Son Goku's back, Yayu put his chin in one hand, with a moving expression on his face. Although 1000 points of combat power attribute, for Yayu's more than 40 million combat power, it is nothing. But an attack has the attribute of 1000 combat power, which Yayu has encountered for the first time. You know, when Vegeta fought Likum before, the largest combat power attribute value dropped was more than 500. Ah! At this moment, Klin and Son Gohan were dumbfounded when they saw this scene before them, and they didn't know what to say. How terrible Likam's strength is, Klin has personally experienced it. Not long ago, Klin, Son Gohan, and Vegeta joined forces to attack Likam, and they were all easily defeated by Likam. But right now, Son Goku knocked Likam to the ground so easily. How is Klin not shocked? Why did this guy Goku suddenly become so powerful? Damn it, Kakarot! Just as Klin and Son Gohan were shocked by Son Goku's powerful strength, Vegeta's face became extremely ugly here. Perhaps Klin and Son Gohan didn't have much feeling for Son Goku's previous blow, only knowing that Son Goku knocked Likam to the ground with one blow. But Vegeta knew that Son Goku's hit just exceeded the category of ordinary Saiyan. Not only Yayu, but Kakarot has also become Super Saiyan. Vegeta clenched his fists, his heart was unwilling, the expression on his face was very hideous, and he gritted his teeth. Vegeta is Prince Saiyan. Right now 2 ordinary Saiyans are in front of him, and their strength is above his Vegeta. This makes Vegeta not angry. If Yayu tells Vegeta at this time, when he speaks, his combat power is only 5. Vegeta didn't know if he would vomit blood in anger. The 2 lower-level Saiyan fighters are stronger than him, Prince Saiyan. Hey, Likam! Just between Vegeta's resentment, after seeing Likam falling to the ground, Gyus over there suddenly changed his face and immediately shouted at Likam. But Likam, who fell on the ground, didn't seem to hear him, and he was still on the ground, motionless. Damn, what the hell did you do to Likam? Geth shouted at Son Goku with an angry look. I didn't do anything, I just couldn't help but shoot it, then it's your turn. Son Goku retracted his arm and said to Geth. And many more. Just when Son Goku was about to attack guys, Yayu suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Son Goku turned his head to look at Yayu and said with some complaints. I said, I want you to use all your strength to fight them. Yayu still didn't say a word. If you don't use Kaioken, how can I pick up Kaioken's attributes? Almost forgot, well, in that case. After hearing Yayu's reminder, Son Goku pulled away and clenched his fists. Kaioken. Chapter 20. Chapter 20 Get Kaioken attributes for more flowers for collection. Chapter 20. After Yayu's remind, Son Goku immediately opened a posture, clenching his fists. In the next second, a very violent breath came from Son Goku's body. Under the impact of this violent aura, the ground under his feet, as if being oppressed by a huge force, sank in an instant. At the same time, a powerful wave of air also spread from Son Goku's body in all directions like ripples. At the beginning, the air wave was not very big, it just blew away some small stones a little. But as the chi in Son Goku's body was continuously released, the chi wave became more and more violent. Even the burly body of Likam under his feet, under the impact of this chi wave, slowly receded. Did it die? At the same time, the data on the RAP detector is constantly rising. 60,000. 70,000. In just a few breaths, the combat effectiveness has been increased from 5,000 to 110,000. At this moment, all the people present except Yayu looked at Son Goku with shock. It's terrible. Is this really Goku? And the anger is still rising. Through the key sensibility, Klin and Son Gohan felt the powerful breath coming from Son Goku's body, and they both were shocked and excited for a while. They were shocked that Son Goku was able to cultivate to this point in such a short period of time. They are happy that the stronger Son Goku is, the happier they are naturally. Although Klin and Son Gohan were excited about Son Goku's powerful power, the expression on Vegeta's face was green, and finally his face was pale. Damn it, Kakarot! What method did he use to cultivate so strong? Vegeta gritted her teeth and looked unwilling. Kaioken. After Son Goku released all the popularity in his body, Son Goku shouted. In the next second, the white chi above his body suddenly turned scarlet. And Son Goku's combat effectiveness also suddenly skyrocketed at this moment. A powerful wave of air instantly swept the audience, and Likum's body lying on the ground was instantly lifted out. Read more at wuxiax.com. NGIs, the nearest to Son Goku, under the impact of this air wave, the footprints under his feet showed signs of retreat. Boom! At the same time, Rap, who has been detecting the combat power of Son Goku, exploded due to overload at the moment when Son Goku turned on Kaioken. Finally appeared. Kaioken. Yayu looked at Son Goku, whose whole body was constantly shining with scarlet light, and his eyes suddenly showed a glow. Of course, Yayu is not enthusiastic about Son Goku, he is only enthusiastic about Son Goku's Kaioken. While Yayu was waiting for the system to hear the Kaioken drop, but the time passed, there was still no movement in the system. At this moment, Yayu's heart was not calm. You won't lose the chain at a critical moment, right? Yayu looked at Son Goku, whose whole body was flashing scarlet, and he was anxious with a voice that only he could hear. You know, there is only a 1/5 probability that the system drops ability attributes. In other words, after Son Goku casts Kaioken, Yayu has a 1/5 probability of obtaining the attributes of Kaioken. When Gudu used the time pause skill before, the system immediately dropped the time pause attribute, which was purely Yayu's luck. But this time, Yayu's luck didn't seem to be very good. With a 1/5 probability, he was not drawn by him. Son Goku did not drop the attribute of Kaioken after casting Kaioken. Hey, it seems that Son Goku can only use Kaioken again in a while. Yayu spread his hands and said helplessly in his heart. While Yayu was complaining in his heart, Son Goku over there turned his head and shouted at Yayu, "Is that okay? If it doesn't work, I can use triple Kaioken, although the physical burden will be a bit heavy." "It's okay, it's okay." No Kaioken attribute was dropped, and Yayu didn't have much interest in watching the next battle between Son Goku and Guise. Hearing the conversation between Son Goku and Yayu, Vegeta's heart was violent. "Kakarot, do you have more power?" You must know that in Vegeta's perception, Son Goku's chi at this time is far above him. But Son Goku is saying that he can continue to improve his chi. At this moment, Vegeta seemed to have an arrow in his heart. "Yo xi, if that's the case, then I will attack." After getting Yayu's approval, Son Goku was happy on his face and immediately turned his gaze from Yayu to Ji's in front of him. "I want to come to Son Goku in order to be able to fight Yayu, and it is hard enough. Call out." Son Goku's feet suddenly moved, and under the tremendous force of stepping, the sunken ground under his feet collapsed in an instant. On the other hand, Son Goku himself caught the force of recoil against the ground, his body shape was like a cannonball, turned into a scarlet light, and rushed directly at Guise. Son Goku's speed was originally very fast, after casting Kaioken, the speed has reached a very exaggerated point. Among all the people in the room, except that Yayu can clearly see the movement of Son Goku, even Vegeta is completely unable to see clearly. Because Son Goku's speed is so fast that everyone hasn't reacted yet. By the time they reacted, Son Goku had already bullied Guise and his fist was on Guise's nose, but Son Goku's punch did not go down. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Kaioken attribute. Just as Yayu was thinking about how to trick Son Goku to use Kaioken again, the mechanical sound of the system came in his mind. Yayu looked dumbfounded when he heard the system prompt. "System, what's going on? Why did Kaioken drop suddenly?" After hearing Yayu's question, the system immediately responded. According to the judgment of this system, Kaioken belongs to a continuous process. After the caster uses Kaioken, there is a certain probability that Kaioken will be dropped every moment. Before Yayu thought about the meaning of the system prompts again, "May I ask whether the host receives Kaioken attributes?" Charge. Although I don't understand what's going on, but it feels very powerful, so I will charge it first. As soon as Yayu's voice fell, the Kaioken attribute at the feet of Son Goku over there gathered directly into Yayu's body, and finally fell into Yayu's body. Soon, Yayu saw the Kaioken ability on the system screen. End of this chapter. Flowers, what is the monthly pass? Please support. Chapter 21. Chapter 21 Battle Son Goku 1 More Flowers for Collection. Chapter 21. Kaioken, finally got it. Yayu looked at the 3 words Kaioken on the system panel, and his heart was extremely excited. You should know that Kaioken is a move that can increase your combat power several times, or even dozens of times, in a short period of time. Double Kaioken, combat power is directly increased by 2 times. Triple Kaioken, the combat effectiveness is directly increased by 3 times. 10 times Kaioken, the combat effectiveness is directly increased by 10 times. In Dragon Ball, when Son Goku fought Frieza, he barely opened Kaioken 20 times, and his fighting power skyrocketed. After Son Goku transformed into Super Saiyan, he even displayed 100 times Kaioken. Of course, Kaioken does not mean that you can drive as many times as you want. Kaioken not only improves combat effectiveness, but also imposes a great burden on the body. If you force it on by a multiple of its own strength, it is undoubtedly self-defeating. According to Yayu's guess, with his current physical strength, opening a Kaioken 10 times should not be a big problem. 20 times Kaioken is on the verge of desperation. As for 100 times, it is estimated to be looking for death. By the way, if you think that Yayu has never practiced before, and the physical strength cannot withstand the burden of Kaioken 10 times, then you are quite wrong. The so-called combat power is also called comprehensive combat power. It includes speed, strength, physical strength, endurance, and so on. The combat power attributes collected by Yayu naturally also include a series of attributes such as speed, endurance, strength, and physical strength. In other words, as Yayu's combat power attributes increase, his physical strength and other attributes also increase. Yayu's current combat power is 43.26 million, and the natural physical strength has reached the height of 43.26 million combat power. Son Goku can cast Kaioken 10 times when it has 3 million combat power. Yayu's combat power of 43.26 million, with 10 times Kaioken, naturally there is no big problem. My current combat power is more than 40 million. If I use 10 times Kaioken, wouldn't it be more than 400 million? After obtaining this data, Yayu's heart suddenly became calm. Regardless of the full power Frieza, even when Son Goku just turned into Super Saiyan, it only had 150 million. And Yayu has 400 million without being Super Saiyan. This comparison shows how terrifying the combat power of more than 400 million is. Of course, it is still incomparable to the second level of Super Saiyan. However, more than 400 million combat power is enough to allow Yayu to walk sideways in this 7th universe for a while. Read more at wuxiax.com. It seems that this trip to Namek is the right time. Yayu looked at the 2 ability attributes of Time Pause and Kaioken on the system panel in front of him, and he looked satisfied. Withdrawing his mind, Yayu shifted his attention from the system to the battlefield between Son Goku and Jis. At this time, the scarlet-colored Son Goku flashed all over his body, and the big fist of the casserole was directly on the bridge of Gaiza's nose. As long as Son Goku wanted to, he could kill Gaiz with one punch at any time. However, Son Goku did not do this. Gaiz looked at the fist that was close at hand. His heart seemed to be grasped by the hand of a demon, and his heart was so heavy that even breathing became difficult, and the cold sweat on his forehead burst. He didn't even react to the blow of Son Goku just now. Fortunately, Son Goku stopped in time, otherwise, he would have died. You have already lost. Son Goku's mouth curled up with a confident arc, staring at Gyus in front of him, and after faintly saying a word, he retracted his fist. Seeing this, Gizna was greatly relieved, as if he had walked through a ghost door. It's amazing, is this the real strength of Goku? I didn't see Dad's movements at all. At this time, after the two of Klin and Son Gohan over there saw the powerful strength of Son Goku, the eyes of the two were brilliant, and their faces were full of excitement. Only Vegeta on the side shattered unwillingly. "Hey, Yayu, this guy has already lost, can this battle be over?" After Son Goku retracted his fist, he turned to Yayu and asked loudly. Originally, Yayu's purpose for Son Goku to fight Geth and Likum was to let Son Goku show Kaioken. The attribute of Kaioken, Yayu, has been obtained. As for whether Son Goku wants to kill Gyus next, it has nothing to do with him. Ken. Hearing Yayu's words, Son Goku was overjoyed, and the scarlet aura on his body instantly disappeared. "Hey, Kakarot, what are you doing? Hurry up and get rid of that guy. That guy is a member of Frisia's Kainui team." At this time, when Vegeta saw that Son Goku had let off guys, Vegeta yelled at Son Goku in a tone of hatred for iron and steel. "Vegeta, this guy has already lost, there is no need to kill him." Son Goku glanced at guys, and then said, "Go, don't do bad things in the future." Hearing Son Goku's words, Vegeta was furious. Is this guy, for that kind of boring sympathy again? At this moment, Vegeta's mind immediately recalled his scene on Earth. At that time, Klin was about to kill his Vegeta. In the end, it was Son Goku who stopped Klin, and his Vegeta was lucky enough to get his life back. Seeing that Son Goku also maintains this sympathetic attitude towards guys right now, it seems to be poking Vegeta's scar. Geth, who was let off by Son Goku over there, first glanced at Son Goku and Yayu with a vigilant look. Seeing that neither Yayu nor Son Goku had any reaction, Geth did not hesitate, and a powerful air mass burst out on his body, turning his body into a streamer, preparing to evacuate from here. That guy Kakarot, too naive. Although Son Goku spared guys, Vegeta obviously did not intend to spare guys. As soon as Guys' front foot was gone, Vegeta's back foot caught up. It seems that the combat effectiveness can be slightly increased again. After seeing Vegeta above the sky catching up with Guys, Yayu thought to himself. In Dragon Ball, Vegeta can defeat Gyus because Vegeta was seriously injured by Likum and then ate fairy beans, so his fighting power skyrocketed. This time, Vegeta didn't eat fairy beans, and it may be difficult to defeat Guys. But what Yayu likes most is the kind of evenly matched battle. Because if one party kills the other party in seconds, Yayu won't be able to pick up much combat power. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining combat power attribute 420. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining combat power attribute 460. At the same time that the system prompt sounded in Yayu's mind, Son Goku over there looked at him with a warlike expression on his face. "Forget it, now that I have promised you that I will fight you, then I will adjust and teach you a little bit." Looking at Son Goku, Yayu slowly stood up from the ground. End of this chapter. Daily Dead Skin Lai Lian asks for monthly support of flowers. Chapter 22. Chapter 22 4 times of Son Goku Kaioken 2 more for collection, 4 flowers. Chapter 22. While Vegeta and Guys were fighting fiercely, Yayu and Son Goku stood facing each other on the ground. Son Goku, who had always had a confident smile at the corner of his mouth, had only a heavy face when facing Yayu at this time. Although Yayu's powerful chi is suppressed at this time, Son Goku can still feel an invisible sense of oppression in Yayu's body. As time went by, Son Goku stared at Yayu, ready to look for opportunities, but Yayu just stood there motionless. Son Goku couldn't find any flaws. At this moment, Son Goku glanced at the two of Son Gohan and Klin over there. Although Son Goku didn't say much, Klin knew it. Immediately he flew into the sky and shouted at Son Gohan, who was standing still, "Gohan!" After listening to Klin's words, Son Gohan came back to his senses. "Quickly leave here, this is not a place where we can stay." "But Dad..." "Don't worry, Goku is just playing with that scion, there won't be a big deal, and if Goku is so strong, it won't necessarily lose to that scion. As he spoke, Sun Gohan, along with his follower Klin, flew towards the far side of the battlefield. Klin knew that with the fighting power of Son Goku and Yayu, even if it was the aftermath of the battle, he might not be able to bear it. Father! During the flight, Son Gohan still glanced at Son Goku with some worry. On the other side, Rap and Toss, after seeing Klin and Son Gohan leave, the two of them also looked at each other, and then flew towards the distance. After Son Gohan, Rap, and others all walked away, Son Goku's gaze fell on Yayu again. You'd better use your full strength from the beginning, otherwise, you won't even have a chance to fight back. Yayu looked at Son Goku and reminded him kindly. Right on my mind. After listening to Yayu's reminder, Son Goku immediately opened his posture. Kaioken! I saw him scream, and in the next second, a very violent breath came out of Son Goku's body, flying sand and rocks for a while, and the wind howled. And soon, the originally white chi became the scarlet chi characteristic of Kaioken. It's going to be on. After Son Goku reminded Yayu, his body instantly disappeared on the spot, and in the next second it turned into an afterimage on the sky, directly approaching Yayu, and hit Yayu with a punch. Past. Although the speed of Son Goku is almost invisible in the eyes of Son Gohan and Klin, read more at wuxiax.com. But that speed fell in Yayu's eyes, but it was nothing. At the moment Son Goku attacked with a punch, Yayu's body seemed to be slow and fast, and he turned slightly to one side, just to avoid Son Goku's punch with ease. After a miss, Son Goku didn't stop there, but continued to fight against Yayu. The speed of the fist was even faster than that of the machine gun. All of a sudden, it just left a phantom wave of fists in the sky. Although Son Goku's attack speed is indeed amazing, but every one of his punches was easily avoided by Yayu. Boom! Yayu, who had been passively avoiding, suddenly made a move. While avoiding Son Goku's punch, his backhand punch hit Son Goku. Nani! After seeing Yayu suddenly fight back, Son Goku was shocked. Although he had noticed Yayu's attack speed was so fast that his body could not keep up with the reaction. Immediately afterwards, Yayu's punch hit Son Goku's cheek directly. And Son Goku's body instantly resembled a cannonball, and flew out crashingly, and finally hit a hill not far away. The hill was immediately destroyed by Son Goku's body. Goku! At this moment, Klin in the distance, after seeing Yayu knocking Son Goku into the air, his face instantly closed. Originally, Klin thought that even if Son Goku couldn't beat Yayu, he could at least last a few rounds in Yayu's hands. But not long after the battle started, Son Goku was directly blown away by Yayu. As expected, Yayu, it's amazing. At the same time, after seeing Yayu's overwhelming advantage, Rap also had a lot of splendor in his eyes. As Rap spoke, a scarlet light suddenly burst out of the pile of rocks where Son Goku fell. In the next second, a powerful wave of air swept out, and the pile of rocks disappeared without a trace in an instant. In the end, Son Goku was once again exposed to everyone's vision. It seems that Lord Jiwang is right. It is really amazing. I have played Kaioken twice, and I am still not his opponent at all. Son Goku wiped the trace of blood leaking from the corner of his mouth, staring at Yayu with fighting spirit in his eyes. Son Goku, can you say that you only have this level? If this is your full strength, it would disappoint me too much. After Yayu said these words, he couldn't help but complain in his heart, isn't this the line of the villain? But in order to make Son Goku become Super Saiyan smoothly, Yayu didn't bother to care about so much. No solution anymore. Perhaps because Yayu's words were stimulated, Son Goku gave a wry smile. Then, under Yayu's gaze, Son Goku moved his legs slightly away, and then clenched his fists. In the next second, I saw blue veins on his forehead violently. Kaioken, 4 times. After Son Goku snorted, a more violent force suddenly surged from his body. At the same time, the scarlet air mass above Son Goku instantly doubled. If someone uses a superpowered detector to check the combat effectiveness of Son Goku, they will definitely find that Son Goku's combat effectiveness has reached 360,000 at this time. Does Goku still have that much power? At this moment, Klin felt astonished and delighted in his heart after feeling that the anger in Son Goku's body had doubled from before. At the same time, Vegeta, who was fighting guys over there, suddenly felt that Son Goku's aura grew stronger again. He immediately distanced himself from guys and stared at the powerful scarlet aura not far below. Son Goku's eyes changed, and his heart was shocked. Kakarot, this guy. Naturally, Vegeta didn't know that Son Goku had such a powerful combat power after using 4 times Kaioken. While on the Earth, Son Goku reluctantly displayed Kaioken 4 times in order to resist Vegeta's destruction of the Earth. But at that time, Son Goku's body was not strong enough to support 4 times Kaioken, so he almost shook his head. But right now, Son Goku's combat power is as high as 90,000, 4 times Kaioken is still within the range of bare. Quadruple Kaioken. Yayu said with a look of interest, and immediately attacked Son Goku. Chapter 23. Chapter 23 Kamehameha Wave 3 More for Collection and Flowers. Chapter 23. Son Goku doubled Kaioken with 180,000 panel combat power, and 4 times Kaioken, the combat power doubled again, soaring directly to 360,000. It's just a pity that the 360,000 combat power still has a considerable gap with Yayu. Yayu moved his feet and turned into a black shadow, disappearing in the same place instantly. When he reappeared in the next second, he was already in front of Son Goku and struck him with a punch. So fast! After seeing Yayu's terrifying speed, Son Goku's face changed drastically. He didn't hesitate at all, his body immediately bent a strange arc, and then he barely escaped Yayu's punch. Bang bang bang! After that, Yayu fought with Son Goku, who played quadruple Kaioken, in the sky. Suddenly, there was a steady stream of fists colliding from the sky. When Yayu was fighting Jinyu, Son Gohan and Kellen and others could not see the shadow of Yayu and Jinyu fighting at all. Right now, Son Goku, who is more powerful in combat, is fighting Yayu. Son Gohan, Klin and others can still only hear the sound of the battle. No, they are so fast, they are completely invisible. Klin's eyes rolled around, trying hard to see the battle between Yayu and Son Goku, but no matter how big he opened his eyes, he couldn't see clearly. The reason is that Klin's combat effectiveness at this time is no different from Son Goku and Yayu. I can see some. At this moment, Son Gohan pointed somewhere above the sky and saw Yayu and Son Goku's fists slammed together. As a violent impact sound came, a powerful shock wave, Yayu the two of Son Goku and Son Goku spread out in all directions. Fortunately, the two are fighting above the sky. If it was on the ground just now, the ground would definitely collapse under the shock wave. Hey! It's amazing to be able to keep up with my current speed. Yayu, who collided with Son Goku's fist, looked at Son Goku with a grim look in front of him, and said with a smile on his face. Of course, the hideous color on Son Goku's face is not the result of anger. It is just 4 times that Kaioken puts a considerable burden on the body, and this burden is directly manifested in the face, making the face congested. So it seems that Son Goku is very angry. Thank you for the compliment, but you didn't use your full strength. Son Goku said to Yayu with a curved corner of his mouth. Of course. Yayu still didn't say a word. I'm afraid I will use my full strength to accidentally kill you, my Super Saiyan Cell plan, then all will be ruined. Read more at wuxiax.com. Sure enough, I still have more energy. It seems that I have to work harder and force you to use my full strength. While talking, Son Goku's body suddenly retreated and Yayu leaped a distance to the sky, and assumed a strange posture. That is. At this moment, Klin and Son Gohan below saw that Son Goku was using that posture, Both of them looked surprised. In the next second, under everyone's gaze, a scarlet air mass formed between Son Goku's palms. Kamehameha Wave. Looking at the air mass formed between Son Goku's palms, his eyes narrowed slightly. Yes, Son Goku is currently using his signature skill, Kamehameha Wave. Turtle. After Son Goku yelled the word turtle, the air mass in his palms was steadily increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Send. As Son Goku continued to inject a large amount of air into the air mass, just a few breaths of time, the air mass, Haran had transformed from the size of the original fist into a huge air mass. The air mass exudes a dazzling light, and even covers the sun above the sky for a while. Hello, Goku! Seeing Son Goku's display of Kamehameha Wave, Yayu's face did not show any change in expression, but Klin over there, as if he had seen a ghost, his face was shocked. Goku, use the Kamehameha Wave with your current strength, if you hit us. At this time, Son Goku has displayed 4 times the Kaioken, and the combat power has reached 360,000. Then there is no doubt that Son Goku with a combat power of 360,000 displays a full power turtle ki blast, and the combat power at that moment must be far more than 360,000. In Klin's view, if Son Goku's Kamehameha Wave did not hit Yayu, but hit Namek, the consequences would be unimaginable. For Klin's words, Son Goku naturally couldn't hear it. At this time, his Kamehameha Wave has condensed to the extreme. Under the strong vibration, the entire ground below is shaking, and the gravel on the ground seems to have been subjected to a strong gravitational force, and it starts to slowly move towards the sky. Fly away! And the surrounding lake, restless, began to roll. Kamehameha Wave. A few seconds later, Son Goku condensed into a Kamehameha Wave, and with a sudden push with both palms, the huge air mass, in the form of a shock wave, turned into a thick beam of light, directly bombarding Yayu below. Master Yayu! Ms. Yayu! At this time, Rap and Toss not far away saw the huge shock wave and directly impacted Yayu below, and they immediately reminded them loudly. Of course, if Yayu wants to avoid it, he can also avoid this Kamehameha Wave, but Yayu did not intend to choose to avoid it. He chose to take it with his bare hands. Just as the huge Kamehameha Wave was about to hit Yayu, a powerful air mass burst out of Yayu's body. And Yayu himself spread his palms toward the sky, waiting for the huge Kamehameha Wave to impact. Yayu's palms caught directly on the air mass of Kamehameha Wave. At the moment of being impacted by the Kamehameha Wave, Yayu's body sank slightly. But soon, Yayu's figure stabilized and began to show an upward trend. Are you kidding? You blocked Goku's Kamehameha Wave with your bare hands. At this time, after seeing Yayu catching the Kamehameha Wave of Son Goku with bare hands, the two of Klin and Son Gohan over there were dumbfounded as if they had seen a ghost. Both Klin and Son Gohan know how powerful the Kamehameha Wave is. The Kamehameha Wave was displayed with Son Goku quadruple Kaioken, and it was more than enough to destroy a planet. But right now, Son Goku's Kamehameha Wave was blocked by Yayu with his bare hands. What kind of strength is this? End of this chapter. I beg for a wave of flowers, thanks. Chapter 24. Chapter 24 King Frieza appeared for more flowers for monthly pass. Chapter 24. Even blocked? Just as both Kellen and Son Gohan were frightened by Yayu's strength, Son Goku over there felt that Kamehameha Wave was resisted by Yayu. At this time, his expression was also full of emotions. A shocked look. You know, he has now cast Kaioken 4 times. But even so, it still lost to Yayu. Who is this guy? Why have such terrible strength? It seemed that even Vegeta didn't know him. While Son Goku was thinking about the origin of Yayu, Yayu under the Kamehameha Wave has already begun to fight back. I saw the air mass above his body suddenly soaring. In the next second, a powerful ki blast burst out from Yayu's palms. After the ki blast appeared, it directly suppressed the Kamehameha wave like a water column. At the beginning, Yayu's Ki Blast and Son Goku's Kamehameha wave stalemate together. But as the chi in Yayu's palm continued to gather into Ki Blast, the original stalemate was instantly broken. I saw that Son Goku's Kamehameha wave seemed to be paper sticky, and was instantly suppressed by Yayu's Ki Blast. Nani? At this time, after Son Goku felt the Kamehameha wave bounced back, his face changed drastically. Although Son Goku uses all his power to suppress Yayu's Ki Blast, but Yayu's Ki Blast is too powerful. No matter how hard Son Goku works, it cannot resist Yayu's Ki Blast. In desperation, Son Goku had to give up. As soon as Son Goku let go, Yayu's Ki Blast was pushing Son Goku's Kamehameha wave, like a long rainbow piercing the sun, straight into the sky. The sturdy Ki Blast looks like light from a distance, and it is launched directly into the universe. After a few breaths, the light dissipated. There was silence on the Namek battlefield. But behind this quiet, there was an extremely devastating explosion. Boom! Sure enough, a few seconds later, on the distant universe, Yayu's Ki Blast and Son Goku's Kamehameha wave exploded at the same time. Although the explosion site is some distance away from Namek. But even so, everyone on Namek could clearly hear the terrifying explosion. Read more at wuxiax.com. Above the sea in Namek, a white light ball was flying towards the distance at an astonishing speed. Where the white light group passed, two huge waves tumbling outwards were set off behind them. Not long after the terrifying explosion sounded, the high-speed flying light group suddenly stopped. Looking closer, I saw a universe man sitting in a special chair, looking up at the sky. I saw that the universe man had a long tail and two horns on his forehead. At this time, if Yayu were here, he would definitely recognize this universe person. This universe person is no one else, but the universe Emperor Frisia. Frisia did not transform at this time, he just maintained the appearance of the first form. What happened to the explosion just now? Frisia looked up at the sky, but there was no cloud in the sky and nothing could be seen. After a long time, Frisia's mouth curled up, and he smiled and said, "Maybe it's the Kinyut team that has prepared me some extra entertainment. Oh haha, now that the 7 Dragon Balls are in hand, as long as we find the secret to summon Shenron, I, Lord Frisia, will have an immortal life." After a burst of laughter from Foley's sofa, a powerful air mass suddenly burst out of his body and flew directly into the distance. The direction Frisia was flying was exactly the direction where the old warrior was. Did it die? A combative response. It didn't take long for Frisia to fly, and there was a response from the detector he was wearing. According to the combat power and location displayed on the detector, Frisia soon came to the top of a mountain. And there was a Namek man standing on the top of the mountain. This Namek person is no one else, but the guardian of the Great Elder, Niru. Namek people. After Frisia discovered Niru, his face also showed a touch of joy, and then his figure slowly descended towards the top of the mountain where Niru was. "You are not allowed to go one step further, Universe Man." Niru stared at Frisia blankly and shouted in a stern tone. "Oh? The fighting power is 42,000. I didn't expect Namek people to have such a high fighting power." Frisia ignored Niru's words, but poked the detector. After discovering that Niru's combat effectiveness was 42,000, Frisia looked surprised. After all, when he slaughtered the village before, the fighting power of those Namek people was only a few thousand at the highest. It is indeed rare to see more than 40,000 such as this one. "Namek person, I am in a very good mood right now. If you tell me how to use the 7 Dragon Ball, maybe I can spare you." Frisia, sitting on the chair, staring at Niru with a smile on his face, said. "Dreaming. 7 Dragon Balls must not be used by evil people like you." Hearing Niru's words, Frisia's smile condensed slightly, and then he said, "Don't you cooperate? If that's the case, I have to use force to speak. It's me who is more kind." If Yayu were here at this time, he would definitely complain when he heard Frisia's words. Does kindness mean treating other people's planets as fireworks? Call out. As soon as Frisia's voice fell, he saw his finger point towards near Ling Kong. In the next second, a purple beam of light condensed from Qi lased towards Niru in an instant. The speed of the beam is extremely fast, just like real light. It's just a pity that when the speed of light was about to hit Niru, Niru dodged and avoided the beam. Although the beam did not hit Niru, it did not stop there, but directly hit a high mountain not far behind Niru. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the huge mountain disappeared into Nilu's vision amidst the explosion. Seeing this scene, Nilu's face instantly became ugly. Oh ha ha ha, really cute expression, I like to see this expression very much. Hurry up and tell me how to use the 7 Dragon Ball. I don't have much patience. Frisia said with a smile at Niru. Chapter 25. Chapter 25 Seriously Injured Son Goku Seeking Flowers for Collection. Chapter 25. As soon as Frisia found Niru, the battle between Yayu and Son Goku had come to an end. Actually blocked it back. Amazing! Son Gohan and Klin hovered above the sky, looking up at the long-lost ki blast in the sky, and their expressions were full of shock. Klin raised his head and looked at the sky for a long time. After recovering from the shock, he again turned his gaze to the figure of Yayu over there with difficulty. Who is this Yayu? While Klin and Son Gohan were frightened by Yayu's strength, TOS and Rap were extremely excited. As expected of Mr. Yayu, he is really amazing, and he blocked the shock wave of that level with his bare hands. TOS clenched his fists, his gaze fell on the sky above Yayu's back, his eyes sparkling brightly. Ah, it really scared me just now. I didn't expect Master Yayu to pick up the ki blast with his hands. After Rap answered TOS with a smile on his face, he was also greatly relieved. Regarding the combat effectiveness of Son Goku, Rap has also tested it with a detector, which exceeds 110,000. And when the detector showed 110,000, the detector exploded. In other words, Son Goku's combat power is over 110,000. Rap can't imagine how powerful a ki blast, which has a combat power of more than 110,000, can be. But what Rap didn't expect was that Yayu actually blocked Son Goku's ki blast. It seems Yayu-sama is far more powerful than we thought. As Lapu murmured, Yayu above the sky instantly disappeared in place, and when he reappeared in the next second, he was already in front of Son Goku. At this time, Son Goku was still shocked by the shock of Yayu's rebound of his Kamehameha wave. He had no idea that Yayu would still have enough energy to attack him. Seeing Yayu suddenly appeared in front of him, Son Goku was shocked. But Yayu didn't intend to give Son Goku a chance to react. He directly hit Son Goku's chest with a solid bombardment. Boom! Wow! After receiving Yayu's punch, Son Goku was hit hard, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. On the other hand, Son Goku's figure is in the shape of, flying upside down toward the sky. Father! At this time, Son Gohan over there, looking at the scene of Son Goku vomiting blood in the sky, his small face suddenly turned pale. Gohan! Just when Son Gohan wanted to rush up, he was stopped by Klin. Gohan, even Goku is not that person's opponent, what's the use if you go? Klin said solemnly to Son Gohan, and then turned his gaze to Yayu and Son Goku who were there, and then said, moreover, they are just learning from each other. That person will not hurt Goku. Boom! As soon as Klin said this, Yayu turned into a black shadow and flew over Son Goku in an instant. Read more at wuxiax.com. One more blow. Boom! Yayu clasped his hands together, as if playing volleyball, and slammed both fists down. Another heavy blow hit Son Goku's back. What? Son Goku, who was hit hard, suddenly screamed. And his body is like a cannonball, shooting directly from the sky, towards the bottom. Boom! In the blink of an eye, Son Goku's body hit the ground. At the same time that there was a loud noise from the sky, Son Goku's body suffered a second trauma, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. And the whole earth was like being hit by a meteorite. And the cracks like spider webs instantly spread in all directions. Soon, the cracked ground collapsed. Father! Not long after Son Goku fell to the ground, a powerful air mass burst out immediately above Son Gohan's body. Then his figure turned into a streamer, and flew directly towards the place where Son Goku fell. Gohan! Although Klin wanted to stop Son Gohan, his words had just been uttered, and Son Goku had already flown dozens of feet away. Klin glanced at Yayu above the sky with a heavy face. After hesitating for a while, a mass of air burst out and chased after Son Gohan. Father! Son Gohan came to the place where Son Goku fell, and when he saw Son Goku, who was suffering from all over his body, he was furious. In the next second, a violent breath came out of Son Gohan's body. At this moment when the breath broke out, a powerful wave of air instantly swept out in all directions. This breath! Klin, who had just flown over, felt that the aura on Son Gohan's body was much stronger than before, and he stood there in shock. Oh! Yayu, standing in the sky at this time, saw Son Gohan's combat power through the detector. After rising, his face also showed a look of surprise. However, Yayu was not too surprised. After all, he knows that Son Gohan has great potential. After seeing Son Goku seriously injured, Son Gohan suddenly exploded into potential, which is also a common occurrence in Dragon Ball. Son Gohan exploded with a strong breath, staring at Yayu with an angry expression. In the next second, Son Gohan was like going crazy, waving his palms constantly. And the air masses, like a rain of bullets, gathered directly towards Yayu above the sky. Bang bang bang! The massive air mass exploded violently above the sky where Yayu was. Call out! After another air mass was thrown away by the angry Son Gohan, the air mass condensed in the sky was detonated again. Suddenly, there was a violent explosion. At the same time as the explosion sounded, a powerful wave of air also swept the audience. Under the impact of this air wave, a huge wave several meters high was set off on the surrounding water. The mountains that had been fragmented collapsed suddenly. Awesome, is this really Gohan? Klin looked at Son Gohan in anger, with a dull expression on his face. Toss and Rap over there, seeing Son Gohan attack Yayu so fiercely, their fists suddenly tightened. This kid! If it weren't for Son Gohan's better combat effectiveness, Rap had already rushed over. 10 seconds later, the sea of fire created by the explosion in the sky disappeared, and Yayu's figure once again appeared in everyone's field of vision. Son Gohan, who was originally angry, recovered a little calm after the series of events just now. After seeing Yayu above the sky unscathed, he was trembling with fear as if he had seen a ghost, and his body also involuntarily took a half-step backwards. Then, under Klin's horrified gaze, Yayu's figure slowly flew towards the place where Son Gohan was below. Gohan, run away! Klin shouted anxiously. End of this chapter. Daily skin and face begging for flowers, begging for support. Chapter 26. Chapter 26 Fairy Beans 2 more flowers for collection. Chapter 26. Watching Yayu fly down from the sky, Son Gohan here, his body leaned back slightly, his expression full of horror. The reason why he had the courage to launch an attack on Yayu just now was completely dazzled by anger. After venting a lot, Son Gohan, who recovered his calm, looked at Yayu, and felt cold in his heart. Gohan! At this time, Klin, who rushed to Son Gohan's side, saw that Yayu had fallen in front of Son Gohan. His face was extremely serious. How to do? This guy is completely a monster, and even Goku is not his opponent. If he shoots Gohan, Gohan will definitely die. As Klin thought about countermeasures, When Sun Gohan was horrified to the extreme, Yayu walked past Sun Gohan directly after landing. Yes, I just walked over like this and didn't shoot Sun Gohan, as if I didn't see Sun Gohan. Seeing this incredible scene in front of him, several question marks appeared on Klin's bald head, his expression stunned. What happened? He didn't see Gohan, what's the matter? Just as Klin was stunned, Sun Gohan, who was cold in his heart, was also too frightened to move. It was only when Yayu walked in front of Son Goku, who was seriously injured and half unconscious, Son Gohan mustered his courage. Angrily said, "What do you want to do? My dad is seriously injured, do you want to kill him?" While Son Gohan spoke, he ran straight towards Yayu. But at this moment, Yayu spread his palms and grabbed a grey cloth bag worn by Son Goku's waist. "If you don't want your father to die, just stay where you are." Yayu picked up the cloth bag, and after a faint word to Son Gohan, he opened the cloth bag directly. From the beginning to the end, Yayu kept his eyes on the cloth bag, and did not look at Son Gohan. When Son Gohan heard Yayu's words, he was also puzzled, but at this moment, his actions stopped immediately. What does Yayu want to do? Do not know. At the same time, Tos and Rap, who were flying over here, saw that Yayu was shaking the ordinary cloth bag in his hand. It seemed that three things were poured out of it, and they both looked confused. Although Rap and Tos didn't know what the three black spots poured out by Yayu were, Son Gohan and Klin recognized at a glance that it was exactly fairy beans. What does that guy want to do? Klin was puzzled when he saw Yayu pour out the fairy beans that Son Goku had brought. Yes, on Yayu's palm, the object the size of a soybean is the fairy bean. The effect of fairy beans is very rich, not only can satisfy the hunger, but no matter what kind of injury, as long as the last breath is left, eat a fairy bean, and immediately live and live. Is there only 3 left? Yayu looked at the 3 fairy beans on his palm and muttered to himself in a voice that only he could hear. Read more at wuxiax.com. In Dragon Ball, when Son Goku came to Namek from the earth, he brought 5 fairy beans. It's just that Son Goku ate 2 fairy beans while using supergravity on the Universe spacecraft. When it finally arrived at Namek, there were only 3 left. Yayu glanced at the 3 fairy beans on his palm, and then at Son Goku, who was seriously injured in front of him. I don't know how much combat power Son Goku can increase after eating this fairy bean. Then, in the surprised eyes of Klin and Son Gohan, Yayu directly took out a fairy bean and gave it to Son Goku. Ding! After Son Goku ate the fairy beans, his injuries recovered instantly, and Son Goku, who was in a semi-conscious state, immediately regained consciousness. This is... Seeing the dying Son Goku, Shenron suddenly stood up alive, Rap and Toss as if they had seen a ghost. But Klin and Son Gohan looked at each other. At first they looked puzzled, and then overjoyed. Anyway, Yayu didn't kill Son Goku, which is the best thing for Klin and Son Gohan. Yeah, I almost died. After resuscitation, Son Goku did some exercises, and said to Yayu, thank you. I hurt you, do you still thank me? Yayu stood up and said with a curved smile. No, I thank you for not shooting Gohan. Haha. After Yayu gave a faint smile, his figure immediately rose into the air. That one. Seeing Yayu preparing to leave, Son Goku immediately said aloud. What's happenin'? Xiandu, Son Goku shaved his cheeks, looked at the empty grey cloth bag on the ground, and said with some embarrassment. Confiscation. After Yayu said lightly, he flew directly towards the place where Rap and Toss were. In the end, only the father and son Son Goku and Son Gohan were left, staring at each other with big eyes and small eyes. No, confiscated. Not long after Yayu left, Klin immediately caught up. Goku, are you okay? Klin fell in front of Son Goku and said to Son Goku with a worried look. It's okay. Yayu has completely cured my injury with fairy beans. I didn't expect that Sion was a good person by accident. Son Goku waved his fist and said to Klin. Good guy? Is it a good person to take the opportunity to fish out your 2 fairy beans? By the way, why does that guy know that Xiandu has healing properties? Looking at Yayu's leaving back, Klin asked casually. I don't know. Son Gohan replied nonchalantly. Indeed, fairy beans are a product of the earth. It stands to reason that universe people did not know the existence of fairy beans, and Vegeta did not know about fairy beans. But Yayu knew it. However, Klin and Son Goku didn't think much about it, and quickly put the question behind their heads. 2 fairy beans. Yayu, who was slowly flying above the sky, looked at the 2 fairy beans on the palm, and said with satisfaction. To help you Son Goku improve combat effectiveness, these 2 fairy beans are considered labor expenses. Although Yayu does not yet know how much Son Goku's combat effectiveness has increased. However, according to Yayu's guess, it should be more than 3 million combat power. After all, Son Goku's injury this time is more serious than the injury he suffered during the fight against Kinu in Dragon Ball. Sion's physique is that the heavier the injury, the more combat effectiveness will increase after recovery. In Dragon Ball, it was raised to 3 million, so this time, it is logically more than 3 million. As for the specific number, Yayu is not clear. He doesn't need to know, as long as he can smoothly and completely transform into Super Saiyan. After flying away from Son Goku and Son Goku, Yayu stopped not far from the battlefield where the 2 of Vegeta and Guise were. In the battle between Yayu and Son Goku, the battle between Guise and Vegeta is also in full swing. At the same time, in Yayu's mind, the beep of the system never stopped. At this time, on the battlefield of Vegeta and Guise, a large number of combat power attributes have been dropped. And those with combat power attribute values are all above 300. As long as the battle between Vegeta and Guise is over, Yayu can directly collect all the dropped combat power attributes. Chapter 27. Chapter 27 Combat Power increased by 250,000 3 more flowers. Chapter 27. Ding! Congratulations to the host, get 350 combat power attributes. Ding! Congratulations to the host, get combat power attribute 370. With the continuous fierce battle between Vegeta and Guise, Yayu's mind is constantly ringing the mechanical beeps of the system. Damn, why the damn Vegeta is getting stronger and stronger. At first, Guise was in a suppressed state, but as the fighting time went on, he became more and more frightened. It feels like Vegeta is constantly growing in battle. Wow! Just as Guise was thinking about it, he hit Vegeta's chest with a punch, but Vegeta immediately hit with a backhand, returning color. Under Vegeta's fist, Justin spurted out a mouthful of blood. Guise, who was already scarred, suffered from Vegeta's punch, and his injuries intensified again. Hateful! Guise wiped the corners of his mouth, and after seeing the red blood on his palm, the anger in his heart rose suddenly. Smash the ball! The angry Geth raised his palm, and in the next second, an energy ball instantly condensed on his palm. As time goes by, the energy ball increases rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few breaths, the energy ball on Guise's palm is the size of a basketball. Vegeta, come to me! After Geth condensed the smashing ball, he was about to use the smashing ball to deal with Vegeta. Ran! Vegeta below, took a step ahead of him and launched a powerful ki blast. Afterburner! Vegeta condensed the whole body's chi, gathered on both palms, and that powerful chi instantly condensed into a huge beam of light, which suddenly swept past Geth like a long rainbow piercing the sun. Ding! Congratulations to the host, get the Afterburner attribute. The Afterburner. After hearing the words of the system, Yayu murmured a word. Then, under the gaze of Yayu, Rap, and Toss, Vegeta's Afterburner directly attacked Geth's body. Guise is not Yayu. He doesn't have the kind of strength that can resist Ki Blast. After being hit by Vegeta's afterburner, Gaia's figure was instantly annihilated by the light. Through the beam of light, I saw Gaia's body, as if it was a thick smoke straightened by the wind, turning into long red shadows. Read more at wuxiax.com. Hateful. In the end, amidst the screams of Gaia, together with the afterburner above the sky, there was a huge explosion that was earth-shattering. Ho-ho! Vegeta looked up at the sky, and after feeling that Gaia's breath had completely disappeared, he was gasping for breath, and he was also relieved. It's finally over. At the same time, as the battle between Vegeta and Gaia ended, Yayu thought of the system prompt again. Does the host charge combat power attributes? Receive. As soon as Yayu's voice fell, the system heard a prompt tone again. Does the host charge the afterburner attribute? After Yayu hesitated for a while, he still said, receive. Although Vegeta's afterburner is useless, since the attribute of afterburner has been dropped, I will charge it first. Then, in Yayu's field of vision, I saw Vegeta in front of him. The large number of combat power attributes converged into a long river of golden tadpole scriptures, lining up continuously towards Yayu's body. 43.26 million. 43.27 million. 43.28 million. As the combat power attributes continuously converge towards Yayu's body, the combat power attributes on the virtual screen in front of Yayu are constantly beating. The process at this moment lasted for nearly 10 seconds. With the last combat power attribute converging into Yayu's body, on the virtual screen in front of him, Yayu's combat power has reached 43.51 million. In other words, the battle between Gyus and Vegeta just now increased Yayu's combat effectiveness by 250,000 in one go. Although 250,000 compared with more than 40 million, it is nothing. However, the 250,000 combat power was simply taken out, but it was quite a horrible figure. Even Jinyu had only 120,000 combat power. In addition, Yayu now has the Kaioken attribute, and Kaioken can directly double the combat power. 250,000 combat power, under 10 times the Kaioken magnification, that is 2.5 million combat power. Has the combat power increased by 250,000? Not bad. Looking at the data on the screen, Yayu looked satisfied. Then his gaze was placed on Vegeta over there. Being stared at by Yayu like this, Vegeta seemed to have the feeling of being stared at by a beast. His heart suddenly jumped, and his body was reflexively distanced from Yayu, staring at Yayu with a vigilant look. Don't be so nervous. In order to thank you for your gift, let me tell you good news. The gift that Yayu said is naturally the attribute of combat effectiveness. If the battle between Vegeta and Likum is added, Vegeta will provide Yayu with nearly 300,000 combat power attributes today. This is equivalent to the results of the warriors on the Yayu universe ship for 10 days and a half. Thanks for my gift. Vegeta didn't know what Yayu was talking about. But Yayu didn't want to explain anything to Vegeta. He just smiled and said, Frieza has won 7 Dragon Balls. What will he do next? I think you know better than me. As soon as Yayu said these words, Vegeta's face changed drastically as if she had been empowered. No, I almost forgot about it. Not long ago, Jinyu came over and snatched 7 Dragon Balls. In other words, Frieza has already won 7 Dragon Balls at this time. In Vegeta's view, once Frieza summons Shenron and obtains the immortal life, then his Vegeta will never turn out, and Frieza will step on his feet for the rest of his life and be ravaged arbitrarily. Hey, Kakarot! After thinking about Frieza, Vegeta didn't feel in the mood to pay any attention to Yayu anymore, and immediately flew towards the place where the 3 Son Goku and Son Goku were underneath, holding the seriously injured body. Bay! Vegeta! Seeing Vegeta coming over, Klin looked wary. After all, the previous agreement between him and Vegeta was only to deal with the Kainuite team. Now all the members of the Kainuite team have been wiped out. So whether the partnership between Klin and Vegeta can continue is still a question. At this moment, Son Goku took a step to stop Klin. Don't worry, Vegeta is not malicious to us. Above the sky, Yayu, standing in the air, watched the turn of Vegeta and Son Goku below, and the corners of his mouth curled up. Okay, let me see how you deal with Frieza. Chapter 28. Chapter 28. Go to Frieza Universe ship for more for collection and flowers. Chapter 28. Even though the Saiyan blood in Yayu's body is constantly trending him to fight Frieza. But compared to fighting with Frieza, Yayu still hopes to stand on the battlefield of Frieza and Son Goku and collect the combat power attributes that they drop when they fight. Master Yayu, what shall we do next? Are we really going to find Frieza? Just after Vegeta left, Rap asked Yayu. Especially when the name Frieza was mentioned, Rap's voice trembled. If you are afraid, you can go back first. Hearing Yayu's words, Rap's neck suddenly shrank slightly, shut up, and said nothing. Rap knew that if he continued speaking, he would only anger Yayu, and he would not do such a stupid thing. While Yayu and Rap were talking, Son Goku took Vegeta, Son Gohan, and Klin and flew over here. Yayu, we are going to deal with Frieza next, do you want to be together? It is said that Nafrisa is a big villain, if left alone, this planet will be destroyed by him. Son Goku flew to a place 10 feet away from Yayu and stopped, and said to Yayu. Judging from his posture, he seems to want to cooperate with Yayu. But when Yayu heard Son Goku's words, his brows suddenly raised, and then he said, I think you just want to fight Frieza, right? When Yayu said this, Klin and Vegeta were shocked. And Son Goku also whispered, no, it's exposed. Goku, do you really just want to fight that Frieza? Kakarot, don't do such silly things, Frieza's power is unfathomable. If you fight him with this kind of thinking, then you are looking for death. Hearing the reprimands of Klin and Vegeta, Son Goku immediately scratched his head in embarrassment, and then said with a smile, in fact, there is such a meaning in it, Vegeta and Yayu are both Saiyan, don't you want to fight against Frieza? After hearing Son Goku's explanation, Klin's face changed, Vegeta was furious, and then pointed at Yayu to reprimand Son Goku, Kakarot, don't be too naive, maybe Nafrisa is stronger than this Saiyan. Boy, pay attention to the way you talk to our Lord Yayu, what Saiyan, this is Lord Yayu. Rap behind Yayu heard Vegeta pointing at Yayu and said, Saiyan. Rap immediately yelled at Vegeta in order to protect Yayu. Hearing Rap's scolding, Vegeta was furious, but due to Yayu's terrifying strength, he didn't dare to attack, so he clenched his fists and gnashed his teeth. Lap. After Yayu stopped Lapu, he said to Son Goku and others aloud, Vegeta is right, Nafrisa's combat effectiveness is indeed higher than mine. Yayu's current combat power is 43.51 million, while Frieza's full power combat power is 120 million. This first comparison shows that Frieza's combat effectiveness is indeed higher than Yayu, read more at wuxiax.com. Of course, the premise is that Kaioken is not used in Yayu. If Yayu casts Kaioken 10 times, the combat power will reach more than 400 million, which is naturally above Frieza. At this time, after hearing Yayu's words, Son Goku, Klin, and Son Gohan all took a deep breath. Nafrisa's combat effectiveness is higher than expected. How strong Yayu's combat effectiveness is, Klin and Son Gohan can see it, and Son Goku has personally experienced it. In the case of Son Goku showing 4 times Kaioken, Yayu was still easily killed by Yayu. In the eyes of Klin and Son Gohan, Yayu's strength is scary enough. But Frieza's combat effectiveness is still higher than Yayu. What is the strength of Nafrisa? Father. Son Gohan seemed to want to persuade Son Goku. He looked up at Son Goku and said something nervously. Gohan, don't worry. After eating that fairy bean just now, my strength has increased a lot Yayu, if I fight you again, I won't necessarily lose to you. Son Goku touched Son Gohan's little head, clenching his fist in the other hand, and said confidently to Yayu. Yayu knew that Son Goku was not talking big. At this time, after Son Goku was seriously injured and healed from eating fairy beans, his combat power has soared to more than 3 million. If combined with 10 times, 20 times Kaioken, then Son Goku's combat power will reach 30 million or 60 million. Yayu's panel combat power is only 43.51 million. In this comparison, Son Goku didn't speak big words. Of course, what Son Goku doesn't know is that Yayu will also use Kaioken. After Son Goku paused for a while, he said to Klin and Son Gohan, "Don't forget, we came to Namek this time to revive Piccolo and the others. If we don't defeat Frieza, we should not be able to recapture the Dragon Ball." After Son Goku uttered the name Piccolo, there was a dull look in Son Gohan's eyes. Originally, Son Gohan wanted to persuade Son Goku not to look for Frieza, but at this time, thinking of Piccolo, the thought in Son Gohan's heart also disappeared. If you want to resurrect Piccolo-san, you must recapture the Dragon Ball. This is the idea in Son Gohan's mind. Goku. At this time, Klin's tone also softened a bit. Well, let's go and take back the Dragon Ball from Frieza's hands together. After hesitating for a while, Klin's face also showed a firm look. It's up to you, anyway, our cooperation is only to defeat Frieza. Seeing Son Goku's gaze, Vegeta folded his arms and said with a proud face. Then Yayu, do you want to cooperate with us? Son Goku finally looked at Yayu. Yayu's strength, Son Goku has personally learned. From Son Goku's point of view, if Yayu's help, then the probability of defeating Frieza will be much higher. I am not interested in Frieza, but I am more interested in your dealings with Frieza. Does this make a difference? Hearing Yayu's words, Klin and Son Gohan looked at each other. Yo xi, then we will go to Frieza, but before that, we have to heal Vegeta's body injury first. While talking, Son Goku looked at Yayu. There is no doubt that Son Goku wants Yayu to take out fairy beans for Vegeta. Want fairy beans? No. Yayu tilted his head, as if he didn't know what to do. Don't worry, Frieza's universe ship has medical equipment, so I can recover it wherever I go. Afterwards, Son Goku and Vegeta flew directly in the direction of the Frieza universe ship. After Son Goku and his party walked away, Yayu brought Toss and Rap to follow. End of this chapter. Ah, please flowers. Chapter 29. Chapter 29 7 Dragon Balls 1 more for collection and flowers. Chapter 29. Namek. Call out. The 4 milky white light clusters above the sky, like rays of light, flew past at an astonishing speed. And not far behind these 4 white light groups, there are 3 light groups. The 3 white light groups at the rear are naturally Yayu, Lap, and Toss. Down. Rap next to Yayu watched the 4 light groups in front suddenly slow down and landed on the land somewhere below. He immediately said aloud. When the 3 of Yayu approached, they saw a disc-shaped universe spaceship on the land below. This universe spaceship is naturally the one that Frieza is riding on. Here, Frieza's universe ship. Yayu stopped, stood in the air, stared at the universe ship below, and spoke to Rap and Toss in a flat tone. Toss is okay, after all, he is young and knows Frieza, but he doesn't know the horror of Frieza. But Rap is different. Before he joined Yayu's subordinate, he was mixed on the universe. For Frieza's name, it was like a thunderbolt. This is the universe ship of Frieza. Rap stared at the disc-shaped universe ship below with a look of horror. While speaking, his throat became a little tight, and he couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Don't worry, Frieza is not here now. Yayu saw Rap's horrified look. After pacifying the opponent, his eyes followed the direction of a powerful energy response on the detector. There is no doubt that the powerful energy response that appeared on the Yayu detector was Frieza. Moreover, Yayu also knew that Frisia at this time should be fighting against Niru, the guardian of the Great Elder, in order to obtain the use of Dragon Ball. Intruder found! Intruder found! Just as Yayu looked at the end of the field of vision ahead, the red alert suddenly remembered in Frisia's universe ship below. Immediately after that, batch after batch of universe men in battle armor lined up from Frisia's universe ship. And their offensive targets are Son Goku and Vegeta, who landed first. Attack! The universe-headed person, after recognizing Vegeta, had nothing to say, and immediately ordered his men to attack Son Goku and Vegeta's group. Bang bang bang! The weapons that gather energy in the hands of those in the universe are like pistols, constantly firing at Son Goku, Vegeta, and others. It's just that the shots are not bullets, but energy balls, or energy beams. Ding! Congratulations to the host, get the combat power attribute 20, read more at wuxiax.com. Ding! Congratulations to the host, gaining combat power attribute 24. At the moment when Frisia's men attacked Vegeta and Son Goku and the group, Yayu remembered the mechanical sound of the system in his mind. At the same time, a large number of combat power attributes are constantly falling. It's just a pity that the combat power of these Frisia's men is too low, and the highest is about 3000. When they launch an attack, the combat power attributes they drop are also quite low. Hey, I'm here to find Frisia, and I have no grudges against you. If you attack again, I will fight back. In the face of Frisia's constant offensive, Son Goku has been avoiding and flashing to the left. Kakarot, this guy, he's all here, let's talk about it. Compared to Son Goku, Vegeta is not so easy to talk. I saw his figure flashing in the crowd instantly, and every time he flashed, there would be a universe person who was bombarded and killed by Vegeta on the spot. Ding! Congratulations to the host, get the combat power attribute 340. Ding! Congratulations to the host, get 350 combat power attributes. After Vegeta shot, Klin and Son Gohan also shot one after another. 10 seconds later, hundreds of Frisia's men who originally surrounded Son Goku and Vegeta were all lying on the ground, not knowing whether they were alive or dead. Does the host charge combat power attributes? Just after Son Goku and Vegeta and the group eliminated all of Frisia's men, Yayu's mind once again sounded the system prompt. Charge! Although this kind of small fight is much worse than the battle between Vegeta and Kainyut, it is better than nothing. The fighting power of white picking, not picking up white, not picking up. As soon as Yayu's voice fell, the combat power attributes of Vegeta and Son Goku and others on the battlefield lined up in a long river of scriptures, continuously converging into Yayu's body. After all the combat power attributes were gathered in Yayu's body, Yayu's combat power rose from 43.51 million to 43.55 million. In other words, the short battle in front of him gave Yayu more than 40,000 combat power attributes. Master Yayu, shall we go down? At this time, after seeing Son Gohan and his party clear all the obstacles, Rap asked Yayu aloud. No, we'll just come and watch the show this time. While Yayu and Rap were talking, Vegeta and Son Goku and the group confessed, and they dragged their badly injured body into Frisia's universe ship. Judging from its posture, it seemed that he wanted to use the medical equipment in the Frisia universe ship to heal his injuries. Gohan. Soon after Vegeta entered the Frisia universe ship, Klin over there took a vigilant look at Vegeta, and then said to Son Gohan, take out the radar. The radar that Klin is talking about here is naturally the Dragon Ball radar. After listening to Klin's words, Son Gohan took out a piece the size of a palm, like a watch. And this thing is the Dragon Ball radar made by Boomer. After Son Goku gently pressed the button on the Dragon Ball radar, light began to flash on the Dragon Ball radar screen. This is... Seeing the 7 rays of light gathered on the radar, Klin and Son Gohan were overjoyed. Very close. Kellen and Son Gohan looked at each other, then followed the location indicated on the radar and began to search for the whereabouts of Dragon Ball. Not long after, on a clearing below the Frisia Universe ship, Sun Gohan found the place indicated by the radar. Right here. Son Goku pointed to the ground, the renovated soil, and said to Klin excitedly. What are they doing? Do not know. At this time, TOS and Rap above the sky looked at the actions of Son Gohan and Klin on the ground below, and they looked puzzled. Although TOS and Rap didn't know what Klin and Son Gohan were doing, Yayu did. 7 Dragon Ball. Yayu muttered to himself. At this moment, after Klin and Son Gohan dug up the ground below, Haoran exposed several basketball-sized glass balls with different stars under the ground. This glass ball is nothing else, it is Namex Dragon Ball. End of this chapter. Daily ask for flowers, vote for those with flowers, thanks. Chapter 30. Chapter 30 Trade with Son Goku 2 more flowers for collection. Chapter 30. Why is the Dragon Ball buried here? After Son Gohan and Klin dug up all the 7 Dragon Balls buried on the ground, Son Gohan asked with a puzzled face. Who knows, in this way, Shenron can be summoned to resurrect Piccolo and Tien Shinyan. Klin clapped his hands, akimbo his hands, staring at the 7 Dragon Balls in front of him, and said with excitement. Naturally, this Dragon Ball was made by Kainu before leaving the Frisia Universe ship, ordering his men to bury it here. Originally, Jinnu thought that if the Dragon Ball was buried here, no one would find it. But what Jinnu didn't expect was that on Earth, Boomer invented the Dragon Ball radar. With the Dragon Ball radar, Son Gohan, Klin, and others, naturally it was very easy to find the Dragon Ball buried here by Jinnu. What are the glass beads? Rap has never seen or heard of Dragon Ball. Seeing Son Gohan and Klin dug out the 7 glass beads the size of a basketball, Rap is curious. Yayu didn't answer Rap's question, he just watched quietly, and Son Gohan and Klin below carried the 7 Dragon Balls to an open area. Hey, next we are going to summon Shenron, you give way. Son Gohan shook his hands and shouted at the 3 of Yayu and Rap. Shenron. What, that is? Hearing Son Gohan's shout, Rap became more curious. Can Shenron realize any wish? After hearing Son Gohan's words, Yayu stared at the 7 Dragon Balls and muttered to himself in a voice that only he could hear. Want money? In the past 20 years, Yayu's power has converged a lot of money in the universe, and Shenron is not needed to achieve it. Want a body that will never die? Karak 2, Zamasu, these people who wished to Shenron for eternal life, did not end well. Want combat power? Yayu has an attribute picking system and can be upgraded by himself. After thinking about it for a long time, Yayu realized that he had no wish for Shenron to help realize. As Yayu was thinking, his figure had slowly landed towards Frisia's universe ship below. Come out, Shenron. After seeing Yayu and Rap give way, Klin immediately walked up to the 7 Dragon Balls and shouted loudly. But then, the scene of Shenron's appearance in the imagination did not happen. After seeing the 7 Dragon Balls in front of him without any response, Klin was puzzled. I will try again. After Klin spoke to Son Gohan a little awkwardly, he shouted to the 7 Dragon Balls again, come out, Shenron. At this moment, Rap and Toss behind Yayu saw Klin constantly shouting the lines of the second, they looked at each other. Although Rap and Toss did not speak, the expressions on their faces seemed to say read more at wuxiax.com. What is this person doing? I'm afraid I'm not a fool. Strange. What is going on? Why doesn't Shenron come out? Klin rubbed his head and tried to think about what was going on. At this moment, Son Goku walked out of the universe ship. Oh, 7 Dragon Ball. Although the 7 Dragon Balls in front of them are not the same size as the 7 Dragon Balls on the Earth. But Son Goku recognized the 7 Dragon Balls at a glance. Goku, these 7 Dragon Balls can't summon Shenron, what is going on? Is there something wrong? Seeing Son Goku coming over, Klin said with some brain pain. I'll tell you. As soon as Klin's words fell, Yayu flew over and said aloud. After hearing Yayu's words, the eyes of Klin, Son Goku, and Son Gohan all fell on Yayu's body. Really? That's great, thank you for helping us. After hearing what Yayu said, Son Goku said to Yayu with a grateful expression without even thinking about it. But before Son Goku's words were finished, Klin stopped Son Goku and stared at Yayu warily. Goku. Although Klin didn't say much, Yayu saw the alert look on Klin's face and knew that Klin was afraid that he would take the opportunity to steal the 7 Dragon Ball. After all, the function of 7 Dragon Ball is so powerful that any wish can be realized. Anyone who knows the 7 Dragon Ball, there are very few people who don't play the 7 Dragon Ball. On the other hand, for Klin, Yayu is just a meeting without much overlap. Naturally, he would not believe Yayu so easily. So, don't you believe me? In that case, let's make a deal. I tell you why I can't summon Shenron, and Son Goku, you promise me one thing. As soon as Yayu said this, the vigilant look on Klin's face was slightly retreated. If a person who is not very familiar with you takes the initiative to help you, you may be wary of whether this person has any purpose, and thus remain vigilant. But if that person makes clear conditions with you, then your guard will naturally be much less. You said, as long as it doesn't go against my original wish. Before Klin stopped, Son Goku immediately agreed to Yayu's deal without any hesitation. It's very simple, now come with me to deal with Frieza. As soon as Yayu said this, the expressions of Son Gohan and Klin changed drastically. In the eyes of both Klin and Son Gohan, now that the Dragon Ball is in hand, there is no need to provoke Frieza. Klin and Son Gohan are naturally unwilling to agree to Yayu's condition. But Son Goku slammed into each other with one fist and one palm, and said with a fighting spirit, "Okay, I promise you." Goku. Father. After hearing Son Goku's words, Klin and Son Gohan were extremely entangled. But Son Goku said confidently, "Don't worry, nothing will happen." After seeing Son Goku's promise, Yayu's mouth curled up, and then said, "It's actually very simple. Namex Dragon Ball needs Namex secret signal to be summoned." Hearing Yayu's words, Klin and Son Gohan were overjoyed, and then asked aloud, "What about the secret sign?" "Do not know." At this moment, Klin and Son Gohan seemed to have 10 million alpacas running around in their hearts. ICAO. What kind of answer is this? Doesn't this answer mean no answer? In fact, there is no need for Yayu to tell Son Gohan and Klin to them. In 7 Dragon Ball, after Klin and Son Gohan were unable to summon Shenron, they also thought that Shenron, who might summon Namek, needed a special signal. Yayu just reminded Klin and Son Gohan a little bit. Of course, on the other hand, even if Yayu doesn't trade with Son Goku, Frieza will be tracked here in a while. Yayu just wanted to get Son Goku and Frieza into a fight quickly. Instead of waiting for Frieza here. It's better to take the initiative to find Frieza. End of this chapter. Please ask for votes for Flowers evaluation. Chapter 31. Chapter 31 Obtain Key Sense attributes 3 more flowers. Chapter 31. Although Son Goku felt a little bit pitted by Yayu in his heart, he came to the Frieza Universe ship and was originally planning to fight Frieza. The condition given by Yayu is to let Son Goku go to Frieza to fight. Strictly speaking, it is not a pitfall. Son Goku pressed his legs, twisted his waist, and after a little movement, he said to Yayu, "Well, since I have promised you, then I will go with you." Goku. Klin just wanted to give Son Goku an injustice, but before Klin finished speaking, Son Goku followed Yayu into the sky. "Kling, Gohan, you two stay here." After all, a powerful air mass burst out of Son Goku and Yayu, and they flew directly in the direction where Frieza was. "Master Yayu! Ms. Yayu!" After Yayu and Son Goku left, Rap and TOS also immediately caught up. "Klinson, what do we do next? Shenron can't call it out." After Yayu and Son Goku and the others left, Sun Gohan looked at the 7 Dragon Balls in front of him, and asked Klin helplessly. Code, code. Hearing Sun Gohan's question, Klin silently read 2 words from Yayu before. But, Klin's eyes lit up, as if thinking of something. Since these 7 Dragon Balls were created by the Great Elder, if you ask the Great Elder, he will definitely know what the secret sign is. Klin said to Sun Gohan happily. Yes, if you are the Elder, you must know. Sun Gohan was overjoyed. Then, Gohan, you wait here, I will go to the Great Elder, and I will come back as soon as I ask for the secret code. After Kling greeted Sun Gohan, a powerful white aura burst out in vain, turning into a streamer, and flew directly in the direction where the Elder was. What's the matter? Why is Frisia's anger in this direction? It didn't take long for Klin to fly into the sky, and for a long time he felt Frisia's powerful and evil aura from the direction of the Great Elder. Klin's face was solemn, but he didn't think much, and flew directly into the distance. Just as Klin flew towards Frisia, Rap and Toss had already caught up with Yayu and Son Goku. What are you two doing with you? Yayu frowned when he saw Rap and Toss approaching. The place he was going right now was where Frisia was. Read more at wuxiax.com. After a while, Son Goku and Frisia fought. With the meager fighting power of the two of Toss and Rap, I am afraid that even the aftermath can wipe out the two in an instant. According to Yayu's plan, Lap and TOS would stay on the Frisia universe ship. Ms. Yayu, I want to be with you. Yayu looked speechless after hearing Toss's words. If you were a girl. The key is a boy. Now that he is here, Yayu didn't say much to Rap and Toss. As time went by, it was getting closer and closer to Yayu and Son Goku and the place where Frisia was. Is this Frisia's anger? After Son Goku perceives the huge chi in front of Frisia through the ki sensibility, the corners of Son Goku's mouth suddenly evokes a confident arc. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining ki sense attributes. Just after Son Goku used ki sense ability, Yayu's mind immediately rang the mechanical beep of the system. Hearing the voice of the system, Yayu said in his heart, the ki sense attribute is finally here. Previously, when Vegeta, Son Gohan, and Klin fought against the Kainya team, they also used the ability of ki sense. It's just a pity that the system did not drop the ki sense attribute at that time. After all, the probability of the system dropping the ability attribute is 1/5. Not every time can be the same as the time pause ability attribute, one shot into the soul. However, when Son Goku uses the ki sense ability, it drops the ki sense attribute, which is not too late. Excuse me, does the host pick up the ki sense attribute? Charge! As soon as Yayu's voice fell, the ki sense attribute dropped from Son Goku's body was directly submerged into Yayu's body. In the next second, the ki sense attribute appeared on the system screen. After acquiring the ki sense ability attribute, Yayu can't wait to use the ki sense ability. With the opening of Yayu ki sense, an invisible field of vision instantly covered the entire Namek. In this view, Yayu saw a lot of air masses. Those air masses are big and small. Among them, the air masses closest to Yayu are Rap, Toss, and Son Goku. Among Yayu's ki sense, Toss has the smallest air mass, followed by Son Goku, and the largest is Rap. The size of the air mass, to some extent, reflects a person's combat effectiveness. Of course, this is not to say that Rap's combat effectiveness is higher than that of Son Goku. It's just that Son Goku suppresses the chi in his body and causes his air mass to contract. So in Yayu's ki sense, Son Goku's air mass is compared to Rap to be small. Is this the ki sense ability? It's really convenient. Yayu muttered to himself with satisfaction. Frisia doesn't seem to be as powerful as he thought. While Yayu was still experiencing the ability of ki sense, Son Goku casually said such a sentence. At this moment, Rap on the side heard Son Goku's words, and he couldn't help but complain in his heart. What? Frisia is not strong? Do you know the horror of Frisia? Although Rap thought Son Goku was talking big, Yayu didn't think so. Therefore, Frisia's anger is indeed not very strong at this time. Son Goku, you'd better not underestimate Frisia. As far as I know, Frisia has 3 transformations, and each transformation can greatly improve combat effectiveness. Hearing what Yayu said, Son Goku exclaimed, "Ah, you really know Frisia." While Yayu was thinking about how to prevaricate Son Goku's words in his mind, Rap on the side said irritably, "Of course. We Yayu adults have been investigating Frisia over the years." Thing. Hearing what Rap said, Yayu said in his heart, "Good point, Rap." If it weren't for Rap's words, Yayu would have to find another reason. After all, he can't tell Son Goku that the reason why he knows Frisia so much is because he came across it. Chapter 32. Chapter 32 First Battle Frisia for More Flowers. Chapter 32. Namek, Frisia, and Neru are on the battlefield. After some fighting, Neru was seriously injured and collapsed to the ground. And Frisia, unscathed. "Aren't you afraid of death?" Frisia looked condescendingly at Neru, who was collapsed on the ground, his whole body scarred, and the corners of his mouth curled up, and he said with a joking expression, "Did it die?" At this moment, several energy reactions suddenly appeared on the detector worn by Frisia. "Okay." After seeing this change on the detector, Frisia was slightly surprised, and then his gaze shifted from Neru's body to the detector. 1, 2. There are 4 in total. Have 4 mice rushed over here? Looking at the detector, after 4 energy responses appeared, Frisia gave a faint smile, then turned and looked behind him. "I saw 4 white air masses above the distant sky, flying towards this side at an astonishing speed." Not long after, the 4 white air masses turned into streams of light, falling from the sky, directly on the battlefield where Frisia and Neru were located. Then in Frisia's field of vision, 4 figures appeared. These 4 figures are not others, they are Yayu and Son Goku. Frisia. Before Yayu could speak, Rap behind him stared at Frisia in front of him, shaking immediately. "Not from Namek." While the 4 of Yayu and Son Goku were looking at Frisia, Frisia also stared at the 4 of Yayu and Son Goku. After seeing that the person was not from Namek, Frisia's expression moved slightly. But that's it, after all, in Frisia's eyes, no matter who came, in his eyes, it was no different from a little bug. "Are you Frisia?" The corner of Son Goku's mouth evoked a confident arc, staring at Frisia, and said not salty or indifferent. Hearing Son Goku's voice, Frisia's eyes immediately fell on Son Goku's body. Looking at the face of Son Goku, Frisia was slightly taken aback. This face seems to have been seen somewhere. It's him. Read more at wuxiax.com. A few seconds later, a face in Frisia's mind immediately overlapped with Son Goku. This face is no one else, but Bardock, Son Goku's father. Before Frisia destroyed planet Vegeta 24 years ago, Bardock, Son Goku's father, could see the future because of the curse. In the future, Bardock saw the destruction of planet Vegeta. In order to prevent the destruction of planet Vegeta, Bardock singled out the Frisia core. It's just a pity that in the end, Frisia was not able to stop Frisia from destroying planet Vegeta. It looks exactly like that Scion's face. Frisia recalled the destruction of planet Vegeta, as if he was thinking of something happy. Then he looked at the 2 Scions, Yayu and Son Goku, and said with a joking expression, "I really didn't expect anything except Vegeta. Besides, there is actually a living Scion." After saying this, the expression on Frisia's face gradually disappeared, and in the next second it turned into a killing machine. All Scion deserve to die. As soon as Frisia's words fell, his figure disappeared in place, and when he appeared again in the next second, he was already in front of Yayu, and he hit Yayu's head with a fist. Judging from his posture, it seemed that he wanted to kill Scion, Yayu first, and then kill the familiar Scion, Son Goku. Boom! But what Frisia didn't expect was that when his fist was about to hit Yayu suddenly opened his palm and caught Frisia's fist. Due to the movements of Frisia and Yayu, the speed is too fast. So that the two of Rap and Toss over there have not yet reacted. When they reacted, they only saw Frisia appearing in front of Yayu somehow, and also shot Yayu, but Frisia's attack was blocked by Yayu. So fast, completely invisible. Is this the strength of the universe Emperor Frisia? It is amazing. But Yayu-sama seems to see through Frisia's attack. Just as Rap and Toss were surprised at the brief match between Frisia and Yayu just now, Niru, who was lying on the ground there, was full of stormy waves in his heart. Who is this person? Why can he stop Frisia's attack? Niruna couldn't be more clear about how strong Frisia was. He played against Frisia just now, it was a complete defeat. No matter what kind of attack he launches, it will have no effect on Frisia. On the contrary, Frisia just punched him casually, and his whole bones seemed to fall apart. But right now, this strange man was able to catch Frisia's attack, and Nir was naturally shocked. Oh! Isn't it amazing? It can actually block my blow. At the same time, after seeing Yayu blocking his attack, Frisia also showed an expression of interest on his face. Frisia has absolute confidence in his own strength. That punch just now, even though it didn't use 1% of its power. But even so, it can kill people with a combat power of less than 50,000. As Frisia spoke, he wanted to pull his fist out of Yayu's palm, but at this moment, he saw a huge force coming from Yayu's palm. The power seemed to be like iron tongs, firmly clamped on his fist. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get the fist out. After using the dark energy twice, unable to withdraw his fist, the joking color on Frisia's face disappeared completely, replaced by a touch of anger. This guy! Frisia has only 530,000 combat power in its first form, while Yayu has 43.51 million combat power. In the first form, Frisia is naturally no match for Yayu. Frisia, don't be wrong, your opponent is him. Yayu looked at Frisia, who was gnashing his teeth, pointed at Son Goku, and after coldly saying a word, he released his palm directly. After Frisia got out of trouble, he immediately separated from Yayu. Yes, your opponent is me. After Son Goku slammed his palms and punches together, he said to Frisia with a warlike expression on his face. So that's the case, does the smelly monkey who thinks he has some strength in vain attempting to challenge my king Frisia. Frisia secretly squeezed the still aching fist, and then stared at Yayu and Son Goku, and said with disdain. As soon as Frisia's voice fell, Son Goku said, Frisia, transform yourself. End of this chapter. Please ask for a wave of flowers. Chapter 33. Chapter 33 Frisia transforms one more flowers. Chapter 33. Frisia, transform yourself. As soon as Son Goku said this, Frisia's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he chuckled, what you know is very clear, even I know the things I can transform into. In order to control his overpowering power, Frisia weakened his combat power to a level that he could control, so he usually remained in the first form. Even among Frisia's many subordinates, there are very few who know that he can transform. But right now, Son Goku, who met for the first time, knew that he could transform. Frisia was naturally a little surprised. Originally, Son Goku didn't know that Frisia could transform, but just on the way here, Yayu told Son Goku that Frisia had 3 transformations. Hum. After Frisia was a little surprised, he closed his eyes again and let out a burst of oozing laughter. Hearing Frisia's laughter, Yayu and Son Goku were okay, but Rap on the side felt a tingling scalp. It was as if he heard the laughter of the devil. What's so funny? Seeing Frisia keep smiling, Son Goku said impatiently. As soon as Son Goku's voice fell, Frisia slowly opened his closed eyes, closed his feet, and stood up in a very gentleman's posture. Then he said with a smile, yes, I promise you to change, but Frisia paused for a while at this point, then changed the conversation, and then said, "The people who have seen me transformed, they all died in the end. You have to be enlightened, smelly monkeys." "What?" After Frisia spoke the words smelly monkey slightly murderously, he pulled a posture, clenched his fists, and his muscles were tight. Following Frisia's roar, a powerful wave of air burst out of his body in an instant. Under the impact of this powerful wave of air, Rap, Toss, and Niru, who collapsed to the ground and seriously injured, were instantly lifted by this powerful wave of air. Is this Frisia's strength? Rap, who was flying upside down, changed his face greatly after feeling such a powerful aura from Frisia's body. At the same time, the ground under Frisia's feet seemed to have been hit by a huge force, and the entire huge mountain collapsed in an instant. Frisia, the process of transforming for the first time did not last long. After 10 seconds, the powerful wave of aura gradually subsided. At this time, the two of Rap and Toss who had stabilized their bodies, their faces changed drastically after seeing Frisia's form in the distance. Read more at wuxiax.com. I saw that Frisia, who was originally petite, was much taller, as if he were a small giant. At the same time, Son Goku moved away his arms against the air wave, and after seeing this form of Frisia in front of him, he looked surprised. "Ah, my body shape has changed a lot." Seeing the surprised expression on Son Goku's face, Frisia thought Son Goku was afraid, and immediately let out a smug laugh. "It's not just the body shape that has changed." After Frisia said something, he clenched his fist slightly. Suddenly a powerful wave of air, centered on Frisia, instantly swept the audience. The surrounding mountains, which were originally fragmented, disappeared without a trace under the impact of this air wave, and were finally submerged by the sea. Yayu and Son Goku are okay, but Lapu and Toss in the distance are quite different from Frisia due to their strengths. Under the impact of this powerful wave, they are like a flat boat in the ocean. It is possible to be lifted by the air waves at any time. Is this the real strength of Frisia? It is terrible. Rap tried to keep his figure from being lifted by the air wave, staring solemnly at the second form of Frisia, and said with a heavy tone. At the same time, after Son Goku felt the huge chi in Frisia's body, he also exclaimed, "Sure enough, it is not just the size, but the chi has also increased many times in an instant." Frisia's second form, the combat power directly reached more than 1 million. If it's Son Goku who has just arrived at Namek, even if it uses 10 times Kaioken, it will not be able to beat Frisia in this form. But after Yayu's training, Son Goku's current combat power is more than 3 million. It is more than enough to deal with the second form of Frizana. Son Goku, I'll leave it to you. Although Yayu also wanted to fight against Frisia, his main purpose was to collect the combat power attributes that Frisia and Son Goku dropped during the battle. After Yayu greeted Son Goku, he flew straight into the distance. "Want to leave? Who do you think I am, Frisia? Come and leave if you want." Naturally, it is impossible for Frisia to watch Yayu leave like this. While speaking, the long tail behind Frisia, like a giant python, turned into a black shadow. At an astonishing speed, directly Yayu attacked the sky above. At this moment, Son Goku's figure turned into a black shadow and disappeared instantly. When he reappeared in the next second, he was already in the middle of Frisia and Yayu. As soon as Frisia's tail fell, Son Goku crossed his fists to protect him, and forcibly blocked Frisia's tail blow. Nani! When Frisia saw his second form of attack, it was blocked by Son Goku, and Frisia's face suddenly showed a look of surprise. You know, after he casts the second form, his combat power exceeds 1 million. Even if the blow didn't use all his power, even his most valued kine could be killed instantly. Your opponent is me. Son Goku waved his hands abruptly and flicked Frisia's tail. His mouth curled up, and he said to Frisia with a smile. Ding! Congratulations to the host, get 10,000 combat power attribute. At this moment, Yayu's mind suddenly sounded the mechanical beep of the system. 10,000. After hearing the system broadcast this data, Yayu's heart was overjoyed. Frisia is currently in the second form. Any attack will increase Yayu's combat effectiveness by 10,000. If Son Goku transforms into Super Saiyan and competes with Frisia at full power, how much combat power will it drop? Yayu will be extremely excited when he thinks about it. Does the host charge combat power attributes? Charge. Yayu responded to the system while staying away from the battlefield where both Son Goku and Frisia were. End of this chapter. Daily begging for flowers, ha ha ha. Chapter 34. Chapter 34 Son Goku's Frisia 2 more flowers. Chapter 34. After collecting the 10,000 combat power attributes, Yayu's combat power attributes changed from 43.51 million to 43.52 million. At this time, Yayu's figure also stopped on the battlefield where the two of Son Goku and Frisia were located, about a kilometer away. Just collect the combat power attributes here. After Yayu said something, his eyes fell on the two of Son Goku and Frisia ahead. At this moment, Frisia's face closed. Although he doesn't have the key sensibility, and I don't know how angry Son Goku is, he is not a fool. After the brief encounter with Son Goku just now, Frisia knew that the strength of Saiyan in front of him was not in his second form. So, it's no wonder so arrogant, dare to take the initiative to run in front of me, it seems that there is still some strength. Frisia spoke to Son Goku in a hoarse voice. While he was speaking, the long tail behind him, like a mechanical arm, shrank quickly, and after being shortened to a certain extent, it slapped heavily on the rock below him. Suddenly, the rock turned into dust and fell into the sea below. Call out! The moment the rock fell into the sea, Frisia's figure disappeared in place. Before the rock actually fell into the sea, Frisia's figure had appeared behind Son Goku, and the huge arm swung directly at Son Goku. Boom! Son Goku, who was motionless, suddenly turned around and shook Frisia's arm with a fist. Immediately afterwards, the fists of Son Goku and Frisia collided. At this moment, there was a violent collision of stones from the sky. Moreover, above the water under the feet of the two of them, it seemed that they had been hit by a huge invisible force, and the huge waves rolled. Whispering sound. When Frisia saw that Son Goku had blocked his attack again, his mouth grinned suddenly and lightly shattered. Bang bang bang! Immediately afterwards, the figures of Son Goku and Frisia were on the sea and sky, constantly flashing back and forth, each flashing once. It must be a fierce collision. And in Yayu's mind over there was also a steady stream of mechanical notification sounds from the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host, get 10,000 combat power attribute. Ding! Congratulations to the host, get 10,086 combat power attribute. Read more at wuxiax.com. Seeing Son Goku and Frisia continuously dropping combat power attributes underneath them, Yayu's heart was ecstatic. You know, the attribute values that Frisia and Son Goku drop when they fight are all above 10,000. In other words, every time Son Goku or Frisia attacked, Yayu's combat effectiveness increased by more than 10,000. From just now to the present, in just a few seconds, Son Goku and Frisia have attacked each other more than 10 times. And Yayu also gained more than 100,000 combat power attributes from it. Very well, if this goes on, I am afraid that my basic combat power can reach 100 million before I transform into Super Saiyan. Yayu watched the battle between Son Goku and Frisia and shot a fiery eye in his eyes. Light. What is the concept that the basic combat power reaches 100 million? You know, after transforming into Super Saiyan, the combat power is directly multiplied by 50 times. In other words, if Yayu's basic combat power reaches 100 million, it becomes Super Saiyan, and its combat power directly soars to 5 billion. Super Saiyan has 5 billion combat power in the first stage, which is quite a horrible figure. After all, in Dragon Ball, when Son Goku just turned into Super Saiyan, his combat power was only 150 million. In Yaoyu's mind, the battle between Frieza and Son Goku was still going on very fiercely. Call out! Boom! After some warm-up exercises, Son Goku's combat effectiveness has been slowly increasing. After Son Goku's combat effectiveness has increased to a certain level, its speed has skyrocketed. Before Frieza hadn't reacted, Son Goku kicked Frieza's face. At that moment, Frieza's face was deformed, and then his huge body, like a cannonball, flew upside down, and finally fell into the sea below. That's amazing, this man. Even Frieza can knock into the air. Rap looked surprised when he saw Son Goku suppress Frieza. As for Toss, after being confused, his gaze shifted from Son Goku's body to Yaoyu's body over there. Not long after Frieza fell into the sea, a purple light suddenly flashed in the sea. In the next second, the sea water above the sea surface instantly bulged in a hemispherical shape, as if some huge monster under the sea water was about to appear. Just after the sea water swelled to its limit, Frieza's huge body broke through the water, flew above the sky, and finally stopped not far from Son Goku. Frieza touched the face kicked by Son Goku. What you did just now, it really hurts, smelly monkey. After Frieza cursed angrily, a powerful air mass burst out from his body and rushed directly at Son Goku. Really? I'm sorry. One more kick. The moment Frieza rushed over, Son Goku kicked Frieza again. So fast. After feeling the amazing speed of Son Goku, Frieza's face suddenly changed, but before Frieza had time to dodge, Son Goku's attack had already landed on Frieza. And Frieza's figure flew out again. But this time, Frieza was prepared. When her figure fell to the surface of the sea, a powerful air mass burst out of Frieza's body in an instant. Frieza's figure used the reaction force of this air mass and sea water to barely maintain her figure without falling into the sea. However, under the impact of the powerful force, the sea water formed a hemispherical depression centered on Frieza's figure. It was as if it was being pressed down by some transparent ball. Frieza, you better show your full strength, you are not my opponent now. Son Goku, standing in the air, looked at Frieza above the water, gritted his teeth, and reminded him kindly. Originally, Son Goku was indeed a kind reminder. But who is he? Frieza? Universe Emperor. He has always wanted to kill whom, and he has never encountered something like today. On the other hand, Frieza originally hated Saiyan very much. As soon as Son Goku said this, Frieza was furious. Who do you think I am? I am the Emperor of the Universe, Frieza. After Frieza's hysterical roar, a very dazzling light flashed all over his body. End of this chapter. Frieza came to ask for flowers. Chapter 35. Chapter 35 Mini Frieza 3 More Flowers. Chapter 35. Above a vast ocean, Frieza, standing in the air, suddenly burst out with a very dazzling light. At the same time that this light was emitted, the earth shook, and the surrounding sea was restless, and set off huge waves several feet high like ripples, sweeping out in all directions. And on the top of the mountain, the remaining stones, as if attracted by invisible gravity, began to slowly rise towards the sky. The air exudes a breath of suffocation and terror. At this moment, it seemed as if the end had come. What happened? At this moment, Klin, who was hundreds of kilometers away from here, saw the abnormal changes in the sky in the distance. The air mass on his body suddenly disappeared, and his figure stopped immediately. What is going on with this huge and scary anger? Suddenly, after Klin felt the breath that was as huge as the vast universe, Klin seemed to have seen a ghost. His face changed drastically, and the cold sweat on his forehead burst out. And what made Klin even more frightened was that the breath he felt was still growing continuously. The anger of Goku and Saiyan is also in that place. What happened there? Klin's eyes flickered, and the expression on his face was blue and white. He has never felt such a huge chi, even Yayu's chi is not so huge. No, I have to go to the Great Elder quickly, ask for the secret code, and then summon Shenron. After a moment of horror, Clin suddenly remembered that his purpose was to find the Great Elder. Although he was still very worried about Son Goku in his heart, Clin knew that there was not a place where he could go with his fighting power. He only needs to summon Shenron and bring Piccolo and Tien Shinyan back to life. No longer hesitating, a powerful white air mass burst out of Clin's body, and his figure flew in the opposite direction where the Great Elder was faster than before. That is. It didn't take long for Clin to see a white light in front of him, flying towards this side. After seeing the characters in the white light group clearly, Clin was immediately happy. Day by day. Yes, the person here is Tien Tien, which is the new god on earth in Dragon Ball. But Tien Tien at this time is not a god. Clin Sin. After Clin found Tien Tien who flew over also found Clin immediately. Read more at wuxiax.com. After flying over every day, he shouted at Clin with a look of excitement. Every day, why are you here? Clin asked happily. After the elder learned that you could not summon Shenron, he sent me to tell you that calling Shenron of Namek requires a special secret code. As soon as these words came out every day, Clin was overjoyed. I'm here for this. Clin finally looked in the direction where Yayu, Frisia, and others were in front of him again. His face changed slightly, and he said to Tien Tien in a deep voice, "It's not too late, let's summon Shenron." During the time when Clin and Tien Tien gathered, the dazzling light from Frisia's body also gradually disappeared. After the light disappeared completely, Frisia's figure was once again exposed to everyone's vision. That is. Son Goku looked at Frisia in front of him, his face changed slightly. Of course, he wasn't scared by Frisia's new look, but Frisia gave him a mini. Yes, Frisia, who appeared in the vision of Son Goku, Yayu, and others at this time, is Frisia's final form. Although the figure is petite, there is a kind of terrifying energy in that petite body. Let everyone wait a long time, this is my form after my third transformation. After transforming, Frisia completely recovered his calm. He looked at Son Goku and Yayu in the distance, squinted his eyes, and said with a smile on his face. Did you skip the second transformation? When Frisia was talking, Yayu over there couldn't help but say something. Originally, Frisia had the ability to transform 3 times. Every time you transform, you can greatly increase your combat effectiveness. The huge figure before, was exactly what Frisia looked like in his second form. Before the second form and final form, Frisia has a third form. It may be that the appearance of the third form is too ugly, Frisia skipped the third form directly, and jumped directly from the second form to the final form. It's amazing, just by transforming, you can raise your chi so much. At this time, Son Goku saw Frisia in this final form and said with a wary expression. Through the key sensibility, Son Goku also knows that Frisia's strength is above him at this time. However, it is precisely because of this that Sion's blood in Son Goku boils. I planned to keep you until the end, but now it seems that after I get rid of you first, I will get rid of that Sion. The mini Flissa, standing in the air with his hands on his chest, first glanced at Son Goku, then shifted his gaze from Son Goku to Yayu in the distance, and then said in a very flat tone. As Frisia spoke, a strange light began to radiate from Son Goku's body. The light didn't look like chi, but more like warfare. After Son Goku's fighting spirit spread to its maximum, the battlefield where Son Goku and Frisia were sitting was enveloped with a very terrifying atmosphere. The breath seemed to be like a heat wave, giving the space a sense of distortion. Although Toss and Rap were far away from the battlefield where Son Goku and Frisia were at this time, even so, they still felt the scalp-tingling breath. Is this the murderous intent emanating from the strong? Even if they are so far apart, it makes people feel suffocated. Rap stared at Son Goku and Frisia in the distance, his face was extremely solemn, and his heart sank to the bottom. "Das, it's not safe for us to stay here, let's go. After thinking about it for a moment, Rap immediately spoke to Toss on the side. But teacher Yayu. Tos looked at Yayu with a hesitation on his face. Don't worry, with Yayu-sama's strength, it should be fine. After Rap said a word, he flew towards a place farther away from the battlefield together with Toss. At this time, the battle between Son Goku and Frieza was about to break out. Yayu's mood is very excited. Finally reached this point. Chapter 36. Chapter 36 That Sion is better than me for Happy New Year's Day. Chapter 36. Namek, Son Goku, and Frieza in the final form stood in the air, facing each other far away. I don't know how long it took. Frieza took the lead to speak to Son Goku. Have you gotten the consciousness of death? Sion. As soon as Frieza's voice fell, he raised his arm and pointed his finger at Son Goku in front of him. Call out. A purple energy beam is like real light, blazing directly at the place where Son Goku is. Boom! Just when the purple light was about to hit Son Goku's palm suddenly swung, which directly knocked the purple energy beam into the air. Boom! The energy beam bounced to the other direction, and after landing, a huge hemispherical mask rose up on the surface of the sea. The mask expanded sharply, and it burst out in the blink of an eye. At this moment, there was a shocking explosion sounded between heaven and earth, and at the same time this sound came, it was accompanied by a powerful wave of air. The air wave was like a typhoon on the sea, causing a huge wave several feet high. At this time, Lapu and Tos, who were thousands of meters away from the battlefield of Son Goku and Frieza, saw the huge explosion on the sea below, and they both looked at each other with their faces. It was full of horror. Just the aftermath of a battle produced such terrifying power. So what kind of strength did the two fighting men have reached? Whispering sound. Just as Rap and Toss were both shocked, Frieza over there saw that Son Goku could actually block his attack with his bare hands. He broke a little, and then after that delicate face was revealed again. A meaningful smile. In the next second, Frieza's fingers were like a machine gun, constantly firing the purple energy beams that were before. And those energy beams are like a rain of bullets, continuously lasing towards Son Goku. Son Goku waved his palm constantly, as if he was swatting a fly, and bounced off all the energy beams one by one. Boom booming. Although Son Goku himself was not hit by the energy beam. But Namek suffered. Wherever the energy beam passed, whether it was a mountain or a tree, it was instantly destroyed. Read more at wuxiax.com. All of a sudden, huge explosions and fires roared constantly around Frieza and Son Goku. Ding! Congratulations to the host, get the death beam attribute. As Frieza kept firing that purple light beam at Son Goku, Yayu's mind suddenly remembered the system's prompt sound. Does the host charge death beam attributes? After hearing the system's words, Yayu didn't immediately respond to the system. Instead, he kept urging Son Goku and Frieza to fight hand to hand. After all, using the Ki Blast battle, the system does not drop the combat power attribute, only the related Ki Blast attribute. Now Yayu's system attribute ability has a lot of Ki Blast attributes collected, which is not bad for Frieza's death beam attribute. Charge. But since it was dropped, Yayu still habitually chose to collect it. As soon as Yayu's voice fell, the energy beam attributes around Frieza gathered directly towards Yayu, and finally fell into his body. After collecting the death beam attributes, Yayu glanced at the virtual screen in front of him. At this time, on the virtual screen, the words dead beam appeared. In addition, after Yayu collected the combat power attributes dropped by Son Goku and the second form Frieza before, his combat power also soared to 43.77 million from the original 43.52 million. At the same time that Yayu received the death beam attributes, Frieza's attacks there had stopped. It seems to be better than I thought, but... Frieza let out a faint smile, his body instantly disappeared in place, and then, he saw small ripples appearing on the surface of the water below. And the path of the ripples happened to approach the direction where Son Goku was. However, from the beginning to the end, I did not see Frisia's figure. Because Frisia's speed is too fast. Of course, the speed mentioned here is only in the eyes of ordinary people. Both Yayu and Son Goku can clearly see that Frisia is moving towards Son Goku at an exceeding speed. Coming! After Frisia approached, Son Goku's expression frightened, and he immediately jumped and directly attacked Frisia. Before Frisia appeared, Son Goku had already kicked Frisia. Boom! When Frisia was attacked, his figure flew upside down like a cannonball, but on the way back, Frisia's figure was like a high-speed spinning top. He did not know how many degrees he turned in the air. Stopped. Ding! Congratulations to the host, get 30,000 combat power attributes. At this time, after Yayu heard the prompt sound from the system, his fists were immediately squeezed, and his expression was delighted. Is it 30,000 in just one blow? One hit 30,000, 10 hits would be 300,000, 100 hits, that would be 3 million. Moreover, this is just the beginning. Both Son Goku and Frisia have no firepower. If the firepower is fully on, there is no doubt that the combat power attribute value dropped will be even greater. Even if it is a 100,000 combat power attribute, it is not impossible. While Yayu was delighted, Frisia over there stabilized his figure and touched his somewhat flushed cheeks. There is no doubt that the scar on his cheek was just kicked out by Son Goku. It's really amazing. In my form, you can still keep up with my speed. Apart from my father, you are the first one. Frisia's figure slowly moved to a place not far from Son Goku, and said in a complimentary tone. Really? That's really my honor, but the one over there is stronger than I want. The corner of Son Goku's mouth curled up and spoke to Frisia, then the light of his eyes glanced at Yayu who was not far behind him. That Scion. Hearing Son Goku's words, Frisia's eyes rolled round, and his eyes moved to Yayu's body. Hehe, you really can be kidding, how can there be so many Scion like you, even the Prince of Scion, Vegeta, I can kill it with a single finger. As soon as Frisia's voice fell, Son Goku said with a serious face, I didn't joking with you, Yayu is really better than me. Wish everyone a Happy New Year and a Happy New Year. Chapter 37. Chapter 37 Fighting power skyrocketed one more flowers. Chapter 37. Although Son Goku said to Frisia with a serious face, Yayu is better than him. But Frisia naturally wouldn't believe Son Goku's nonsense. On the other hand, in Frisia's view, whether it is Son Goku or Yayu, after all, they are just Scion, just a smelly monkey. Even if Scion is strong, he is not Frisia's opponent. The joke you are telling is not funny at all. Frisia's mouth curled up with a confident arc, and then the reporter said, no matter what it is, Scion must die here today. Because I hate Scion the most. After Foley's sofa made a sharp sound, his body instantly disappeared in place and rushed towards the place where Son Goku was. At the same time, Son Goku's figure also disappeared immediately. Bang bang bang! In the next second, there was a burst of violent fighting from the sky. However, due to the speed of Son Goku and Frisia, both are so fast that only a steady stream of fighting sounds can be heard, and the figures of the two are completely invisible. Of course, the invisible mentioned here refers to the two of Rap and Toss over there, and Yayu is not included here. The speed of the battle between Son Goku and Frisia is indeed fast. But in Yayu's eyes, it was not so fast that it was invisible. In Yayu's field of vision, I saw Son Goku and Frisia. Above the sky, they were hitting back and forth. The fists, elbows, and legs of the two were constantly colliding fiercely. Every collision will produce a huge invisible impact. Son Goku punched Frisia, and a huge wave was set off by the invisible impact on the sea not far from Frisia's feet. And Frisia bombarded Son Goku with a punch, and the reef behind Son Goku was turned into powder by the inch of strength. Although the battle between Son Goku and Frieza was fierce, Yayu did not pay attention to the details of the battle between Son Goku and Frieza. At this time, his attention was completely focused on the combat power attributes that Frieza and Son Goku dropped when they fought. Ding! Congratulations to the host, get 30,000 combat power attributes. Ding! Congratulations to the host, get the combat power attribute 30,410. Every time Frieza and Son Goku attacked, Yayu's mind sounded the mechanical beep of the system. As Son Goku and Frieza continued to fight, Yayu's mind was constantly ringing system prompts. In addition, underneath Frieza and Son Goku, the combat power attributes are like winning a jackpot in a slot machine, and the combat power attributes are falling down smashingly. And every combat power attribute value is above 30,000. Receive and charge all. This time, the excited Yayu did not wait for the system to sound. Yayu took the initiative to order the system to collect the combat power attributes dropped by Son Goku and Frieza during the battle. Read more at wuxiax.com. Under Yayu's order, the combat power attributes on the battlefield over there are continuously converging into Yayu's body. If someone uses a detector to detect Yayu's combat effectiveness, he will be shocked to discover that Yayu's combat effectiveness is continuously increasing. Of course, the premise is that the detector can detect more than 40 million combat power without exploding. 43.8 million. 43.86 million. 43.92 million. Starting from 43.8 million, the combat effectiveness data has been growing at an alarming rate. Almost every second. It grows by more than 60,000. However, in just a few breaths, Yayu's combat effectiveness rose from 43.8 million to 44.4 million. And this is not over yet. As Son Goku and Frieza continued to fight over there, the combat power attributes continued to drop, and Yayu's combat power attributes continued to improve. What the hell is going on? While Yayu was constantly collecting combat power attributes, Toss in the distance suddenly spoke to Rap. What's wrong? Could it be that you can see the battle between those two people? Hearing Toss' question, Rap looked puzzled. No, I'm not talking about the fighting power of those two, I'm talking about Teacher Yayu. After hearing what Toss said, Rap's eyes were immediately placed on Yayu's body. I saw that Yayu's whole body was enveloped by a layer of white light, which seemed to be burning like a flame. In addition, the air around Yayu is as if being burned by a fiery flame, giving people a sense of distortion. The earth quaked and the sea rolled. At first, Rap thought that the shaking of the earth was caused by the battle between Son Goku and Frieza. However, in the middle of the battle, Son Goku and Frieza stopped for a while, but the abnormal reaction around them did not stop. Only then did Rap know that this abnormal change was not caused by the battle between Son Goku and Frieza, but by Yayu. What is this? Seeing this abnormal change in Yayu, Rap was shocked. But because of where Yayu was, it was closer to where Son Goku and Frieza fought. It's not easy for Rap to ask about Yayu's situation. Okay. Of course, it is not only Rap and Toss who discovered that Yayu has changed. At this time, Son Goku, who is fighting Frieza, has also discovered the changes in Yayu through his ki sensibility. What's the matter? The chi in Yayu's body is constantly increasing. While Son Goku was dealing with Frieza, the light of his eyes also glanced at Yayu behind him. Although he could perceive that Yayu's anger was rising, he didn't know what happened to Yayu. Hehe, fighting with me, dare to be distracted. While thinking about the changes in Yayu's body in Son Goku's mind, Frieza over there took this opportunity and instantly lied to Son Goku. Not good. Seeing Frieza suddenly appeared, Son Goku's face changed drastically. Before he had time to make the next reaction, Frieza hit his tail whip directly on Son Goku. Boom! Boom! Son Goku, who suffered a heavy blow, was shaped like a cannonball, flew out directly, and finally hit a piece of land in the distance. At this moment, Son Goku's body, as if it were a sharp blade, directly cut the continent open. Ding! Congratulations to the host, get the combat power attribute 35,012. As the battle between Son Goku and Frieza stopped, Yao's combat effectiveness also stopped increasing. With the last combat power attribute submerged in Yao's body, Yao's combat power attribute Haran has soared to 48.36 million. End of this chapter. Happy New Year's Day, I wish you all a prosperous new year. In addition, please ask for flowers, ask for support, hehe. Chapter 38. Chapter 38 Shenron appeared 2 more flowers. Chapter 38 Shenron appears. As Yao collected the combat power attributes dropped by Son Goku and Frieza fighting, the sky in the distance suddenly became dark. Okay. Upon discovering this scene, Yao immediately moved away from Son Goku and Frieza and looked towards the distant sky. Namek is different from the Earth. There are 3 stars in the sky that rise in turn, which prevents Namek from appearing at night. But right now, the horizon in the distance seemed to be dark. The so-called abnormal things must have demons. Yao's eyes were narrowed, and soon he noticed that there was a dark cloud rolling in the sky. At this moment, a flash of lightning flashed in Yao's mind, as if he was thinking of something. So, Klin and Son Goku have summoned Shenron of Namek. The corner of Yao's mouth evoked a curve, and then he muttered to himself in a voice that only he could hear. As Yao expected, the darkness of Skyrim was caused by Shenron's death. At this time, with Tianation's help, Kellen and Son Gohan and his team have successfully summoned Shenron from the 7 Dragon Ball. Looking around, under the dark clouds that obscure the sky, there is a giant dragon with golden light all over it. The dragon was extremely huge, almost standing upright. This dragon is Shenron of Namek Balunga. Hey, Shenron, who originally summoned Namek, had to use Namek. No wonder we couldn't summon Shenron out. Son Gohan looked at the huge Shenron in front of him and said with a smile on his face. That's it. Hearing what Son Gohan said, he turned around and said to both Klin and Son Gohan every day. Hurry up and say your wishes, no matter what kind of wishes, I can help you achieve 3. As Son Gohan and Tien Tien were talking, the huge Shenron spoke in a majestic tone. 3? Isn't it 1? Hearing Shenron's words, Klin blinked his eyes, spreading his 3 fingers, his expression stunned. Maybe Namek's Shenron is a little different from your Earth's Shenron. Palunga can achieve 3 wishes. Klin and Gohan can express your wishes. Read more at wuxiax.com. Then get rid of Frieza. Klin shaved his cheek with his fingers, and said tentatively to Shenron. Crimson, what are you talking about? Aren't we going to resurrect Piccolo-san and Tien Shinyan-san? Hearing Klin's words, Son Gohan suddenly became anxious. And Klin shook his hands and said to Son Gohan, look, Shenron of Namek can have 3 wishes? We first use Shenron's power to kill Frieza, and then the remaining 2 wishes come back to life. Piccolo and Tien Shinyan. It seems to make sense. After getting Son Gohan's approval, Klin immediately said to Tien Tien, the first wish is to kill Frieza. Hearing this wish of Klin, Tien Tien also had a few drops of sweat on his head, and then turned to face the huge Shenron in front of him, and said in an incomprehensible language, UN%, and asterisk. No, this is beyond my ability. As soon as Tianation's voice fell, Shenron said aloud. Sure enough, can't it? For Shenron's answer, Klin did not show an expression of disappointment. After all, when he was on Earth, he tried to get Earth Shenron to kill Vegeta. Then the Shenron of the Earth also answered this. Nowadays, Frieza is much stronger than Vegeta. Even if Namek Shenron is better than Earth Shenron, Frieza cannot be directly obliterated. Since Frieza cannot be killed directly, we can only resurrect Piccolo and the others first, but who is better to resurrect first? Just as Klin thought this way in his mind, Piccolo's voice appeared in Son Gohan's mind. After hearing Piccolo's voice, Son Gohan was overjoyed as if he had met his father. Gohan, resurrect me first. After resurrecting me, the gods of the earth will also be resurrected together, and then Shenron will also be resurrected. Just as Son Gohan and Klin were planning to resurrect Piccolo and Tien Shinyan, Vegeta, who was being treated in the universe ship, finally opened his eyes. Vegeta walked out of the treatment device naked with his body full of lines. The strength is restored, and it is stronger than before. In this way, you may be able to use Frieza. After Vegeta squeezed a fist and felt the full power in his body, the corners of his mouth curled up, and his face was full of confidence. But before Vegeta's words, a flash of lightning flashed through Vegeta's mind. In fact, this was not real lightning, but at the moment just now, Vegeta felt 3 unusually huge auras. This breath is... After feeling the formidable breath, the confident smile on Vegeta's face instantly disappeared. Instead, there was endless shock, and a huge wave appeared in my heart. One of these 3 breaths is Kakarote's. There is another breath stronger than Kakarote, that's Sion. Yayu's harmless face immediately appeared in Vegeta's mind. Damn, these 2 guys. After feeling the anger of Yayu and Son Goku far above him, Vegeta's heart was full of unwillingness and anger. He is Sion's prince. Now that he was far surpassed by 2 ordinary Sions, he was naturally unwilling to be reconciled. There is another breath that is bigger than Kakarote and Yayu. Is it Frieza? Vegeta's fist tightened, and then the unwilling color on his face disappeared in an instant, replaced by a wicked smile. Forget it, after I get an immortal life, Frieza, Yayu, well, none of them are my opponents of King Vegeta. While talking, Vegeta came to a room naked, and saw that the room was filled with various battle uniforms. Just when Vegeta took out a battle suit and was about to put it on, through the window, Vegeta saw a huge creature in the sky outside the window that he had never seen before. That is... At first Vegeta wondered what the giant creature was, but soon he remembered that it was Shenron. Damn, those 2 Earthlings! After figuring out that Klin and Son Gohan had summoned Shenron behind his back, Vegeta was furious. Originally, Vegeta wanted to rush out like this, but when he felt the coldness below, he immediately put the battle suit in his hand on him, then directly broke the universe ship and rushed towards the place where Son Gohan and Klin were. Chapter 39. Chapter 39, Vegeta's Never-Dying Life? 3 more flowers. Chapter 39. The Vegeta, with Chiguo, put on the battle uniform and launched a ki blast. Boom! Frieza's universe ship was shot out of a big hole by the ki blast in an instant. And the furious Vegeta rushed out of the hole immediately. Damn it, the damn Earthling actually used Dragon Ball while I was healing. Son Gohan and Klin over there, after hearing the huge movement in the universe ship behind them, they immediately turned around and looked at them. They saw an angry Vegeta, flying directly towards this side. It's Vegeta! The moment they saw Vegeta, Son Gohan and Klin seemed to have been caught by a thief, and the hairs on their bodies stood up. After all, Klin and Son Gohan had planned to use the 7 Dragon Ball with Vegeta to bring Piccolo back to life. Being caught by Vegeta right now, Son Gohan and Klin were at a loss for a while. Damn it, you 2 guys, you really dare to do it. After landing, Vegeta immediately grabbed Son Gohan's collar with a look of anger. That Vegeta. Namex Shenron can make 3 wishes, we just used 1 wish, and there are 2 more wishes. Klin was afraid that Vegeta would kill Son Gohan, he hurriedly pacified. Hearing Klin's words, Vegeta's anger disappeared instantly, on the contrary, he was still very happy at this time. For the sake of my immortal life, I will let you go today. The corner of Vegeta's mouth curled up, and he immediately let go of the Son Gohan he was holding in his hand, and then shouted at Shenron Palunga above the sky, "Give me life that will never die." Hearing Vegeta's words, the faces of Klin and Son Gohan changed drastically. Although for the time being they are cooperating with Vegeta. But if Vegeta is really allowed to gain immortal life, then the earth will really be over. Just when Sun Gohan and Klin were extremely nervous, the Shenron entrenched in the sky did not respond. What's the matter? When Klin saw that Shenron hadn't reacted, he looked dazed. And Vegeta still held his hands, with a very happy smile on his old face, waiting for Shenron to give him an immortal life. Since Vegeta had never used Dragon Ball before, and didn't know what kind of process was involved, he just raised his arms and waited. 1 second. 2 seconds, read more at wuxiax.com. After 3 seconds passed, Vegeta saw no response. He lowered his arms and felt the power in his body, then smiled and said, "Have I gained an immortal life?" Hearing Vegeta's words, if it were normal, Klin and Sun Gohan would definitely be unable to help laughing. But at the moment it is related to the survival of the earth, Sun Gohan and Klin can only bear it without smiling. What's wrong with this person? Tien Tien, also translated as Dende, blinked and looked at Vegeta with a puzzled face and a happy face. It's clear that Palunga hasn't realized his wish. Why is he so happy? No, nothing. Klin held his wanting to laugh, and immediately said to Tien Tien, "Sa, hurry up and say your second wish." At this moment, Palunga, the dragon above the sky, suddenly said aloud, "The second wish? Could it be that I haven't?" After hearing Palunga's words, Vegeta immediately raised her head and stared at Palunga. The smile on her face disappeared instantly, and then grabbed Tien Tien over there and said in a threatening tone, "Namek people, what is going on? Why didn't my wish come true?" Tien Tien was caught by Vegeta, with cold sweat on his forehead. His eyes glanced at Sun Gohan and Granny over there. Klin immediately said, "Namex Shenron needs Namex language to make a wish. Shenron can't understand you. Desire. Then let Shenron give me an immortal life, otherwise, I will kill you now." As soon as Klin's words fell, Vegeta threatened Tien Tien immediately. However, at this moment, Palunga above the sky suddenly shook. It looks like the deadline is up. After Palunga said a word, the huge figure disappeared instantly, and then, the 7 Dragon Balls turned into 7 round stones, and they fell directly from the sky. Not long after, the dark clouds that had obscured the sky and the sun also disappeared. Above the sky, it was as bright as day again. What is going on? Shenron. Vegeta looked at what was happening in front of him, then he threw Tien Tien out of his hand, and then looked confused, completely wondering what happened. Similarly, Klin and Sun Gohan were also puzzled. They were alone every day, suddenly kneeling on the ground, tears in their eyes. Elder is dead. Namex 7 Dragon Balls were created by the Great Elder. Like the 7 Dragon Balls on the earth, once the creator dies, the 7 Dragon Balls he created will also disappear. Right now, Shenron Bolunga suddenly collapsed, which means that the Great Elder who created Bolunga is dead. The Great Elder is dead? What about my wish for immortality? Vegeta doesn't care about the life or death of the Great Elder, his first concern is his desire to live forever. He pulled up the howling and crying Tien Tien, but Tien Tien was not moved. Vegeta is useless, Shenron has disappeared. As soon as Klin said this, Vegeta immediately let go of Tien Tien and forced him towards Klin and Sun Gohan. Damn it, it's both of you, if it's not you two, my wish. Seeing Vegeta's hideous look, both Klin and Sun Gohan backed away in fright. Who let you come so late? Sun Gohan glanced at Vegeta, muttering a little. What did you say? When Vegeta was about to break out, Klin immediately stood in front of Vegeta and said, "This is nothing we can do. Right now we can only help Goku deal with Frieza, otherwise, when Frieza comes over, we will all be done." When he heard the name Frieza, the expression on Vegeta's face suddenly changed. As Klin said, the biggest enemy right now is Frieza. After thinking a little bit, Vegeta calmed down, then stared at Klin and Sun Gohan and asked, "Forget it, your first wish is to bring that Namek back to life, right?" After seeing the guilty expressions of both Clin and Sun Gohan, Vegeta immediately confirmed that his judgment was correct. That's good. Now that the Namek person is resurrected, the Dragon Ball of the Earth will also be resurrected. The same goes for the next time I go to the Earth to make a wish. But before that, we must kill Frieza first. After all, a powerful air mass burst out of Vegeta's body and flew directly towards the place where Yayu, Frieza, and others were. But Clin and Sun Gohan looked at each other. Has this guy not given up yet? End of this chapter. Thanks brother for his great support for this book, thank you. Chapter 40. Chapter 40 Fight Frieza again for more flowers. Chapter 40. Come over here? That's okay, it saves me from looking for you, Clin. Standing in the air, Yayu, through his key sensibility, felt the anger of Vegeta, Clin, and Sun Gohan rushing over here. The corners of Yayu's mouth evoked a curve. In Dragon Ball, Son Goku transforms into Super Saiyan because Frieza killed Clin in front of him, which infuriated Son Goku and exploded Super Saiyan's power. Right now, although Son Goku has reached the threshold of transforming into Super Saiyan, he still needs a fuse to become Super Saiyan. This fuse is naturally Clin. Clin is rushing over here, and all the elements of Son Goku's transformation into Super Saiyan are available. Next, just wait quietly for the development of the situation. Bang bang bang! While Yayu was thinking about Son Goku's transformation into Super Saiyan, the battle between Son Goku and Frieza over there was in full swing. Perhaps at the beginning, Son Goku and Frieza can still fight back and forth. But with the passage of time, Son Goku has gradually become fatigued and has gradually fallen into a disadvantage. After all, Frieza in the final form, his combat effectiveness has reached 120 million. Even if Son Goku has Kaioken, which can double the combat effectiveness, it still loses to Frieza. Of course, this is not to say that Frieza is unscathed. Looking around, Frieza's whole body was also scarred. Even though these scars are nothing to Frieza. But who is he Frieza? Universe Emperor. In the past, anyone who violated him was killed in seconds by him. Even King Vegeta was wiped out by one of his fingers. But today, a Saiyan whom he despised the most, had fought with him in his final form for so long, and he was also bruised all over his body. At this moment, Frieza felt that his majesty had been challenged, and the anger in his heart was rising. You are the first one who can push me to this point. Frieza looked down at him condescendingly, and Son Goku, who was hanging down and panting, said with a furious expression on his face. While speaking, Frieza's finger was in the air for a while, and a purple beam of light directly hit Son Goku's knee. And Son Goku's leg suddenly sank slightly, and his entire body fell to his knees. It seems that Son Goku has reached the limit. Read more at wuxiax.com. Yayu here, after seeing the appearance of Son Goku, immediately whispered. If it was the first Son Goku, Frieza's beam attack, Son Goku would have avoided 100%. But right now, because of Kaioken's backlash, every inch of his body's muscles are painful, even standing up, it is quite difficult, not to mention avoiding Frieza's attack. It seems that before Clin and others arrive, I have to take action. Yayu naturally couldn't let it go. Frieza killed Son Goku in this way. Now they have reached this point. If Son Goku died in this way, then Yayu's plan to collect the attributes of the S-Cell would have been lost. Frieza first used the energy beam to tease Son Goku a few times. After seeing Son Goku unable to resist again, Frieza became murderous. I'm tired of playing. Go to hell. After all, Frieza's finger aimed directly at Son Goku's key point, just a little bit short of the air. Call out. A powerful purple beam lased directly at Son Goku. No, I can't move my body. Seeing the purple light beams magnify sharply in his eyes, Son Goku struggled hard. And after finding that his body could not move, he gave a wry smile. It seems that this time is really over. Just when the purple beam was about to hit Son Goku, an identical white energy beam was launched from a distance, directly bounced off Frisia's purple energy beam. Nanny! Seeing this scene, Frisia's face suddenly changed, and she immediately followed the white energy beam. I saw Yayu wearing a battle suit with a detector, slowly flying towards this side. Son Goku, it's changed, and it's my turn next. Yayu flew to a short distance near Son Goku, stared at Frisia, and then glanced at Son Goku from the rest of his eyes, and said in a flat tone. Sorry, I didn't help you. Son Goku grinned in pain and smiled bitterly at Yayu. Enough is enough, just stay there. After Yayu spoke to Son Goku, he immediately placed the realization on the combat power attribute of the virtual screen in front of him. At this time, Haran displayed on the virtual screen, 51.34 million combat power. Yes, what Yayu said is enough, and it doesn't mean that Son Goku has consumed Frisia's enough physical strength. He was referring to the battle between Son Goku and Frisia, which provided him with sufficient combat power attributes. Hey, the recent Scion is really more arrogant. At this moment, after Frisia on the side heard the conversation between Son Goku and Yayu, he first smashed, then set his gaze on Yayu, and said with a joking expression. But it doesn't matter, anyway, after I kill Son Goku first, I will go and clean up you. Since you sent it to the door to die, then I will clean up you first. After all, Frisia's figure disappeared directly in place, and when he reappeared in the next second, it was already above Yayu's head. Without any hesitation, Frisia lifted his leg and slashed directly at Yayu below him. Boom! In imagination, the scene where Frisia kicked Yayu upside down with one leg did not happen. I saw that Yayu's raised arm directly blocked Frisia's leg. This guy! When Frisia saw that Yayu was able to block his attack, he grinned, and remembered the words of Son Goku before, that Scion is really stronger than me. Prior to this, Frisia did not believe Son Goku's words. But right now, Frisia believed it. Although he didn't use all his power with this kick, it was definitely not something that ordinary people could resist. Even if it had a combat power of millions, under the attack of Frisia, he definitely vomited blood and flew upside down. However, Yayu blocked it seemingly easily. While Frisia was moved by Yayu's strength in his heart, Yayu was also frightened by Frisia's strength in his heart. It seemed that his arm was blocking Frisia's blow. But Yayu had a feeling of hitting a bone with an iron rod, and the bone was about to split. As expected of Frisia, it is really amazing. It seems that if you want to hold Frisia, you can only use Kaioken. Chapter 41. Chapter 41 Kaioken for the first time won more flowers. Chapter 41. Namek. Yayu and Frisia stood in the air, facing each other far away. There is no way, before Klin and Vegeta rush over, let me hold Frisia. Yayu glanced at the Son Goku who was still breathing heavily below, and then muttered to himself in a voice that only he could hear. Then, under the gaze of Frisia and Son Goku, Yayu's figure slowly opened up a posture. That is. Maybe Frisia didn't know what Yayu wanted to do, but the moment Son Goku saw Yayu pull this posture, his face suddenly changed. Could it be that? While Son Goku was talking, a powerful wave of air suddenly broke out over Yayu's body over there. The air wave centered on the place where Yayu was, and instantly swept the audience. Under the impact of that powerful air wave, the sea beneath him suddenly burst into huge waves. Above the sky, dark clouds rolled and the earth shook. Even Frisia, under the impact of this air wave, his figure is still showing signs of retreating. Laugh. After Frisia felt the powerful aura exuding from Yayu's body, his body suddenly froze, and the expression on his face was blue and white, which was very ugly. At the same time, Vegeta, Klin, and Son Gohan, who are tens of thousands of kilometers away from here, also felt this sudden and powerful aura at the same time. This breath is... The moment the Vegeta trio felt the breath, the air mass on the trio of them disappeared in vain, and their figures stopped where they were, looking at the sky ahead with shocked expressions. It's that scion, there's nothing wrong with it, this breath belongs to that scion. Clin's throat was a little tight, and he said with a look of horror. What happened? Dad's anger seems to have weakened a lot. Perhaps Clin and Vegeta are shocking Yaoyu's powerful and terrifying aura, but Son Gohan cares about Son Goku. At this time, Son Gohan felt that Son Goku's anger was very weak. Damn it, this breath is even bigger than Frisia's. What did that scion do? As Clin and Son Gohan were talking, Vegeta clenched his fists and looked unwilling. Suddenly Vegeta seemed to think of something, and then his face changed drastically. Could it be Super Saiyan? That guy became the legendary Super Saiyan. Damn it, the first to become Super Saiyan, it should be my Vegeta. During the roaring, a powerful air mass burst out of Vegeta's body in a hurry, and then Vegeta didn't say hello to Son Gohan and Clin, and turned directly into a white streamer towards Yaoyu and Frisia. In the direction where he was, he hurriedly moved forward. Read more at wuxiax.com. Gohan. Clin said hello to Son Gohan in his eyes. And Son Gohan nodded knowingly. Then the two burst out of air masses, and chased up to the front Vegeta. Father. Perhaps Vegeta is concerned about what happened to Yaoyu, but both Clin and Son Gohan are worried about the safety of Son Goku. Because through key sense, they all felt the breath of Son Goku at this time, a little weak. As for the cause of weakness, both Clin and Son Gohan can guess that they were seriously injured. Just as Vegeta, Son Gohan, and Kellen rushed over here with all their strength, Yaoyu's Kaioken was fully displayed. I saw a huge air mass above him. The air mass seemed to be like a raging flame, enveloping Yaoyu's body. However, unlike ordinary chi, the chi flashing around Yaoyu's body is scarlet. It can't be wrong. It's Kaioken. Perhaps Frisia didn't know what happened to Yaoyu, but Son Goku recognized at a glance that what Yaoyu was using was Kaioken. Seeing Yaoyu suddenly displayed Kaioken, Son Goku was startled at first, and then the corners of his mouth curled up. It's really amazing. I learned this Kaioken from the Realm King after nearly half a year. I didn't expect Yaoyu to do it too. Perhaps with Son Goku's personality, he didn't think much about it. He did not think about why Yaoyu would use Kaioken. But the Realm King far away from the Realm King star, after seeing Yaoyu show Kaioken, his old face was full of incredible expressions. How is this possible? Why does this guy use Kaioken? You know, Kaioken is his original move. He has never seen Yaoyu, so it is naturally impossible to teach Yaoyu to use Kaioken. But the Kaioken played by Yaoyu was indeed created by his Realm King. What on earth is it? The World King couldn't figure it out. But in the end, what he thought might be that when Son Goku played Kaioken when he was playing Kaioken against Kainyu, he was stolen by Yaoyu. The World King also thought of this possibility. In fact, the truth is similar to what the King of the World guessed. The only difference is that Yaoyu did not learn Kaioken, but picked it up. Is this Kaioken? Yaoyu, whose whole body was flashing with scarlet light, felt the continual surge of power in his body, his fist was suddenly squeezed, and his face was full of satisfaction. Right now, although Yaoyu has only doubled Kaioken, his combat power has risen from 51.34 million to more than 100 million. More than 100 million combat power, dragging Frisia, enough. Sorry, I made you wait for a long time. It's the first time I use this form. It took a little bit of time. Yaoyu looked up at Frisia in front of him, and said with a smile on his face. Although Yaoyu's smile is harmless to humans and animals. But this smile fell in Frisia's eyes, but it made the anger in his heart rise. Grumble. Frisia stared at Yaoyu, gritted his teeth, with a hideous expression on his face. Although he didn't use key sensibility, he could feel the dangerous aura passed from Yaoyu. In other words, the person in front of him has the means and ability to threaten his life. Damn it, a smelly monkey, don't be smug. Frisia screamed and attacked Yayu directly with a move. Yayu directly faced Frisia. Amazing! Is this the true strength of Yayu-sama? At this time, Rap in the distance saw that Yayu had such a powerful strength. For a while, he was also dumbfounded. On the side, Toss clenched his small hands tightly, his eyes were colorful, and the admiration for Yayu in his heart deepened. End of this chapter. Daily ask for flowers, ask for all kinds of support, he he he. Chapter 42. Chapter 42 Kaioken first shows its power. 2 more requests for support. Chapter 42. Bang bang bang. Boom boom boom. Above the sky, Yayu and Frisia are engaged in a very fierce battle. Since the speed of the two fighting has reached a very terrifying point, Rap and Toss can only hear violent crashes from the sky. As for the figure of the two fighting, it is completely invisible. Hateful. Frisia, who suddenly appeared, his face was full of anger and murder. When dealing with Son Goku just now, he was very comfortable. But now dealing with Yayu, Frisia has a faint illusion that he is being suppressed. Actually, that is not an illusion. Yayu's basic combat power is 51.34 million. After using Kaioken twice, the combat power directly soars to more than 100 million. Although the combat effectiveness of Frisia in 100% state has reached 120 million, Frisia is only in 50% state at the moment. In other words, Frisia had only 60 million combat power at this time. Frisia, with a combat power of 60 million, is naturally not an opponent of Yayu with a combat power of 100 million. Don't you attack? If you can't come, then I will pass. Yayu saw that Frisia was not attacking, and he immediately curled the corners of his mouth and said with a smile. What a joke, it's just a smelly monkey who looks down on my Frisia. Frisia, with a spiteful face, didn't wait for Yayu to really attack. After he roared in anger, a powerful air mass burst out and rushed directly at Yayu. Call out! Frisia blasted out a punch, and Yayu's figure was slightly sideways, which happened to avoid Frisia's punch. Whispering sound. After a miss, Frisia gritted his teeth and smashed his teeth, and then his fists seemed to be like machine guns, leaving after images in the sky, and he continued to bombard Yayu in front of him. But no matter how Frisia attacks or how furious, Yayu's body is like a feather in the wind. No matter how you punch, he will avoid all Frisia's attacks very elegantly. Amazing! Even to avoid all Frisia's attacks. At this time, Son Goku, who was resting and adjusting, saw the battle between Yayu and Frisia above the sky, and he muttered to himself in amazement. Son Goku has personally learned how fast Frisia is. Even if he displayed Kaioken 10 times, it was still suppressed by Frisia's speed. Read more at wuxiax.com. But right now, Son Goku can see that Yayu's speed is higher than Frisia. At the same time, Rap and Toss in the distance were also amazed. As expected of Yayu-sama, even the Universe Emperor Frisia. Watching the battle between Frisia and Yayu, Rap was shocked. At first, before coming to Namek, Rap still thought, Yayu came to Namek to look for Frisia. Isn't that looking for death? But now, he realized that the Lord Yayu he was following was a stronger existence than Frisia. What Rap didn't know was that Yayu could not beat Frisia in the first place, but after growing up on Namek, he reached the point where he could fight Frisia. What's wrong, Frisia, do you only have this degree? Yayu, who kept avoiding Frisia's attack, smiled at Frisia in a provocative tone while avoiding Frisia's attack. As soon as Yayu said this, Frisia, who was originally extremely angry, rose again to block the anger in his heart. Don't talk to me in this tone, smelly monkey. After the frustrated Frisia roared, his palms suddenly closed. Kihi artillery. An invisible shock wave instantly spread from Frisia's palms. Under the impact of this shock wave, Yayu's figure immediately flew backwards. However, the power of this shock wave is not very great. Yayu stabilized his figure when he went around 10 feet away. Air jet bomb. After Frisia bounced Yayu away, he did not give Yayu any chance to breathe, and a flame immediately condensed above his fist. When he waved his big hand, the flame was like a qigong bomb, directly rushing towards the place where Yayu was. This is not over yet. Frisia didn't stop his attack, but kept waving his hands. The arrogant bomb seemed to be like a rain of gunshots, and they gathered directly towards Yayu ahead. Soon, Yayu's figure was submerged by the sea of fire. Go to hell, smelly monkey! After the last air jet bomb was dropped by Frisia into the sea of flames, the sea of flames exploded in an instant. Boom! A powerful air wave mixed with scarlet flames swept the audience in an instant. At this moment, the surrounding air temperature, under the scorching flame, has a rising trend. In the sea below, a large amount of seawater is evaporated. Suddenly, the hot water vapor, like smoke, continued to rise towards the sky. Soon, the place where Yayu was located was covered by a lot of fog. Ho-ho! After some frenzied bombing, Frisia was also a little overwhelmed. He stopped and gasped for breath, staring straight into the mist in front of him. Smelly monkey, this is the end of the fight against my Frisia. After Frisia slowed down, the corners of his mouth curled up and said with a joking expression, "What is the end of the game you are talking about?" As soon as Frisia's words fell, a powerful wave of air burst out of the mist. Under the impact of that powerful air wave, the water vapor that had condensed together was instantly blown away. In the end, Yayu's figure was exposed to the air again. I saw Yayu's body, except that the armor was slightly burned, and there was no damage left on his body. Laugh. Frisia stared at Yayu in front of him, the joking color on his face gradually disappeared, but it was replaced by an endless spiteful color. Hateful. Without any hesitation, Frisia rushed towards Yayu again. But this time, Yayu did not avoid Frisia's attack, but chose to force Frisia's attack head-on. Because Yayu knew that Frisia had enough anger in her heart. If she continues to provoke her, Frisia will probably jump over the wall in a hurry, die with him, and destroy Namek directly. Is it finally here? After Yayu and Frisia fought for a while, the chi of Klin, Vegeta, and Sun Gohan appeared not far away. Seeing this, Yayu's heart was overjoyed. In this way, my task is also completed. Chapter 43. Chapter 43 Nightmare Frisia 3 more please support. 43. Chapter 43. Did it die? Soon after Yayu discovered that Vegeta and Sun Gohan were flying towards this side through the key sensibility, there was an energy response on TIS detector over there. Someone is here. After Toss spoke to Rap, the two immediately turned and looked towards the sky. I saw 3 white air masses on the horizon, rushing towards this side. The people in these 3 air masses are naturally Vegeta, Sun Gohan and Klin. Soon, Vegeta was the first to reach the battlefield here. That is. Vegeta's face changed suddenly after staring at Yayu and Frisia who were fighting over there. Is that the posture of Frisia after his transformation? Although Vegeta has never seen Frisia in its final form, through the key sensibility, Vegeta recognized Frisia at a glance. Whispering sound. After Vegeta looked at Frisia for a while, his eyes fell on Yayu who was fighting Frisia. After seeing that Yayu could even share Frisia, Vegeta's face suddenly closed. Soon after Vegeta came to the battlefield, Klin and Sun Gohan also rushed over. Like Vegeta, Karen and Sun Gohan were immediately attracted by the battle between Yayu and Frisia as soon as they arrived. But soon, Sun Gohan hardly turned his attention from Frisia and Yayu to Son Goku over there. Father. After seeing Son Goku's whole body with scars, Son Gohan's face changed in vain. He didn't hesitate. After a white air mass broke out on his body, he immediately flew towards the place where Son Goku was. Hey, Gohan! Although Klin wanted to stop Son Gohan, before he could speak, Son Gohan flew out in the direction of Son Goku. The helpless Klin had no choice but to follow. Father! After Son Gohan landed, he came to Son Goku and said with a worried expression on his face. "You are here." Seeing Son Gohan and Klin who came one after another, Son Goku said with a wry smile. "Goku." Klin greeted Son Goku first, and after seeing that Son Goku didn't seem to be a big problem, his eyes fell on the sky again, Yayu and Frieza. Seeing Yayu and Frieza, both the punches and the palms caused the earth to shake, Klin couldn't help but exclaimed, "That's amazing, is this Yayu's true power?" "Ah!" Frieza's attack was completely useless. Son Goku also said aloud after hearing Klin's words. "If this situation continues to develop, maybe Yayu can kill Frieza. If this happens, we will be safe," Klin said excitedly with his hands on his hips. But as soon as Klin's words fell, Frieza hit Yayu's body with a punch from the sky. Boom! Read more at wuxiax.com. Yayu, who was hit hard, instantly flew down like a cannonball, and finally slashed into the sea below. What everyone didn't notice was that at the moment Yayu fell into the ocean, the corner of his mouth conjured up an arc of conspiracy success. Seeing this scene, the smile on Klin's face suddenly stiffened, and then scratched his head, with an awkward smile. "It's okay, Yayu is so strong, it will be okay to suffer this level of attack. Right, Gohan?" While Klin was embarrassed and laughed, after Frieza above the sky blasted Yayu into the air, it was obvious that he did not stop there. "I saw it," spreading his palms, and constantly shooting energy balls against Yayu's falling sea. "Go to die, go to die, go to die." An angry Frieza, hysterically launching an energy ball. Suddenly, a large number of purple energy balls, like a rain of guns and bullets, bombarded the surface of the sea overwhelmingly. At this moment, seeing this scene, the smile on Klin's face disappeared instantly, replaced by a touch of worry. Of course, he is not worried about Yayu's life and death. He was worried that after Yayu was killed, Frieza would point the finger at them. If Frieza wants to deal with them, then they have only a dead end. "Yayu, don't have anything to do with you." Boom! As Klin prayed in his heart, Frieza had launched dozens of energy balls above the sea. After those energy balls fell on the ocean, they did not immediately explode, but like a huge worm egg, emitting a purple light, densely arranged on the sea. "Go to hell!" At this time, the last energy ball in Frieza's hand fell. The dozens of energy balls caused a chain reaction, and suddenly there were violent explosions. At this moment, the rise of the sea lifted up a huge hemispherical sea of fire. At the moment when the sea of flames rose, the powerful waves of air rushed out in all directions like ripples. Immediately afterwards, I saw huge circular waves on the sea, which spread out towards the distance. This huge momentum lasted for nearly a minute. After 1 minute passed, the flame disappeared, and the sea returned to calm again, but Yayu, who fell into the sea, did not return. Ms. Yayu's energy disappeared. At this moment, Toss in the distance, after discovering that Yayu's energy response on the detector had disappeared, he seemed to have learned some bad news, and his face changed drastically. "How is this possible? How could an attack of that level kill Lord Yayu?" After hearing what Toth said, Rap also looked at the calm sea below with an incredible expression. Just as Tos discovered that Yayu's energy had disappeared using the detector, Vegeta, Son Goku, Klin, and Son Gohan all discovered that Yayu's energy had completely disappeared. "Are you kidding? Yayu's anger disappeared." After Klin felt Yayu's breath disappear, his face changed instantly. At first, Klin was still wondering if Yayu suppressed his chi to the lowest level, so he couldn't perceive it. After all, Klin had seen Yayu with his own eyes before using his chi control ability. But as time passed by, Yayu never came up from the sea. Klin's heart is getting more and more nervous. A few minutes later, after seeing that Yayu hadn't come up yet, Klin's heart sank to the bottom in an instant. Yayu, dead? Thinking of this, Klin turned his head with difficulty, and shifted his gaze from above the sea to Frisia above the sky. Frisia at this time, in Klin's eyes, seemed like an invincible demon. "Damn the smelly monkey, finally died, it's your turn next." After seeing Yayu never come up from the sea, Frisia also pronounced Yayu dead in his heart. After all, ordinary humans cannot stay in the water for so long. It's just that Frisia, Klin, and others don't know that the universe is so big that there is nothing strange about it. Adrate possesses skills such as instant transmission and fusion. The magic fist of the Conisses, after hitting the enemy, can allow the enemy to predict the future for a short period of time. The Dallas stars have the ability to hold their breath in the water. After the verdict of Yayu's death, Frisia's face suddenly burst into joy, and then turned around and turned his gaze to the bodies of Son Goku, Son Gohan, Klin, and Vegeta. After being swept away by Frisia, the faces of Son Goku and Vegeta changed drastically. Chapter 44. Chapter 44 Super Saiyan Son Goku 4 more requests for support. Chapter 44. Frisia's series of attacks naturally did not kill Yayu. Before the three of Klin and Vegeta arrived, Yayu was thinking about how to exit from Frisia. After all, if Yayu doesn't leave the field, Frisia will never die. So Yayu planned such a suspended animation. He was deliberately hit by Frisia and then fell to the sea. After falling into the ocean, Yayu immediately reduced his pressure to the lowest level, so that neither the detector of toss nor the perception of Son Goku and others could detect the existence of Yayu. As for why Yayu can hold his breath in the water for so long, it is based on a skill attribute called Turtle Breath that he once collected on a Dallas star. After using Turtle Breath, Yayu can stay in the water for a long time. I really didn't expect this Turtle's Breath skill to come in handy in this place. Yayu, who stayed in the depths of the ocean, couldn't help feeling fortunate as he looked at the Turtle Breath attribute on the system screen. Fortunately, at the time, this seemingly useless skill attribute was collected. Otherwise, I really don't know how to fool Frisia. Just as Yayu thought about it this way, his eyes noticed that the battle armor on his right shoulder was damaged. The reason why this battle armor was damaged was naturally that it was blown up by the aftermath of Frisia's gas bomb when Yayu reduced the air pressure just now. It is said that Frisia is really cruel, and he almost killed him. Yayu looked at the defect of the armor on his arm, and the corner of his mouth was curved, and he couldn't help but curse Frisia with a smile in his heart. But in general, everything went very smoothly. Then Yayu looked up to the sky. Since this place is still in the deep sea, as far as you can only see the rippling water and the passing fish. Although you can't see the situation on the sea, Yayu can roughly guess what is happening on the sea through the key sensibility. Next, I'm waiting for Son Goku to transform into Super Saiyan, and I hope that Frisia don't use Son Goku first. While talking, Yayu slowly moved closer to the surface of the sea. At this time, above the sea, Son Gohan, Klin, Vegeta, and Son Goku were all staring at Frisia in front of them as if they were facing an enemy. "Gohan, Klin, run away!" Son Goku tried to stand up to stop Frisia, but the severe pain in his body caused him to directly fall and sit down. In desperation, Son Goku had to let Klin and Son Gohan escape quickly. "Want to escape?" After hearing what Son Goku said, before both Son Gohan and Klin could react, Frisia in the distance suddenly came to Son Gohan's side at some unknown time, and said, "You can try it." Read more at wuxiax.com. Seeing Frisia who suddenly appeared in front of them, both Klin and Son Gohan were dumbfounded with fright, and cold sweat broke out. Klin stared at Frisia in front of him, his body instinctively leaned towards the back, but because of the fear in his heart, he was too scared to move, even holding his breath. Klin knew in his heart that if Frisia wanted to kill him, it could be said that he would not do anything about it. At the same time, Vegeta over there, after seeing Frisia's amazing speed, his face changed drastically. "So fast, I didn't see when Frisia moved there at all. Vegeta, are you ready to die?" While Vegeta stared at Frisia in horror, Frisia also looked at Vegeta. Humph, Frisia, I am no longer the me who used to be. You may not be so easy to kill me. Vegeta stared at Frisia, the horror on his face gradually disappeared, replaced by a confident smile. Oh? It seems quite confident, then let me see how much you have grown. As soon as the voice fell, Frisia's figure disappeared directly from the place, and when he reappeared in the next second, he was already in front of Vegeta, and before Vegeta had time to react, Frisia's hit knife directly penetrated Vegeta. Body of. At this moment, time seemed to be slowed down. The moment Frisia penetrated Vegeta's body, Vegeta looked incredulous, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Here, Klin and Son Gohan seemed to have seen a ghost, and their faces were full of horror. That Vegeta, was it so easy to kill? Both Klin and Son Gohan know how strong Vegeta is. But even so, in front of Frisia, Vegeta didn't even have the opportunity to resist, and was directly killed by Frisia. Hey, it seems that there is no growth. As he spoke, Frisia pulled his palm directly out of Vegeta's body, and then dropped Vegeta's body directly aside. Vegeta, who was still alive, stared at Frisia with an unwilling look in his eyes. He is Saiyan's prince. Either Yayu or Son Goku can fight Frisia for so long. And his Vegeta, was actually given a second by Frisia? How is he willing? Kakarot, before Vegeta's words were finished, his vitality disappeared completely. Finally died, the traitor Vegeta. After Frisia saw that Vegeta was dead, he first said something contemptuously, and then his gaze shifted from above Vegeta's body to the three people of Son Goku, Klin, and Son Gohan over there. So, whose turn is next? Being stared at by Frisia like this, the hearts of Son Gohan and Klin instantly entered the ice cellar. Although they wanted to escape. But even Vegeta was directly killed by a spike. Did they escape? It's you. Frisia pointed to Son Gohan first, then pointed to Klin, or you. Seeing Frisia staring at him, Klin's face was full of despair, and he was so scared that he couldn't move for a while. It's decided, it's you. As soon as Frisia's voice fell, the fingertips that pointed at Klin suddenly condensed a purple energy spot. As time goes by, that energy spot increases at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a blink of an eye, a beam of energy shot directly from Frisia's fingertips. It was just a blink of an eye, and before Klin could react, the energy beam directly penetrated Klin's heart. Klinson. The moment Klin was penetrated by the energy beam, Son Gohan suddenly yelled. At the same time, Yayu in the sea moved slightly. Klin's anger disappeared. Not long after, Yayu felt that the sea suddenly stirred up. And Son Goku's anger has also undergone some changes. Finally turn into Super Saiyan? Son Goku. Chapter 45. Chapter 45 2 Super Saiyan 1 More Support. Chapter 45. Call out. A purple light beam shot out from Frisia's fingertips and directly penetrated Klin's heart. Klinson. Son Gohan saw this scene, his heart seemed to be hit hard. Seeing Klin's corpse fell directly to the ground, Son Gohan's small face was pale and pale. Oh ha ha ha, the guy who got in the way finally died. Seeing Klin fell to the ground and died, Son Gohan had a pained expression on his face, and Frisia's face was used. Next it's your turn, Saiyan's son. While speaking, Frisia's finger was already pointed at Son Gohan. When a purple light spot condensed from his fingertips, Son Goku, who had never spoken, suddenly had an abnormal change. Okay. After discovering this abnormal change, Frisia frowned slightly and immediately looked at Son Goku behind Son Gohan. I saw Son Goku's savage face and murderous expression on his face. At the same time, the earth shook, and the surrounding sea was restless. The gravel on the ground under Son Goku's feet, as if attracted by some gravitational force, began to slowly rise towards the sky. In the sky, golden lightning appeared. On the whole of Son Goku, there is also a faint golden light. That's it, killing that earthling makes you so painful. Frieza didn't realize the seriousness of the problem. At this time, seeing Son Goku's painful and angry expression in his eyes, he felt an indescribable sense of joy. I like to see this expression most. As soon as Frieza's words fell, Son Goku suddenly raised his head and stared at Frieza with a very sharp look. Being stared at by Son Goku's sharp eyes like this, Frieza's mental condition reflexed to have a fear, and his body was also instinctively tilted towards the back, and his hands trembled uncontrollably. Frieza, I will never forgive you. Son Goku still stared at Frieza with that sharp eyes, and said in a cold and murderous tone. Hearing Son Goku's words, even Son Gohan's heart trembled. Son Goku's words were so cold and ruthless, as if he had become another person. Son Gohan has never seen such a Son Goku. Dad, Son Gohan looked at Son Gohan and murmured to himself. Hey, won't you forgive me? Who do you think you are? The smelly monkey has always dared to talk to me like this. Although Frieza's heart was shocked by Son Goku's aura, he still refused to admit defeat, gritted his teeth and said to Son Goku, read more at wuxiax.com. Klin has already died once. Just as Son Goku clenched his fists and the blue veins on his forehead were violent, there was a faint golden phantom flashing in his hair and eyebrows. After a few breaths, under the shocked gazes of Son Gohan and Frieza, a golden light suddenly burst out of Son Goku's body. At the same time, Son Goku's hair and eyebrows also changed from black to blonde. What? Seeing the strange appearance of Son Goku in front of him, Son Gohan was dumbfounded. At this time, Frieza stared at Son Goku whose whole body was shining with golden light, his eyes flickered, his face changed, and his face was full of horror. Could it be that, this is... While Frieza was extremely shocked by the changes in Son Goku's body, Yayu, who was in the middle of the sea, immediately felt the anger of Son Goku, which rose many times in that instant. Son Goku, has he finally transformed into Super Saiyan? At this moment, Yayu's heart was overjoyed. Ding! Congratulations to the host, get the S-Cell attribute. And just as Yayu thought about it, the mechanical sound of the system came in his mind. Here comes, S-Cell. After hearing the system prompt, Yayu was suddenly ecstatic. One of his main purposes when he came to Namek was to collect the S-Cell attributes that were dropped when Son Goku transformed into Super Saiyan. With this S-Cell attribute, Yayu can also transform into Super Saiyan. Does the host pick up S-Cell attributes? Charge. Yayu did not hesitate, and immediately responded to the system's question. In the next second, the S-Cell attributes at the feet of Son Goku over there are like tadpole scriptures, converging directly toward Yayu. Finally submerged into Yayu's body. Perhaps the ordinary Saiyan needs two key conditions to transform into Super Saiyan. 1. The combat effectiveness has reached a certain level. 2. Having a certain number of S-cells in the body, and then stimulate the increase of S-cells through anger, thus transforming into Super Saiyan. Yayu's 51.34 million combat power has already met the first condition. The reason why he has not been able to transform into Super Saiyan may be because of the lack of S-cells necessary to transform into Super Saiyan. The conditions for obtaining S-cells are quite harsh, requiring a pure and kind heart like Son Goku or an evil heart like Vegeta. And Yayu is also good and evil. Of course, there is another way to transform into Super Saiyan, which is to directly inherit the attributes of the S-cell. Just like Son Goten and Trunks. Son Goten and Trunks were born after Son Goku and Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan, and naturally inherited the S-cells of Son Goku and Vegeta in the body. So the two of them don't need any messy conditions, they can transform into Super Saiyan very easily. Right now Yayu collects the properties of S-cells from Son Goku. This feeling is similar to that of Son Goten and Trunks. The difference is that Yayu collects S-cells from Son Goku's body through the system. And Son Goten uses chromosomes. Of course, what I'm talking about here is only the theory of ordinary scion transforming into super scion. As for super scion in Broly's legend, it is not included here. It should be possible to transform into super scion. After Son Goku's S-cell attribute was submerged in the body, Yao's hands suddenly shook his face with satisfaction. Now that the goal has been achieved, Yao no longer needs to hide in the sea. Without any hesitation, Yao immediately tried to transform into Super Saiyan. With Yao's heart moving, an unprecedented powerful breath burst out of Yao's body. Okay. At this time, Frieza, Son Goku, and Son Gohan, who were above the sky, were immediately attracted by the abnormal reaction above the sea. I saw that above the sea seemed to have been impacted by some invisible shock wave, and it automatically retreated in all directions. Not long after, a figure with a golden light flashing all over his body slowly rose from the ocean. That is. At the moment they saw the figure, the faces of Frieza and Son Gohan changed instantly. Although the hair and brows were all golden, Frieza and Son Gohan recognized that this person was Yao at a glance. End of this chapter. Daily ask for support. Chapter 46. Chapter 46 New Knife Trial 2 More Seeking Support. 46. Chapter 46. Namek, somewhere above the sea. Yao, with the golden light flashing all over his body, slowly rose from the sea. Ms. Yao. Master Yao. At the moment Yao appeared, Toss and Rap in the distance were overjoyed. I said Yao-sama couldn't be killed so easily. Looking at Yao, the haze in Rap's heart was swept away, and he said with joy. On the side, Toss, tears of joy and tears kept rolling in his eyes. Thus, Yao-sama is okay, don't worry. After Rap noticed the tears in Toss' eyes, he pressed his palms on Toss' little head and grinned. Toss responded with a smile. Just as both Toss and Rap were happy that Yao did not die, Frieza here could be said to be shocked and angry. Wasn't this guy killed by me just now? Why are you showing up again now? And what happened to this guy's change? It's exactly the same as that scion. Frieza stared at Yao and Son Goku with a complicated face. Although he noticed the abnormal changes in Yao and Son Goku, he didn't know that this was Super Saiyan. So he didn't take this change in Yao's body to heart. All he cares about is why Yao is still alive. You guy, why are you still alive? Frieza stared at Yao, yelling with an annoyed look. But Yao didn't pay attention to Frieza's scolding. To be precise, after Yao came up from the ocean, he never saw Frieza. Is this the power of Super Saiyan? Yao clenched his fists, and after feeling the power that was surging continuously in his body, he said with satisfaction with a voice that only he could hear. If someone used a high-power detector to test Yao's combat effectiveness at this time, he would definitely find a terrifying data, 2.567 billion. Yao's original basic combat power has reached 51.34 million. After transforming into Super Saiyan, the combat power directly increased by 50 times, from 51.34 million to 2.567 billion. You know, when Son Goku just turned into Super Saiyan, it was only 150 million. Yao just turned into Super Saiyan, but it has reached 2.5 billion, which is more than 10 times that of Son Goku. Laugh. When Frieza over there saw Yao ignore his question, the anger in his heart rose steadily. Read more at wuxiax.com. Who is he? Frieza? Universe Emperor. People have always flattered him and shivered when he saw him. Yao is doing well right now, ignoring King Frieza directly. How could Frieza endure this humiliation? Damn smelly monkey! After Frieza gritted his teeth and said a word, a powerful air mass burst out immediately above his body. In the next second, Frieza's figure turned into a streamer and rushed directly at Yao. Frieza, just test it out, this powerful combat power. Standing in the air, Yao's mouth curled up after seeing Frieza rushing over. Go to hell! After Frieza approached Yao, he directly bombarded Yao with a punch. But before Frisia's fist hit Yayu, Yayu waved his arm. Boom! Frisia's body seemed to be like a cannonball, and it flew out directly. Because Yayu shot so fast, everyone present, including Son Goku, did not react. When everyone reacted, they just saw Frisia flying upside down. Seeing this scene before him, Son Goku was dumbfounded. Even Son Goku, who transformed into Super Saiyan, was equally shocking. Son Goku has personally experienced how strong Frisia is. And Son Gohan also saw that it was better than Vegeta that Frisia gave him a second. But right now, Yayu is like playing baseball, knocking Frisia into the air with every gesture. One blow, just one blow, and the judgment is high. It's amazing, what is going on, why this Saiyan not only didn't die, but also gained such a powerful force. And he, like Dad, has his hair turned blonde. Son Gohan's gaze kept scanning back and forth between Yayu and Son Goku, his small faces filled with puzzled expressions. Although Son Gohan doesn't know how strong Yayu is right now, but through his key sensibility, he can clearly perceive that Yayu's chi at this time seems to be as vast as a universe. Even Son Goku's huge chi can't be compared with Yayu. As Son Gohan was thinking, a purple light suddenly flashed in the ocean below. In the next second, a large amount of water jets rose up from the sea. However, Frisia's figure followed a water column, jumped out of the sea, and flew directly toward the sky. Damn! 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 After the angry Frisia flew high above the sky, he stared at Yayu below with a look of reconciliation. Although he is arrogant, Frisia is not a fool. Through the brief encounter just now, it was wrong, and was unilaterally beaten. Frisia already knew that Yayu's strength was far above him. However, Taflisha is the emperor of the universe. Surrender? Escape? That is impossible. Damn Saiyan, I want you all to die here today. After Frisia roared angrily, he immediately raised his arm. In the next second, a purple energy ball condensed on Frisia's palm. In the beginning, the energy ball was only the size of a table tennis ball. But over time, the energy ball expanded rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few breaths, the energy ball has become extremely huge. That is, Son Gohan, Toss, and Rap, after seeing the huge energy ball above Frisia's palm, their expressions changed drastically. They all knew in their hearts that if Frisia knocked down that energy ball, let alone them, I am afraid that even the entire Namek would be wiped out in an instant. Although Son Goku's face is a bit ugly, it is much better than Son Gohan and Lapu. He first glanced at Frisia, and then turned his gaze on Yayu. Seeing the confident smile on Yayu's face, Son Goku's expression moved slightly. Go to hell! Frisia yelled, and then suddenly waved his arm downward. The huge purple energy ball above his palm, like a meteorite, fell directly in the direction of Yayu below. Chapter 47. Chapter 47 Super Saiyan Yayu's Strong Strength 3 More Support. Chapter 47. Namek, Frisia's arm, condensed a huge ball of energy. Judging from its posture, it seems that it wants to destroy Yayu, Son Goku, and Namek together. Go to hell! Frisia yelled and suddenly waved his arm towards the bottom. The huge energy ball above his head, like a meteorite, fell directly towards Namek below. As the huge energy ball fell like a fireball, the complexions of Son Goku, Son Gohan, Rap, and TOS changed drastically. Toss! Run away! After feeling that the energy ball contained an aura of destruction of the world, Rap's face turned pale, and in the next second, a powerful air mass burst out all over his body, facing the support. After anxiously reminded SI, he was ready to evacuate here as quickly as possible. But before Rap retreated, Toss said aloud, "Where to flee?" Hearing Toss's words, Rap woke up in a moment of enlightenment. This huge energy ball can destroy the entire Namek. Where can he escape? After the air mass on Rap's body dissipated, he immediately recovered his calm, and then realized that it fell on the sky again. The huge energy ball still falling downward, said with a wry smile and said unwillingly, "It seems that it is this time. It's over, damn." As time passed, the huge energy ball got closer and closer to the ground. At the same time, an invisible force spread from the energy ball. Even though the huge energy ball is still hundreds of meters away from the ground. However, the mountains on the ground at the feet of Son Goku and Son Gohan have already begun to split. And the surrounding sea water was restless. Immediately afterwards, purple and black thunders spread out from the energy ball in all directions. Under the bombardment of the thunder, the surrounding mountains instantly turned into powder. Klin's body also fell directly into the sea below after the mountains were destroyed. But at this moment, Son Goku slammed and caught Klin's body directly. Klin. Whispering sound, read more at wuxiax.com. Son Goku first glanced at Klin's death, and the anger in his heart was hooked up again. After a light break, he set his gaze on Na Frieza above the sky again. Gohan. After Son Goku handed the corpse of Klin in his arms to Son Gohan, he immediately took a posture. It looked like he wanted to use the Kamehameha wave to resist Frieza's energy ball. But before Son Goku took the shot, Yayu under the energy ball suddenly spread his palms and greeted the huge energy ball directly. At this moment, when the four of Son Goku, Son Gohan, Rap, and TOS saw Yayu's behavior, they were all surprised. "Master Yayu, don't you want to catch this energy ball with your bare hands?" "Impossible, it is absolutely impossible. How can this kind of thing be done?" After Rap saw Yayu's move, he immediately shook his head and said. But Toss, who was on the side, clenched his fists and said firmly, "I believe Mr. Yayu." Hearing Toss's words, Rap glanced at Toss condescendingly. If it is in normal times, Rap will definitely refute it. But the thought in his heart that he was about to die soon left Toss with the last hope, that was also good. While Rap and Toss were talking, Yayu's figure over there was also under the pressure of the huge energy ball, and followed the huge energy ball and fell downward. "This planet is about to explode, I'll retreat first." At this time, after Frieza launched the huge energy ball, the anger in his heart seemed to have been vented immediately. The anger on his face dissipated and replaced by an expression of schadenfreude. In Frieza's view, Namek must explode, and Son Goku and Yayu, the two scions, will also die. And Tafrissa, due to race, can survive in the universe. After all, Frieza glanced at Namek one last time, then turned and flew towards the universe above the sky. But just not long after Frieza flew away, she suddenly felt an abnormal reaction from under her body. When he turned to look around, he saw that the huge energy ball that had originally fallen below had stopped falling. "Nanny!" Seeing this scene, the expression on Frieza's face suddenly froze. Immediately afterwards, Frieza saw that the energy ball that had stopped falling had actually begun to fly towards him. How is this possible? Just as Frieza's face was shocked, the four of Son Goku, Son Gohan, Rap, and TOS below were also shocked. Perhaps Frieza didn't know why the energy ball suddenly changed its direction. After all, from Frieza's direction, only one huge energy ball could be seen. However, Son Goku and others know it. The reason why the energy ball suddenly stopped falling and flew towards the sky was because Yayu blocked the energy ball and pushed it back. At this moment, Son Gohan's mouth opened in shock and was speechless for a while. But Toss was extremely excited. "Yes, Yayu did it." After hearing the excited words of Toss, Rap also recovered from the shock, then wiped the cold sweat on his forehead, and said with a shocked look, "It is indeed Yayu, who even this kind of thing you can do it all." There is another sentence that Rap did not say, "What a monster, how powerful is Yayu-sama." Since coming to Namek, Lap's impression of Yayu has been refreshing. At first, Rap thought that Yayu came to Namek to look for Frieza as a death-hunting behavior. But later, after seeing that Yayu could even drew with Frieza, Lap knew that Yayu's real strength was even stronger than Frisia. But what Rap didn't even expect at the moment was that Yayu could even catch the huge energy ball fired by Frisia. Just as Rap looked at the sky, Yayu, whose whole body was shining with golden light, was stunned. That huge energy ball was flying at a rapid speed in the direction where Frisia was. Past. It's impossible, how could this kind of thing happen? Although the facts are in front of him, Frisia still cannot accept this fact. Just when the energy ball was about to hit him, Frisia's figure moved to the side, and then the huge energy ball flew out in front of his eyes towards the universe far away from Namek. Chapter 48. Chapter 48 Fighting Power Soars by 10 million for more support. Chapter 48. Boom. The huge energy ball, after flying away from Namek, hit a nearby planet. In an instant, the planet exploded like fireworks, and finally annihilated in this universe. Although the planet is quite far away from Namek, the violent explosion sound can be heard clearly by Yayu and Son Goku on Namek. Saved. A few seconds after the explosion sounded, Son Goku and Son Gohan still seemed to be immersed in shock. In the end, Son Gohan said something to Son Goku, which broke the shock. What? Son Goku in Super Saiyan's posture, after answering to Son Gohan, his eyes fell on the sky again, Yayu and Frisia. Shiki muscle. At this moment, Frisia stared at Yayu, whose whole body was shining with golden light. His face was so ugly, and his teeth were squeaking because of anger. Frisia, if you want to escape, take advantage of it now. As soon as Yayu said this, Frisia's face became more hideous. Don't look down on people, I'm the Universe King Frisia. After Frisia yelled hysterically, his fists clenched, and a big powerful air mass burst out all over his body. Later, Son Goku and Son Gohan used ki sensibility to perceive the chi in Frisia's body, slowly rising. That guy, is there any power to show? Son Gohan looked at the rising air above Frisia and said with a shocked expression on his face. However, Yayu didn't show any unexpected look on his face. After all, he knew that Frisia before this was only 50%. At the moment the angry Frisia, Haoran wanted to show his 100% state and then fight Yayu. But Yayu doesn't seem to plan to give Frisia time to show 100% status. Even if Frisia displayed 100% status, it would only have 120 million combat power. And Yayu's combat power at this time reached 2.567 billion. In this comparison, Frisia is too weak. When Frisia's chi increased to 71% of full power, Yayu's figure flashed and immediately came to Frisia's. Seeing Yayu who suddenly appeared in front of him, Frisia's face changed instantly. In the next second, his figure exploded, and he drew a distance from Yayu. It's still a little bit, it's just a little bit before you can display all your power. Frisia, whose power had risen to 75%, stared at Yayu with a bitter expression on her face. Frisia, it's useless, even if you use all your power, you won't be my opponent. While speaking, Yayu had already spread out his palms, and then the powerful energy in his body gathered along the arms and toward the palms. Read more at wuxiax.com. At this moment, between Yayu's palms, a wave of energy the size of a fist suddenly condensed. As the energy in Yayu's body continues to converge to the energy wave instantly expands. At this time, after Frisia felt a deadly dangerous breath in the energy wave on Yayu's palm, Frisia's face changed in vain. Frisia, you are done. However, when Yayu was about to launch the energy wave and destroy Frisia directly, Son Goku flew over here. Wait. After listening to Son Goku's words, the energy wave in Yayu's hand paused slightly, but the energy wave did not dissipate, but still condensed between Yayu's palms, constantly flashing. Yayu, his opponent is me. While talking, Son Goku didn't wait for Yayu to agree or not, but rushed towards Frisia. Bang bang bang. For a while, Son Goku and Frisia fought together. At the same time, Yayu's mind also sounded the mechanical beep of the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host, get 1 million combat power attributes. Ding! Congratulations to the host, get 1 million combat power attributes. After hearing the prompt sound from the system, Yayu's heart moved. One hit 1 million combat power attributes? Seeing that Son Goku and Frieza are on the battlefield, the combat power attributes are constantly dropping, and the value of each combat power attribute is about 1 million. The energy wave that constantly flashes between Yayu's palms also disappears instantly. Up. Forget it, being able to collect combat power attributes seems to be a good choice too. After Yayu said something in a voice that only he could hear, the Super Saiyan status was immediately released. After all, maintaining the Super Saiyan status requires a lot of energy. Right now, he doesn't need to fight, so naturally he doesn't need to remain in Super Saiyan state all the time. With the release of Yayu Super Saiyan, his hair and eyebrows also immediately returned from golden to black. Don't want to escape. When Yayu returned to his normal state and fell downward, Frieza immediately gave up fighting Son Goku and chased Yayu. After all, compared to Son Goku, Frieza hates Yayu even more. It is naturally impossible for him to watch Yayu leave like this. Call out. But it didn't take long for Frieza to chase him. Son Goku came to Frieza's side with a flash, raised his knee, and hit Frieza directly with a knee blow. Wow! Before Frieza could react, Frieza was hit by Son Goku's knee. Suddenly, Frieza spouted out an unknown liquid. Frieza, I said, your opponent is me. After Son Goku said in a cold tone, he hugged his hands together, and then he arched his body with a painful Frieza as a volleyball, and slammed his hands directly on Frieza's back. Boom! Under a loud noise, Frieza's body was like a cannonball, slamming directly into the sea below. After transforming into Super Saiyan, Son Goku is not as strong as it used to be. Frieza couldn't stand the blow of Son Goku at all. There was no pause in his figure, and he fell directly into the sea. Wow! At the moment of falling into the sea, a huge wave was suddenly raised above the sea. Ding! Congratulations to the host, gaining 1.5 million combat power attributes. Does the host charge combat power attributes? After the battle between Son Goku and Frieza stopped for a short time, the system heard a reminder. Charge. As soon as Yayu's voice fell, the series of combat power attributes gathered in the sky gathered directly towards Yayu. Finally submerged into Yayu's body. As these combat power attributes continue to enter Yayu's body, Yayu sees the combat power on the system screen in front of him, which is continuously rising. After the last combat power attribute was submerged into Yayu's body, Yayu's combat power increased from 51.34 million to 61.24 million. In other words, the short battle between Son Goku and Frieza just now directly increased Yayu's combat effectiveness by nearly 10 million. You know, the increase of more than 10 million is only the basic combat effectiveness. If Yayu turns into Super Saiyan, it will be more than 500 million. End of this chapter. Please beg and beg for flowers. Chapter 49. Chapter 49 Frieza, destroy one more support. 49. Chapter 49. Father. Above the sky, Son Gohan, standing in the air, saw that Son Goku could crush Frieza, and his eyes suddenly became colorful. Son Gohan didn't know what happened to Son Goku, and he didn't know what Super Saiyan was. But what he knows is that Frieza is not Son Goku's opponent. Cleansin. After Son Gohan shifted his gaze from Son Goku's body to Klin's corpse in his arms, his pupils, which had been brilliant and brilliant, instantly dimmed. Gohan sang, Klin sang. At this moment, above the distant sky, a familiar voice suddenly came. After hearing this sound, Son Gohan and Yayu immediately followed the sound. I saw the sky in the distance, and a white light group was flying towards this side. Looking closely, I saw the figure in the light group, it was Tian Tian, also translated by Dende. Day by day. After seeing Tian Tian flying over, Sun Gohan immediately beckoned to the former and shouted with joy. Klin! He flew in front of Sun Gohan every day, and after seeing Klin in Sun Gohan's arms, he immediately asked. And Sun Gohan didn't speak, just glanced at Klin with a gloomy expression. After seeing Sun Gohan's expression every day, I immediately understood what was going on, and the happy expression on his face disappeared instantly. The originally cheerful air has become depressed again at this moment. By the way, if you use Dragon Ball, you can resurrect Kryn Sang. Tian Tian suddenly remembered something, and immediately said to Sun Gohan happily. But Son Goku shook his head and said, "It's useless, Clinson has been resurrected by Shenron once, Shenron will not resurrect the same person twice. It doesn't matter at all, Shenron Palunga of Namek, it doesn't matter how many times he is resurrected." As soon as he said this every day, Sun Gohan was overjoyed and almost threw Klin's body down. Really? Really, there is nothing wrong with Palunga's words. At this point, Tianation's expression was drawn together again, and then said frustratedly, "Unfortunately, the great elder has passed away, so Palunga." Gohan. Just when Sun Gohan and Tian Tian were frustrated, Piccolo's voice appeared in Sun Gohan's mind. It's Piccolo-san's voice. Hearing Sun Gohan's words, Yayu's heart moved slightly. In the original drama, Piccolo was originally practicing on the King Star, but after Shenron of Namek was resurrected, he came to Namek through Shenron's power. Read more at wuxiax.com. Only this time, because of Yayu's intervention, Shenron Bolunga did not transfer Piccolo to Namek and collapsed because of the death of the elder. Therefore, at this time Piccolo is still on the King Star. Although Yayu didn't know what Piccolo and Sun Gohan said, but seeing Sun Gohan's happy face, it must be Piccolo telling Sun Gohan that he could use the Earth's Dragon Ball to resurrect Namek people, and then pass Namek's Shenron, Resurrection Klin. While Sun Gohan and Piccolo were communicating with each other, a powerful wave of air suddenly broke out above the sea below. Soon Frisia's figure rushed out from the bottom of the sea. However, Frisia at this time seemed to be a lap larger than before. Seeing Frisia's appearance, Yayu raised his brows slightly. Has it reached 100%? Yes, Frisia has just fallen into the sea and hasn't come up. He just took this opportunity to be in the sea and raised his strength to 100%. Frisia. At the moment Frisia appeared, Tian Tian beside Sun Gohan over there paled in shock. Although Frisia's appearance in front of him was somewhat different from the first form Tian Tian had seen before. But Tian Tian still recognized Frisia at a glance. After all, Frisia killed all the other Namek people in his village in front of Tian Tian. With Frisia's devilish figure, Tian Tian will never admit his mistakes. Every day, don't worry. Sun Gohan first comforted Tian Tian, and then his eyes fell on the bodies of Yayu and Son Goku, who were on the sky again, and said with a smile, "The current Frisia is not from my father and scion opponent." While Sun Gohan was talking, Frisia, who rushed out of the water, trembled with anger. He glanced at Yayu first, and then at Son Goku. The two scions who used to be regarded as ants in the eyes of Tafrissa, are now both able to hang him. How did Frisia endure this humiliation? Because the fist was clenched too hard, Frisia's fist had already begun to contain purple blood, which had penetrated through the fingers. Damn it, damn scion! Frisia gritted his teeth, and after a low growl in his heart, his gaze suddenly turned to Tian Tian and Sun Gohan over there. Although Frisia just glanced over there from the corner of his eyes, Yayu was still caught in this scene. Do you want to threaten hostages again? After Yayu guessed Frisia's mind, his hands holding his chest also slowly let go. He didn't have any hesitation, his mind moved, and a powerful breath broke out in an instant. In the next second, Yayu became Super Saiyan. Hey, what do you want to do? I said Frisia is my opponent. Son Goku above the sky, after seeing Yayu suddenly transform, he immediately shouted to Yayu. When Frisia saw this, his expression suddenly froze. Yayu ignored Son Goku's words, and opened his palms directly to Frisia. A golden energy wave instantly condensed on Yayu's palms. As time goes by, that energy wave increases sharply at a speed visible to the naked eye. Hateful! After Frisia gritted his teeth and said something, a powerful air mass burst out of his body and immediately rushed towards Tian Tian and Son Gohan. What? Tian Tian and Son Gohan saw Frisia rushing over, and the two of them suddenly saw a demon. They were so scared that they hugged each other, and their bodies were full of fear. On the other hand, Son Goku's face changed in vain. This time Yayu didn't keep his hands. Just as Frisia rushed towards Tian Tian and Son Gohan, the huge energy wave above his palm turned into a huge beam of light and launched directly towards Frisia. Frisia over there, after feeling the dangerous fluctuations coming from behind, immediately turned to look. I saw that the white beam of light magnified sharply in his eyes. Frisia's face was shocked. Stop! Frisia cried out immediately in fright. But the light wave didn't stop at all, and immediately hit Frisia's body. End of this chapter. P.S. The next chapter, Super Saiyan v Super Saiyan. Chapter 50. Chapter 50 Super Saiyan v Super Saiyan 2 more requests for support. Chapter 50. Even Frisia has fear in the face of death. Seeing that huge energy wave sharply magnified in his eyes, Frisia shouted in horror on his face. But Yayu is not Son Goku, he is not so kind-hearted, to save Frisia when facing Frisia's cry for help. Yayu didn't show any mercy, the energy wave in his hand directly bombarded Frisia's body. This energy wave was displayed after Yayu transformed into Super Saiyan. It was extremely powerful, and Frisia's strength was naturally impossible to withstand the impact of this energy wave. In just the blink of an eye, Frisia's figure was annihilated by the energy beam. Then, amidst the roar of Frisia, his figure was like a smoke straightened by the wind, straightened by the beam of energy, and finally dissipated in the beam of energy. The energy beam disappeared without a trace after eliminating Frisia. At this moment, there was a brief silence between heaven and earth. Tian Tian and Son Gohan over there seemed to be still immersed in the fear Frisia brought. After Son Gohan sensed that Frisia's breath had completely disappeared, he said, "Frisia's breath disappeared. Up. Did you get rid of that trick just now?" Hearing Son Gohan's words, he clenched his fists every day, and glanced around with vigilance, for fear that Frisia would suddenly appear in front of him again. While Son Gohan was talking to Tian Tian, Toss, and Rap, who were hiding in the distance, also flew into the sky. Frisia's energy is gone. Toss first glanced around, then used the detector to check again. After seeing that the detector lacked Frisia's energy response, he said aloud, "Great, Frisia was killed by Yayu-sama." As soon as Thotha's voice fell, Rap was immediately excited. Thus, now that Frisia has been killed by Yayu, Rap has no fear. After he greeted Toss, an air mass burst out from the two of them, and then directly moved in the direction where Yayu was in the distance. Flew over. "Master Yayu! Ms. Yayu!" After Rap and Toss came to Yayu's side, they immediately shouted at Yayu. As expected of Yayu, even that Frisia is not your opponent. You are really the number one in the universe. When Rap came to Yayu's side, he squinted his eyes and exaggerated vigorously. But before Rap finished speaking, I saw Yayu staring at him with a kind eyes. Seeing Yayu's eyes, Rap shut up very wittily and said nothing. "It's great, Mr. Yayu, Frisia was killed, so we can go back." Read more at wuxiax.com. After Tos flew over, he said to Yayu with a sigh of relief. After all, this trip to Namek can be said to be extremely dangerous. Whether it's the Kainuit team or Frisia, these people can easily kill him in seconds. Tos knew in his heart that he was able to survive until now and he was completely protected by Yayu. Go back? I'm afraid it won't work. Hearing Yayu's words, Rap and Toss looked at each other, and then said with a puzzled look, "Why didn't Frisia get killed?" While Rap was talking, Son Goku in Super Saiyan's posture over there flew towards this side. "Yeah, you are really amazing. Even Frisia was killed so easily. You can't help but tremble when you see my body." Hearing Son Goku's words, Rap closed his eyes and thought in his heart, "Of course, Yayu-sama is so powerful, he will tremble when he sees him." But at this moment, Son Goku continued, "Yayu, fight with me again." Rap thought that Son Goku was trembling with Yayu's strength, but in reality, Son Goku trembled with excitement in his heart. He is excited to have such a powerful person as Yayu. Saiyan blood in his body drove him to fight Yayu. As soon as Son Goku said this, Rap looked surprised. But Yayu had already known this expression on his face. "Didn't you have been defeated by Master Yayu once? Why did you come to challenge Master Yayu?" Before Yayu could speak, Rap pointed to Son Goku and said. Hearing what Rap said, Son Goku's face showed a touch of embarrassment, and then he continued, "That was before, now I am stronger. Please." Before Yayu refused, Son Goku said to Yayu with a begging face. Seeing the unstoppable look of Son Goku, Yayu also had to talk in his heart. To be honest, Yayu also wanted to fight Son Goku once in his heart, especially Son Goku who is currently in Super Saiyan state. "Well, I promise you, but in your current state." Yayu looked at Son Goku's bruises all over his body and said aloud. The scars on Son Goku's body were naturally caused by fighting Frisia before transforming into Super Saiyan. Although transformed into Super Saiyan, Son Goku's combat effectiveness increased by 50 times. However, transforming into Super Saiyan cannot heal injuries. The bruised Son Goku, his strength must be greatly reduced compared to the peak period. Yayu doesn't want to fight with Son Goku in this state. "You still have 2 fairy beans. Don't think about it." Before Son Goku finished speaking, Yayu interrupted Son Goku immediately. "Dad, leave this to Tian Tian." At this moment, Son Gohan's voice came. Hearing what Son Gohan said, Yayu and Son Goku and the group immediately followed the sound and saw Tian Tian and Son Gohan flying over here. Every day. Looking at Tian Tian, Yayu immediately recalled in his mind that although Tian Tian was not very powerful, his healing ability was quite powerful. In Dragon Ball, Klin, who was dying, was rescued by Tianation's treatment in a very short time. While Yayu was thinking about it, every day he started to treat Son Goku. I saw him spread his palms and aimed at Son Goku. And Son Goku's body was lit up with a green light. Then, under the surprised expressions of both Rap and Toss, Son Goku was wounded on his body, which was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. "Oh! Sri Lanka 1. Do the Namek people still have this magical ability?" Rap said in surprise. 10 seconds later, the injury on Son Goku's body was completely recovered, and the chi in his body was also restored to its peak period. No, Yayu perceives that the chi in Son Goku's body is bigger than before. After all, every time Saiyan recovers from a serious injury, his combat effectiveness will increase. Yo-xi, fully recovered. After healed from his injury, Son Goku thanked him for a while, and then said to Yayu, "Okay, now you can fight." Son Goku looked eager to try. Please flowers, please support. Chapter 51. Chapter 51 The Battle Between Super Saiyan 3 More Support. Chapter 51. Namek. Above the sky, Yayu and Son Goku in Super Saiyan's posture stood in the air, facing each other far away. At this time, Tian Tian, Son Gohan, Rap, and Toss were standing on a hill several kilometers away from Yayu and Son Goku. Who will win, Mrs. Yayu and Saiyan? Seeing the strong atmosphere on the battlefield over there, Toss not only asked aloud. "Of course it's Yayu-sama, my father." After hearing Toss' question, Rap and Son Gohan said in unison. Rap maintains Yayu, and Son Gohan maintains Son Goku. "Boy, Didn't you see it just now? Yayu-sama killed even that Frisia. Do you think your father can win Yayu-sama? Rap said to Son Gohan in an educational tone. But, my father can beat Frisia too. Son Gohan also said unwillingly. Just as Son Gohan and Rap were arguing, Yayu and Son Goku in the sky finally moved. Transform yourself, Super Saiyan. Although the aura exuding from Yayu's body is very huge at this time, Son Goku can still perceive it. Yayu in normal state is not his opponent. Right on my mind. After Yayu responded to Son Goku's sentence, his heart moved, and a powerful breath broke out. Immediately afterwards, Son Goku and Son Gohan and others saw that Yayu's hair instantly turned golden, and the whole body was constantly shining like a flame of golden light. As Yayu transformed into Super Saiyan, Son Goku and Son Gohan sensed at the same time that the aura emanating from Yayu rose many times in that instant. After feeling the terrifying breath emanating from Yayu, Son Goku was not only less nervous, but even more excited. So much the better. What? The corner of Son Goku's mouth was curved, and after speaking to Yayu, the next second, he screamed, and the whole body was the same as Yayu, and the golden flames were constantly shining. If Vegeta were still alive at this time, and seeing this scene, the expression on his face would be very wonderful. Goku and Saiyan have become the same. At this time, Tien saw that Son Goku and Yayu became exactly the same, and his little face was full of surprises. This should be the Super Saiyan mentioned by Vegeta-san. As soon as Tianation's voice fell, Son Gohan clenched his fists and said with a proud face. It seems that it is not Son Goku who transformed into Super Saiyan, but Son Gohan. Call out. At this time, after Son Goku released the chi in his body to the maximum, his figure flashed, and he attacked Yayu first. Read more at wuxiax.com. Because Son Goku's speed is too fast, Son Gohan and Toss and others can't see the process of Son Goku's movement. They just saw Son Goku's figure disappear, and then Yayu's fist and Son Goku's fist shook hard. Picture together. Boom. At the moment Yayu and Son Goku's fists collided, there was a violent crash in the sky, and the place where the two fists collided flashed with golden thunder and lightning. But that was not actually thunder and lightning, it was just an energy spark produced by two violent energy colliding with each other. What? After Son Goku's blow was blocked by Yayu, Son Goku didn't stop there. He saw one of his whip kicks and swept directly at Yayu. Although Son Goku's attack speed is very fast, it is nothing in Yayu's eyes. Seeing Son Goku's whip leg approaching, Yayu's other arm slightly lifted it to block Son Goku's whip leg. So. Then it's my turn to attack. After Yayu blocked the two attacks of Son Goku, immediately the arm that blocked Son Goku's whip leg turned an arc, and then grabbed Son Goku's leg. Not good. After Son Goku saw through Yayu's intention, his face changed, but before he retracted his leg, Yayu's palm was already on Son Goku's calf. When Yayu pulled his arm, Son Goku's whole body was dragged over, and Yayu's other fist directly bombarded Son Goku. Boom! From when Yayu grabbed Son Goku's leg to when he bombarded Son Goku with a fist, this series of actions were all done between the electric light and flint. Because of the speed, Son Gohan and Toss and other audiences didn't know what was going on. They just saw the scene of Son Goku being bombarded by Yayu and flying upside down. On the way out, Son Goku suddenly raised his head, and then wiped the red blood leaking from the corner of his mouth with excitement on his face. This is the battle he wants. At this moment, the blood in his body was boiling more and more. After a strong chi burst out of Son Goku's body, the body that flew upside down suddenly stopped at this moment. Oh! It looks so happy. Seeing the curvature of Son Goku's mouth, Yayu's face also showed an expression of interest. Then his body flashed, and he directly pursued Son Goku. Bang bang bang! Boom boom boom! Then, the battle between Son Goku and Yayu became fierce. The fists, elbows and knees of Yayu and Son Goku, kept colliding. Suddenly, the sound of violent impacts continued from above the sky. Yayu blasted out a punch, directly hitting Son Goku's body, but in the next second, Son Goku's body disappeared into the air as a phantom. After image. Ding! Congratulations to the host, for obtaining the residual image fist attribute. Does the host charge the residual image boxing attribute? Charge. Although Yayu cannot fight with others, the system cannot drop the combat power attributes, but the skill attributes will still drop. As soon as Yayu's voice fell, the residual image fist attribute over there was directly submerged into Yayu's body. Call out. That is, at the moment when Yayu collected the remnant fist attribute, Son Goku suddenly appeared behind Yayu, kicking his feet directly at Yayu. But after Son Goku kicked Yayu's body, he penetrated directly through Yayu's body. After image. After Son Goku discovered that the attack was the afterimage of Yayu, his figure suddenly retreated to the rear and opened a defensive posture, while his eyes looked around, constantly looking for Yayu's true body. It's here. After discovering Yayu's real body, Son Goku hit the sky with a punch and went away. Boom! In the next second, after Yayu's real body appeared, his fist collided with Son Goku's fist. It's still so powerful, I even secretly learned my residual image boxing. Yayu gave a faint smile, did not speak, but continued to fight with Son Goku. End of this chapter. Daily begs for everything, the author has a hard code word. Chapter 52. Chapter 52 Vegeta is resurrected. For more requests for support. 52. Chapter 52. Remnant image boxing. Naturally, Yayu did not learn it secretly, but he picked up it. However, in the eyes of Son Goku, this residual image fist was learned by Yayu in such a short period of time. On the other hand, Yayu had already stealed Son Goku's Kaioken before. Now that Yayu steals the residual image fist again, Son Goku doesn't feel strange. According to Son Goku, Yayu is the kind of genius who can see it at a glance. You are not bad, you can keep up with my attacking rhythm. After Yayu blocked Son Goku's punch, the corner of his mouth curled up and said aloud. Come less, I know you didn't even show half of your strength at all. Son Goku also shook Yayu's punch, and said with a look of excitement. Half? It's not half, I haven't even used 1/10 of my power. Of course, Yayu would not say this sentence. If this is the case, then I should be a little more serious. After all, Yayu has improved a lot in both his attack power and attack speed. Son Goku over there could still fight against Yayu, but as Yayu increased his attack speed slightly, Son Goku was in a state of being suppressed for a while. In addition, Yayu can also clearly feel that Son Goku's breathing has begun to be disordered. Bang bang bang! After Son Goku barely resisted Yayu's face of attacks, suddenly Yayu's attack speed accelerated further. At this time, after seeing Yayu's fist attack at an astonishing speed, Son Goku was shocked. Although his eyes saw Yayu's attack, his body couldn't keep up with Yayu's movements. Before Son Goku's body could react, Yayu hit Son Goku's cheek with a punch. Boom! When Son Goku was under attack, his head suddenly leaned back, and his body sank a half step. But Son Goku is not very human. After taking a punch from Yayu, he backhanded him with a punch against Yayu. But the difference in strength lies there. Yayu has seen through all the actions of Son Goku. While Son Goku punched and bombarded him, his body was slightly on one side, just right to avoid Son Goku's blow. Boom! Read more at wuxiax.com. After avoiding Son Goku's counterattack, Yayu hit Son Goku's body with another punch. Although Yayu didn't use his full force in this punch, it was not something Son Goku could bear. Boom! Yayu's heavy punch fell, and Son Goku's body instantly fell like a cannonball into the sea below. Win! After seeing Yayu knocking Son Goku into the air, Rap suddenly cheered. While speaking, he did not forget to glance at Son Gohan beside him. Although Rap didn't say much, his eyes seemed to tell Sun Gohan, I said it is our Lord Yayu who is stronger. At the same time, the moment Son Goku's body over there was about to fall to the sea, a powerful wave of air erupted. Under the reaction force of the air wave and the surface of the water below, Son Goku's body stabilized for a while. On the contrary, on the surface of the water under Son Goku, a huge hemispherical depression appeared in an instant. Is this all your strength? After Son Goku stabilized his figure flew up for a certain distance towards the sky, then paused and looked at Yayu above and asked. Why, do you want to continue? Yayu stared condescendingly at Son Goku and said. No, I transformed into Super Saiyan for the first time. And I'm not very familiar with this body yet. Son Goku squeezed his fist, then looked up at Yayu and continued, and I know that even if I fight with you, I will eventually lose. Hearing Son Goku's words, Yayu's hair immediately changed from blonde to black. Then we will see you next time. After Yayu released the Super Saiyan state and greeted him, his figure flew directly towards the place where Toss and Rap were. You two, go back. After hearing what Yayu said, Toss immediately flew towards where Yayu was. And Rap stood up to face Son Gohan and greeted Tien Tien, goodbye. Originally, Rap habitually said goodbye, but thought that there might be no chance to see you again in the future, and then changed his words and said, no more. After all, the universe is very vast. It was completely accidental to be able to meet at Namek today. Having said that, Rap flew into the sky, and after a burst of air burst out of his body, he chased after Yayu in front of him. After Yayu and his party left, Son Goku stood on the sky with a bewildered expression. What does it mean to see you next time? Son Goku's mind is still thinking about the sentence when Yayu was leaving. As Rap thought, there may be no chance to see you again in the future, but Yayu said goodbye to Son Goku next time. Son Goku naturally does not know that in the near future, Android 17 and 18, which are stronger than Frieza, will be born on the Earth, and there will be a stronger ultimate android cell. Yayu wants to collect more combat power attributes, and the Earth is naturally the best place. After all, in Dragon Ball, the masters of the 7th universe seem to be gathered on the Earth. By the way, Dad, let's go to the Frieza universe ship. Right after Yayu and his party disappeared from sight, Son Gohan immediately spoke to Son Goku. What are you going to the Frieza universe ship? Son Goku said with a puzzled look. Then Son Gohan told Son Goku what Piccolo had said. The general idea is to resurrect all the people killed by Frieza on Namek through Shenron on Earth, and then use Shenron on Namek to resurrect Klin and Dumpling. Shenron of Namek, can you revive Klin? That's great. After hearing what Son Gohan said, Son Goku was overjoyed. It shouldn't be too late, let's go over. While talking, Son Goku immediately took Son Gohan and Tien Tien and flew directly in the direction of the Frieza universe ship. After dozens of minutes, when Yayu, Toss, and Lapu took the universe boat and flew towards the sky of Namek was instantly covered with dark clouds. After Yayu and the universe ship saw this, the corners of his mouth suddenly curled up. It looks like Namek's Shenron has been resurrected. While Yayu was talking, on the battlefield where Son Goku and Yayu were before, the dead Vegeta suddenly came back to life. I'm not dead. After the resurrection, Vegeta looked at his palm, his face was full of doubts. What Vegeta didn't know was that the wish made by the gods of the earth to Shenron was on Namek, all the people killed by Frieza and his party. And Vegeta happened to be killed by Frieza. Chapter 53. Chapter 53 Gravity Training. Chapter 53. Outside Namek, there is a huge universe spaceship that looks like a tank. At this moment, there were 3 white light clusters, as if they were shooting stars, breaking through the atmosphere of Namek and flying towards the universe ship. In the control room inside the huge universe ship, the dog-headed universe man was on the screen in front of him. After seeing 3 red dots approaching, his face changed, and then he turned around and said, Master Yayu is back, hurry, get ready receive. Master Yayu is back. After hearing this from the Goto universe, the other universe fighters in the control room were all surprised. Originally, what they thought was that Yayu's trip might be a life of 9 deaths. After all, the universe king Frisia is on Namek. But what they didn't expect at the moment was that Yayu and his party returned safely. What are you doing in a daze? Don't hurry up to meet Yayu-sama. After the Doghead universe said something, he paced and left the control room quickly. After the Koto universe people left, the remaining universe warriors all sorted their clothes one by one, and then followed the Koto universe people to leave the control room. A few minutes later, the 3 white light clusters that rushed out of Namek landed safely in the return compartment of the huge universe spacecraft. After the door of the return cabin opened, Yayu, Toss, and Lap walked out of it. Welcome Yayu-sama to return safely. The headed dog-headed universe guy greeted him immediately after seeing Yayu walking over. Peace. After hearing these 2 words from the Koto universe population, Yayu's figure immediately paused, and then stared at the Koto universe condescendingly and said, "You don't think I will die in Namek?" Hearing what Yayu said, the dog-headed universe people, and the group of universe warriors over there, all felt horrified. There was a guilty expression on his face. Yes, they really think so in their hearts. But even if they thought so in their hearts, they didn't dare to answer that way in front of Yayu. As the universe fighters were thinking about how to respond to Yayu's doubts, Yayu continued, "But it is reasonable for you to think so, after all, the opponent this time is Frisia." When Yayu mentioned the name Frisia, everyone in the universe was horrified. Yayu also ignored these universe people and strode directly into the universe ship. After Yayu left, the universe fighters surrounded Rap and Toss in groups, as if they were watching pandas in a zoo, all with curious expressions. Lap, it's a shame that you can come back alive in Frisia's hands. Lap, your luck is really good, it's unscathed. After hearing the words of praise from these universe fighters, Rap raised his head, his face full of contentment. At this moment, Rap seemed to feel that he was the kind of hero who returned triumphantly and was surrounded by a crowd of people. Just when Rap wanted to show off his heroic deeds to his companions, Toss on the side suddenly said, "Thanks to Yayu's help, we can return safely. This time during the mission, we did not play any role." Hearing what Toss said, Rap over there seemed to have been splashed with cold water, and the muscles on his face suddenly twitched. "Your kid will die if you let me show off?" After hearing what Toss said, those universe fighters surrounded Toss and asked, "Toss, tell us how you and Yayu-sama escaped from Frisia's clutches." "Escape? It's not fleeing, Naflisha has been killed by teacher Yayu." As soon as Toss said this, in the originally lively return cabin, it instantly became quiet. Frisia was killed by Yayu, read more at wuxiax.com. These universe fighters obviously didn't believe Thotha's words. Although they know that Yayu is very strong, no matter how strong it is impossible to beat the universe emperor Frisia. "Thos, you're kidding again." Before the universe warrior had finished speaking, Toss just said, "I didn't make a joke," and then walked directly into the universe ship. "This kid, he's not very temperamental, but he's quite big." "Lap, tell us what happened on Namek." After Toss left, the universe fighters pointed the finger at Rap again. Actually, the general situation is just like what Toss said, Frisia has been killed by Yayu-sama." "What? Lap, this joke is not funny at all." "I didn't joking with you, have you seen the true strength of Yayu adults?" Rap asked the people in front of him with a serious face. A group of universe fighters first glanced at each other, and then they all shook their heads. "That's right, Yayu-sama's real strength is higher than that of Frisa. I believe that the news of Frisa's death will spread throughout the universe in 2 days." Seeing Rap's serious look, the hearts of the universe soldiers changed from completely disbelief to half-belief. "Hey, Yayu-sama tells you to come in quickly." At this moment, Toss came over again and greeted everyone. Later, Rap and a group of universe fighters, led by Toss, came to a training room in the universe spacecraft. This training room is a supergravity training room that Yayu ordered his subordinates to model on the Son Goku universe spacecraft. At this moment, there is a red monitor beside Yayu. And on the display, 1G. That is to say, the gravity in this training room at this time is twice the gravity. Master Yayu, did you recruit us here and you want us to fight against each other? After waiting for a group of universe fighters to walk in, Rap asked Yayu. No, you won't have to fight for a while, I need your training. Training? After hearing what Yayu said, Rap and others looked puzzled. Training, how to train? Hearing Delup's question, Yayu gestured to Toss. After Toss left the training room, Yayu pressed the red button under the monitor with his palm. After Yayu pressed the red button, the data on the monitor kept increasing. 1G. 10G. 20G. With the increase of the data, the gravity in the gravity training room is continuously rising. Under the 10G gravity, Lap and others did not feel much. But after more than 10G of gravity, each of them seemed to press a large mountain on their backs. Master Yayu, what are you doing? Stop quickly, if this continues, we all have to die. When the gravity increased to 20G, all the soldiers in the training room were lying on the ground and unable to move. From today, you will be training in this overweight environment. Every day, increase the gravity by 10 times. If someone can't hold on, I will throw him out immediately. When Yayu's gravity was adjusted to 20 times, he let go and said to everyone. Hearing what Yayu said, the universe soldiers who were lying on the ground immobile, all looked bitter. Increase gravity 10 times a week? Sure, this is training, and this is not killing us? As everyone complained, Yayu's mind was immersed. Although these fighters fight every day, they can also provide Yayu with a lot of fighting power. But since the return of Namek, Yayu knew that the combat effectiveness of these fighters like Rap was a bit too low. Let's not compare it with Frieza, Son Goku, and others. The members of the Kainuit team are also more powerful than the Rap and others. The so-called sharpening of knives and not chopping wood by mistake, in Yayu's view, after these people's combat effectiveness increases, and then let them fight, then Yayu's combat effectiveness will increase much faster. 10 times, Yayu-sama, the same 10 times gravity training as usual is enough. Rap barely got up under the 20 times gravity environment and said to Yayu. No, time is running out. You must hurry up and train and work hard to improve combat effectiveness. Yayu said solemnly. Not much time? When is not much time? Hearing Yayu's words, Rap and others all looked puzzled. Naturally, Lapu and others don't know that the time Yayu said is not much, it refers to the time when the ultimate artificial human cell was born. Although Yayu's current strength is more than enough to deal with Super Saiyan Son Goku. But compared to the complete cell, I am afraid it is still a bit worse. What Yayu thought was that before Cell was born, he would improve his combat effectiveness. In this way, you don't have to worry about anything next time you go to Earth to face Cell. In other words, how many years have passed since the birth of Cell? End of this chapter. Daily request for support. Chapter 54. Chapter 54 Super Saiyan Broly 1 more. 54. Chapter 54. Southern Milky Way, Brill Star. At this time Brill Star was in the midst of war. From a high altitude, I saw a huge city below, with hot smoke and mess everywhere. Boom! At this moment, there was a sudden explosion in the city. Then, a powerful wave of air swept out from the central area of the city. Under the impact of this powerful air wave, the originally huge city was instantly turned into ruins. The city, disappeared. At this time, a Brill Star man in battle armor hovered above the sky. When he saw the huge city razed to the ground, his eyes flashed and his face was full of horror. Damn monster! After a moment of shock, a terrible anger followed, and the Brill Star immediately shifted his gaze from the ruins under him to a burly man above the sky. I saw that the man had a strong figure, and the knotted muscles of his upper body were completely exposed to the air. The most conspicuous is his exploding yellow cyan hair. If Vegeta were here at this time, he would be shocked to discover that this man with yellow cyan hair turned out to be Super Saiyan. This Super Saiyan is no one else, it is Broly. 293. Roar. Broly clenched his fists tightly and snarled up to the sky. Hum. Suddenly, a powerful wave of air swept from Broly's burly body. At this moment, the whole city was shaking. Power, power is about to overflow. The frantic Broly roared again, the powerful chi in his body turned into yellow and blue energy balls, sweeping out indiscriminately in all directions. Boom boom. After the energy ball hits the ground, it produces a big explosion. All of a sudden, big explosions were happening everywhere in the huge city. Stop him quickly. If this continues, our Brill Star will be destroyed by him. At this time, a Brill Star man gritted his teeth and roared. With this Brill Starman's order, thousands of soldiers behind him, like locusts, rushed towards Broly above the sky overwhelmingly. Seeing the dense crowds rushing up below, Broly's hideous face not only did not show a panic look, but was even more excited. Kill kill kill. After Broly bluntly uttered a few kill words, she saw the others spread their hands, and immediately produced 2 energy balls out of thin air on their palms. Boom, read more at wuxiax.com. A Brill Star warrior had just rushed over, and Broly shot out with a flash of thunder. The energy ball on his palm hit the chest of the Brill Star warrior. Perhaps for Broly, he just wiped the Brill warrior lightly, but the Brill warrior's body exploded to pieces in an instant. Boom! After killing the first Brill Star warrior, Broly didn't stop, and the energy ball in the other palm was shot out. Suddenly, Broly was alone, rushing to the tens of thousands of people. Every time he shot, the body of a Brill Star warrior would fall. Wherever he went, the Brill Star warrior seemed to be straw, letting Broly harvest it. Damn it, damn monster! At this time, the captain of the Brill Star warrior saw that his subordinates were killed one by one. He immediately opened his palm and launched an energy wave at Broly above the sky. Call out! Boom! The energy wave directly attacked Broly's body without hindrance. But unfortunately, Broly was unscathed. Grumble! Broly, who was fighting, immediately transferred the realization to the captain over there. He grinned. And the burly figure in the next second rushed directly towards the place where the captain was. Just as Broly, slaughtered the Brill Star, a black-haired middle-aged man stood on a mountain not far away. If the Brill Star is captured, most of the southern galaxy will be in my hands. The black-haired man looked at Broly who was fighting, and said ambitiously. This black-haired middle-aged man is no one else, but Broly's father, Paragus. Master Paragus. At this moment, from the universe ship not far behind Paragus, a frog-like universe man hurriedly walked up. What's up? Looking at the visitor, Paragus asked flatly. I just called, Frieza was killed by someone. Hearing this, Paragus's face was slightly moved. But it's only a little bit. Although many people in this universe are afraid of Frieza. But Paragus is not afraid. If you ask why, it's because he has Broly's super combat power. Oh? Has Frieza been killed by someone? Then save me and go to Frieza. Paragus said in a flat tone, and then asked curiously, then who is the one who killed Frieza? After all, Frieza's strength is quite terrifying. Among the people Paragus knew, Broly was the only one who could kill Frieza. That's why he asked such a sentence curiously. It's a Saiyan named Yayu. Saiyan. After hearing the name Saiyan, Paragus's face changed. Can kill Frieza's Saiyan? That's really interesting. If you can pull this Yayu into the group, then it will not be impossible even if you control the entire universe. After thinking about it for a moment, Paragus asked the frog universe in front of him, "Do you know the details of this Yayu?" No, he, like Frisia, has also established his own power. After hearing what the frog universe said, the corners of Paragus's mouth suddenly curled up, and then said to the former, "I want to find a way to contact this Yayu, I want to meet him." Yes. After all, the frog universe person left. Kill kill kill. While Paragus was talking to the frog universe, Broly over there had killed all the Brill Star warriors and flew towards this side. Judging from its posture, it seems that even his father Paragus wants to kill. Stop it, Broly. Seeing Broly flying over with a bloodthirsty look, Paragus even raised his arm, and then a collar on Broly's neck suppressed Broly. After Broly recovered some sanity, Paragus secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 55. Chapter 55. Who is the owner of the huge gas? 2 more seeking subscription. 55. Chapter 55. The training room where the Yayu universe ship is located. At this time, the gravity in the training room has increased from the initial 20g to 25 Guaranis. Although 20g to 25g only increased gravity by 5 times, this doubled gravity is quite heavy for the universe fighters who are training in the training room at this time. After all, not everyone has the perseverance of Son Goku and Vegeta. Hey? How come these people are so honest today and train so seriously? In the training room, when some rap fighters were constantly doing a series of trainings such as push UPS and sit UPS, the dog-headed universe man walked over and looked surprised. You know, when Yayu asked them to train at the beginning, they all looked for various reasons one by one. Because they have already learned that teacher Yayu killed Frisia. Toss walked over and responded to the Kotu universe person. Hearing Yayu's words, the face of the dog-headed universe immediately showed a clear look. Why did they listen to Yayu when they learned that Yayu killed Frisia? Are you afraid of Yayu? Of course, there are also reasons for this, but more of it is worship. Right now, this situation is the same as Son Goten and Trunks practicing fusion skills. In the beginning, Son Goku taught Son Goten and Trunks the fusion skills. Son Goten and Trunks thought it was too embarrassing to abandon the fusion skills, so they found all kinds of reasons to shirk. But when Son Goten and Trunks knew that Son Goku could transform into the third order of Super Saiyan, which was better than Majin Buu, Son Goten and Trunks admire Son Goku, and they do whatever Son Goku wants them to do. This is the power of admiration. And these universe fighters are the same. Who is Frisia? Universe Emperor. When they learned that Yayu had really killed Frisia, they were in awe of Yayu. Unexpectedly, Yayu-sama is so powerful that even Frisia can kill. That said, Yayu-sama is not the first in the universe. It is my honor to be Yayu-sama's subordinate. From then on, these universe fighters have followed Yayu's words. During the conversation between Toss and Kotu universe, Yayu noticed this situation and immediately shouted to the rap group who was training, "Continue training, don't listen." Yes, Yayu-sama. After Yayu walked out of the training room, the dog-headed universe guy immediately greeted, "Master Yayu, just received a request from the Southern Galaxy." The commission mentioned here means that some planets in need of help issue missions to the Yayu Corps. Read more at wuxiax.com. Then Yayu Corps sent out to help complete the task, and obtained a lot of money from these consignors. After all, a universe ship as big as Yayu Corps sails in the universe, and it burns money all the time. If there is no source of money, the Yayu army would have been disbanded long ago. Is the Southern Milky Way? It's a little far away, so refuse it. Yayu rubbed his chin and thought about it for a while, then said to the Kotu universe person. But the other party offered a price that we couldn't refuse. While talking, the dog-headed universe man spread out 5 fingers. Seeing this, Yayu's eyes lit up suddenly, then glanced at Toss on the side, and coughed dryly, "Well then, we have accepted this task." Yes. I will order the universe ship to the southern galaxy. After the Doghead Universe finished speaking, he immediately left. Ms. Yayu, you just refused, why did you suddenly agree? After the Goto Universe left, Toss blinked his eyes and looked up at Yayu, asking with a puzzled expression on his face. Yayu naturally wouldn't tell Toss that it was because of the money. Because of various reasons. After Yayu spoke to Toss, he immediately walked into the training room. Various reasons. Toss tilted his little head, and his little face was full of doubts. Although the northern galaxy is quite far away from the southern galaxy, at the speed of the Yayu Universe ship, in just 1 month, it came to the planet where the southern galaxy was commissioned. Bruce. Did it die? Shortly after Yayu's universe ship landed on the blue star, an alarm was lit on the screen in the control room, and a dozen red dots were seen flashing continuously on the screen, and leaning towards this side at an astonishing speed. Yayu-sama, there are many people with strong fighting ability, and they are leaning over here. Zero seeking flowers. After discovering this situation, the dog-headed universe person immediately reported to Yayu. Lap, these people are handed over to you. After hearing the words of the Goto Universe, Yayu's brows wrinkled slightly, and there was a vague feeling in his heart that something was wrong, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. After thinking to no avail, he immediately ordered Rap and his party, who had just walked out of the gravity training room. Leave it to us. I have been training for a month, it's time to show the results of my practice. As soon as Yayu's voice fell, Rap and other universe fighters were all gearing up and eager to try. After all, Lap and Toss and the others went directly to the outside of the universe ship under the leadership of Yayu. 0. Let me see how much the enemy's combat effectiveness is. A universe man who looked a bit like Bart of the Kainyut team took the lead in flying into the sky and poked the detector. Soon, on his detector, there were many energy responses. Oh! Combat strength 12,000? Combat strength 11546. After discovering that the combat power of the incoming people was above 10,000, his face immediately showed a touch of movement. What's the matter, Carter, won't you be shocked after seeing the opponent's combat power? Rap teased. How is it possible? If it was before training, it might be a little troublesome, but now. The universe fighter named Carter slammed into each other with one fist and one palm, and said confidently. Coming. Just as Carter and Rap were talking, from the sky in the distance, there were dozens of air masses, and they continued to fly towards this side. Do it. Under Carter's leadership, the dozen or so universe fighters in front of Yayu directly greeted the incoming people. Ding! Just as Rap and Carter left, Yayu suddenly flashed a lightning bolt in his mind. In fact, this is not lightning, but just a moment ago, Yayu felt a breath, an unusually huge breath. So strong. After feeling this huge chi, Yayu immediately raised his head and looked at the source of chi. End of this chapter. Please support. Chapter 56. Chapter 56 Broly strikes 3 more seeking subscriptions. Chapter 56. The reason why Yayu cares about this chi is that it is bigger than the normal Son Goku. You know, the combat power of the normal Son Goku is more than 3 million. In other words, the master who Yayu perceives this chi at the moment has a combat power of more than 3 million. More than 3 million combat power, even if you look at the entire 7th universe, that's not much. Who is the owner of this breath? And this breath seems to be Sion. Yayu stared at the sky and muttered to himself in a voice that only he could hear. Just as Yayu was thinking in his heart, the mechanical beep of the system rang in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host, get 300 combat power attribute. Ding! Congratulations to the host, get 110 combat power attribute. 1, 2, 3 Ding! Congratulations to the host, get the combat power attribute 150. After hearing the voice of the system, Yayu retracted his mind and focused entirely on the battlefield in front of him. Forget it, after the fighting power here ends, look again and you'll know. Although Yayu is very concerned about the huge aura in his heart, it is still more important to collect combat power attributes at the moment. As Rap, Carter, and the others continued to fight, the combat power attribute dropped smashingly. When Rap and others had a combat power of only over 10,000, the attribute value of combat power dropped during the battle was only a little over 100. But right now, after some training, the combat power dropped by Rap and the others during the battle has reached more than 300, which has directly tripled. Moreover, this is only the result of 1 month of training. It seems that the training is not bad, and the combat effectiveness has been increased to more than 30,000 in 1 month. Although Rap and others can't achieve the same 6 days as Son Goku, increase the combat effectiveness from more than 10,000 to 90,000. But Yayu is quite satisfied with the success of this practice. After all, Rap and others are not Scion, and will not increase their combat effectiveness after recovering from their injuries. In 1 month, the combat effectiveness has been increased from more than 10,000 to more than 30,000, which is already quite good. While Yayu focused on the battlefield in front of him, he narrowed his eyes to a place thousands of kilometers away from where Yayu was. I saw a universe ship docked here, and 3 people stood outside the universe ship. Read more at wuxiax.com. 2 of these 3 people are Broly and his father Paragus. The huge aura that Yayu felt just now was Broly's, and it was normal Broly's. Master Paragus, according to the plan, Yayu and his party have arrived at Blue Star. Broly and the frog universe behind Paragus said aloud. Good job, Buck. After I conquer the entire universe, I will definitely give you the control of the entire southern galaxy. After hearing what the frog universe said, Paragus turned around and praised the former. The frog universe named Buck, his eyes lit up after hearing what Paragus said. Then he stood up straight and said respectfully, "It is an honor to be able to work for Lord Paragus." Scion. While Paragus and the frog universe were talking, Broly on the side was staring at the direction where Yayu was. A cyan light gleamed all over his body. And a touch of anger and ferocity appeared on the angular face. Stop, Broly, Yayu is not an enemy yet, you can't do anything to him yet. After Paragus felt that Broly beside him was on the verge of running away, he immediately pressed the control device in his hand. The next second, the collar on Broly's forehead suddenly lit up. Broly's mood immediately stabilized. Buck, we will go to meet this Yayu for a while, but before that, I have to see if this Yayu really has the power to kill Frieza. As soon as Paragus said this, the frog universe person immediately said, "Wrap it on me." After all, Paragus, Broly, and Buck flew directly in the direction where Yayu was. Just as the 3 of Broly flew towards the place where Yayu was, Yayu noticed it for the first time. Did it die? Just as Yayu looked over there, Thotha's detector next to him also reacted immediately. Ms. Yayu, there are 3 high-energy reactions flying over here. Soon, Yayu and TOS saw that there were 3 white light clusters on the horizon, like streamers, leaning towards this side at an astonishing speed. 0. It really is Scion. And it's 2 Scion. After the 3 white light clusters approached, Yayu's heart was immediately affirmed that the huge aura he felt before was exuded by Scion. Not long after, the 3 white light groups had stopped on the sky not far away from Yayu. At this moment, Yayu and TOS can already see the faces of the next 3. Broly. The moment these 3 people appeared, Yayu's eyes fell on Broly's body from the sky. As for the Paragus and the frog universe beside Broly, they were directly ignored by Yayu. While Yayu was staring at Broly, the 3 of Broly also set their eyes on Yayu. Grumble. Broly seemed to feel the powerful force in Yayu's body. The blood in his body was restless for a while, and the chi in his body was flowing again. Broly. After seeing Broly's unusual reaction, Paragus shouted Broly's name heavily. After Broly settled down, Paragus stared at Yayu and said aloud, "Is this the Yayu who killed Frieza?" After hearing what Paragus said, the frog universe on the side immediately understood, "Is it right?" I will know 2.2 after I try it. After all, the subordinate's combat power has reached 180,000. After all, a powerful air mass burst out of the frog universe's body. The next second his figure turned into a streamer, and he directly attacked Yayu. Facing the attack of the frog universe, Yayu stood motionless as if he hadn't seen it. Boy, I underestimated my bada. Frog universe people looked at Yayu when they saw Yayu, and he was furious. After approaching Yayu at an alarming speed, he hit Yayu directly with a punch. But before the frogman's fist hit Yayu, Yayu waved his arm. Don't get in the way. With one blow, just one blow, the frog universe instantly blasted into blood mist. Chapter 57. Chapter 57. Who is better than genius and opener? For more seeking subscription. Chapter 57. Sneer. Yayu, who had been standing still, suddenly raised his arms, and the frog universe was instantly blasted into blood mist. Because Yayu's shot was so fast, both Toss and Paragus hadn't reacted yet. When they reacted, they just saw the explosion of the frog universe. Seeing this scene, the expression on Paragus's face suddenly changed, and finally a smile appeared. Buck with 180,000 combat power instantly kills. It seems that this is the real Yayu. After confirming Yayu's identity, Paragus and Broly flew towards the place where Yayu was. Don't get me wrong, we are not here to be your enemies. Paragus saw the wary look on Tiss's face, and he immediately opened his palm to explain. Hearing what Paragus said, the expression on Toss's face only slightly eased. However, the expression on Yayu's face has not changed. Before Yayu had just landed on Blue Star, something was faintly felt. It's just that I didn't realize what was wrong at the time. But seeing Paragus and Broly in front of 30, Yayu finally knew what was wrong. Are you the client? Yayu asked while staring at Paragus with a smile. Yes, what Yayu noticed was that something was wrong with this mission. To be precise, this is not a task at all. It was Paragus' trap from beginning to end. Paragus deliberately deceived Yayu to come to this Blue Star. As for the purpose of Paragus, Yayu knew it in his heart. Paragus wants to dominate the universe, and this time he lied to him. I am afraid he just wanted to get him into the group. Yes, I am the client this time, Paragus. After hearing Yayu's question, Paragus introduced himself in a very gentleman's posture, and then went on to say, Your Excellency is the Yayu who killed Frisia. You really admire your name. Since it's a client, tell me the client and pay. As soon as Paragus's voice fell, Yayu said straightforwardly. Originally, Yayu didn't have much affection for Paragus. In addition, Paragus used this method to trick him into the Southern Galaxy. Yayu didn't want to get involved with Paragus even more. Read more at wuxiax.com. I'm very sorry, the main purpose of this commission is to let you come to Blue Star, but you can rest assured that I will offer you all the rewards for the commission. After hearing what Paragus said, the anger on Yayu's face eased slightly. Before Yayu could speak, Paragus went on to say, Actually, this time I invite you to come here in this way because I have a very big thing to discuss with you. Coming. As soon as Paragus said this, Yayu knew in his heart what Paragus was going to say next. He definitely wanted to invite him to conquer the universe. What's up? Yayu pretended not to know, and asked aloud. You are invited to join our new Vegeta Star. Your Excellency Yayu is also Scion, and you must know that, 24 years ago, Frisia destroyed our Vegeta Star in Scion. Since that time, we Scion have almost disappeared. I would like to invite Your Excellency to revitalize us Scion, so that we Scion can regain its former glory. Hearing what Paragus said, Yayu not only cursed in his heart, old fox. From the beginning to the end, this guy didn't mention the conquest of the universe, but instead used the revitalization of Scion to persuade Yayu. You must know that Yayu is Scion. From the standpoint of Scion, there is always national sentiment. Right now, Paragus is holding high the banner of revitalizing Scion, to confuse Yayu. If it weren't for Yayu who crossed over, he would have known the purpose of Paragus for a long time, and I am afraid he would really be fooled. After all, in Dragon Ball, Vegeta was deceived by Paragus. After Paragus said a lot, Yayu just responded indifferently, not interested. After hearing Yayu's words, Paragus's expression changed obviously. After that, the tone also changed, and Yayu began to introduce Broly on the side. Maybe your excellency still doesn't know, this is my son Broly. He has been quite powerful since he was a child, and now he can transform into the legendary Super Saiyan. I originally wanted Broly to kill Frieza, but there has been no time. Your excellency can get rid of Frieza to avenge us Saiyan. Broly and I are very grateful to your excellency. If your excellency can join forces with Broly, let alone revitalize Saiyan, it will not be impossible to conquer the universe. Hearing what Paragus said, Yayu's face suddenly changed. Although Paragus seems to be introducing Broly to Yayu, he is actually telling Yayu, Frieza is nothing in front of Broly. Don't think that you will be great by killing Frieza. The threat is self-evident. Why, are you threatening me? Yayu glanced at Broly, then asked Paragus in a deep voice. No, I just want to tell you to know the current affairs. After seeing Yayu's tough attitude, Paragus immediately tore his face. When he said this, he didn't have his previous politeness at all, and some were just threats. It seems you are very confident in Broly's power. 433 After hearing what Paragus said, Yayu was about to set his eyes on Broly, and said with a smile on his face. Of course, Broly is the legendary Super Saiyan, an existence that cannot be compared with ordinary Saiyan like you. Hearing what Paragus said, Yayu frowned and couldn't refute it. Indeed, the average Saiyan cannot be compared with Broly. But, Broly is a genius, but Yayu is dead. Do it, Broly. When Paragus saw that Yayu hadn't spoken, his figure immediately retreated behind Broly and ordered to Broly. Roar! The anger in Broly's heart had been suppressed. After hearing what Paragus said, Broly immediately raised his head and screamed. Hum! In the next second, a powerful wave of air swept out of Broly's body. Then, Toph and Yayu saw that Broly's black hair instantly turned yellow and blue. And above the whole body, there was also a flash of yellow and blue arrogance. This is the same as Mr. Yayu. After seeing the changes in Broly's body, Toph's small face suddenly changed drastically. The corners of Paragus's mouth are curved. Chapter 58. Chapter 58 Battle Broly 5 More Seeking Subscription Seeking Customization. Chapter 58. After getting Paragus's consent, the angry Broly no longer had to suppress the huge chi in his body. As Broly roared, the amazing breath in his body came out. At this moment, the ground under Broly's feet instantly sank. A powerful wave of air also swept in all directions with Broly as the center. Suddenly, flying sand and rocks, air waves rolled. At the same time, Broly's hair changed from black to yellow cyan, and his body was constantly flashing with yellow cyan arrogance. This posture is not Super Saiyan, and what is it? It's the same as Mr. Yayu. Just as Toph was shocked when he saw Super Saiyan Broly, the Rap and Carter group who were fighting over there were also shocked by Broly's aura. At that moment, the two sides of the melee stopped attacking unanimously, and their eyes all fell on Broly here. When they saw Broly's posture, they all looked terrified and their eyes flickered. Hey, what is that? Humans? This is terrible too. Monster. Although Rap, Carter, and others don't have key sensibility and don't know how big Super Saiyan Broly's anger is, they feel a very strong death threat from Broly's body. Saiyan. After Broly transformed into Super Saiyan, his gaze immediately fell on Yayu not far in front of him. Grumble. In the next second, Broly showed a brutal smile, and suddenly moved her feet. After stepping on the ground, her figure violently rushed towards Yayu. Let's do it, the monster's target is Yayu-sama. Don't panic, Master Yayu can kill even Frisia, this time we can see the true strength of Master Yayu. At the moment Broly started, all the universe fighters, including Rap and Carter, looked terrified. At the same time, when Yayu saw Broly attacking, his heart moved, and a violent aura swept out of his body. Immediately afterwards, under the surprised expressions of Carter and the others, Yayu also transformed into Super Saiyan. Boom! The moment Yayu turned into Super Saiyan, his fist shook with Broly's fist. At this moment, there was a fierce collision in the sky. At the same time, a violent air wave, centered on Broly and Yayu, swept out in an instant. Under the impact of this powerful air wave, the universe fighters like Carter and Rap, like a flat boat in the ocean, were lifted off in an instant. What a powerful force! Is this the true power of Yayu-sama? Carter, Rap, and other universe fighters, who were blown out by the air wave dozens of feet away, looked at Yayu and Broly, whose fists collided with each other, with complex expressions. Read more at wuxiax.com. There was panic and shock. After seeing that Yayu can also transform into Super Saiyan, Paragus over there moved his face a little. It was only slightly moved. In Paragus's view, even if Yayu could transform into Super Saiyan, that would definitely not be Broly's opponent. As expected of the guy who killed Frisia, he still has some strength. It seems that this place can't stand anymore. Broly, who has gone violently, may be difficult for me to stop. After Paragus uttered a word to himself, he didn't stop, his body turned into a streamer, and flew directly to the sky in the distance. Paragus Sky. Here, Yayu, who was in a stalemate with Broly's fist, not only murmured aloud after seeing Paragus slip away. Just as Yayu cursed, on Broly's other palm, a Saiyan energy ball was condensed in vain. When Yayu came back to his senses, Broly waved the palm of his hand and directly directed the energy ball towards Furious. Seeing this, Yayu's face changed suddenly. Boom! In the next second, a violent explosion occurred at the place where Broly and Yayu were both. Master Yayu! Rap, Carter, and others changed their faces after seeing Yayu being hit by Broly's energy ball. In the next second, Yayu's figure flew upside down from the explosion smoke. However, Yayu crossed his arms in front of him, seeming to resist Broly's energy ball attack. As expected of the legendary Super Saiyan, much better than Son Goku. Yayu looked at it, and with his arms that kept smoking white, he couldn't help but exclaimed. Call out! Before Yayu had time to breathe a sigh of relief, Broly also immediately caught up from the smoke of the explosion. Boom! After that, the fists and knees of Yayu and Broly immediately collided. Suddenly, the ground under the feet of the two of them collapsed in a large area. Even Yayu's universe ship in the distance started to tilt. Not good, if you destroy the universe ship, it will be a disaster. You must lead this guy to fight elsewhere. Yayu, who was shaking hard with Broly, had a glimpse of the universe ship leaning from the corner of his eyes, and his face changed slightly. In the next second, Yayu punched Broly in front of him and bombarded it. There was no mercy from his hand in this punch. All the forces of more than 3 billion combat power have been displayed. Broly saw Yayu punch out, and his sturdy arm full of knotted muscles immediately stood in front of him. Boom! Although Yayu's punch was blocked by Broly's arm, but Broly's body was also under the impact of this huge force, and flew out directly like an arrow from the string. Yayu also immediately pursued Broly. Chicken muscle! Broly flying upside down, his savage face is more brutal. Obviously, before meeting Yayu, Broly had never encountered such a tricky enemy. Good. In the past, no matter who the opponent was, it was an instant kill. Like today, it was the first time that he played Broly for so long. At first he could keep his sanity. But over time, Broly's sanity gradually disappeared. At this moment, his sanity completely disappeared, and his body was also dominated by the killing. Roar! After losing his mind, Broly stopped abruptly, and saw her fists clenched, and the sky screamed. A large number of cyan energy balls swept out of Broly's body. Suddenly, there were violent explosions everywhere. Broly is getting more and more angry. After Yayu escaped a series of energy ball attacks, he stared at Broly and said with a heavy face. End of this chapter. By the way, Broly's combat power in the theater version of the Super game is 1.4 billion, data given by the official Jump. Chapter 59. Chapter 59 To charge the legendary Super Saiyan attribute. 6 more seeking subscription. Chapter 59. Yayu raised his right hand while rushing towards the frantic Broly, and then a golden energy ball appeared on the palm of his right hand. After bullying Broly, the energy ball on Yayu's palm directly hit Broly's chest. But at this moment, a yellow cyan spherical light suddenly appeared above Broly's body, and the light seemed to protect Broly's body inside like an energy shield. Yayu's energy ball hit the energy shield and exploded in an instant. Under the impact of the blast wave, Yayu's figure moved backwards a few steps. But Broly's energy shield has not been broken. This guy is so strong. Seeing that his attack did not break Broly's energy shield, Yayu's eyes flashed suddenly. Kill! At the same time, Broly's eyes had completely turned white. At this moment, he seemed to be a beast that had no emotions but only knew how to kill. Call out! In the next second, after the energy mask on Broly's body disappeared, a powerful yellow cyan flame erupted from his body, and then his figure exploded directly towards Yayu. This planet is over. Humans on this planet are going to die. Now Broly, even I can't control it. At this moment, Paragus, standing in the sky above the sky, saw a cold sweat on his forehead after seeing that Broly had completely lost his mind. While talking, a powerful air mass broke out above Paragus's Joe 087. Judging from his posture, it seems that he wants to go to the universe ship and then escape from Blue Star. But as soon as Paragus turned around, Broly's muffled sound came from behind him. Okay. After hearing this strange sound, Paragus couldn't help turning around and looking, only to see Yayu bombarding Broly's chest with his fist, while Broly immediately clutched his chest, spewing an unknown liquid from his mouth, showing pain on his face. How can that be? Seeing this scene, Paragus looked surprised. After Broly lost her mind, she went into a frenzy. Broly in a violent state, with only killing in his heart, will forget the pain, and will become more brave as he fights. But right now, Yayu's attack turned Broly's face into pain. This is something Paragus has never seen before. What Paragus didn't know was that the violent Broly could indeed forget the pain, but only within a certain range of the pain would Broly feel nothing. But once it exceeds that range, Broly will also feel pain. After all, even a beast that only knows to kill, he will scream in pain when he receives a fatal blow. The overweight punch that Yayu hit against Broly just now exceeded the range that Broly can bear. One more blow. In the shock of Paragus's heart, Yayu over there threw out another whip, and directly struck Broly's body. For a moment, Broly's burly, deek, body flew upside down like a cannonball. Finally, a long trace was wiped on the ground and then stopped. This guy, is it also the legendary Super Saiyan? Paragus saw that Yayu was able to suppress Broly, who was in a violent state. He stared at Yayu, his eyes flickering. The legendary Super Saiyan, read more at wuxiax.com. Yayu is not the legendary Super Saiyan, he just picked up the S-Cell attribute of Son Goku, and then can transform into Saiyan of Super Saiyan. Ding! Congratulations to the host, get the violent S-Cell attribute. Does the host pick it up? While Yayu was chasing towards Broly, who was on the ground, the mechanical beep of the system suddenly appeared in his mind. Raging S-Cell. Hearing what the system said, Yayu immediately stopped chasing Broly, showing a look of surprise. There is no doubt that this Rage S cell should be the attribute dropped from Broly. System, what will it look like if I pick up the attributes of the Berserker S cell? Yayu glanced at Broly, who got up from the ground, and asked the system just in case. After all, some things can be eaten, some things cannot be eaten. After the host has fusion with the Berserker's cell attribute, it has the same ability as Broly, and can transform into the legendary Super Saiyan, but after transforming, it will run away too. When I heard the system say that I could transform into the legendary Super Saiyan, Yayu's eyes suddenly became hot. Although Broly is the same as Son Goku, both can be transformed into Super Saiyan. But the legendary Super Saiyan like Broly and the acquired Super Saiyan like Son Goku have a world of difference in strength. Broly was born with 10,000 combat power, and does not need to be practiced. As he grows older, his combat power increases. Moreover, the potential of Super Saiyan in the legend is unmatched by ordinary Super Saiyan. Thinking that he could transform into the legendary Super Saiyan, Yayu was naturally quite happy. But, after hearing the second half of the system, after transforming, he will go violently. Yayu seemed to be thrown with cold water when he was passionate. According to the legend, Super Saiyan is very strong, but will lose control after running away. At that time, Yayu, like Broly, will become a monster who only knows how to kill. System, if I collect Rage S cells, can I still transform into a normal Super Saiyan? After thinking a little bit, Yayu asked the system again. Yes, S cell attributes and violent S cells coexist. The host urges the S cell attributes to transform into a normal Super Saiyan, and urges the violent S cell attributes to transform into the legendary Super Saiyan. Warm reminder, after the host activates the violent S cell attribute, it will enter a violent state and temporarily lose its sanity. After hearing what the system said, Yayu was immediately happy. At first, Yayu was still worried that if he took the Berserker cell, he would become a Super Saiyan, just like Broly, he would become an irrational monster. Yayu doesn't want to be like this. But after a systematic explanation, Yayu knew that as long as he did not urge the violent S cell attributes, he would not become violent. And as before, you can transform into an ordinary Super Saiyan, and then increase your combat effectiveness by 50 times. In this way, after Yayu collects the Berserker's cell, it is equivalent to obtaining the talent and potential of the legendary Super Saiyan like Broly. The difference is that as long as Yayu does not activate the S cell attribute, he will not transform into the legendary Super Saiyan and lose his mind. Receive. This time, Yayu immediately chose to charge without any hesitation. As soon as Yayu's voice fell, the violent S cell attributes under Broly's feet automatically gathered towards Yayu, and soon fell into Yayu's body. After that, Yayu saw on the system screen in front of him that there were more violent S cell attributes beside the S cell attributes. I hope there will never be a chance to stimulate the S cell attribute of violent. Looking at the violent S cell attribute, Yayu muttered to himself. After all, the violent S cell attribute is like a time bomb. Once activated, he will become like Broly and lose his mind. System, why has my combat effectiveness not changed? Then Yayu turned his gaze to the combat effectiveness of the system screen again. After seeing that the combat effectiveness was still more than 60 million, he asked the system. Okay, what about the physique of the legendary Super Saiyan? Say yes, it is said that Super Saiyan's combat effectiveness will increase with age. Why hasn't my combat effectiveness increased? In the legend, Super Saiyan's physique is calculated from the day he was born. The host has just acquired the Rage S cell attribute, so the combat power will start to accumulate today. After hearing the words of the system, Yayu understood. In other words, in addition to picking up combat power attributes through the system, Yayu's own legendary Super Saiyan physique will also continuously improve combat power. Roar! Just as Yayu was immersed in the system, Broly over there roared again in a frenzy. Then he spread his palms and pointed them at Yayu above the sky. Okay. Seeing Broly pull this posture, Yayu frowned slightly. In the next second, on Broly's palms, a cyan energy ball was condensed. Call out! After the energy ball was condensed and formed, it was launched directly at Yayu. In the beginning, the energy ball was only the size of a fist. But on the way towards Yayu, it swelled sharply at a speed visible to the naked eye. When Yayu was in front of him, the energy ball, which was the size of a fist, had become huge. Seeing this huge energy ball hit, Yayu's heart sank to the bottom. End of this chapter. Thank you guys for your strong support, so far the results are much better than I expected. In addition, thank you brother for the 41 chapter reminder. Chapter 60. Chapter 60 Broly, Extinction 7 More Seeking Subscription Seeking Customization. Chapter 60. Broly is not Beverly Shat. On Namek, Yayu blocked Frisia's energy ball with his bare hands. But Broly is not known how many times stronger than Frisia. Naturally, the power of the energy ball he launched is not what Frisia energy ball can compare to. Looking at the cyan energy ball sharply enlarged in front of him, Yayu felt a threat from it. In other words, if Yayu is hit by this energy ball, he might be killed directly. Hello, real or fake, such a big energy ball? Does the monster want to kill us all? If the energy ball hits this planet, then we are all over. At the same time, Rap and Carter and other universe fighters in the distance, after seeing the swelling energy ball above the sky, their faces turned pale and despair suddenly appeared in their hearts. Only Lapu and Toss, who had seen Yayu's true strength before, looked at Yayu's back and kept praying in their hearts. Master Yayu, you must block this energy ball. Yayu here felt like he felt the prayer in Rap's heart. As the huge energy ball swept over him, he also liberated all the power in his body in the first time. After the energy of 3 billion combat power was released, a huge golden energy flame suddenly appeared above Yayu's body. Even though he was hundreds of feet high from the ground, the waves of air from his body still raised one after another on the ground. The smoke and dust spread out towards the surroundings like ripples. This scene is very similar to the scene in Dragon Ball where Son Gohan transforms into the second order of Super Saiyan. But the difference is that there is no thunder and lightning on Yayu's body, and the golden flames are not spray-like. After Yayu released all his power, he immediately spread his palms. The violent energy in his body followed his arms and instantly gathered on his palms. In the next second, a dazzling light radiated from Yayu's palms. Suddenly, in the eyes of Lap, Carter, and others below, the light that appeared on Yayu's palm was even more dazzling than the sun above the sky. While a group of universe fighters used their palms to block the dazzling light, Yayu immediately launched the energy waves condensed on the palms. Soon, the energy wave emitted from Yayu's palm, like a beam of light, instantly hit Broly's energy ball. Zi. The moment the energy wave collided with the energy ball, energy sparks scattered and splashed. Thunder and lightning flashed in the sky. And the entire blue star below shook with it. At this moment, it seemed as if the end of the world was about to come. What a terrible combat power! Read more at wuxiax.com. Is this the true power of Yayu-sama? At this time, Rap and Carter, who stood swayingly on the ground, looked dignified, and their hearts were extremely heavy. The technicians in the Yayu universe ship who were not capable of fighting all hid under the table with their heads in fright. What happened? Master Yayu? Where is Master Yayu? Above the sky, Yayu's energy wave and Broly's energy ball stalemate each other for about 10 seconds. At this time, Yayu suddenly applied force, the energy wave smashed and decayed, and directly pushed Broly's energy ball back. At this moment, the energy wave above the sky plus the energy ball directly impacted Broly below. How is this possible? This guy actually blocked Broly's energy ball back. Paragus above the sky, seeing this scene before him, there was a rare shock on his old face. In the next second, he noticed Broly below, spreading his arms, as if he wanted to receive the energy wave and energy ball that bounced back, and Paragas's face changed drastically. "Broly, get away quickly!" Paragas yelled to Broly with hatred of iron and steel. But Broly, who was already in a violent state, could not hear Paragas' words. Without any hesitation, Broly's palms directly met the energy ball falling in front of him. At this moment, Broly's body seemed to be under 10,000 kilograms of pressure. His legs sank directly under the ground, and the ground under his feet sank in an instant. Roar! The violent Broly roared, and a powerful flame of energy radiated from her body. But unfortunately, at that moment, Ki blast and the energy ball directly annihilated Broly's body. At this moment, there was a brief silence between heaven and earth. But everyone knows that behind this silence, a huge explosion that destroys the world is brewing. Boom! Sure enough, after a few breaths, a huge explosion occurred. Zero seeking flowers. Looking from the universe of Bruce Star, it seems that Bruce has been hit by a huge meteorite. The entire blue star is covered with cracks like spider webs. All over the world, jet magma columns are everywhere. Blue star is faltering, as if it might explode at any time. He narrowed his gaze to the blue star, and at the moment when the explosion occurred, a violent air wave directly blasted Lapu, Toss, Carter and others all down. This violent wave of air comes quickly and goes quickly. After a few breaths, the air wave disappeared completely. At this time, Rap and Carter and the others who got up from the ground were all stunned by the sight in front of them. I saw that there was a huge pit in front of him, and the darkness in the pit was so dark that it was impossible to see the bottom. Zero. Danger! Just when all the universe soldiers were stunned by the sight in front of them, Rap flew by suddenly and pushed them aside. At the same time, a crimson magma column emerged from the cracks in the huge deep pit. Although the universe soldier was saved by Rap, his clothes fell on the magma pillar, and instantly disappeared. Saved! Seeing his clothes turn to ashes, the universe fighter suddenly felt a lingering fear on his face. Where is Yayu-sama? At the same time, Toss used a detector to search for Yayu's traces. After all, Yayu was the closest person to the Big Bang just now. Retreat quickly, this planet will explode soon. At this moment, Yayu suddenly flew over, and after greeted Toss, Rap and others, immediately flew towards the universe spaceship in the distance. After Yayu flew away, Rap and others looked like locusts and hurriedly chased Yayu. After Yayu's universe ship flew off the ground, there was a lot of magma everywhere on the blue star. And the whole planet has become hot. Master Yayu, what about that one-eyed scion? He lied to us to come to the southern galaxy, we might just let him go. Oh, you said Paragas, I punched him when I just left, it shouldn't be all right. Hearing Yayu's words, the muscles on the faces of Rap and others couldn't help but twitch. Who can bear your punch? At this time, on Blue Star, Paragas's body had fallen into the magma. Chapter 61. Chapter 61 The Terrible Duo Shows Up. 8 more seeking subscription. Chapter 61. Explanation. Chapter 59 has been slightly modified. Broly's cells will not be charged and changed to a charge, so that the following plot will be more interesting. Please forgive me for the inconvenience caused to the old guys. Although Yayu did not get the corresponding mission reward for this trip to the South Galaxy. However, he has obtained the Violent S cell of Super Saiyan in Broly's legend, and overall it is not a loss. After the episode of Broly passed, the rest of the day passed very smoothly. Yayu just lay down every day and waited for the combat effectiveness to increase. And a group of universe fighters such as Rap and Carter are constantly conducting Hell-style training in the super-gravity training room every day. The time in the universe also passed very fast, and in a blink of an eye, 4 years passed. On an island in the south of the Earth. 877 On this day, Son Goku, Son Gohan, and Klin and other Earth warriors came to this island early. The reason for coming to this island is that 3 years ago, a teenager who called himself Trunks told Son Goku that a duo would appear on this island today. That duo has terrible strength. In the future, almost all the soldiers on Earth will be slaughtered by the duo. For this reason, Son Goku and Son Gohan came to this island early, waiting for the birth of the duo mentioned by Trunks. At this time, on the mountain top of the island, 4 people including Son Goku, Son Gohan, Klin, and Yamcha had gathered. Although Klin was killed by Frieza while at Namek. But then Shenron through Namek was resurrected. As for Son Gohan, 4 years have passed, but his appearance has changed a lot. At least the height is much taller. Time is almost here, hasn't Vegeta come yet? Son Goku glanced around, and after not seeing Vegeta's figure, he complained. Goku, you are still the same as before. The enemy is right in front of you, so you are not nervous at all. Klin looked up at Son Goku and found that Son Goku had a calm look. He not only said a little enviously. After learning that there would be a terrible duo on this island 3 years ago, Klin has been working hard. But in the past 3 years, no matter how hard he practiced, he is still a little scared in his heart as he stands here today. To be honest, I'm too excited to be able to fight the strong. Hearing what Klin said, Son Goku rubbed his head and smiled heartily. But at this moment, a lightning bolt suddenly appeared in the minds of Son Goku, Son Gohan, Klin, and Yamcha. In fact, it was not lightning, but at that moment, the 4 of Son Goku felt a breath at the same time. What a huge anger! Read more at wuxiax.com. After sensing this breath, the faces of Son Goku and Son Gohan all changed, and then the 4 of them flew above the sky, looking at a certain place on the island in unison. Is there? A powerful air mass burst out immediately above Son Goku's body and flew toward the place he felt. Goku. After a little hesitation, Klin, Son Gohan, and Yamcha also burst out of air to catch up. Soon, Son Goku reached the place where Ki Sense had arrived. Looking around, he saw 2 people sitting on a chair below. The huge aura that Son Goku felt was emanating from one of them. Are you 2 cyborgs? After Son Goku landed, he shouted at the 2 people sitting on the table with a vigilant look. Soon, Klin and Son Gohan and his party also caught up immediately. At this moment, the 4 of Son Goku, Son Gohan, Klin, and Yamcha pulled away and looked nervously at the 2 sitting over there. Then, under the gaze of everyone, the 2 finally turned around. At the moment the 2 turned around, Son Goku, Son Gohan, and Klin almost fell all over the place. Yayu, why are you guys? Yes, the 2 people who appeared in front of Son Goku and Son Gohan were not artificial people, but Yayu and Toss. Yo, Son Goku, long time no see. Seeing Son Goku and Son Gohan and his party appeared, Yayu greeted him. After hearing Yayu's words, Son Goku and Son Gohan had 2 black lines at one end. I thought you were cyborgs. Why are you on Earth? And what's going on with your anger? I didn't recognize you at all. While talking, Son Goku and Son Gohan both walked towards Yayu. 0. Why does Yayu appear on the Earth? Naturally, it is here to collect combat power attributes. He knows that powerful artificial people will appear on the Earth recently. So I came to this island early. As for his anger, why Son Goku and others didn't recognize it? According to Yayu's speculation, it should be the consequence of Broly's violent S-cell attributes. In the past 4 years, in addition to collecting combat power attributes through the system, it is said that Super Saiyan's physique has continuously increased Yayu's combat power. It may be this reason that caused Yayu's chi to undergo a series of changes. Of course, Yayu would naturally not tell Son Goku about these reasons. He just said to Son Goku, I heard there is a lively place here, so let's take a look. Just as Son Goku and Yayu recounted the past, Yamcha over there was confused. He has never been to Namek, so he doesn't know Yayu. Say you know this person. Yamcha looked at Yayu and asked Klin aloud. Ah, a very powerful scion, according to Gaku, on Namek, Nafrisa was killed by him. 5.4 Klin looked at Yayu, and seemed to have seen an old friend whom he hadn't seen for many years, and explained to Yamsha with a happy expression on his face. Scion. After murmured something, Yamsha couldn't help looking at Yayu's ass. Of course, he didn't want to see Yayu's ass, but just wanted to see if Yayu had a tail. After all, Scion has tails. But unfortunately, Yamsha did not see the tail. Boom! While everyone was talking, an explosion suddenly came from the distant island. After hearing this sound, Son Goku, Klin and others' complexions changed, and they immediately flew into the sky, only to see thick smoke billowing on the ground in the distance. Yayu also stood up immediately, his expression moved slightly, and he thought to himself, is it finally there? A humanoid. End of this chapter. Chapter 62. Chapter 62 Android 19 and 29 more seeking subscription. Chapter 62. Strange, why can't you perceive the chi of those two artificial humans? Son Goku and others hovered in the sky, staring at the smoking place, muttering to themselves with confusion. I'm afraid it's because they are humanoids. At this moment, Piccolo flew from a distance and said to Son Goku, Piccolo-san. Seeing Piccolo flying over, Son Gohan was overjoyed as if he saw his father. Gohan. Piccolo also responded with a smile to Son Gohan, and then his eyes fell on Yayu below. Yayu just deliberately released a gas to attract Son Goku and others. But right now, Yayu is suppressing the chi again, so Piccolo did not find anything unusual when he perceives Yayu. He only saw Yayu and Toss dressed as a universe, and then he looked at Yayu with a puzzled look. Old son, what are these two? Piccolo glanced at Yayu and Toss, and asked Son 30 Goku. Before Son Goku could answer, Son Gohan said with a look of excitement, Piccolo-san, don't worry, these two we met on Namek, and that Frieza was killed by him. Although Son Gohan just said that casually. But Piccolo heard Son Gohan say, Frieza was killed by him. After these words, Piccolo's face changed in vain. He looked at Yayu, his eyes flashed, and his old face was full of horror. Is this guy the one who killed Frieza? Piccolo looked at Yayu and was surprised in his heart. Boom! As Piccolo stared at Yayu's mind, there was another explosion on the distant island. At the same time, Son Goku, Son Gohan, and others noticed that two figures suddenly appeared in the distant sky. But soon, the two figures fell into the island city again and disappeared. Damn it, I can't perceive it at all, Piccolo, Klin, let's find it separately. Remember those two guys are very strong, don't try to fight them alone. After all, the four figures of Klin, Yamcha, Piccolo, and Son Gohan turned into four black shadows, and immediately ran in four different directions. On the other hand, Son Goku flew to Yayu again, and said apologetically, I'm sorry, Yayu, we are looking for two cyborgs at the moment. After we finish solving these two cyborgs, we must treat them well. You guys. After greeted Yayu, Son Goku also landed on the street and ran fast, constantly searching for the two artificial people that appeared on the island. Read more at wuxiax.com. Then let's start too. After Son Goku left, Yayu also said lazily. Toss, just stand here and don't move. Although Toss didn't know why Yayu asked him to stand here, since this was Yayu's order, he just replied, yes, Teacher Yayu. After all, Toss was standing there like a military posture, very upright. Seeing this, Yayu couldn't help but feel some head pain. You don't need to be so serious, just be a little more natural. In order to prevent the guy TOS from being too real, Yayu gave another clear statement, you just sit on this chair. After Toss sat in the chair, Yayu left directly. According to the memory in my mind, the artificial humans appearing on this island right now are number 19 and number 20. Android 19 and 20 become stronger by devouring the energy of others. Right now, Android 19 and 20 must be searching everywhere for targets that can be started. And toss happens to be a good goal. Yayu just wanted to use toss as a bait to catch Android 19 and 20. After walking a considerable distance from toss, Yayu's figure flew onto a roof. Standing on this roof, you can just see where toss is. Of course, Yayu will not put all his hopes on toss. In addition, Yamcha, Klin, and Sun Gohan will all become the targets of Android 19 and 20. Therefore, while paying attention to toss, Yayu's key sensibility is also placed on Yamcha, Klin, and others. With the passage of time, the atmosphere on the entire island has become more and more tense. Son Goku, Son Gohan, and others are constantly searching for the whereabouts of the artificial people in the streets. At this moment, an old voice suddenly came from behind Yayu. "Excuse me, are you waiting for us?" After hearing this voice, Yayu immediately turned around and looked around, only to see two human figures flying over like this. Looking at these two figures, Yayu's brows suddenly raised. These two people are not others, but Android 19 and 20. Originally, Yayu was still thinking about who will shoot Android 19 and 20 first. What Yayu never expected was that these two guys actually made Yayu their primary goal. But Yayu is not surprised. After all, his current chi is suppressed near more than 10,000 combat power. Android 19 and 20 must have detected the not weak energy in Yayu's body, so they chased it, trying to swallow the energy in Yayu's body. After figuring this out, Yayu couldn't help but sigh in his heart. "I didn't expect Yayu to be pinched as a soft persimmon one day." "Do it, number 19. Just as Yayu turned around, Dr. Gero of the robot number 2717 immediately said something to Android 19. With an order from Dr. Gero, Android 19 approached Yayu at an astonishing speed, and spread its big hand to grab Yayu's head directly. Judging from his posture, it seemed that he wanted to subdue Yayu before Yayu sent a signal. But as soon as the palm of Android 19 was stretched out, Yayu's arm suddenly waved to the sky. Sneer! The entire arm of Android 19 flew directly into the sky. Seeing this scene, both Android 19 and Drive Gero showed a shocking look on their faces. Before Android 19 and Dr. Gero could react, Yayu's finger was a little bit into the air, and a golden beam of light, like a laser, hit the upper arm 19 on the ground. Boom! Subsequently, the entire arm of Android 19 exploded in an instant. This guy! Dr. Gero and Android 19, it was only at this moment that Yayu's strength was not as weak as they thought. At the same time, Son Gohan and Son Goku and the group heard the explosion immediately. Over there! Afterwards, Son Goku and Son Gohan and his party immediately flew back towards Yayu. Chapter 63. Chapter 63 Dr. Gero's Data 10 More Seeking Subscriptions. Chapter 63. ZI. After the Android 19 arm was cut by Yayu, the wound on his arm did not bleed, but he saw that many wires were exposed to the air, and there was a continuous flash of silver lightning at the wire joints. This situation seems to be like the arm of a robot. In fact, Android 19 is not much different from robots. What's the matter? Who is this guy? Why is there no information about this person in the computer for such a powerful person? At this moment, while Android 19 and Dr. Gero stared at Yayu in horror, they seemed to be robots, with a large number of data patterns in their field of vision. But after transferring Yayu's image to the computer, it was discovered that there was no record of Yayu in the computer. After discovering this situation, both Dr. Gero and Android 19 became more flustered. Not long after, Son Goku, Son Gohan, and Kellen also found Yayu here immediately based on the sound of the explosion. Of course, Yayu deliberately used the explosion to attract Son Goku and his party. After all, if he wants to solve Android 19 and Dr. Gero, he can kill it directly. But this is not the result Yayu wanted. What he wants is the combat power attribute. If Son Goku fights these two androids, it will definitely provide Yayu with a lot of combat power attributes. Are these two guys cyborgs? After Piccolo came to the scene, he saw a lot of lines on the broken arm of Android 19, and he said with a look of surprise, "I'm afraid it's like this. It's like a robot." Hearing Piccolo's words, Klin also responded with a little shock. After all, before this, Son Goku and Son Gohan have never seen Android 19 and Dr. Gero. So they don't know what the so-called artificial humans look like? Yayu, thank you again this time for helping us find the cyborg. While Klin and Piccolo were talking, Son Goku also greeted Yayu in front of him. "Okay, I'll leave it to you next." After all, Yayu's figure rose directly and slowly, flew towards the sky, and finally stood in the air, looking at the posture of watching a play. Read more at wuxiax.com. You are really a good person. Not only did you find the cyborg, you also gave it to me. Yo xi, if this is the case, then we are not welcome, and then I will be your opponent. Hearing Son Goku's words, a black line suddenly appeared on the heads of both Klin and Yamcha. If they hadn't known the character of Son Goku, they would have been unable to help but complain. This is related to the life and death of the Earth in the future. You should treat it as a game? But they know that Son Goku is the kind of personality that gets more excited when you meet the stronger enemy, so Yamcha and Klin didn't say much, they just looked speechless. At the same time, Dr. Gero and Android 19 didn't seem to have any plans to make a move when they saw Yayu, and they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It's just that this guy didn't plan to make a move. After we absorb the energy of Son Goku and Piccolo and others, we will take this guy. Dr. Gero thought to himself, and then glanced at Son Goku, Son Gohan, Klin, and Piccolo. Then in Dr. Gero's field of vision, various data flashed. These data are collected by Dr. Gero through micro-robots over the years. Then I'm going to start. Son Goku here, after doing some warm-up exercises, moved his feet and immediately rushed towards Android 19. But just as Son Goku rushed over, in Android 19's vision, various Son Goku data appeared immediately, including Son Goku moves and battle modes. After Son Goku rushed to the side of Android 19, he launched a series of attacks on Android 19 continuously. But these attacks are all easily avoided by Android 19. What happened? Son Goku immediately noticed his movements, as if he had been completely seen through by his opponent. It's useless, Son Goku, we have all your battle data. Dr. Gero over there, seeing Son Goku's awkward look, his old face showed a smug look. Son Goku, who does not believe in evil, once again launched an attack on Android 19, but the result is still the same. He was easily avoided by the cyborg, and was blown away with a punch by the cyborg. Ding! Congratulations to the host, get 30,000 combat power attributes. At the moment when Android 19 hit Son Goku, Yayu's mind sounded the mechanical beep of the system. Goku. At the same time, after Yamcha and Klin below shouted to Son Goku, the two gritted their teeth, one left and one right, and attacked Android 19. But it is a pity that Android 19 is also very easy to avoid the attacks of Yamcha and Klin. And then they defeated Klin and Yamcha. It's a pity that we not only have Son Goku's battle data, but also Klin, Piccolo, Yamcha, Son Gohan, all of you. When talking about the three words everyone, Dr. Gero glanced subconsciously, Yayu above the sky. After thinking that Yayu's battle data was not available on the computer, his old face couldn't help but twitch. Who is this guy, and why is there no data for this guy in the computer? It's just that Dr. Gero didn't know that Yayu came to the Earth for the first time. His computer naturally did not have Yayu's data. The money is good. But even if you have Yayu's data, it's useless. After all, in the face of absolute power gap, some methods are ineffective. That's it, I said. How could I avoid my attack so easily? It turns out that there is my battle data. But, things like combat data are useless to me. Son Goku walked over and said softly. Then, a powerful wave of air broke out all over his body. At the same time, the golden arrogance, as if it were flames, kept flashing over Son Goku's body. At the moment when Son Goku transformed into Super Saiyan, the data in the vision of Dr. Gero and Android 19 is constantly beating, and after Yayu perceives the anger emanating from Son Goku, his face also shows a touch of movement. In the past 4 years, Son Goku is also it has become a lot stronger. Chapter 64. Chapter 64 6 billion combat power 1 more seeking subscription. Chapter 64. Android 19 looked at Son Goku who transformed into Super Saiyan in front of him. In his field of vision, data was constantly flashing, and his face was full of greed. What a huge amount of energy! After Android 19 made a sharp sound, the next second, his only arm grabbed Son Goku directly. Your energy, I want it. At the moment when Android 19 was launched, Dr. Gero's old face sank slightly. This guy on the 19th is really impatient. After all, Dr. Gero first glanced at Yayu standing in the sky above the sky, and when he saw Yayu clasp his chest, his eyes were only staring at Son Goku and Android 19, and he still didn't plan to shoot. Dr. Gero's heart was relieved. Then his eyes fell on Piccolo, Klin, Son Gohan, and Yamcha. Although the energy of these 4 people is not as large as Son Goku, if they absorb it, even this guy above the sky should be able to beat it. After Dr. Gero thought for a moment, a greedy light flashed in his eyes. Then while Piccolo and others focused on Son Goku and Android 19, he moved his feet and rushed towards the nearest Klin. Klinson, be careful! After Son Gohan reacted, his palms were raised suddenly. Magic flash! In the next second, a dazzling light was emitted from the palms of Son Gohan 147. In the next second, a huge shock wave, like a beam of light, was launched directly towards that Dr. Gero. Seeing this, Dr. Gero's face changed suddenly, and he immediately stopped, spreading his big hand to the magic flash fired by Son Gohan to greet him. At this moment, a scene that shocked Piccolo and Klin and others happened. I saw the palm of Dr. Gero. The moment he touched the magic flash of Son Gohan, the magic flash of Son Gohan was at a speed visible to the naked eye, being absorbed by Dr. Gero. In just a few breaths, all the magic flashes emitted by Son Gohan were swallowed by Dr. Gero. Even Gohan's magic flash was swallowed. Does this guy have the ability to devour Ki Blast? Yamcha and Klin stared at Dr. Gero and said with an incredible expression. Seeing the shocked expressions on the faces of Piccolo and Son Gohan and the others, the triumphant smile on Dr. Gero's face grew even stronger. It seems like his invention has been recognized by the world. Hey, yes, I have the ability to absorb energy. The shock waves you emit will become my energy and make me stronger after being absorbed by me. Dr. Gero opened his palms and said jokingly at Son Gohan and others. This guy, unexpectedly tells others about his abilities, the villains are all doing this to death. At this moment, Yayu above the sky sighed helplessly after hearing Dr. Gero's words below. Ding, congratulations to the host, gaining 1.5 million combat power attributes, read more at wuxiax.com. Ding, congratulations to the host, get 1.4 million combat power attributes. Just when Yayu focused on Dr. Gero below, the system prompts suddenly changed in his mind. 1.5 million. After hearing the data reported by the system, Yayu's brows suddenly raised, and then his eyes fell on the 2 of Son Goku and Android 19 who were fighting over there. When Son Goku turned into Super Saiyan and battled Android 19, the notification sound from the system was, Ding, congratulations to the host, and gained 250,000 combat power attributes. But suddenly, the combat power attribute value dropped sharply, dropping from 2.5 million to 1.5 million. Therefore, this attracted Yayu's attention. After Yayu set his gaze on Son Goku, he saw Son Goku who was fighting, panting heavily, cold sweat on his forehead, as if he was exhausted. This is... Seeing this look of Son Goku, Yayu frowned slightly. Obviously, Son Goku is not tired after fighting Android 19. It's Son Goku. Did you have a heart attack? Yayu muttered to himself in a voice that only he could hear. Yes, Son Goku suffers from heart disease. Boom. Just as Yayu thought to himself, Android 19 took advantage of your illness and killed you, and hit, Son Goku's body with a punch, knocking Son Goku in Super Saiyan state into the air. Hey, Goku! At this time, Piccolo and others also noticed the abnormal reaction on Son Goku. At this moment, Piccolo remembered Trunks' words 3 years ago in vain, in the future, Mr. Goku, you will die of a heart attack. After thinking of this, Piccolo's face changed in vain. No, Lao Sun has a heart attack. Gohan, hurry up and take Goku away, leave it to me here. After Piccolo spoke to Son Gohan, he immediately attacked number 19, which was approaching Son Goku. At the same time, Klin and Yamcha also joined the battle. Soon, Piccolo, Yamcha, and Klin were fighting with Android 19 and Drive Gero. Suddenly, Yayu's mind was constantly ringing the mechanical beeps of the system. Receive combat power attributes. Seeing that the combat power attribute dropped continuously, Yayu spoke to the system. With the order of Yayu, the combat power attributes at the feet of Piccolo and Android 19, plus the combat power attributes dropped by Son Goku and Android 19 when they were fighting just now, instantly lined up like golden tadpoles. When Chang'e converged continuously in Yayu's body. After the combat power attributes are concentrated in Yayu's body, the combat power on the virtual screen in front of Yayu is constantly rising. 121.2 million. 122.7 million. Yes, at this time Yayu's combat power Hao-Ran has exceeded 120 million. 4 years ago, Yayu's combat power was only over 60 million. But in the past 4 years, Yayu has used the legendary Super Saiyan physique and collected the combat power attributes dropped by a group of universe fighters such as Rap and Carter. In 4 years, the combat effectiveness has been increased to 121.2 million. In 4 years, more than 60 million combat power has been improved, which is equivalent to the total combat power that Yayu has improved in the past 24 years. The speed of this increase has been quite exaggerated. And these 120 million are just Yayu's basic combat effectiveness. If you transform into Super Saiyan, Yayu's combat power at this time will directly exceed 6 billion. 6 billion combat power, this is already a pretty scary figure. End of this chapter. The author encountered a problem, that is, the issue of combat power data. The official data is only those before Namek. After Namek, old birds will not use combat power as a unit of measurement. But this book is based on combat power data, and it is impossible not to use data. In addition, the data spread on the internet is only speculation, and the data is strange and the difference is very large. For example, Majin Buu, some said 30 billion, some said 600 billion. Of Chapter 65. Chapter 65 Cell appeared 2 more seeking subscription. Chapter 65. In a deep mountain not far from the island where Yayu is located. He narrowed his eyes, and saw that there was a machine like a rocket on the ground below. If Trunks were here at this time, he would be shocked to discover that this machine was exactly the time machine he had once ridden. At this time, above the light machine at that time, it was covered with green moss. It seems that this time machine has been parked here for a certain period of time. Kaka. At this moment, a small voice suddenly came from the time machine. The sound seemed like the sound of glass breaking. At this moment, a black shadow shattered the glass of the time machine, rushed out of the time machine, and finally fell to the ground below the time machine. I saw the dark shadow. It was a huge egg that reminded me, it was said to be an egg, but it was actually more like a worm egg. The giant worm egg shook twice, and in the next second, a crack appeared on the worm egg. Then, the crack spread like a spider web in all directions. After the shell of the worm egg broke open, a monster full of viscous liquid walked out of the worm egg. This scene seemed to be like a chick hatching and breaking out of its shell. However, what hatched out of this worm egg was not a chicken, but a humanoid monster like a mantis. I saw the monster, its whole body in blue, with a pair of huge wings behind it. If Yayu were here at this time, he would definitely recognize this winged monster. This monster is not someone else, it is a humanoid cell. However, the cell in front of him and Yayu's memory seem to be somewhat different. He is stronger than the cell of the first form. But it looks a little different from the cell that transformed into the second form. It's finally out. After breaking out of his shell, Cell stood up, and immediately clenched his fists with both hands, with the joy of seeing the sun on his face. I don't know whether the 17th in this space-time has been killed. If it is killed, then I have to search for the 17th in other time spaces. Cell turned around and glanced at the time machine behind him, then muttered to himself. Yes, the cell in front of me, like Trunks, comes from a time machine that travels through other time and space. Originally Cell absorbs Android 17 and Android 18, it can evolve into a complete body, read more at wuxiax.com. However, in his time and space, Android 17 was killed by Trunks, and only Android 18 remained. After Cell swallowed the Android 18 in his time and space, he found Trunks and snatched the time machine of Trunks, and came to this time and space now. Cell hopes to find Android 17 in this time and space, and then transform into a full body. In other words, the current Cell is the second form of Android 18 that has swallowed his time and space. The second form of Cell that Yayu knows is the second form that evolved after devouring Android 17. Therefore, the appearance of Cell is slightly different from the second form Yayu has seen. Ding! At this moment, a flash of lightning flashed in Cell's mind. But this is not lightning, it's just that Cell, through its key sensibility, perceives a few very large energy strands not far away. These breaths are Piccolo, Klin, Son Goku. Soon, Cell recognized the owner of these angers. While speaking, his fists were slightly squeezed, and then he said confidently. Although it is easy to kill Son Goku and the others with my current strength, but before that, I still find the number 17 and evolve it completely. Come on! After all, the wings behind Cell flicked, and his figure immediately rose into the air. Dr. Gero's research institute seems to be not far from here. After Cell murmured a word, a powerful air mass burst out of his body and flew directly into the mountains. At the moment when Cell burst into a powerful air mass, Yayu, who was on the battlefield of the cyborg in the distance, immediately sensed the air. While Yayu perceives this chi, Piccolo, Klin, and Yamcha also perceive this chi. This breath is Goku's. Not just Goku, Piccolo, Tien Shinyan, Vegeta, and mine. At this moment, Klin and Piccolo and the others looked strangely in the direction where Ki Sense had arrived. What happened? Why is there so much chi gathering in the same place? And these angers are all of us? Maybe Piccolo and Klin and others don't know what is going on. But Yayu knows what. It's not wrong, this chi is a cyborg cell. While Yayu was thinking to himself, his eyes fell directly on Dr. Gero under him. Although Yayu has never seen Cell before, he knows that Dr. Gero's computer uses cells from soldiers such as Son Goku, Vegeta, Piccolo, etc. to create a human-made cell. Therefore, there will be so many people's anger on Cell's body. Just as Yayu recognized that the owner of this chi was Cell, Dr. Gero's old face changed for a while. Son Goku's breath, Vegeta's breath, Piccolo's breath. What are these guys talking about? Dr. Gero, who has no key sensibility, didn't know what Klin and Piccolo were talking about at first. But at this moment, Dr. Gero suddenly thought of something, and his old face changed drastically. At this moment, a picture suddenly appeared in his mind. In that picture is an embryo living in the culture medium. And this embryo is exactly the embryonic form of cell, which is the cell of this space and time. Could these guys fall short of cell's existence? Impossible, cell is just an embryo now, how can they perceive it? Dr. Gero naturally didn't know that the cell that Yayu and others perceive right now is not the cell of this time and space. It's a cell that travels through time and space from the future. In addition, since cell's chi has not completely exploded at this time, Yayu doesn't know that this cell is not the one he knows. End of this chapter. Changed the setting of cell a bit. As for the purpose, as I said before, it is for the heroine number 18. If you want cell to become a complete body, but don't want the 18th to be swallowed and spit out by cell, you can only create a different time-space cell. The cell that appears in this chapter is the second form cell that swallows another space-time number 18 cell. It is very powerful and can't be beaten by anyone except the protagonist. That's all, see you in the next chapter. Chapter 66. Chapter 66 Super Scion Vegeta 3 More Seeking Subscriptions. 66. Chapter 66. That fellow Cell, dare to expose his anger, he is so courageous. Yayu raised his head and looked at the place where Cell's anger was, a touch of slurped at the corner of his mouth, and said with a voice that only he could hear. According to Yayu, Cell is a very smart man. He knows to keep a low profile. In Dragon Ball, Cell knew that he was not strong, and then hid it secretly and became stronger through the human beings who swallowed the earth. If it weren't for the earth's gods to discover Cell, it is estimated that Cell would have been developing silently. Right now, Cell took the initiative to expose his breath, which Yayu didn't expect. But what Yayu didn't know was that Cell dared to expose his breath because Cell had absolute confidence in his own power. After all, the current Cell is swallowing the future number 18, the second form of Cell 573. Before entering the spiritual time house, neither Vegeta nor Son Goku could beat the second form of Cell. Call out! While Yayu was looking at the direction of the Cell, a white light ball was flying towards this side at an astonishing speed. That's Vegeta. While Piccolo was talking, Vegeta's figure had already come to the battlefield here and stopped in front of Yayu. That's it, I said why there is a Scion anger, it turned out to be you. After Vegeta came out, his eyes fell on Yayu first. After hearing Vegeta's words, Yayu also looked at Vegeta immediately, only to see that the corners of Vegeta's mouth evoked a confident arc. Seeing Vegeta's expression, Yayu knew that after Vegeta gained Super Saiyan's power, he restored the confidence of King Vegeta in the past. Damn, there's another guy in the way. Dr. Gero below, after seeing the sudden arrival of Vegeta, his old face suddenly changed slightly. After Vegeta heard what Dr. Gero said, he immediately moved the realization from Yayu to Dr. Gero and Android 19 below. Seeing the large number of lines on the broken arm of Android 19, he said jokingly, "Oh? Are these two humans?" While talking, Vegeta, who was holding his chest with his hands, slowly fell downward, and finally fell in front of Dr. Gero and Android 19. Vegeta, be careful, these two guys are very strong. Seeing Vegeta's nonchalant face, Klin behind him immediately reminded him. Humph, don't compare me with you guys. Vegeta said with a disdainful face, and then shouted at Yayu above the sky, Yayu, after dealing with these two cyborgs, it's your turn next. Hey, Vegeta, Yayu is not an enemy. Read more at wuxiax.com. When Klin said this, Vegeta said coldly, shut up. Who is his Vegeta? Sion's prince. But he, the prince of Sion, was left far behind by the two ordinary Sions, Yayu and Son Goku. How willingly he Vegeta. Thinking of a series of things that happened on Namek, the figures of Yayu and Son Goku have always looked like nightmares, lingering around Vegeta's heart. In order to be able to defeat Son Goku and Yayu, he proved that Vegeta is the strongest Scion. Over the past 4 years, he has been cultivating continuously, and continuously. Finally, like Son Goku, he also gained the power of Super Saiyan. This time, when he returned to Earth, he wanted to defeat the cyborgs and Son Goku. Then go to universe to defeat Yayu. Since Yayu is right in front of his Vegeta, how can he miss this chance of being shameless? What? Just when Klin and Yamcha were thinking about whether Vegeta had taken the wrong medicine again, Vegeta suddenly took a posture, clenched his fists, and screamed loudly. In the next second, a powerful wave of air radiated from Vegeta's body. Buzzing! As soon as this air wave spread, Vegeta's body flashed with golden arrogance. Same as Goku. Super Saiyan. At the moment Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan, Piccolo, Klin and others were all surprised. How is this possible? Doesn't it take pure heart to transform into Super Saiyan? Klin looked at Vegeta with an incredulous expression on his face. It's a pity that my King Vegeta has a pure heart, but a pure evil heart. Seeing the shocked expressions on the faces of Klin, Piccolo, and others, Vegeta felt very helpful, and then his eyes fell on Yayu's body from the sky, and the corners of his mouth evoked a confident arc. 0. Although Vegeta didn't say much to Yayu, his face seemed to say, "See it, Yayu, Vegeta can also transform into Super Saiyan." But Yayu was indifferent to Vegeta's show-off, and there was no expression on his face. Then, below Vegeta opened his palm to Android 19, and in the next second, a golden gas bomb was condensed on the palm of his palm. Hey, Vegeta, that guy has the ability to devour energy, don't use Ki Blast to attack that guy. Seeing Vegeta preparing to use gas bombs to attack Android 19, Klin immediately reminded him. But at this time, Vegeta's gas bomb attack had already been launched. Afterwards, everyone saw that Android 19 directly spread out the palm of the hand to absorb all the golden air bombs of Vegeta. So that's it, the one that can devour other people's energy. If this is the case, I will let you devour it. Klin let out a sigh of relief when he heard the words in front of Vegeta. But when he heard the words behind Vegeta, Klin's face suddenly changed. Hey! Afterwards, I only saw Vegeta's palm, continuously firing gas bombs at Android 19. And those gas bombs that were launched were all absorbed by Android 19. Hi, Vegeta, 1.2. Seeing Vegeta continuously sending energy to the enemy, both Klin and Yamcha were in a hurry. But at this moment, Vegeta suddenly seemed to understand something, and immediately stopped the gas bomb attack, and his figure drew close to Android 19 in a flash. Before Android 19 can react, Vegeta will firmly grasp the arm it is holding. You can only use this hand to absorb energy. While talking, Vegeta pulled out Android 19 and the whole arm directly. At this moment, Yayu's brows suddenly raised. As expected of King Vegeta, he is really talented in fighting. Although Vegeta seems to be constantly sending energy to Android 19. But in fact, Vegeta is analyzing the capabilities of Android 19. In the end, it was really analyzed by him. Chapter 67. Chapter 67 The Lonely Vegeta. For more seeking subscriptions. Chapter 67. Sneer. After Vegeta grabbed the only arm of Android 19, before Android 19 could react, he pulled the arm of Android 19 directly. At this moment, Klin, Piccolo, Yamcha, and Dr. Gero were all shocked. You just absorbed my energy, you seem to be very happy. Vegeta grabbed the arm of Android 19 and said with a radiance in the corner of his mouth, with a joking expression on his face. Android 19, although it is a transformation of people, but he will also feel fear. When facing death, he would also feel scared. His fighting power and ability to absorb energy all come from his arms. After losing both arms, looking at the Vegeta in front of him, Android 19 was suddenly shocked. He looked horrified, then turned around and fled. On the 20th, hurry up and help me. While escaping towards the distance, Android 19, under the trend of survival, asked Dr. Gero for help. Ha ha ha. Seeing Cyborg 3019 fearing himself so much, Vegeta was greatly satisfied, and immediately burst into laughter. Go to hell! After Android 19 escaped for a certain distance, the smile on Vegeta's face disappeared instantly, but it was replaced by a murderous machine. With a sudden wave of his palm, a huge beam of energy flew out of Vegeta's palm in an instant. In just a blink of an eye, it hit Android 19 on the go. Boom! Android 19, which lost both arms, exploded in an instant under the impact of the ki blast. Finally, the parts in the body were scattered and attached, and the head fell just not far from Vegeta's feet. Vegeta didn't hesitate. He lifted his foot and stomped the head of Android 19 with one foot. After killing Android 19, Vegeta's gaze fell on Yayu's body above the sky again, and his face was full of complacency. However, Yayu remained unmoved. Amazing! This guy Vegeta, maybe even better than Goku. Seeing Vegeta among the flashing lights, I killed the Android 19. Klin and Yamcha and the group were both surprised and delighted. Dr. Gero was dumbfounded, staring at Vegeta in horror. This guy! In the next second, Dr. Gero's old face became gloomy for an instant, and then his eyes kept changing back and forth between Vegeta and Yayu. After all, among everyone present, only Yayu and Vegeta could threaten him. Yayu, give me another 5 seconds. After I get rid of this one, I will come to you immediately. Vegeta stretched out his 5 fingers at Yayu and said confidently, read more at wuxiax.com. Escape. While Vegeta was speaking to Yayu, Dr. Gero seized the opportunity and immediately fled from Vegeta's side. After seeing Dr. Gero escape, Vegeta's face changed suddenly. In the next second, he launched a powerful shock wave. But it is a pity that Dr. Gero spread out his big hand and directly absorbed Vegeta's shock wave, and then continued to escape. Escape? Naturally it is impossible for you to escape. However, just when Vegeta was about to catch up with Dr. Gero, Yayu suddenly appeared in front of Dr. Gero and blasted Dr. Gero with a punch. At this moment, the faces of Piccolo, Klin, Yamcha, and Vegeta were shocked, especially Vegeta. So fast! I didn't see his movements clearly at all. That cyborg was given a second by him directly. And this Saiyan, like Goku, will also transform into Super Saiyan. At this time, Piccolo, Klin, and Yamcha looked at Yayu, who was full of golden flames, with incredible expressions on their faces. After Vegeta was shocked, he clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. This guy is stronger than 4 years ago. Vegeta stared at Yayu, her face full of unwillingness. The clenched fists are also squeaking. Although Yayu only killed Dr. Gero later, Vegeta was not a fool. He could see that Yayu's attack just now exceeded the standard of Super Saiyan. In the past 4 years of Vegeta, he has been practicing hard, just to surpass Yayu and Son Goku and restore the dignity that belongs to King Vegeta. But right now, Yayu seems to have reached a higher height than him. This makes Vegeta so willing. Hateful! Vegeta roared unwillingly, and at the same time, a powerful wave of air exploded all over his body. Under the impact of this air wave, Piccolo, Klin, and Yamcha were immediately forced to retreat by this air wave. No, Vegeta doesn't really want to fight Yayu, right? After Klin tried to maintain his figure, he said solemnly. Boom! When Vegeta was furious and wanted to launch an attack on Yayu, in the distant forest, there was an earth-shattering explosion. At this moment, the entire island shook. Looking through the sound, I saw a dazzling light on the horizon in the distance, as if a huge energy ball had exploded. After hearing the explosion, the eyes of Yayu, Piccolo, and others immediately looked in the direction of the explosion. Someone is fighting. This breath was felt before. Soon, Piccolo, Klin and others all felt that from the place where the explosion occurred, there was an unusually huge aura. This gas is exactly the 970 gas of the previous cell. What's the matter? How did Cell's anger become so huge? Could it be that the guy has absorbed the number 17 or number 18? Yayu flew into the sky, saw the explosion in the distance, and muttered to himself in a voice that only he could hear. "Thos, you stay here." After Yayu greeted Tos over there, his figure flew towards the place where Cell Chi was. "Don't want to escape." After Vegeta saw Yayu slip away, he immediately ran after him. After that, Piccolo, Klin, and Yamcha looked at each other and followed. What on earth is it? Why does Cell's anger become so big, and the time when Cell appears is different? Could it be that my appearance changed time and space? While Yayu flew towards Cell, he was constantly thinking in his mind. After all, in Dragon Ball, Cell only appeared after Android 17 and Android 18. Moreover, Cell has been developing silently since its appearance. But at the moment, Cell is going directly to Dr. Gero's base to find Android 17 and Android 18. The huge explosion sound just now, according to Yayu's guess, should have been produced when Cell was fighting Android 17 or 18. Chapter 68. Chapter 68 Ching Lang Queen number 18 One more seeking subscription. 68. Chapter 68. Soon after Yayu and Vegeta left the battlefield of the cyborgs, the sky suddenly squirmed, and then a rocket-like machine appeared out of thin air. Okay. Toss, who was waiting here, noticed the machine, his expression moved slightly. Then I saw the machine slowly falling to the ground. Under the trend of curiosity, Toss immediately flew towards the place where the machine fell. After the machine landed, the glass door was opened, and a teenager walked out of it. I saw that young man, with short cherry-colored hair and a long sword behind him, looked quite martial. This young man is no one else, but from the future, he took the time machine to come to Trunks in this time and space. I don't know how Goku-san and the others are, whether they beat the cyborgs. After Trunks turned the time machine into a capsule and put it away, his figure flew directly into the sky. Soon, he came to the place where Vegeta had previously fought with the androids. I saw a mess on the battlefield, and parts of Android 19 can be seen everywhere. The body of Dr. Gero who killed Yayu was also lying on the ground. What happened here? Trunks landed on the ground, picked up the broken arm of Android 19, and the handsome face was full of doubts. Okay. At this moment, Trunks immediately discovered Toss above the sky. Universe people. After Trunks saw the appearance of Toss and the appearance of a universe man, his brows wrinkled slightly, and then his right hand fell directly on the long sword behind him. However, just when Trunks was about to draw out the sword and directly kill Toss in front of him, Tos pointed to the front and said, "They are all gone, just now." After Trunks heard what Toth said, his eyes narrowed slightly, and then he looked in the direction of Toth's finger. Soon, in that direction, Trunks sensed Vegeta's breath. It's Dad's anger. Trunks's face was suddenly happy after seeing Vegeta's anger. Just when Trunks felt Vegeta's chi, Vegeta was pursuing Yayu in front of him with all his strength. But no matter how fast he accelerates, he will be able to narrow the distance between Yayu and Yayu. If you don't tell the winner today, I won't let you run away, Yayu. While Vegeta was chasing, she gnashed her teeth and shouted at Yayu in front of her. At this moment, Yayu's figure suddenly stopped. Stop it! After seeing Yayu stop, Vegeta was a little confused, and soon he also flew to the place where Yayu was. When he was about to speak to Yayu, he was immediately shocked by the scene below. I saw three figures in the messy mountain and forest below. On one side was a man and a woman. Vegeta ignored the two directly, and his vision fell on the monster opposite the man and woman. I saw a golden flame gleaming over the monster's whole body. Looking at the golden arrogance, Vegeta's eyes flickered, and his face was full of incredible expressions. Read more at wuxiax.com. How can that be? This is Super Saiyan? This monster turns into Super Saiyan? And this monster's aura is even bigger than me? At this moment, the monster with golden flames in Vegeta's eyes is naturally Cell. Vegeta doesn't know why Cell turned into Super Saiyan. But Yayu knows. But at this time, Yayu looked at Cell in front of him, and his face was also very surprised. What he was surprised was not that Cell could transform into Super Saiyan. What he was surprised was that the Cell who ran in front of him was the second form of evolution after devouring Android 17. However, the man and woman opposite Cell, who ran are Android 17 and Android 18. What is going on? Number 17 and number 18 are clearly in front of you. Why is Cell in the second form? Yayu looked at everything condescendingly, with a puzzled expression on his face. While Yayu and Vegeta were surprised by the scene in front of them, Piccolo, Klin, and Yamcha quickly caught up. Super Saiyan. The moment the Piccolo 3 appeared, they were also shocked by the Super Saiyan's aura on Cell. What on earth is it? Why does this guy not only possess our chi, but can also transform into Super Saiyan? At this moment, the atmosphere on the scene was strangely weird. The siblings, Android 17 and 18, first glanced at Yayu and Vegeta, and then their eyes fell on Cell in front of them. Cell, on the other hand, looked at Vegeta and Piccolo with a smile on his face. After a few breaths, it was Cell who broke the silence first. Vegeta, Piccolo, you guys are here, so why didn't Son Goku come? Cell looked at Vegeta, Piccolo and others with shocked expressions, then the corners of his mouth curled up and said with a smile on his face. Vegeta, Piccolo? Why does this monster know our name? When Vegeta, Piccolo and others heard Cell say their names, the faces of Vegeta, Piccolo and others were even more shocked. Forget it. You came just right, and I just need you audiences to witness the moment when my Cell is transformed into a complete body. After Cell saw that Klin and Piccolo and his group did not answer his question, he was not angry either, and after smiling and saying a word, he turned his attention to Android 17 in front of him. After hearing Cell's arrogant tone, number 17 immediately smashed. In the next second, his feet moved, and his body instantly disappeared in place. So fast. Totally invisible. Who is this guy? At the moment when the 17th shot, the faces of Piccolo, Klin, and others changed drastically. Because, in their field of vision, no 17's movements are completely invisible. Even Super Saiyan Vegeta only captured a black shadow on the 17th. When the 17th appeared again, he was already in front of Cell. I saw a slash on the 17th and slashed directly at Cell's head. However, it is a pity that Cell completely sees through the action of number 17. Seeing Cell raised his arm, he directly blocked no 17's attack. Blocked. Klin saw that Cell blocked the 17th attack so easily. Wang Hao, his face was full of surprise. Ding, congratulations to the host, who has gained 3 million combat power attributes. At this time, Yayu's mind also sounded the mechanical beep of the system. Whispering sound. After Cell blocked his attack in number 17, he smashed, and then launched a series of attacks. But the result was the same. Cell saw through the 17th attack. However, in Yayu's mind, the system prompts constantly sounded, and under the feet of Cell and number 17, the combat power attributes were continuously dropped, and the value of each combat power attribute was more than 3 million. Hey, you guys, if you don't want to die, leave here as soon as possible, this is not where you should be. Just between number 17 and Cell's combat power, number 18, who has not spoken over there, gently moved the golden hair on her forehead, and then said to Yayu and his group in a very cold voice. End of this chapter. Please flowers, please all support. Chapter 69. Chapter 69 Trunks 18 2 more seeking subscriptions. Chapter 69. After hearing the words of number 18, Yayu's eyes shifted from Cell and number 17 who were fighting over there to number 18. At this time, number 18, her fair and delicate face was covered with calmness, and she seemed to be quite confident in No 17's power. The second form of Cell, although the strength is not as strong as the completed body, but with Cell's current strength, I am afraid that even the combination of number 17 and number 18 will not be Cell's opponent. When Yayu stared at No 18's side face and thought to himself, number 18 also seemed to notice Yayu's gaze, and immediately raised his head to look at Yayu. All of a sudden, his eyes met. Maybe Yayu looked at number 18, just thinking about the power gap between Cell and number 17. But the 18th doesn't think so. After she glanced at Yayu, she blinked her eyes playfully. Of course, this is not to say that the 18th fell in love with Yayu, it's just that the 18th in this time and space has such a personality. At this moment, there were two air masses in the distance, and they flew toward this side like a stream of light. It's you. After seeing and perceiving these two air masses, Piccolo and Klin immediately turned and looked around, only to see the people in the two air masses. How ran was Trunks and Toss. Yo 630. Trunks greeted Piccolo and Klin first, and then his eyes looked down again. When he saw Android 18, Trunks's face changed drastically. Although number 18 in this time and space is completely different from number 18 in the time and space of Trunks. But it looks the same. Seeing the face on the 18th, Trunks remembered the miserable scene of the future world, and the anger in his heart rose steadily. Artificial human. After Trunks roared in anger, he immediately pulled out the long sword behind him, jumped directly, and rushed towards the number 18 below. Hey! Klin just wanted to stop Trunks, but he didn't even know what Trunks was called. 3 years ago, Trunks only told Son Goku of his identity. Klin didn't know. As Klin spoke, Super Saiyan's power burst out from Trunks's body. After flying to the sky above No 18's head, the angry Trunks, with the sword in his hand, directly slashed at number 18 in the air. But just when the sword in Trunks's hand was about to hit the 18th, dog, I saw that the white bare hand of number 18 slightly lifted, and directly used 2 fingers to grab the Trunks's sword. Before Trunks had time to react, after the 18th grabbed the Trunks' sword, he raised his foot and kicked Trunks directly. Read more at wuxiax.com. Shock. Seeing this scene, the faces of Piccolo, Yamcha, Klin, and Vegeta changed drastically. You know, Trunks has the power of Super Saiyan. Just how strong Super Saiyan is, Piccolo, Klin and others couldn't be more clear. But Super Saiyan Trunks, in front of the ordinary woman who looked just a little pretty, was beaten to the ground without being able to support it in one round. This makes Vegeta and Piccolo and others not surprised. However, after Yayu saw the clean action of the 18th, there was a smile on his face, quite capable. Hey, you just said that this woman is a human being. What does that mean? Vegeta spoke loudly to the Trunks who landed on the ground. This woman and the man over there are androids 17 and 18. In the future, it will be the two of them that will bring the Earth to the Earth. Trunks got up from the ground, stared at 18 with an angry face, and then answered Vegeta aloud. The two of them are cyborgs. What on earth is it? Who were the two I killed before? After listening to Trunks, the faces of Vegeta, Piccolo and others changed drastically. I don't know, anyway, on the 18th, I will never forgive you. Trunks roared angrily, a powerful golden flame burst out of his body, and once again attacked the number 18. However, in the face of Trunks's angry attack, after number 18 easily avoided, he punched again, and the directly hit Trunks vomited blood and flew out. Although Trunks hated number 18, but number 18 didn't know Trunks at all. She threw the sword of Trunks aside, and then gently twitched her hair, staring at Trunks with brows, and said, "It's inexplicable. If you attack again, I will really be serious." Just when the 18th was fighting with Trunks, the cell over there had already captured the 17th. Finally I can get my wish. Cell pinched No 17's neck with the palm of his hand. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't break free from Cell's hand. Then, under the shocking gazes of Piccolo and Klin and others, the tail behind Cell seemed like a handful of trumpet flowers, opened, and directly swallowed No 17's entire body. Number 17. After seeing this scene on the 18th, her pretty face suddenly changed. Without any hesitation, she moved her feet and immediately attacked Cell. Seeing her posture, she seemed to want to save number 17. But in the face of the series of attacks on the 18th, Cell's entire body seemed to be catkins, and he easily avoided all the attacks on the 18th. That monster avoided all the attacks of that woman. And it looks very relaxed. At this time, after Piccolo and Klin and others saw Cell's movements, he was also surprised. You know, the 18th easily defeated Super Saiyan Trunks before. But the attack on number 18 under his eyes, Cell was very easy to avoid. In this comparison, Cell's strength is quite terrifying. While Cell dodges the 18th attack, his tail is constantly wriggling. The body of number 18 is also slowly converging towards Cell's body. The scene seemed to be like a python devouring food. No 18, although I have absorbed the future number 18, if you insist on trying to die, I don't mind destroying you. As soon as Cell said this, Yayu's face changed instantly. Absorb the future 18? That's why it's no wonder that Cell will be the second form. At this moment, Yayu knew why number 17 and number 18, when they are still here, Cell will be in the second form. So if you say that, if the guy Cell swallows number 17, then... Not waiting for Yayu's words to be finished, a very dazzling light suddenly radiated from the whole body of Cell over there. At the same time, a powerful wave of air also swept out of Cell's body. Chapter 70. Chapter 70 Complete Body Cell is born 3 more seeking subscriptions. Chapter 70. After Cell absorbed the body of number 17, a very dazzling light suddenly appeared on his body. For a while, that light even overshadowed the sun's rays in the sky. As this light radiated, a powerful wave of air also swept from Cell's body. What's wrong? What's wrong? What happened again? What happened? This wave of air is much more swift and violent than ever before. Klin, Yamcha, and Toss, these 3 weaker ones, under the impact of this air wave, directly flew back several kilometers away. In addition, even Vegeta and number 18, under the impact of this air wave, there are signs of regression. Soon, the entire huge island was invaded by this powerful air wave. The dark clouds above the sky surging, lightning and thunder. The earth quaked on the ground, and the small gravel, as if being pulled by some force, slowly flew towards the sky. At this moment, it seemed like the end had come. Standing in the air, Yayu put his hands on his chest, letting this powerful wave of air blow on him. But Yayu's body remained motionless in this wave of air, and there was no sign of regression. The anger of Cell, this guy is getting bigger and bigger. Not long after this chi wave swept through, Yayu, through his key sensibility, felt that the cell in the light source over there, the chi in his body instantly increased countless times. It was at this moment that this breath was transmitted to the distant universe. Even Namek, which is very far away from the earth, can clearly feel the terrifying breath from the earth. At this time, after Karan-sama, who was on top of Karan Tower, perceives this unusually terrifying breath, he also showed a rare touch of movement on the face of his lonely cat. This is really amazing. I didn't expect that there are people in this world so angry. This time the earth, I am afraid that it will face a crisis again. Karan-sama squinted his eyes, all of his eyes were squeezed out of sight by his fat cat face. At the same time, the temple located high above Kailan Tat, at this time, also caused an earthquake because of this terrifying aura, and it shook unceasingly. God, what the hell is going on? Bobo, staring at a pair of white eyes, asked the god who was on the edge of the temple. The god did not answer Bobo's question. At this time, his face was full of shock, and the cold sweat on his forehead was bursting. Obviously, this huge aura also frightened God. 5 minutes later, the abnormal changes on the earth stopped, and the airwaves on the island where Yeyu was located also stopped. Klin, who was blown to the ground over there, opened his eyes after the airwave stopped. The moment he opened his eyes, he was shocked by the sight in front of him. Read more at wuxiax.com. I saw that the endless forest had completely disappeared, replaced by a barren soil. The island seemed to have been leveled by a bulldozer. Not a single tree is left. The forest disappeared. Klin stood up, and his face was terrified when he saw the forest disappear. Then, his gaze fell on Cell over there again. I saw a huge golden flame on Cell's body. On the ground around Cell's body, ripples of circular smoke appeared. As the air wave blows, the ring-shaped smoke continues to spread far away. After that, following Cell's feet and looking online, I saw that Cell's appearance had undergone earth-shaking changes. The long tail that was originally behind has been hidden. The original ugly face looks a little handsome now. In terms of figure, it is also quite perfect. Seeing the appearance of the Cell in front of him, Klin was so scared that he fell directly to the ground. Of course, Klin was not frightened by Cell's appearance, he was just frightened by the unusually huge gas inside Cell. In addition to Klin, Piccolo, Yamcha, Trunks, and Vegeta, all of them looked at Cell in front of them, their faces were shocked, and their hearts had undergone earth-shaking changes. Only Yeyu had no expression on his face, as if he had already expected it. Is this the perfect body? Cell squeezed his fist, and after feeling the full power in his body for a while, his fist suddenly clenched, his expression confident. The power of the complete body has completely exceeded my expectations. This is the real ultimate humanoid. What's the joke? How can a mere human being have such a huge anger? Zero seeking flowers. Vegeta over there, after feeling the unusually astonishing breath in Cell, he looked unwilling. In the next second, Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan. After he moved his feet and stepped on a deep depression on the ground, his body was like an arrow from the string, directly attacking Cell. After Vegeta approached Cell, his fists were like machine guns, constantly launching fierce attacks on Cell. But no matter how fierce Vegeta's attack was, it was easily avoided by Cell. And from start to finish, Cell's feet haven't moved for a moment. Too slow. After Cell avoided Vegeta's series of attacks, he suddenly waved his arm. What? Seeing Cell's attack, Vegeta's face was instantly shocked. Although he reacted to Cell's attack, his body was too late to react. Cell's attack hit Vegeta directly. Vegeta's body, like a cannonball, flew out directly. The Trunks over there, after seeing Vegeta being knocked into the air, a powerful arrogance burst out of his body immediately, and his body flashed, and he also launched an attack on Cell. Then Piccolo, Klin, Yamcha, the three also attacked Cell one after another. However, in the face of the attacks of Trunks and others, Cell walked in a leisurely manner and easily avoided everything. Ding! Congratulations to the host, get 500,000 combat power attributes. Ding! Congratulations to the host, get 2 million combat power attributes. With the continuous attacks of Klin, Trunks, and others, Yeyu's mind is constantly ringing the system's mechanical notification sounds. In addition, the combat power attributes dropped from the previous 17th, 18th, and 2nd form Cell combat power will also converge into his body under Yeyu's order. In just a few breaths, Yeyu's combat effectiveness has risen from 120 million to 150 million. That is to say, the combat effectiveness of the 17th and the 18th with the Cell has added 30 million combat effectiveness attributes to Yeyu. Is the perfect Cell? Let me see how strong the perfect Cell is. Chapter 71. Chapter 71 Battle Cell for more seeking subscriptions. Chapter 71. Yeyu is very eager to become stronger. also eager to fight the strong. Right now, after Yayu felt the unusually huge aura of complete Cell, the Scion blood in his body also boiled. In his mind, it seemed like a demon was constantly urging him to fight Cell. And this is Scion's instinctive reaction when facing the strong. Son Goku is like this, Vegeta is like this. Just when Yayu took a step to fight Cell, a soft voice suddenly came from behind him, "Return number 17 to me." After the sound came, Yayu felt a scent of fragrant wind, and in the next second, the figure of number 18 passed by him and directly attacked the Cell over there. On the 18th, just use you to test the power of this body. 883. After Cell shot up Piccolo and Klin's group, his gaze fell directly on the 18th who rushed over. Soon the 18th was fighting with Cell. Of course, Cell didn't use its full strength at the beginning. To be precise, even half of its strength was not used. But even so, number 18 was still suppressed by Cell. A spherical energy ball suddenly condensed on No 18's right hand. After that, number 18 hit the energy ball in the palm directly at Cell. "Hey, do you think this kind of thing works for me?" Cell sneered, then waved his arm, and directly bounced the energy ball that number 18 had launched. Boom! The energy ball bounced back to No 18's body in an instant, and suddenly a powerful explosion. Under the impact of that powerful air wave, No 18's body flew out directly. However, just as number 18 was about to hit the ground, a black shadow passed by and caught No 18's body. This shadow is not someone else, it is Yayu. "Cell, how about my power?" Yayu held number 18 and said with a smile to Cell not far away. Hearing Yayu's words, Cell's brow raised suddenly. For Yayu, Cell does not have much impression. After all, there is no record of Yayu in Dr. Gero's computer. Read more at wuxiax.com. In addition, he has not seen Yayu fight. However, Cell knew that the Scion in front of him was not easy. Because just now when he evolved into a perfect body, a powerful wave of air was generated. Everyone present, even Vegeta, was blown back by that powerful wave of air. But Yayu did not. Based on this alone, Cell can feel that Yayu is very strong, at least better than Vegeta. "Yes, I just have nothing to do, but don't let me down." Cell shook his hand and said to Yayu confidently. Just when Yayu wanted to answer Cell, the number 18 he was holding broke free from his arms. After landing, number 18 wanted to attack Cell again. But as soon as number 18 took a step, Yayu directly grabbed No 18's hand. The moment Yayu grabbed the palm of his hand, No 18's pretty face suddenly became furious. After all, she now wants to kill Cell and rescue number 17. Yayu stopped her, it was undoubtedly hitting the gun. But when the 18th turned around and wanted to get angry at Yayu, Yayu looked at Cell and said, "You are not this guy's opponent, let me play with him." After all, Yayu released No 18's hand and walked directly towards where Cell is. At this moment, number 18 miraculously did not get angry, nor did she rush towards Cell directly, but stared blankly at Yayu passing by her. Although she was very angry, she was not a fool. Through the brief encounter with Cell just now, the 18th also knows that the strength gap between himself and Cell is very large. After hearing Yayu's reminder right now, the 18th seemed to be empowered, and suddenly woke up. Just when the 18th wanted to say something to Yayu, Yayu was walking, and a powerful energy burst out all over his body. The next second, the golden flames were also constantly flashing. After seeing the huge energy emanating from Yayu, No 18's pretty face showed a touch of movement, and then the words that came to the mouth were swallowed back. "This guy is not trying to do it." Number 18 stared at Yayu's back in a daze, and then said in a voice that only he could hear. 0. Very huge gas. After Cell felt the huge aura emanating from Yayu, he was a little surprised, and then confidently said, "But at this level, it's not my opponent." Does your opponent know only after making gestures, and I haven't used all my strength? As soon as Yayu said this, Cell's mouth curled up, and then he lifted his palm and hooked Yayu. Come on! Call out! After Yayu collected all the combat power attributes on the battlefield, his figure turned into a black shadow and instantly disappeared in place. When it appeared again in the next second, it was already above Cell's head. So fast! On the 18th over there, after seeing Yayu's speed, her pretty face suddenly changed slightly. Then, under her gaze, Yayu appeared behind Cell, with a mopping leg, and slashed directly at Cell below. But after Yayu hit Cell's body turned into a ghost and finally disappeared. After image. Born on the 18th, he said something, but then the body of Cell appeared not far from Yayu. The speed is really fast, much better than Vegeta. Cell, standing in the air, stared at Yayu and said with a smile. Although Cell only commented on such a sentence objectively, his words fell in Vegeta's ears on the 2.5 side, but it made Vegeta's angry teeth itchy. In the past 4 years, he has been able to surpass Son Goku and Yayu. He has been working hard and practicing continuously. Just after Vegeta turned into Super Saiyan, he once thought that he had surpassed Yayu and Son Goku. However, after seeing Yayu kill Dr. Gero casually before, Vegeta knew that Yayu's strength was not inferior to him. Right now, I saw a brief match between Yayu and Cell again. Although Vegeta was very unwilling, he could see that Yayu once again surpassed him, the Prince of Vegeta. You are not weak. Yayu ignored Vegeta's unwillingness and anger. After speaking to Cell, he attacked Cell again. Chapter 72. Chapter 72 Induction Cell One More Seeking Subscription. 72. Chapter 72. Written before this chapter, there is no official data on combat power after Namek. There are various data on the internet about the combat power of the complete Cell, including 5 billion and 60 billion. For the smooth development of the plot, the author tentatively decides that Cell is a little bit more powerful than the protagonist. Bang bang bang! Boom boom boom! Above the sky, Yayu in Super Saiyan's posture is fighting a fierce battle with full-body Cell. The fists, knees, and elbows of the two of them kept colliding with each other, so that there were violent crashes in the air. It's amazing, Yayu can actually be on par with that monster. Klin, who worked hard to support his body, looked up at the battle above the sky, his eyes flickered and his face was full of incredible expressions. At the same time, Vegeta, who was not far away, was also looking up at the battle above the sky. At this time, the expression on his face was extremely complicated. There are shocks and panics, but more are unwilling. Vegeta has personally experienced how strong the Cell is. One blow, just one blow, knocks Vegeta into the air in the Super Saiyan state. Perhaps for Cell, it just slapped Vegeta casually. But the moment Vegeta was hit by Cell, it seemed as if all 30 bones had been broken up. Until now, the bones and muscles all over his body are in pain. Hateful! Vegeta clutched the still bleeding arm, and said a bit unwillingly. Boom boom boom! Looking closer to the sky, Cell, who was fighting Yayu, seemed to be very happy. After all, Cell's body also has Saiyan cells. After Cell's fist collided with Yayu's fist, the two of them stopped their attacks a bit, and Cell also spoke to Yayu and said, "It's pretty good, it can keep up with my current speed. I can't beat me at this level, Cell." Yayu's mouth curled up with a confident arc, and after speaking to Cell, he kicked it at Cell. Call out! Cell's figure disappeared. After avoiding Yayu's blow, he fell from the sky and kicked directly at Yayu. If this is the case, I will slowly increase my speed next. Boom boom boom! While talking, the battle between Yayu and Cell became even more fierce, and the speed increased many times in an instant. So fast, completely invisible. When Klin saw Yayu and Cell fighting in the sky suddenly disappear, his face was startled in vain. It's not just that Klin can't see it, even Super Saiyan Trunks and Vegeta can only capture a trace of the image. On the field, there seems to be only one person on the 18th, who can clearly see the scene of Yayu and Cell fighting in the sky. That guy, number 18, looked up at the battle above the sky, and a strange light flashed in those autumn eyes. Read more at wuxiax.com. Earlier, when she saw Yayu on the 18th, she just regarded Yayu as an ordinary person. So when she noticed Yayu's gaze, she winked at Yayu playfully. But now on the 18th, he knew that the strength of this man was so strong. Boom! Just as number 18 was thinking about something, Cell hit Yayu's cheek with a punch from the sky. Seeing this, No 18's heart is inexplicably tight. She seems to be expecting something. She expects Yayu to beat Cell and save her brother number 17 back. Boom! Yayu, who was punched by Cell, kicked Cell's chest with his backhand. After the two hurt each other a bit, a series of fierce attacks followed. Suddenly, the two fought on equal footing, back and forth. Every time the two attacked, the air trembled. As expected to be the ultimate cyborg, really amazing. While attacking Cell, Yayu couldn't help but secretly startled in his heart. At this time, Yayu's combat effectiveness has reached 150 million. After transforming into Super Saiyan, the combat power soared directly to 7.5 billion. But even so, Yayu still feels that Cell's combat effectiveness is even better than him. Because he has used all his strength, but Cell still looks comfortable. Of course, this is not to say that Yayu can't beat Cell. After all, he has Kaioken in a whole card like Timeout. But this time he just wanted to confirm the strength of the complete Cell. It's not that I want to fight Cell. In the middle of the battle, Yayu suddenly distanced himself from Cell Raksa. Just when Cell wanted to catch up, Yayu opened his palm and made a stop motion, stop. After hearing Yayu's words, Cell also stopped immediately. What's wrong? Isn't this just having fun? Cell looked at Yayu and said with a smile on his face. I have to admit that you are very strong now, even above me. As soon as Yayu said this, Cell's face showed a very useful expression. And Yayu went on to say, how about let's play a game? Hearing Yayu's words, Cell showed a playful expression on his face. If only ordinary people made such a request to him, Cell would definitely not agree. But Yayu's strength, in Cell's view, is qualified to make a request. Oh? What game? Let's hear it. Cell rubbed his chin and asked with interest. At the same time, Piccolo, Trunks, and others below, after hearing the conversation between Yayu and Cell, they hated iron and steel. Why don't you knock Cell down in one breath, and what games are you playing? Trunks gritted his teeth. And Klin glanced at Vegeta over there. Son Goku sounded in his mind, and then smiled awkwardly, aren't you Saiyan all like this? Goku is like this, and so is Vegeta. While Kellen and Trunks were talking, Yayu above the sky said, the world's #1 martial arts club. CELL000 is no stranger to the name of the #1 Budokai in the world. There is a record in Dr. Gero's computer. After Yayu said the name the world's #1 Budokai, Cell's face immediately showed a touch of interest. Is it the world's #1 martial arts club? It's interesting. Do you want to hold a world's #1 martial arts club? Yes, when the time comes, Son Goku and I will both come to participate. Isn't that interesting? When Yayu said the name Son Goku, Cell's eyes lit up, and then immediately said, yes, let's hold the world's #1 martial arts club, and then you will all come and participate. After hearing Cell's consent, Yayu was overjoyed. If Son Goku and Vegeta fight against Cell, they will definitely help me improve my combat effectiveness. When Cell's second form is the same as No 18's combat power, Yayu's combat power has been increased by 30 million. If the whole body is fighting with Son Goku and Vegeta, it is not impossible for Yayu to increase his combat power by another 100 million. On the other hand, Yayu doesn't have a lot of hands right now, and he can kill the complete Cell. After all, Cell has Piccolo cells and can recover after injury. If he can't kill Cell directly, he will use Piccolo's cells to recover. And then use Sion's cells to increase combat effectiveness, which will probably be even more difficult to deal with. But if Yayu increases the basic combat power by 100 million, he can easily kill Cell. At the end of this chapter, ask for flowers every day. Chapter 73. Chapter 73 Spiritual Time House 2 More Seeking Subscription. 73. Chapter 73. After Yayu reached an agreement with Cell, Cell left here immediately. And Yayu also slowly fell from the sky. Before Yayu was on the ground, Trunks ran over and asked in a reproachful tone, "Hey, you can clearly defeat Cell, why don't you eliminate Cell?" Yayu is not dead, why is Trunks so excited? Because he hates artificial people very much. In response to Trunks's reprimand, Yayu's figure paused for a while, and finally slowly fell to the ground and said, "With my current strength, there is no way to completely kill Cell." As soon as Yayu said this, the faces of Klin, Trunks, and others changed instantly. How come? Can't even you beat Cell? Yayu's strength, Klin, and others are all in their eyes. If anyone on earth can beat Cell. In the eyes of Klin and others, there is only Yayu. But Yayu said that he is not an opponent of Cell. This shattered the only hope in the hearts of Klin, Trunks, and others. Of course, Yayu still didn't tell Trunks and others, Cell has Piccolo cells in his body. If he can't be killed by a single blow, let him regenerate, and then rely on Sion's cells, Cell's combat effectiveness will be stronger. If Yayu said this sentence, Trunks, Piccolo, and others would be even more desperate. Don't worry, as long as you cultivate well, it's not that you can't defeat Cell. Although Yayu's voice was not very loud, it was still heard by Vegeta over there. After hearing Yayu's words, Vegeta was furious. What are you kidding about, defeating that monster? Do you think he will give us so much time to practice? Vegeta walked over and said unwillingly angrily. Indeed, in a short period of time, you will not be able to cultivate to the point of defeating Cell, but I really want to remember that there is a place on the earth called the Spiritual Time House. 1 year of practicing there is equivalent to 1 day in the outside world. As soon as Yayu said this, Vegeta immediately said, "How is this possible? How can this world have this kind of land?" Before Vegeta could finish speaking, Piccolo interrupted Vegeta. Have. As soon as Piccolo said this, the eyes of Vegeta, Trunks, Klin and others all fell on Piccolo. Maybe they don't believe what Yayu said. But Piccolo said the same thing, and they had to think about it. Indeed, in the spiritual time house in the temple, 1 year is spent inside, which is equivalent to 1 day outside. Read more at wuxiax.com. Having said that, Piccolo set his gaze on Yayu again, and asked in a skeptical tone, "I really didn't expect that you are not a human being on Earth, and you know the spiritual time house. Hey, is there really such a place? Hurry up and take me there." After receiving Piccolo's confirmation, Vegeta was very excited and pulled Piccolo's collar up directly. But immediately he was pushed away by Piccolo. There is, but the air in the spiritual time house is thin and the gravity is quite large, and most people simply cannot stay in it for a long time. Moreover, in the spiritual time house, everyone can only stay in it for 2 days in his life, that is, 2 years in the spiritual time house. As soon as Piccolo's voice fell, Vegeta clenched his fists and said confidently, 2 years are enough. While Vegeta was speaking, his gaze also glanced at Yayu, although he didn't say much. But the expression on his face seemed to tell Yayu, "After I get out of practice, I will definitely defeat you this time." It turns out that there is such a place, it's great, Yayu-san, right? As long as Yayu-san has practiced in the spiritual time house for 2 years, he will definitely be able to defeat Cell. Trunks looked at Yayu and said with excitement. Hearing Trunks's words, Yayu's brows suddenly raised. Practice? I will never practice in my life. And I don't need to practice, just lying down and picking up combat power. I have other ways to practice. As soon as Yayu said this, Vegeta immediately hugged his chest and snorted, "Hey, that's good. Piccolo, hurry up and take me to that spiritual time house. After I get out of practice, nothing will happen." Hearing Vegeta's arrogant attitude, Piccolo's face changed suddenly. Trunks flushed slightly, and immediately apologized, "Sorry." Hearing Trunks' apology, Klin looked dazed. "Why do you apologize?" Maybe Klin didn't know why Trunks apologized, but Piccolo did. Because that day, his Shunwind ear heard the conversation between Trunks and Son Goku, and he knew that Trunks was Vegeta's future son. The son apologized for Lao Tzu. In that case, let's go. After all, Piccolo's figure slowly rose to the sky. Klin and Vegeta immediately followed. Only Trunks stayed in place. He glanced at the number 18 over there, his fist was slightly tightened, and not long after, he also chased after the group of Piccolo and Vegeta in the distance. In the end, on this bare island, only Yayu and number 18 remained, and toss. End of this chapter. Talk about combat effectiveness. After Namek, the author no longer uses combat power as a unit of measurement, and the soldiers behind the official only give two data: Broly 1.4 billion, Cooler 470 million. The remaining combat power data circulating on the internet are all speculations. After Namek returns, Son Goku can defeat Cooler, at least 500 million. Son Goku has practiced for 3 years, which is lower than Broly's 1.4 billion, indicating that Son Goku's combat effectiveness is between 500 and 1.4 billion at this time. The Super Vegeta and Super Goku should be similar. Is the money good? After the 18th, the Super Vegeta, there is probably more than 1 billion on the 18th. And Form 1 cell can defeat number 17, and Form 2 is to absorb number 17, so the combat power of Form 2 is at least twice that of number 17, and there are about 3 billion. After Vegeta's Time House comes out, it can defeat Form 2 cell, which means that Vegeta's combat power is more than 3 billion. And the small cell has abused Vegeta, and the small cell has a combat power of 3 to 4 billion. A complete cell is at least twice as powerful as a small cell, so there is a total of 800,000 to 1 million in a complete cell. Of course, this is all speculation of the author's bacteria, completely speculation. Haha, in fact, it is to make you believe that the full body cell is 7.5 billion higher than the protagonist. In this way, the following plot can be promoted. In the past 2 days, the author is also looking for various data, but unfortunately, the data are different. The author is also very helpless. Chapter 74. Chapter 74 Cell's Declaration of Death 3 More Seeking Subscription. Chapter 74. On the Earth, on a bare desert island, there are 3 figures at this time. These 3 people are Yayu, number 18, and Toss. A gust of wind blew through, lifting up the dust on the ground, and at the same time blowing up the golden hair of number 18, finally revealing a white and clean side face. Yayu glanced at number 18. Although he had caught it easily before, it was just casual and didn't have any special meaning. "Das, let's go." After all, Yayu's figure flew into the sky. Toss was stunned, took a look at the number 18 over there, and then immediately followed. Not long after Yayu and Tos flew into the sky, he noticed that someone was following behind him. To be precise, it's not tracking, but following Yayu openly. This person is no one else, but the 18th. When Yayu turned his head and looked towards number 18 also immediately tilted his head. "Das, let's speed up." After Yayu greeted Toss, a powerful air mass appeared above his body. In the next second, Yayu and Toss flew towards the distance at an astonishing speed. 070. At the same time, the 18th also accelerated the speed of flight. "Ms. Yayu, she has caught up again." After flying a certain distance, toss on the side reminded Yayu. But Yayu turned his head to look, and as expected, the 18th was catching up with a rapid speed. After Yayu thought for a while, her figure stopped abruptly. Similarly, the 18th stopped immediately. What are you doing with me? Yayu stood in the air, looking at number 18, who was not far away. After hearing what Yayu said, number 18 didn't answer, just turned his eyes and glanced at Yayu with the light of his eyes. After a while, she saw Yayu was about to advance again, and she immediately chased it forward. But Yayu was just a fake move, and didn't really leave. What do you want to do when you fall on the ground? Yayu asked, looking at the number 18 who was getting closer. Nothing, it just happened to be on the way. Number 18 replied in a sweet voice. Yayu's brow suddenly raised when he heard the words on the 18th. Just on the way? Even Toss, the little devil, can see that you are following me. Yayu stared at No 18's profile. At this moment, he seemed to think of something, and then he asked out aloud, do you want me to help you save No 17? Read more at wuxiax.com. When Yayu said number 17, a touch of movement appeared on No 18's pretty face. Then she turned her head and looked at Yayu and said, yes, only you can defeat that monster and rescue my brother right now number 17. After getting confirmation from the 18th, Yayu sighed, worrying about gains and losses. You really can count on me. After Yayu spoke to number 18, he flew directly towards a city not far away. And the 18th also immediately followed. But this time, Yayu did not deliberately set a distance from the 18th. After flying over the city, Yayu immediately landed. Soon, Yayu found a restaurant and ordered a table of food. Yayu, as Scion, is the same as Son Goku except for being warlike. The same appetite is also amazing. Toss is okay, after all, he is not the first day he met Yayu. But the number 18 who followed, saw the plates piled up one by one on the table in front of Yayu, her pretty face was full of incredible expressions. Don't you say you don't eat? Just when Yayu was eating frantically. TOS over there asked number 18 aloud. Number 18 leaned on the table with a cheek in one hand, glanced at Toss faintly, and then slowly responded, I don't need it. Zi. Just when Yayu was eating and was bored on the 18th, Dadk, a TV in the restaurant that was broadcasting news suddenly rang. In the next second, a picture appeared on the TV screen. After seeing the person in the picture, No 18's pretty face suddenly showed anger. And her figure also squeezed, and jumped up from the chair. After seeing the abnormal reaction on the 18th, Yayu immediately put down the food in his hand and looked towards the TV. I saw that the character on the TV screen was not someone else, it was Cell. At this moment, except for the TV in the hotel where Yayu is located, Cell is playing. The screens of Cell appeared on all the big TV screens of the whole earth. Hello everyone, I'm Cell. Cell first introduced himself very gentlemanly. Then it briefly explained that he was going to hold the world's #1 martial arts meeting. In other words, in 7 days, I will host a world's #1 martial arts event on the Southern Islands. Welcome everyone to participate. Having said this, Cell stretched out a finger, and then said with a smile, by the way, if no one on Earth can defeat my Cell, I will destroy the Earth. Hey? Destroy the Earth? Is this man a fool? Don't pay attention to him, who will participate in this kind of martial arts club. People all over the world, after hearing Cell's death declaration, they did not take it seriously. After all, they don't know Cell, and they don't know how powerful Cell is. Destroying the Earth or something, that would be too nonsense. However, after Son Gohan, Master Roshi and others, after hearing Cell's death declaration, their expressions were extremely nervous. Although they haven't faced Cell head-on. But they felt Cell's anger. They know that Cell is not just talking about fun, and if no one can beat Cell at that time, the earth will really be over. At this moment, in the restaurant where Yayu was staying, the angry number 18 rushed to the TV and burst the TV with a punch. What? At this time, the waiters, shop managers, and others in the restaurant were shaking with fright. What are you doing? It's just a TV set. After the 18th walked over, Yayu said to the 18th with a speechless expression. Speaking of this, I blame you. Number 18 sat in the chair and pointed to Yayu and said. Me? What does it matter to me? Yayu asked with a puzzled look. It's not that you proposed the world's #1 martial arts club. As soon as the words on the 18th came out, the muscles on Yayu's face suddenly twitched. Blame me. Moreover, even if I don't mention it, Cell will prepare to hold the world's first martial arts club. End of this chapter. Ask for flowers on the 18th. Chapter 75. Chapter 75 New look on the 18th for more seeking subscription. Chapter 75. Just as Yayu and number 18 were eating in the restaurant, the Vegeta and Trunks here, under the leadership of Piccolo, came to fight near Kalen Tat. That is. White Karan-sama above Karen Tat, squinting his eyes, saw Trunks and his group flying towards the sky. He couldn't help but say something. Yo, Karan-sama, are you okay? Klin and Yamcha stopped and greeted the white cat fairy _Ren standing on the fence. Bai Karan-sama did not answer Klin's words, but said in a deep voice, it seems that something extraordinary has happened on the earth this time. When Bai Karan-sama said this, Klin and Yamcha looked at each other, and then said with embarrassment, all right, we have to go to the temple to find Lord Celestial, let's leave. After all, a powerful air mass burst out from the bodies of both Klin and Yamcha, and flew straight up to the sky. After passing through the thick clouds, Klin and his team saw that there was a huge disc-shaped building above the sky. And this building is naturally the temple where the earth gods live. As soon as Piccolo and others flew up, the gods who had been waiting above the temple for a long time said, you are finally here. God, you know all about Cell. Ah, and just now, Cell issued a death declaration in front of the world. After 7 days, if no one can defeat him, he will destroy the earth. Nani? When God said this, the faces of Trunks, Vegeta, Klin and others changed. Damn Cell! Trunks clenched his fists, his face full of unwillingness. And Vegeta immediately yelled at Piccolo, hey, Piccolo, let me enter that spiritual time house quickly. After I enter the spiritual time house to practice, Yayu and Cell will all come from Vegeta. Down. Goku hasn't come yet, let's wait for Goku to come. After hearing Vegeta's arrogant remarks, Piccolo responded a little uncomfortably. As soon as Piccolo's words fell, Vegeta was furious and immediately said, what did you say? There are only 7 days left before the time agreed by Cell. God knows when will Kakarot come? If Kakarot keeps coming, would it be necessary? Have we waited forever? Mama, calm down. After hearing the quarrel between Piccolo and Vegeta, God immediately made an offer. But Vegeta didn't buy it, but yelled at the gods, shut up. Hearing Vegeta's words, a few drops of cold sweat broke out on the old face of the god. Why don't I want face? Piccolo, have you explained to them about the conditions of the spiritual time house? God asked Piccolo. Ah, it's probably already explained. After hearing Piccolo's answer, the god turned around and said to Vegeta, then you can go in first, but you can only enter 2 at a time. The Bu chapter and the Cell chapter here are a bit different, and the Cell chapter can only be entered 2, 4 in the Bu article later. Read more at wuxiax.com. Humph, I'll be enough. Vegeta said with an impatient expression on her chest. Seeing Vegeta's pretentious look, the Trunks over there looked troubled. Which one of you will go in with Vegeta first? Piccolo glanced at Yamcha and Klin, but Klin and Yamcha immediately avoided. Are you kidding me, staying with Vegeta for 2 years in the spiritual time house? Then I am not beaten to death by Vegeta, I am scolded to death by Vegeta. Just forget it, I don't think it's useful to go in for practice, after all. The strength gap with Cell is too big. Klin said immediately. Me too. Yamcha said, looking at Vegeta with an embarrassment on his face. Then let me do it. Trunks stood up and said. Bobo, you first take Vegeta and the others to the spiritual time house. After Piccolo spoke to Bobo, the envoy over there, Bobo led Trunks and Vegeta directly towards the spiritual time house in the temple. When the bodies of Vegeta and Trunks disappeared at the end of the field of vision, the god of heaven cast his gaze on Piccolo. Piccolo, come here. What's up? Then the gods talked to Piccolo about some things that they were originally one. While Piccolo was talking with God, Yayu, number 18, and TOS also walked out of the hotel, only to see Yayu's expression of satisfaction. Looking for flowers. What are your plans next? You won't just follow me like this. Yayu stopped and looked at number 18, and asked aloud. I don't know. Number 18 moved the hair on his forehead, then shook his head and said. Before she fell asleep, she had been with number 17. Now that number 17 is absorbed by Cell, number 18 has no idea what to do for a while. Seeing that he couldn't tell why, Yayu just sighed, and then walked straight ahead along the street. On the 18th, as expected, he immediately followed. Ms. Yayu. Yayu walked some distance down the street when Toss on the side suddenly said aloud. After hearing what TOS said, Yayu immediately looked behind him, and saw that number 18, who had been following him, suddenly disappeared. Seeing this, Yayu was taken aback for a moment, while Toss pointed to a shop next to him. Following Toss' fingers, I saw that at some point, number 18 had already entered the shop. After hesitating for a while, Yayu greeted Toss, you go back to the universe ship first. Then Yayu walked directly into the shop where the 18th was. I saw that this shop was a clothing store. When Yayu walked in, only number 18 was seen, holding a piece of clothing and making gestures constantly on her body. This dress really suits you. At the same time, a woman in uniform next to number 18 is constantly saying those compliments. After picking a few items on the 18th, he walked into the fitting room. When she came out, she had changed to a new look. Originally size 18, he was wearing a small blue waistcoat on the upper body and a hip skirt on the lower body. At this time, on the 18th, I saw a small black vest on the upper body and tight jeans on the lower body. Under the outline of the jeans, her bumpy figure was fully revealed. How? After number 18 walked out, put one hand on his waist, put a pose, and asked Yayu aloud. It's okay. Yayu glanced at number 18, then looked away again, and said lightly. End of this chapter. Please flowers.